The roar of dragons, the stomp of beasts, and the spells of wizards illuminate the beacon of knowledge with a radiant glow, one to the new life. For 17 months, the caravan journeyed eastward along the new West Yachis Mountain Range, and now, in the distance, the undulating black mountains were nowhere to be seen. According to Leipas, once we crossed that great mountain, our caravan would irrevocably exit the influence of the Dwarven Kingdom and enter the Pai Plateau. The trade permit we had obtained from Stan, one of the 7 kings of the dwarves, would become utterly meaningless, indistinguishable from any ordinary magical parchment. It was said that thousands of orc tribes inhabited this region. These ancient clans, carrying the might of their forebears, in recent days, the laughter within the caravan had noticeably diminished, revealing the underlying apprehension regarding the orc tribes and the great dwarven brigands that awaited us ahead. Each thunder rhinoceros, massive as a hill, bore burdens of several thousand pounds of refined iron ingots. The driver sat upon the soft seat at the back of the rhinoceros head, while 2 assistants perched atop its spine, overseeing the immense cargo and maintaining vigilant watch. All of this was the responsibility of Leipas, managing a formidable caravan of 70 thunder rhinoceroses stretching over 2 kilometers. The dwarves of the tribe were naturally gifted blacksmiths, their armor and weaponry differing greatly from human preferences. Due to their inherent brute strength, the heavy armor and exquisitely crafted shields, as large as doors, were not particularly sought after by humans. They were simply too cumbersome. Thus, high-quality metal materials remained the true currency of value. To the forefront of the caravan, over 20 of the hardiest Belego horses broke the trail. These were 2 groups of adventurers, comprising warriors, swordsmen, archers, and mysterious mages. They accompanied us across the new West Yachis Mountain Range, rumored to hunt beasts in the nearby forest, collecting magical materials to sell in the human realm. Cuz had discreetly warned me that they were a perilous lot, and one should never provoke them. They benefited from the caravan's transport capacity, with Leipas agreeing to carry some of their goods to the imperial capital free of charge, while their responsibility lay in safeguarding the entire caravan. Following the Thunder Rhinoceros freight train were 13 enormous iron-forged wagons, each resembling a small house. The intricately crafted axles of these wagons were inscribed with complex, wind-based magical arrays. Even so, each wagon required 4 wild bulls of the bison lineage to draw it. Each of these bison could effortlessly pull 5,000 pounds of cargo. Do not be misled into thinking that the wagons contained noblemen. On the contrary, they housed a troupe of performers from the human capital of the Green Empire. 3 years prior, they had been invited by the Dwarven King to participate in a commemorative celebration and were now on their return journey. This sizable troupe, numbering over 300, included 180 dancers, as well as cooks, seamstresses, musicians, attendants, and illusionists. It was said that such a troupe was not even the largest in the Green Capital. My heavens, I had never imagined that anyone would willingly spend 5 to 6 years traveling solely to attend a celebration in a foreign land. Later, Leipas informed me of a mode of transportation known as a magical airship, which he described as resembling a gigantic dirigible capable of carrying hundreds of passengers. A route had long been established from Stan City to the Green Royal City. However, this troop chose to travel by land, traversing the new West Yachis Mountain Range toward the Pai Plateau to gather inspiration and study the ceremonial war dances of the orc tribes. Perhaps some tribes, friendlier toward humans, would engage with them. In September, the warm monsoon wind from the endless sea brought abundant rainfall, revitalizing the dwarven lands on the western side of Rolling Continent as ice and snow melted, and life flourished. The warm breeze caressed my cheek like a mother's gentle hand, and in my excitement, I shed the sheepskin coat that had reeked of salt for the entire winter. I leaped from the back of a thunder rhinoceros, over 7 meters high, rolling in the lush, verdant grass, as if I were a silvery fish leaping into the lake. The crisp lake water enveloped my body, and using the force of my jump, I propelled myself several meters into the depths, alternating my legs to push further away. My heated body submerged in the frigid lake water, every cell greedily absorbing moisture. After expelling my last breath, I finally resurfaced at a few meters away. A piece of floating ice the size of a round table caught my eye. Cuz was perched on its edge, suddenly springing up and landing on the ice, dripping wet, and grinning foolishly at me. He waved and called out in imperfect imperial tongue, "Jiga, come up here. This ice is so much fun." Seeing the floating ice in the lake reminded me of how cold this early spring lake water was. I could not help but admire the robust physique of this lad from the orc tribe, leaving me envious. And my daring leap into the icy waters was driven by the fire toxin coursing through my veins, continuously searing my body. I could distinctly feel the intense heat carbonizing my flesh. Yet simultaneously, an extraordinary regenerative power within my blood restored my entire being. This cycle of carbonization and regeneration led me to question my humanity, often feeling more like a sentient piece of grilled meat. Only in the icy waters did I find a fleeting sense of coolness within. I mused that perhaps in my past life, I had indulged too much in barbecued skewers, and now I was destined to endure this suffering, a torment that gnawed at me every moment of. Every day, the fire toxin relentlessly consumed every cell in my body, reducing them to ashes that flowed out with my sweat. Yet, inexplicably, with each cell's destruction, new ones would swiftly emerge. Sometimes, I wondered if perhaps I possessed some lineage of the wolf-like orcs. The only apothecary in our group was an elderly orc, Old Kuru, who often boasted about his former strength in his youth, claiming Cuz was but a fraction of his previous prowess. Now, however, his frail body held little power, and he often preferred to summon me to fetch things rather than exert himself. All right, it was true. I was the youngest laborer in the entire caravan, capable of performing any task running errands, delivering messages, cleaning dung, polishing shoes, boiling water, foraging for wild vegetables. Whatever I could manage, I was obliged to do if I wished to obtain my nightly ration of half a loaf of dark bread. I recalled Old Kuru telling me that he had found me far beyond the western edge of the Dwarven capital, on the fringes of the burning mountains. He speculated that I had consumed too many fruits from the burning trees, which infused my blood with intense fire elements. Take the tea that time. I had been burned into unconsciousness, and he had initially intended to leave me behind. According to his experience, no human, orc, or dwarf had ever survived after consuming the burning fruit. This fruit, also known as the purification fruit, was meant for the dead. Those who consumed it would perish, their bodies reduced to ashes. It was said that within the pit of the burning fruit, a fire could sprout that extinguished souls, purifying them for ascension to the divine realm. I firmly believed Old Kuru's words, for I had entered this body after the original host's soul had been purified. However, I was uncertain whether the original soul had ascended to the divine realm. I suspected it was more likely reduced to ashes. Even now, I could vividly recall that before I lost consciousness, I had been a chef in a grand hotel, skilled in cold dishes and decorative carving. On my way home during a vacation, I fell victim to a robbery and was tragically stabbed in the heart by a bandit. I remembered an invisible hand tearing my soul from that body, and I beheld the expression of terror, anger, and despair on my pale face, feeling the coldness of my original shell. As it gradually grew still, believing I had perished, upon awakening, I was astonished to discover that I had transformed into a 5-year-old child engulfed in flames. Every inch of my skin, flesh, and bones crackled under the intense heat, reminiscent of a sizzling piece of beef. That it was a torturous experience, one that could render a person unconscious only to awaken again in agony. During this harrowing ordeal, an old orc placed his withered arm over my head and, wielding a dark, curved dagger, severed my wrist. Blackish-purple blood cascaded over me, much of it finding its way into my mouth. Miraculously, I survived. The old orc, known as Kulu, explained that I might be the child of a traveler from some caravan, who, in his final moments, had traditionally consumed the ember fruit, awaiting his body to turn to ash and his soul to ascend to the heavens. However, after ingesting the ember fruit, the elemental fire within awakened the dormant bloodline power within me, leading to my awakening of a true name, Blue Flame. Though the fiery power of ember fruit inflicted excruciating pain upon me, it was not enough to consume my life. As for why my soul was not purified by the flames of the heart, perhaps the ember fruit had yet to reach full maturity. My name is Giga Blue Flame. Should I experience another awakening of my true name in the future, it will stack upon this one. The awakening of my bloodline power was still quite feeble and could hardly withstand the fiery force of the ember fruit. It was Kulu's life essence, drawn from his Orcish bloodline, that saved me, possessing the formidable regenerative abilities of the Wolf Clan. Upon realizing my awakening, Kulu took a chance to rescue me, nonchalantly stating that I was merely fortunate, a child favored by the beast god king. Otherwise, I would not have survived, nor would I have absorbed his regenerative healing power. Yet, each day, the sensation of being burned alive was truly unbearable. During that period, had I the ability to end my own life, I would have done so without hesitation, for I imagined hell could not be much worse. I lay on the back of a thunder rhinoceros for over 4 months, with Kulu diligently administering various herbal concoctions into my system each day. In those days, my bloodline power acquired another title, regeneration. This revelation nearly left Kulu speechless, for it was a coveted ability among the warriors of the Orc Wolf clan. Only those who awakened the regeneration ability within their bloodline were deemed true warriors of the clan. Rebirth after destruction, repeatedly occurring hundreds or thousands of times, began to fortify my frail body against the searing flames. This indicated that I possessed a natural resistance to fire. As the tormenting heat gradually lessened, I discovered a constant flame nestled in my abdomen, flowing through my veins, relentlessly ravaging my body, while the vibrant flames radiated from my limbs and bones. Having spent nearly 2 years in this magical world, Leipas made it a point to teach me the Imperial language daily, though my progress was rather slow. Kulu would occasionally mention to Leipas that I should resemble an Orc child of human appearance, for my fluency in the Orc tongue was notably better. By human age standards in this world, I was merely 7 years old. Gradually, I began to integrate into this caravan. Leipas served as the leader of our caravan, and in truth, he was also the chief steward of the United Merchant Guild. His creed was to never harbor idlers. Everyone in the caravan was required to demonstrate their worth, including myself, who would receive no preferential treatment due to my youth. By the lakeside, a group of thunder rhinoceroses gathered to drink, while their handlers guided the docile creatures in an orderly manner to the grassy bank. They commanded the rhinos to kneel, unloading heavy cargo and neatly stacking it to one side. The thunder rhinoceroses were first allowed to quench their thirst before being herded to graze by the finest herders. I found these rotund, long-tailed rhinos reminiscent of stegosauruses from my former world. I could see that moment. Fred, the assistant riding atop a thunder rhinoceros, shouted to me, "Giga, stop playing. Be wary of Master Leipas. Whip, hurry, and clean those saddles while the weather's fine." I waved my hand in the water, poking my head above the surface, and replied, "Understood, Fred." This was originally his task, though he sometimes assigned it to me. Cuz, sitting on an ice floe, shot Fred a glare and whispered to me in Orcish, "That rascal Fred is surely off to pursue his little dancer Giga. Do not assist him. It's not too laborious. Isn't there a saying in Orc slang, 'Misfortune is a blessing'?" I replied in Orcish as I swam. Cleaning the saddles was not entirely without reward. I anticipated receiving a portion of Fred's meat soup later. The icy lake was rather chilly, and after a brief dip, I felt a shiver creeping over me. It would be better to head ashore to clean the saddles. Casting a glance at the enormous creatures that could easily flatten me, I steeled myself and swam vigorously toward the bank. My work was about to commence. I have arrived. It is delightful to be here in a world abundant with resources. Those who are willing to work can always find sustenance. Albeit the culinary offerings may not be particularly refined. Within this merchant caravan, we typically consume 2 types of food. The first is a coarse black bread made from ground black wheat, mixed with a pinch of salt. Though it appears rough, a careful chew reveals the grain-sweet essence. Each loaf is as large as a basin. Remarkably, this bread can be preserved for months without spoiling. The second type consists of thick flatbreads made from ground barley, cooked on heated stone slabs. These are quite hard and must be shattered with a hammer before being served in a bowl, generously topped with a rich broth of dried beef and wild vegetables, providing a hearty meal. The caravan generally carries these breads, barley cakes, and some cured jerky. And on rare occasions, we might enjoy fresh game brought back from hunting expeditions. However, for a large merchant group of over 600, capturing a few goats or white deer hardly suffices for everyone. At this moment, Kuz has swum back, aiding me in catching the leather saddle that Fred removed from the thunder rhino, exclaiming with joy, "Gigia, we are quite near to the Pai grasslands, my homeland. There should be plenty of delicious food in the vast meadows. Early spring is the best season for guinea pigs, having spent winter in their burrows. Feasting on grass seeds and tree roots, their flesh is clean and flavorful. Let us catch a few to stew with yams." Young Orc tribes often harbor a strong distrust of humans, perceiving them as cunning and treacherous. Thus, gaining the trust of an Orc is no small feat. Even in these peaceful times, my friendship with Kuz largely stems from my connection to old Kulu, Kuz's grandfather, who holds me in high regard. Additionally, my youth plays a role. At merely 12, Kuz perceives no threat from me, allowing him to approach without hesitation, posing countless questions to satisfy his curiosity. To facilitate our communication, old Kulu taught me the Orcish language, which we exclusively use when alone together. Furthermore, I possess a knack for crafting delicious soups, a skill that intertwines with my story. Old Kulu is an experienced apothecary and a longtime friend of Leipas. For this trading journey to the Kingdom of Stan, Leipas had to exert considerable influence to invite Kulu as the caravan's apothecary, opting for him over any human herbalist. This route traverses the Pai Plateau and the West Yachis Mountains, where the local flora is unfamiliar to human herbalists. Only the seasoned old Kulu is well-versed in the characteristics of these herbs, making him a somewhat enigmatic figure within the caravan. The respect bestowed upon him by all members of the caravan is a testament to his esteemed status, which ultimately contributed to my own rescue and acceptance into the group. One day, after my recovery, old Kulu noticed my remarkable ability to memorize the entire process of concocting medicines while he prepared them. I could recall the specific herbs used, their quantities, and the necessary heat to extract the essence. For someone with a culinary background like mine, this was no challenge. It was akin to cooking. Although my body resembled that of a child under 5, my mental maturity was far beyond that. Consequently, I frequently assisted old Kulu in brewing potions. As the members of the caravan often fell ill due to unfamiliar surroundings, he would forage for local herbs, and I became his little apprentice. Over time, old Kulu recognized my superior comprehension and learning abilities, since understanding the properties of these herbs was crucial in potion making. I dedicated the next 10 months to studying Orcish while immersing myself in herbalism. The orcs possess unique interpretations of herbs, and old Kulu often struggled to accurately transliterate their names into Imperial tongue. Thus, I acquired my Orcish language skills in this context. I could fluently recite the names of hundreds of herbs in Orcish, yet I stumbled over a simple greeting. The most effective way to learn a language is through conversation, which gradually led to my growing familiarity with Cuz. He is a werewolf child with closer ties to humanity. Apart from his furry pointed ears and a robust chest covered in thick hair, he bears little difference from humans. However, when angered, he reveals his teeth, reminiscent of a white husky owned by the dormitory landlord. Cuz is full of energy, always racing across hills in pursuit of a mountain chicken. In the West Yachis Mountains, the most common variety of wild chicken, characterized by a white body and gray spots, is only slightly larger than a pigeon. These cunning creatures can glide short distances in valleys but will flee at the first sign of danger. Yet their meat is remarkably tender and flavorful. On one occasion, Cuz caught several of these mountain chickens and skewered them on a metal rod, roasting them over a fire. The flames quickly singed the feathers, leaving the chickens charred black, filling the campsite with a pungent aroma that was quite unpleasant. Once cooked, the blackened feathers had to be removed, leaving behind smaller portions of chicken that still bore a burnt taste, slightly bitter. The orc's inherent simplicity and kindness shined through, as Cuz, despite his own hunger, offered the roasted chicken first to old Kulu and then generously shared one with me. Admittedly, I was not particularly fond of the burnt flavor, but given that the caravan only served a broth made from dried beef every 5 days, a charred chicken was a rare treat. I confirmed, "Is this truly for me?" Cuz beamed and nodded, revealing a perfect set of white teeth, as he eagerly gnawed on the remaining chicken on the skewer, wincing at the heat. In that moment, I felt like a naive child, reveling in the pure joy of friendship in this unfamiliar world, a rare happiness that dulled even the pain of the burning fever within me. Sitting beside Cuz, my shoulder leaning against his, I held the warm roasted chicken and said, "Next time you catch one of these chickens, I will help you cook it. I believe I have discovered a better way to prepare it." Cuz mumbled in agreement, still focused on devouring the 2 roasted chickens. To my surprise, the following afternoon, while our caravan rested in a mountain hollow, I lay napping atop the Thunder Rhino, laden with old Kulu's herbs and other supplies. I was roused from my slumber to find Cuz proudly holding a metal rod skewering 7 or 8 mountain chickens, clumsily exclaiming in Imperial tongue, "Let us eat together." For me, this represented my first meal in this world, a moment of profound significance. In truth, I had no better method for preparing these chickens, as we lacked any additional seasonings or ingredients. I learned that even the steward of Leipas had never tasted fried chicken wings, as the culinary techniques in this magical realm are rather simplistic, either boiling or roasting. The inhabitants favor rendering animal fats into rich broths, and when the soup is too greasy, they often add more barley cakes, creating a warm, oily dish, yet seldom do they season their food with herbs or spices, typically relying on mere salt. I initially surmised that the novel world lacked seasonings such as Sichuan peppercorns, prickly ash, star anise, and chili peppers. However, after a year of studying herbalism under old Kulu, I discovered their existence. These seasonings are common herbs, not rarities. Old Kulu likely never imagined that my diligence in studying herbalism stemmed from my culinary inclinations. While I was initially meant to assist him in decocting medicines, I gradually became capable of carrying a small medicine chest behind him, gathering herbs in safe areas around the camps. My primary motivation for studying herbalism, however, was to research the commonalities between these plants and those from my original world, striving to rediscover those familiar flavors. "Excellent, I'll handle these chickens. Fetch some chestnuts," I said, complimenting Cuz. "You're truly adept. This magical world also has chestnuts, known as tree rice in Orcish. Chestnuts have always been consumed as a staple food. The southern slopes of the West Yachis Mountains are covered with them, along with apple and autumn pear trees. Dwarves and orcs do not favor apples, which the dwarves use for brewing wine. Orcs prefer to gather the frozen autumn pears after the first heavy snowfall. Old Kulu and Cuz were particularly fond of the rock-hard, icy autumn pears. Old Kulu told me that consuming only wheat cakes and broth during winter would lead to illness, and only these frozen fruits could bring the blessing of the Orcish God King, who protects the Pai Plateau. After spending over a year traversing the West Yachis Mountains on the back of a thunder rhinoceros with the merchant caravan, my physique gradually strengthened. Despite the daily torment of the fiery venom within my body, this affliction was slowly subsiding, and I found myself effortlessly leaping and bounding on the back of the 4-meter-tall thunder rhinoceros, albeit clumsily, often drawing laughter from Cuz. However, I knew that children of the same age in my original world would be sipping yogurt and riding tricycles in their yards. At the age of 6, I was already tasked by butler Leipas with assisting old Kulu in decocting herbs and delivering them to the caravan's patients, along with instructions on how to take them. Despite my small stature, processing these chickens was not difficult. I plunged the chickens into a pottery jar filled with hot water, quickly retrieving them. The hot water would moisten the feathers, but prolonged immersion would cause the feathers to scald and detach along with the skin. It was crucial to get the timing just right. I swiftly plucked the feathers, revealing plump, oily chickens on the wooden table. Even old Kulu, who was decocting medicine nearby, glanced over, puzzled as to why I scalded the chickens before plucking them, rather than simply burning the feathers off. Using a small knife, I gutted the chickens, discarding the entrails into a wooden bucket. For orcs, these entrails were a delicacy, never to be wasted. I tossed the chopped chicken pieces into a pot, sprinkled in a prepared seasoning blend and salt, and waited for Cuz to return with the chestnuts. Cuz, carrying a half-sack of chestnuts, stooped and pushed aside the leather curtain, exclaiming, "Giga, this soup smells divine. There's plenty for you later. Help me peel these chestnuts first." Inside the tent, amidst the swirling smoke from the earthenware pot, a half-grown Orcish child and a human child chatted and peeled chestnuts. Neither Orcish nor Imperial had a word for stew, referring to all food cooked in earthenware pots as soup. The rich aroma of the cooked chestnut and chicken stew wafted through the air. Despite his mouth watering and his Adam's apple bobbing, Cuz waited for my permission before partaking. We offered the first bowl of meat to old Kulu. After tasting it, old Kulu gazed at me for a long time with his dry, lackluster eyes before saying softly, "I know you are an exceptional child. This soup is delicious. With this delectable soup, you will thrive in human cities. I hope your friendship with Cuz endures, and you assist each other on your paths." "I will, Grandpa. I will, Master," Cuz and I replied respectfully. Indeed, this was the third reason I was able to befriend Cuz, because I could make delicious soup. 8 plump chickens and a half-sack of chestnuts filled a large earthenware pot to the brim. Cuz held a loaf of black bread larger than his head in one hand and a large soup ladle in the other, slurping and devouring the stew without fear of burning himself, even swallowing the bones. Those who can cook delicious food must be connoisseurs, or so I believe. Many chefs are portly, born gourmands with a deep interest in creating delectable dishes, sparing no effort in their pursuit of culinary perfection. I believe I possess this tenacity. My first thought in this new life was not to understand the world's mysteries, but to focus on food. This motivated me to accept old Kulu's herbalism lessons, allowing me to discern what was edible and what was not. To decipher the obscure terms in the herbalism scrolls, I even dedicated considerable time to learning Orcish. If old Kulu knew that my original motivation for diligently studying herbalism was to avoid starvation while wandering, I wonder how he would feel, perhaps disappointed? Gradually, I realized the profound importance of herbalism. Old Kulu, my Orcish mentor, began teaching me a new discipline, alchemy. Cuz was thrilled to hear that I would be studying alchemy with old Kulu. That night, we sat on the back of the thunder rhinoceros and chatted. Cuz confessed his desire to become human, and if he hadn't rescued me, he would likely be the one memorizing the names of herbs with old Kulu. Cuz told me, "It's great that you're here." Freddy untied the leather saddle from the thunder rhinoceros, instructed me on the areas that needed extra scrubbing, and walked away humming an unknown tune from his homeland. Before leaving, he asked me to save some of the guinea pig broth for him. His leather boots crunched on the grass, stirring up moist, fertile black soil, and the unique fragrance of tender grass wafted far away on the breeze. Each thunder rhinoceros was assigned 3 individuals, a driver and 2 assistants. Freddy was one of the assistants responsible for old Kulu, Cuz, and my thunder rhinoceros, primarily responsible for observation, vigilance, watering the thunder rhinoceros, and cleaning the leather saddle. The other assistant was responsible for feeding the thunder rhinoceros. The driver only needed to steer the thunder rhinoceros during the journey and monitor its health. Freddy was enthusiastic. During the time I was bedridden on the back of the thunder rhinoceros, he consistently helped old Kulu fetch water and sometimes secretly slipped me a small piece of beef jerky. He always maintained an optimistic attitude, but had a fondness for alcohol. Since the arrival of the dancing troupe in the caravan, Freddy frequented the magic carriage for entertainment. Cuz confided in me that Freddy would likely spend every copper he earned on this trading mission, stuffing it into the dancer's ample bosom. "Why do you always help him with his work?" Bare-chested and wearing only a pair of loose leather breeches, I stood in the shallow water, vigorously scrubbing the stained leather saddle with a small bristle brush. Before I could answer, old Kulu, sitting on the grass by the lake shore, suddenly smiled and asked us, "What is the Pai Plateau known for?" "Grey dwarf bandit gangs," Cuz's response made old Kulu cough repeatedly, striking Cuz on the head with his rotten wooden staff. Expressing his disappointment. Is it herbs, master? I guessed. Indeed, though the plateau of Pai is hardly abundant in high-grade herbs, yielding only silverleaf, thorn vines, and devil's bloom common fare throughout the continent. The true specialty of Pai is the magic antelope. The highland climate is most agreeable to them, and they thrive on the lush deer moss. The cool highlands curtail the summers, and there are no packs of hyenas. Old Kulu gazed across the vast prairie, his eyes brimming with affection. Magic antelope, Cuz and I exclaimed. Our caravan was encamped west of the lake, and we could see herds of magic antelope drinking on the eastern shore, quite unafraid. Could they be fashioned into leather coats or cured into jerky? Magic antelope hide serves as the most rudimentary material for inscribing magic arrays. Many mages employ it to craft elementary spell scrolls, and skilled artisans fashion it into simple constructs. Adventuring parties and mages frequently hunt here, with over 800,000 hides transported from the highlands each year, bringing immense wealth to the plateau of Pai. Old Kulu produced a parchment scroll from his pouch, its pale yellow surface radiating a magical aura. I could distinctly sense the rich fire element within. A subtle yet palpable sensation. Though the magical essence was invisible, I could feel its presence, adhering to the delicate parchment and flowing according to some arcane order, albeit imperfectly. As some of the fire element dissipated, "This is a magic scroll?" I asked, eyes wide with wonder. Magic truly existed in this fantastical world. I remembered asking Cuz if dragons roamed this land, and he had earnestly replied in the affirmative, aspiring to earn the title of a beastman hero, preceded by that of a dragon slayer. Indeed, mages are said to be wealthy. Any novice mage capable of awakening their magic pool must learn to craft magic scrolls, the most convenient means of earning coin. This simple scroll contains 3 fireballs, not particularly powerful, but travelers in the north carry them as a precaution. No one wishes to be caught in a blizzard and frozen solid overnight. Old Kulu rarely joked, and his humor was a tad dry. Cuz, however, seemed preoccupied, his gaze fixed on the distant grasslands, searching for gophers. I was enthralled. Magic was an unknown, novel, and mysterious concept. I envisioned Harry Potter soaring on his broomstick. A captivating thought. Suddenly grasping old Kulu's intent, I inquired, "Do you mean that vast quantities of magic antelope hides are used to make scrolls? Is this the unique wealth of the plateau of Pai? Could excessive hunting lead to their extinction?" I recalled the endangered species of my former world and voiced my concern. Old Kulu paused, contemplating my words before replying. These magic antelope have few natural predators on the plateau of Pai. They are born athletes, faster than wild horses. Even swift prairie lions disdain them, and they reproduce prolifically, bearing young thrice every 2 years. Their numbers are so great that even with the hunting, their population continues to swell, encroaching on our beastmen's pastures. We require vast grasslands for our cattle, so most beastman tribes welcome the adventuring parties who hunt magic antelope. Magic antelope parchment comprises nearly a third of the paper used for elementary spell scrolls, along with luminous paper made from phyllotaxy grass from the eternal night forest and a type of reed from the Great Barren Swamp. This keeps the profit margins for magic antelope parchment slim, and only the most fledgling adventurers come to Pai, as it's not a lucrative endeavor. Old Kulu shifted the topic, adding, "But accompanying a caravan is different. Caravans possess significant hauling capacity and can even purchase hides directly. That's why 2 adventuring parties accompany us. While Fred's hunting skills are lacking, his tanning is exceptional. Giga, I asked you to help him brush saddle blankets so you could learn tanning from him. But Cuz lacks the patience." Observing the affection in old Kulu's eyes as he regarded Cuz, I began to understand why old Kulu had exerted himself to save me and foster our growth together. We complemented each other in many ways. Cuz loathed study, preferring his bone knife. As if reading my thoughts, old Kulu said softly, "You are the most extraordinary human child I've ever met, intelligent, with a remarkable aptitude for magic, a natural affinity for the fire element, and you awakened your bloodline's true name without a magical initiation. Your life is destined for greatness. But that's not the primary reason I chose you. I value your heart even more." "You can see my heart?" I questioned, perplexed, but I knew old Kulu would elaborate. "Yes, because I am a beastman shaman. My full name is Kulu. Shaman, Wind's Blessing, Earth Walker, Soul Walker Niminder." The beastman's name was exceedingly long, containing the title of shaman, the most mysterious and rare spiritual leader in some beastman tribe. I stared at old Kulu, nearly dropping the saddle blanket into the lake. I had learned much about this world, and powerful figures, be they human, beastman, dwarf, elf, or demon, possessed lengthy full names, containing their bloodline's awakened true name. The beastman race had many titles for their strong, such as ogre warlord, tyrant, and overlord, but the shaman was the most enigmatic. Custodians of the beastman's ancient ancestral soul power. They were akin to human high priests or druids in the elven realm, individuals of transcendent status and formidable power. I was bewildered, gazing at the beast man who claimed to have concealed his identity, yet I sensed no power emanating from him. I could hardly imagine this old beast man as a formidable shaman. Perhaps it was a youthful dream of old Kulu's. He often boasted of his adventures. And I had always assumed he was a beast man witch doctor in his youth. But now that old Kulu claimed to be a shaman, I had no reason to disbelieve him. Thus, I asked, "You're a shaman?" "Indeed. Your heart is pure. I sensed it the moment you opened your eyes. You harbor no prejudice between races. You don't regard the beast men or dwarves around you with a jaundiced eye. Perhaps only a human child born in the northern wastes could be so unbiased. You may become Cuz's dearest friend. And what I must now do is impart what I have learned to you, and Cuz prefers combat and hunting. But that is merely the instinct of every beastman child. Perhaps he will become an earth guardian or a beast king, since you call me teacher. And since we two met on the edge of the burned forest, it is a destiny bestowed upon us by the beast god king. I will impart what I know to you slowly, but remember that magic, as seen by beast men, differs greatly from that of humans. We do not call it magic but totem power. I eagerly await the day I see you come into your own." As old Kulu spoke, his voice resonated clearly in my ears, yet I observed that those around me seemed utterly oblivious, as if old Kulu were merely an illusion sitting on the grass, whispering to me. This was one of his customary tricks, a form of magic he referred to as the whisper of the mind, which I believed to be extraordinary, while he insisted it was an ability of the soul walkers. The merchants by the lake, tasked with scrubbing the saddles for the thunder rhinoceros, continued their jovial banter, treating old Kulu as if he were air. One of them, with a friendly jest, inquired, "Hey, little Jija, are you struggling with your scrubbing? Need a hand? You seem a bit weary talking to yourself." I smiled and politely declined, expressing my gratitude. "Child, you possess a remarkable affinity for magic, even in the realm of humanity. Children endowed with magical talent are a rarity. In a sprawling metropolis of millions, there may be fewer than 1,000 who awaken and hone their magical skills, including those from powerful bloodlines and royal families. Should you someday become a magic wielder, you will come to understand that the knowledge you acquire now will be a substantial treasure." I felt somewhat dizzy, pondering the intentions of this old orc sage. Many sorcerers prioritize herbalism and alchemy, subjects that may have become commonplace in human dark magic academies. I had visited several magical institutions and witnessed comprehensive discussions on the value and properties of herbs within the human world. However, few wizards venture into the craft of leatherworking. During my time at the renowned Sloyd Ivory Tower Academy, famed for its extensive library, I sought to explore the correlation between animal hide textures and magical arrays, but regrettably found no answers. Old Kulu spoke at length, but only his words, "Child, you possess a remarkable affinity for magic," lingered in my mind. My heavens, perhaps one day I could become a mysterious sorcerer? The thought was exhilarating. Imagining myself wielding a crystal wand, charging into a throng of monsters, and exclaiming, "Shatter, shatter, shatter," to freeze all surrounding beasts into shards of ice. It was a thrilling prospect. This was far more promising than my days spent in a grand hotel, slicing potatoes and carving radish flowers. I resolved to heed old Kulu's advice and learn leatherworking from Fred, for such skills are never excessive. After scrubbing the saddle thoroughly, I meticulously cleaned my leather coat inside and out, hanging it on a tether outside the tent. Once dry, a layer of lanolin would restore the coat to a like-new condition, providing warmth and moisture resistance. I then took out the spices I had painstakingly gathered and laid them out, peppercorns, dried chilies, star anise, cumin, on the tent to air dry. As I busied myself organizing the tent for the evening and preparing cooking utensils and seasonings for the guinea pigs Cuz was about to catch, I noticed old Kulu and the steward, Leipas, conversing atop a dirt mound, seated on a crumbling limestone rock, discussing me. This child always manages to uncover what we tend to overlook. I doubt even the royal apothecaries of the human empire could fathom how these humble herbs can transform food into something delectable. I must concede, there is a certain creativity inherent in humanity, old Kulu remarked. Indeed, old friend, I find myself increasingly fond of this lad. Diligent, humble, honest, and brave, these virtues in a mere 7-year-old are remarkable. I am genuinely curious which ancient lineage instills such qualities in a child before they reach the age of 5, imprinting them upon their hearts as if innate. Leipas, with hawk-like eyes, gently twirled his fine black beard. Leipas, do you suppose he hails from a family with a heritage of fire magic? What could have transpired for them to forsake such a bloodline? Have your inquiries yielded any clues? Old Kulu inhaled deeply. This is indeed a challenge, my friend. That region is consumed by the flames of the forest. To the east lies the territory of King Stan, and to the west, the desert of death. To the north, the wild glaciers and tundra dominate. And within a 3,000-mile radius, no land belongs to human lords. We lack any leads regarding his origins. Nevertheless, I believe he will require a formal education at a magic academy. A proficient sorcerer must possess a solid foundation in magical knowledge to advance further. You, after all, are a shaman, While there are many commonalities among magical elements, they are tailored for beastkind. Jija must attend a human magic academy. Leipas caressed the smooth bronze hilt of a finely crafted Roman sword, its exquisite fish-scale pattern indicative of a masterful dwarven artisan's work. I wonder which magic academy on the continent would accept a homeless wanderer without any identity. Perhaps I should write a letter of recommendation to my old friend? This return to the tribe may be my last chance for such wanderings. I must cultivate the talents of some Orcish children while I still can. Finding magical aptitude among orc children is a daunting task. There's no need for such complexity. I will arrange it. I shall take him to a suitable city, as long as he secures formal employment and resides there for 3 years. He will attain citizenship and be permitted to participate in the magic awakening ceremony organized by the city's elementary magic school, Leipas stated. And old Kulu's face seemed to relax slightly. That would suffice. In early September, at the easternmost edge of the New Yachis Mountains, where they converge with the northwestern Pai Plateau, lies a verdant prairie. Here, the undulating expanse of the New Yachis Mountains comes to an end. Numerous streams, fed by the melting glaciers of the New Yachis, converge to form dozens of lakes, large and small, across this modest expanse. Prior to the onset of summer, millions of northward migrating unicorn buffalo will traverse this land, trampling it into barrenness. Only in the early spring, before their arrival, do the merchant caravans choose this route. Presently, it is a haven for various small creatures. I lay quietly among the grass, completely still, even regulating my breathing. Beside me, a large bag was propped against a fist-sized hole, its opening camouflaged with grass. The bag, 2 feet square at its mouth, tapered inward, ensuring that any guinea pig that ventured inside would be unable to escape. Cuz was responsible for filling in the remaining holes with a shovel. A task only an experienced individual could manage. Miss one hole, and capturing a single guinea pig would be impossible. After sealing nearby burrows, Cuz ignited a pile of prepared cow dung at a deliberately left mouse hole, the flames roaring higher. Once the time was right, Cuz tossed a heap of white powder into the fire, and in an instant, thick black smoke billowed, mingled with the pungent scent of burning wolf dung. Observing that the wolf dung had fully ignited, Cuz covered the fire and the mouse hole with a damp burlap cloth, grinning at me as he whispered, "Jija, keep the bag steady, don't let it tip." "All right," I responded, equally excited. Despite the age of my spirit, when my youthful body lay in the grass, I felt a surge of exhilaration, tinged with anxiety, fearing that the guinea pigs, as large as rabbits, might burst forth and I would be unable to hold the bag. The thick smoke poured into the burrow, and soon wisps of smoke began rising from every patch of grass. Before I could think further, a sudden rustle echoed as a small, yellowish creature lunged forth from the hole, unable to change direction, and dove straight into the bag. Following closely, 2 more scurried out in quick succession. I clutched the bag's opening tightly, fully focused, not daring to lose concentration. The guinea pig, as large as a rabbit, darted about inside the bag. Fortunately, Cuz, concerned about potential chaos on my end, had secured the cloth bag firmly to the ground with wooden wedges. I took a wooden stick and delivered a few forceful strikes to the unruly guinea pigs that were still desperately searching for an escape, effectively subduing them. Squatting beside the cloth bag trap, I reflected on the fact that I was merely 7 years old, a time when I would have been crying and tugging at my mother's skirt, utterly unwilling to attend school. Blissfully unaware. Yet now, I found myself preoccupied with the quest for sustenance, enduring the burning pain coursing through my body, and striving to integrate into this team with utmost diligence, attempting to grasp the intricacies of this enigmatic magical realm. I realized that I was ultimately afraid of death, which compelled me to tread cautiously and strive to survive. During this period, I encountered some kind-hearted individuals, Teacher Kulu, Cuz, Fred, Butler Leipas, and others in the caravan, all of whom were exceedingly amiable. Old Kulu not only rescued me but also illuminated the path I should tread in the future. His words filled me with hope and courage. Whether this life was a stroke of fortune or misfortune, I found it difficult to articulate in that moment. Cuz's voice called out from a distance, pulling me back from my reverie. "Jija, some guinea pigs are escaping." I hastily discarded the stick and righted the skewed bag. At that moment, a dozen or so guinea pigs had already rushed into the bag, while a few stragglers squeezed through a gap on the other side and bolted across the grassy expanse. They leaped several meters in a single bound, disappearing into the vast prairie in mere moments. It appeared that the burrow Cuz had discovered belonged to a large family of guinea pigs. More and more guinea pigs emerged from the choking smoke, some staggering out of the hole, as if inebriated, collapsing at the entrance. Their furry bodies appeared unnaturally stiff, and their hind legs kicked weakly as they began to convulse. These guinea pigs had succumbed to suffocation, and I suspected that none would live to emerge from the depths of the burrow. Cuz approached with an iron rod, bending its tip, and used it to fish out the suffocated guinea pigs from the burrow. His furry face was blackened by smoke, save for his bright eyes, which sparkled with delight, revealing the sharp canines characteristic of his wolf tribe heritage when he smiled. Our endeavor had yielded remarkable success. We had captured 27 guinea pigs, each as sizable as a wild rabbit. We secured the bag to a long wooden pole and lifted it, two of us carrying it towards the campsite. Along the way, Cuz and I deliberated about treating the caravan's members to a stew. Without a moment's hesitation, Cuz agreed. Initially, I had intended to fry the guinea pigs, but I had not anticipated capturing so many, and the oil I had prepared was insufficient. Thus, I had to alter our menu on the spot, opting for a stew instead, which was simpler. Now that it was early spring, unlike winter, any surplus meat could be frozen. At this time of year, fresh meat could spoil within a few days. It was better to invite everyone to share a meal. From a distance, I spotted old Kulu squatting on a dirt mound beside the campsite. His face, lined with wrinkles, held an indescribable allure as he sat quietly. A rough roll of hand-rolled tobacco clutched between his lips. However, this journey had been long, and old Kulu's supply was limited. This particular tobacco, said to possess a slightly sour flavor akin to sea buckthorn, could only be found on the Pai Plateau. Presumably, now that he was close to home, he no longer felt the need to conserve his precious tobacco. Upon seeing us return safely, Kulu slowly descended the dirt mound and, upon noticing the contents of the bag, expressed surprise. "You caught so many. What good fortune you two have. Grandfather, Jijia and I would like to treat everyone in the caravan to a hearty dinner. We wish for them to taste Jijia's specialty," Cuz inquired cautiously, resembling a timid quail before old Kulu. The customs of the Beastman tribe differed greatly from those of humans. Despite living in this caravan for 3 full years, Cuz still bore an inherent wariness towards humans, a remnant of his tribal upbringing that was not easily altered. Old Kulu regarded me with a hint of surprise and satisfaction. He had been endeavoring to help Cuz assimilate into human society. I knew that old Kulu wished for the young Cuz to one day explore the grand human cities at the heart of the continent. But if Cuz maintained a mindset of rejection, such opportunities would be indefinitely delayed. Every beastman aspiring to become a tribal leader must possess foresight, which is cultivated through experience and exposure. However, old Kulu hesitated, pondering for a moment before asking Cuz, "Since you wish to treat the caravan to stew, do you know how many people there are? Will your catch be sufficient to feed everyone? Have you considered how much food to prepare?" "Oh, right. Jijia. There are so many people. Our guinea pigs might not be enough," Cuz exclaimed, struck by the realization a math problem was indeed a challenge for a 12-year-old beastman. During my time learning herbalism under old Kulu, I had already familiarized myself with the number of individuals in the caravan. In truth, this large caravan comprised 3 independent groups. The 2 smaller adventuring parties each consisted of merely 27 members, and they typically led the caravan, only returning to the main group during resupply. The Thunder Rhino team, led by butler Leipas, was the true caravan, with a total of 203 members and an additional 70 massive Thunder Rhinos. Following closely behind were 13 enchanted ironskin carts. The Green Empire dance troupe merely traveled alongside our caravan, and their numbers far exceeded ours. However, they had their own cook and enjoyed much better food than we did. I had glimpsed a young lady in white sitting beside a cart, her slender legs dangling as she playfully teased a calf nearby, her laughter ringing out like silver bells. I stepped forward to clarify, "Our team comprises over 200 individuals. For dinner, we might need 200 loaves of black bread. Cousin, I need not worry about that. We just need to ensure we can prepare enough stew for 200 people. Our catch of 27 guinea pigs is insufficient. Just yesterday, Cuz caught 7 mountain chickens, which we still have hidden in our tent. Additionally, we gathered over 50 mountain chicken eggs, and I also plan to add some noodles and pork to the stew." "Noodles? Are those the coarse ropes you made from the yams a while back?" Cuz seemed somewhat skeptical about my noodles, as he held a strong aversion to yams, a plant considered fit only for the lowest slaves even among the Beastman tribes. Clearly, Cuz was concerned about me incorporating those yam-based noodles into our meal, and he quickly suggested, perhaps we should add some tree rice instead. It would taste better. I could also ask butler Leipas for a sack of tree rice. Alternatively, there are many wild root vegetables sprouting in the fields, which would make for a delightful addition to the pot. In an effort to convince him to include my yam noodles, I leaned in and whispered, "Brother, do you not trust my cooking?" Due to my diminutive stature, I had to stretch on my tiptoes to embrace Cuz, who towered over me. Cuz blinked awkwardly and replied, "Just make sure to give me extra meat when serving. Rest assured, when the time comes, you'll have your fill," I declared confidently, patting my chest. At the easternmost edge of the campsite, adjacent to the lake, there was a row of large stone ovens, each fitted with 10 enormous iron pots, each measuring over 2 meters in diameter. 6 of these pots belonged to the dance troupe, while 4 belonged to our caravan. The cooks in the dance troupe had to stand on the edge of the ovens, wielding shovels to stir the contents. In contrast, the cooks in our caravan had a much easier task. Each day, we consumed black bread, merely needing to boil water in the pots, adding some dried vegetables and salt, and occasionally some jerky. This meal was referred to as dried vegetable soup. During that era, I perceived the concoction as more akin to a salted medicinal broth, decidedly unpalatable. Unless driven by extreme hunger, I would invariably opt for the simplicity of black bread and plain water. Conversely, Cuz exhibited no such fastidiousness, consuming copious amounts of the broth with evident relish. Observing my aversion to the dried vegetable soup, old Kulu occasionally escorted Cuz on hunting expeditions, procuring fresh meat for my sustenance. Upon hearing our request, the steward, Leipas, offered no immediate response. Instead, he led us to the hearth, seized a spatula that towered over my own stature, and posed a challenge. Jija, you aspire to prepare a repast for everyone. If you can wield this spatula without mishap, I shall grant your wish. A closer inspection of the gargantuan spatula revealed a wooden handle, rendered lustrous by the permeation of grease, nearly as thick as my arm. My eyes widened in astonishment as I grasped the implement with both hands, inhaling deeply, and exerted all my strength in a futile attempt to lift the ponderous utensil. Beyond the culinary staff of the troop and the cooks of the caravan, a throng of idle onlookers congregated near the hearth. The caravan had established camp early, seeking respite by the lakeside to adequately prepare for the ascent into the Pai Plateau. In the languid afternoon ambience, members of the caravan sought solace in the balmy spring air, basking in the rare agreeable weather outside their tents, spying the assembly near the lake. Others were drawn to the scene. Ah, it's young Jija. Mind you don't let the spatula crush your toes. Pray tell, whose child is that? The little tyke still suckles. Does he not? How could Master Leipas permit him to handle such a weighty implement? The murmurs of the crowd swelled as they observed my unsuccessful attempts to manipulate the spatula, culminating in a chorus of laughter. Privately, however, those privy to the situation elucidated that the caravan's apothecary, old Kulu, had brought 2 children with the intention of providing a delectable meal for all. Subsequently, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of speculation regarding the evening's culinary offerings. I felt a pang of embarrassment, having underestimated the sheer magnitude and heft of the spatula. I estimated its weight to exceed 30 kilograms, a feat of manipulation that would have challenged even my prime physical condition in a prior life. A moment of hesitation washed over me as I contemplated soliciting assistance. At that juncture, Cuz, without preamble, extended a hand, grasped the wooden handle, and effortlessly raised the spatula as if wielding a fly swatter, inquiring with guileless candor, Jija, is this implement heavy? Ah, Az, you possess remarkable strength. I stammered in bewilderment. Heretofore, Cuz had never overtly displayed his extraordinary prowess. In moments of youthful exuberance, I would playfully tussle with Cuz atop the rhinoceros's back, even pinning him down, eliciting pleas for mercy. Cuz would invariably concede defeat with hearty laughter. At the time, I entertained no particular notion, assuming his strength to be marginally greater than my own. Perhaps distinguished by superior speed, endurance, arboreal agility, and leaping prowess. Even during our recent expedition to hunt guinea pigs, I labored under the illusion that our efforts in transporting the quarry were equally shared. Yet, in retrospect, I reverted to my habitual predilection for self-aggrandizement. Conceiving myself as possessing formidable strength, I surmised that even a fraction of the guinea pig's collective weight would have been beyond my unaided capacity. It now dawned on me that Cuz had borne the lion's share of the burden, while I, in my obliviousness, had failed to perceive the disparity. I promptly addressed Steward Leipas. Venerable Leipas, does this signify that we may commence our endeavor? Perhaps I could undertake ancillary tasks, such as washing meat or fetching water. Cuz, in truth, is a veritable culinary artisan. Leipas, his slender eyes crinkling in amusement, cast a glance at Cuz and me before turning to address a corpulent cook, his personage besmirched with grease, named Onlu. The responsibility for tonight's stew shall be entrusted to these 2 youths. I have but one stipulation. Fatty, you are to ensure their safety. Should any untoward incident befall either of them, you shall incur my wrath. Furthermore, I guarantee that you shall be deprived of any medical ministrations for the remainder of the journey. Do you comprehend? The obese cook, Onlu, his rotund face a tapestry of wrinkles, dabbed at the oily perspiration on his brow with a handkerchief of indeterminate hue. Emerging from the throng, he endeavored to retract his protuberant abdomen, assuring Steward Leipas with a rueful countenance, Master Steward, rest assured, I shall vigilantly safeguard these lads. Observing Cuz's evident eagerness to interject, I firmly grasped his sleeve. With Steward Leipas's departure and the dispersal of the crowd, leaving only Cuz and me in possession of the spatula, I confided in Cuz. I shall orchestrate the proceedings, but your strength shall be indispensable. After all, we are tasked with preparing supper for over 200 souls. Even a single dish would prove beyond my solitary capacity. Upon hearing my pronouncement, the tension etched upon Cuz's hirsute visage dissipated, and he exhaled audibly. Stewing meat is beyond my ken, but I possess ample strength. Direct me as you will, Jija, and I shall exert myself accordingly. 5. Palatability. Steward Leipas further augmented our prospects by dispatching a haunch of wild boar ribs, an addition that filled me with jubilation. Originally, I had contemplated utilizing wild fowl and guinea pig meat as substitutes for pork, but the inclusion of the boar ribs would undoubtedly elevate the stew to new heights of gustatory delight. As for the presence of glass noodles, It stemmed from Cuz's recent acquisition of a basket of ground potatoes, a commodity replete with starch, which, upon extended storage, acquired a subtle sweetness. While typically relegated to the sustenance of slaves, numerous Orcish tribes also stockpiled this prolific foodstuff during years of scarcity as a surrogate for grain. Cuz relished consuming them raw, finding them both satiating and thirst-quenching, possessing a crisp texture. Later, I discerned a resemblance to sweet potatoes, albeit distinguished by an exceptionally thick rind, necessitating the use of a cleaver to penetrate the indurate exterior and access the succulent root within. The sight of these sweet potato-esque ground potatoes evoked a cascade of recollections from my childhood. In those impecunious times, even the preparation of dumplings during the Lunar New Year strained the family's meager resources. With a large family to sustain, my mother would procure a large vat in autumn, filling it with mashed sweet potatoes, inundating them with water, and ceaselessly agitating the mixture. Subsequently, she would meticulously filter out the sweet potato dregs, allowing the water to settle in the vat, and then decant the clear liquid, leaving behind the purest form of sweet potato starch at the bottom. The damp starch would then be transferred to a small, perforated pot, allowing the starch slurry to trickle through the apertures into boiling water, transforming into glass noodles. These noodles would then be laid out on a steaming rack to dry, preserving them until the following summer. During the Lunar New Year festivities, even in the absence of abundant meat, the inclusion of shredded radishes, glass noodle ends, a modicum of dried shrimp, and a dough composed of cornmeal and wheat flour in a ratio of 3 to 7 would yield a delectable repast of stuffed vegetable buns. During the New Year's Eve feast, even if the dumplings contained scant meat, the addition of glass noodles would prove equally felicitous. In my later years, perhaps as a consequence of childhood deprivation, I became a chef. Yet, thenceforth, no dish would ever replicate the flavors of my childhood. In this new world, all my endeavors had been directed towards substantiating a singular truth. I remained alive. I was still the same individual, albeit bereft of anyone who could comprehend the solitude within my heart. I yearned for those individuals and events, fearing that I would gradually forget them. I sought to preserve them. Hence my impulse to fashion glass noodles upon witnessing Cuz consuming ground potatoes as a testament to myself. Thus, Cuz and I produced a bag of glass noodles. Cuz regarded the noodles with curiosity, but as they were derived from ground potatoes, a foodstuff commonly associated with pejorative connotations when offered to members of the caravan, it was akin to branding him as a slave, prisoner, pariah, or impoverished vagrant. Consequently, I harbored reservations when I resolved to prepare a dish of meat simmered with this abundance of noodles. Jija, are we truly capable of this? Indeed, Cuz. Procure and prepare the guinea pigs, but this time, let us eschew the entrails. The sheer quantity of guinea pigs renders us incapable of processing them all. Understood, Jija. But what if the others discover that we are feeding them noodles? Cuz, remember this. The vermicelli is the essence of starch meticulously extracted from various plants. It's incredibly delicious and nutritious. I was hastily indoctrinating Cuz, knowing that if the caravan people discovered I was offering them sweet potatoes, I'd be in dire straits. Sweet potatoes are typically slave food in human society, only brought out as sustenance during times of famine. All right, vermicelli, is this stuff really edible? Cuz. I drawled out his name. Okay. It's delectable, delicious. Absolutely. Jiga, how about we make a meat broth? Look at all this meat we have. We have more than enough to simmer a pot. Actually, I think we should add some tree rice. That stuff is fantastic. Cuz, drool dangling from his chin, was peeling a guinea pig with a small, lewd-looking knife, attempting to persuade me to alter the recipe. This was definitely out of the question. I had been eagerly anticipating this dish for ages, and now that I had the opportunity, there was no way I was giving it up. Furthermore, questioning a chef's culinary expertise was an absolute insult to me, and I couldn't tolerate it. The portly cook, Uncle Onlu, was squatting by the edge of the stove, his eyes wide as saucers, watching Cuz and me. He would hear every word we said, so I was concerned that if he stayed with us too long, Cuz, with his loose tongue, might spill the beans. I wanted to send him away for a bit, so I said, "Oh, dear Uncle Onlu, look how dirty this iron pot is. Could you fetch a bucket of water and help us scrub it?" I feigned a cute tone to implore the cook. Upon hearing this, the portly cook Onlu initially seemed reluctant, but after a moment of consideration, his enormous toad-like eyes darted around, and he immediately agreed. He smiled and said, "It would be an honor to assist you. Just promise me you two little rascals won't climb on the stove without permission. Master Leipas has tasked me with looking after you two. Uncle Onlu, I'll take care of myself. And I'll keep an eye on Cuz and take good care of him too." I patted my little chest to reassure him. The portly Onlu seemed somewhat dubious, but he didn't refuse. He waddled off towards the nearby lake, his obese belly protruding, muttering something under his breath while carrying 2 enormous wooden buckets. Holding the guinea pig by its round ears, a gentle tap on the back of its head would kill it instantly, although this method wouldn't allow the blood to drain, resulting in a slightly darker hue to the meat. With the guinea pig's incisors hooked onto a thin string, Cuz deftly used his small carving knife to peel off the fur. He was highly skilled at this, and before I could even register his movements, he had already removed the complete pelt and set it aside, saying to me, "Jiga, let's make a mattress out of this fur. It's moisture-proof and warm." The guinea pig meat needed to be soaked in cold water for a while to remove the earthy taste. The exquisite cleaver in my hand was one of the three-piece knife set given to me by Fred, along with a peeling knife shaped like a bull's horn and a dagger as sharp as a stinger. The dagger was used for killing large animals, such as antelopes. As long as the dagger was inserted into the chest cavity through the gap in the collarbone, even I could take down a sheep tied to a tree. These 3 knives were kept in a small leather sheath, which I had been preserving meticulously. The bright red guinea pig meat was chopped into fist-sized chunks, which gradually formed a small mountain of meat in the copper basin. I also had 7 wild mountain chickens, which I had originally intended to smoke and make a bit of cured meat for Cuz to try, but now I had to change my mind and contribute them. Adding some chicken to the guinea pig meat would make it exceptionally delicious. At this moment, the cooks from the dance troupe returned from the lake one after another, carrying enormous wooden buckets and basins. The dance troupe's meals had always been more exquisite and delicious than those of the trade caravan, with a wider variety of options. Occasionally, some of the wealthier drivers in the trade caravan would offer some copper coins in exchange for food from the dance troupe's cooks. Fred had once treated me to a box of sweet japonica rice. Their large wooden basins were filled with tender shepherd's purse, washed clean, with water droplets still clinging to the leaves. There was also a large basin of mutton. The cooks weren't very old, but each of them was strong enough to carry 2 wooden buckets of water without much effort. They walked towards the stove, chatting and laughing. A tall woman with fair skin, a few freckles on her face, and blue eyes, who appeared to be in her 30s, stared at me and asked, "Where's that fat Onlu? Who told you to come here and play little ones?" Uncle Onlu went to the lake to fetch water. "We're here preparing the food for dinner. With Master Leipas's permission, my partner Cuz and I are going to treat everyone in the trade caravan to a stew. Look, these are the guinea pigs we caught. They're very plump." I straightened up, holding a bloody guinea pig by its hind leg and smiling at the woman in front of me, even though I didn't even know her name. "You're very bold? Are you a disciple of the Kuru witch doctor?" The woman's words were ambiguous, neither a question nor a compliment. Without waiting for a response, she walked to another large pot and placed the wooden bucket in her hand on the ground. I could only nod in the air. It seemed she just needed to know that Cuz and I weren't here to cause trouble and had no intention of engaging in further conversation. This might be the pride of a cook. Is he the child the old beast man from the trade caravan picked up? Wasn't he supposed to be very small? He's quite good looking. The women passed by me, gossiping, with some occasionally glancing at me. It seemed they knew of my existence. Perhaps because they found it odd that the trade caravan would send 2 children to cook, and they were very curious about Cuz and me. One woman, with a face resembling a knife cut and smelling strongly of scallions, even ran up to me and stared at me intently, making me feel a little uneasy. She was then given a stern look by the strong woman and reluctantly moved back to the others. The dance troupe's dinner was very lavish. Also because they had set up camp early today, as they would soon be traveling along the long mountain road into the Pai Plateau. Before that, they would rest by the lush lake for 2 days. I saw a slightly plump, fair-skinned woman pour water from the lake into a large pot, roll up her sleeves to reveal her fair, rounded arms, and carefully stack chunks of washed mutton from a large wooden basin into the pot. Others were starting a fire below, and some were sprinkling tender green wild onions into the soup pot. The women in the troop were more adept at conserving fuel. After leaving the mountains, it would be difficult to find enough dry wood or hay on the grasslands. Some dried rhinoceros dung was also a high-quality fuel. But these things were also scarce and needed to be used as sparingly as possible. So everyone worked quickly and efficiently, with clear divisions of labor and excellent coordination. Seeing the joyful smiles on their faces, I knew that the dance troupe's life made them feel happy. I thought to myself, happiness may not be lacking in any corner of the world. The key is whether one can discover it. Cuz was very happy. He was still staring at the guinea pigs that had been skinned, drooling over the pork ribs and mountain chicken chunks in the copper basin. When he saw me looking over, he quickly averted his gaze and began to obediently tan the hides. Cuz told me that guinea pig fur wasn't considered a valuable pelt, but it was perfect for making sleeping bags, as it was warm and waterproof and didn't take up much space when rolled up. Many humans like to use guinea pig fur to make sleeping bags when traveling. I asked, what kind of sleeping bags do beast men like? Wolf beast men like to sleep on cowhide. These warm guinea pig furs are mostly sold to human travelers and merchants. One sleeping bag can be exchanged for 100 white bread rolls, Cuz said proudly. Then shook the bloody guinea pig fur in his hand and draped it on a wooden pole. My grandpa said these guinea pig furs are enough to make a sleeping bag for you, Jiga. Do I require a sleeping bag? I find it quite astonishing that even amidst the harsh winters of the Dwarven realm, the New Yachis Mountains, I do not necessitate an additional fur coat. The fire poison within me inclines me towards cooler climes. Recently, the warm, humid southeast winds have rendered my body quite uncomfortable. and I had never anticipated that I would need a warm sleeping bag at night. Cuz pondered this and could not comprehend why someone like me, who was never cold, would require such a thing, yet stubbornly asserted, "Grandfather said it was for you? It must be right." With all the ingredients prepared, I began to chop a wild onion known as brain bang and purple-skinned ginger into segments, cuz brought over 2 clay pots from my pack. These pots had once belonged to Uncle Fred's wine cask, but after the wine had been consumed, I appropriated them for storage. One contained pure animal fat, while the other held half a jar of honey. As I opened the pot, Cuz gazed at me in surprise. "How do you still have honey? Didn't you eat the honey when you took your medicine?" "I am not averse to bitterness, so I naturally saved it." "This is quite rare," I replied. "Here's a little secret. When stewing meat, add a few drops of honey to the pot, just a few drops, and the flavor becomes exquisite." I proudly shared my secret with Cuz, who had once ventured into the depths of the mountains to find this jar of honey, returning with a sweat from a slumbering earth bear that had left him bloodied and bruised. That day, as I watched Cuz climb onto the thunder rhinoceros, clutching chunks of beeswax, I was utterly stunned. This fellow even had the audacity to make a face at me. Thus, I often muse that friendship is priceless. The dung of the thunder rhinoceros, when ignited, exudes a faint aroma of fresh grass. The entire jar of milky white lard gradually melted in the pot, and as the oil heated, it began to emit copious amounts of smoke. Cuz had never witnessed such a cooking method before. He stretched his neck to peer into the pot, anxiously shouting, "Gigia, the pot is smoking. Is it going to burn?" When Cuz was anxious, he would resort to speaking in Orcish. I beckoned Cuz to help me pour whole chunks of meat into the large iron pot. The fresh meat slid down the pot's edge, sizzling as it hit the scalding hot oil. Thereafter, Cuz began to follow my instructions, standing on the cooking platform, wielding a shovel to stir the meat, while I held an array of small bowls, tossing in the crushed brain bang, segments of wild ginger, and some herbs reminiscent of wild Sichuan pepper. Finally, I added some honey, and upon noticing Cuz's slightly pained expression, I decided to cease my additions. When the cooks from the dance troupe noticed we had begun cooking, Cuz and I had already brought the meat to a state of tenderness and removed its gamey odor, throwing in a plethora of seasonings. We then poured 2 large barrels of clear water into the pot. I instructed Cuz to tend to the fire while I handled the vermicelli. Uncle Onlu had already fetched water upon seeing our bustling activity. He relished the leisure of the moment, mingling with the cooks from the dance troupe, ingratiating himself with 2 young cooks while leaning close to the disheveled, unkempt face of a middle-aged woman. Clearly, the cooks were familiar with the rotund Uncle Onlu, though they did not grant him a warm reception. One young woman, whose eyes resembled bells and whose face was sharp, even mocked Uncle Onlu. "So, Fatten, can't you even manage the cook's duties? Lord Leipas would rather employ 2 children than have you. Do you think your soup is too dreadful to eat? I heard you used to raise pigs in the countryside. Is that true? Bah, who dares to speak ill of me behind my back? My cooking is not bad. The caravan has always prepared meals this way, dried meat and wild vegetable soup paired with dark bread. That's the flavor." Uncle Onlu cast a glance my way, and upon seeing me focused on washing the vermicelli, he lowered his voice. "Cuz and Gigia are the old caravan healers prod GS. These 2 are diligent. They've often helped with brewing medicinal soups. They are good kids. They even caught a bag of guinea pigs in that grassland to stew for our caravan. What a treat." "Oh, I helped a bit too. I just fetched water for them. They're too small to carry it." The afternoon sun bathed the entire camp in warmth, and nearby, a small mountain of grain sacks stood, where many people leaned against them, basking in the sunlight. Where there are people, there is chatter. The cooks gathered around the fire, gradually congregating to converse about various matters. Uncle Onlu was quite talkative, though somewhat unseemly. He was quite the conversationalist, often inadvertently sharing a risque joke. Yet the women paid it little mind, laughing and playfully scolding him. The fragrance of lamb began to waft from the large pot, and before long, the meat would be ready. The lamb soup had started to turn cloudy, with oily bubbles swirling within, while on the other side, a flat stone griddle was sizzling thin pancakes, the fine white flour gradually turning golden, releasing the distinctive aroma of wheat. Such luxurious white flour was absent from our caravan. Only the dancers of the troupe could afford such delicacies. Cuz, with his rear in the air, wielded a charred stick, striving to ensure the dung burned thoroughly. As the aroma of our guinea pig stew began to fill the air, a scent reminiscent of a long-forgotten memory, one I had not inhaled in ages, now wafting through the air, sending delightful tingles through my joints. Cuz evidently caught the enticing aroma as well, fueling his efforts at the fire. Under Cuz's mournful gaze, I tossed an entire bundle of vermicelli into the pot. At that moment, I could almost fathom his inner thoughts. "Gigia, can we refrain from adding that? Braised meat with vermicelli?" 6. Vermicelli for fine wine. At the easternmost extremity of the New Yachis Mountains lies a vast expanse of fertile grassland spanning hundreds of square kilometers. A journey of 70 kilometers southeast along the edge of the grassland leads one to the foot of the Pai Plateau. The early spring nights of September are graced by the southeastern winds, rendering the vast grassland exceptionally chilly. The camp is alight with several bonfires, and most of the caravan's members gather around these fires, a rare moment of relaxation, if fortune permits. One might witness the young dancers of the troupe emerging to perform their newly choreographed dances, eliciting cheers from all around. Whether it be a simple step or a few lines sung, it matters not, for no one here will mock or deride. Those who do so would be expelled from the camp by Lord Leipas, never to return until the fires have extinguished. Many of the drivers still don thick sheepskin coats. Yet the prolonged winter and lengthy travels rendered the men of the caravan resemble a band of foul-smelling beggars. These odorous men would form two groups, and at such times, Lord Pilas would also join in to chat, always wearing a gentle smile. Even in the face of the most amusing tales, he never erupted into hearty laughter. For he was a man of great composure. He bore no disdain for you, even if you had not bathed in over a year. With the collar and cuffs of your coat worn and grimy, he would still engage you with warmth. The women of the dance troupe would gather separately, laughing and sharing their evening meal. They rarely mixed with the men, even if one of the dancers found a lover during this lonely journey. She would never dare to sit openly with him. The matriarch of the troupe was always strict regarding such matters, and the rules within the troupe were absolute. It was only during these dusky evenings that the renowned dancers of the troupe would emerge from the caravans. For it was said that among this troupe of over 300, there were more than 30 women known as dance masters. Uncle Fred had encountered a grand dancer named Shio Shio, who was said to be exquisitely beautiful in every aspect. Her skin resembled the smoothness of mutton fat jade. Her eyes sparkled like clear lake waters, and her eyebrows were akin to the distant, faintly outlined mountains of the Pai Plateau. These enchanting women only emerged at night to breathe the cool air. I had long yearned for an opportunity to sneak into the dance troupe and witness the beauty within that world, yet I never found the courage. Fearing the consequences of being caught, the repercussions of making a mistake within the merchant group could be unbearable, I cherished everything I currently possessed. The women dined on lamb soup and cold wild vegetables, each accompanied by a golden brown flatbread. The aroma of the meat soup wafted far and wide, mingling with the enticing scent of the flatbreads. Often, members of the merchant group would succumb to the temptation of the food and exchange their coins for leftover provisions from the dance troupe. The troupe's esteemed leader seldom intervened, deeming it acceptable for the women to trade saved food for imperial coins. However, tonight was a notable exception. The troupe had received some fresh antelope meat, a gift from the mercenaries who had procured it during the day, perhaps merely to elicit a smile from a certain dancer. Such a journey did not afford the luxury of fresh meat daily, even for the exalted like Lord Pales or the high-ranking dancers. At these feasts, men from the merchant group would trade their meager coins for bowls of steaming, delectable meat soup or aromatic flatbreads. Yet tonight was different. All the men in the merchant camp indulged in rough black bread, while each copper basin before them overflowed with stewed meat. The tender, succulent meat mingled with translucent noodles, releasing an aroma of savory sweetness that nearly captivated everyone. A basin-sized piece of black bread, paired with a small bowl of braised meat and noodles, could nearly satiate an adult man to the point of being immobile, leaving him to recline by the campfire, savoring the dish's delightful softness. Once the main course and bread filled their bellies, each man held a bowl of lightly fragrant vegetable soup, gulping down the hot liquid, beads of sweat forming on their brows. This delightful evening seemed less cold than before. The topic of conversation among the men in the camp centered around the delicious dinner. Old Kuru, the orc, sat quietly outside his tent, where a small coal stove was lit. He perched on a stone stool, always with a pot of herbal soup warming on the stove, while a basin of braised meat and noodles simmered nearby. I was already so full that I could not manage even a grain of rice, and Kuz lay sprawled on a hard leather mat, groaning from his own fullness. Old Kuru, resembling a weathered stone, sat silently before the coal stove until he finally looked up at me, a flicker of emotion passing through his murky, yellowed eyes, and asked in Orcish, "Did you come up with this?" I shook my head honestly, gazing at the steaming delicacy on the stove, and replied, "I do not know why. It seems like a flavor from my memories, as if an invisible hand has been guiding me. I do not even need to think hard to know how to prepare it. It is quite delicious, is it not? I could only attribute this to divine guidance, as I found it inexplicable and somewhat perplexing. When I found you, you were so small." Old Kuru spread his hands to demonstrate. "At that time, you couldn't even speak, neither in the imperial tongue nor in Orcish or Dwarvish. I knew you could not comprehend any of it. Your bone age indicated you were almost 5 years old. I thought you were perhaps not very bright and had not learned any language. I even suspected this was one of the reasons you were abandoned." I found myself at a loss for words, my voice caught in my throat, ultimately remaining silent. Later, I discovered that both your innate talent and your capacity for understanding and learning were unparalleled. Old Kuru's unabashed admiration embarrassed me. I had cheated, after all. "Jijia, do you know the significance of this for me and the orc race?" Old Kuru's gaze fixated on the glossy, braised meat and noodles, revealing a hint of excitement. Was he referring to the meat, or the noodles, or perhaps the entire dish? I was utterly bewildered. What connection could a single dish possibly have with the orc race? Yet, old Kuru had consistently praised my talent lately, which thrilled me somewhat. Bloodlines are inherited from birth, indicating that I inherently began at a higher starting point than others. It felt akin to having a cheat code in a game. While others struggled, I excelled effortlessly, gaining experience and equipment, thus leveling up rapidly. Teacher, I truly did not do much. I speak plainly. I do not consider myself exceptional. I continued. In fact, Cuz has also been a tremendous help. And we are pleased with everyone's recognition. Though Cuz could hardly move due to his fullness, he eagerly nodded along, desperate for old Kuru's approval, exclaiming, Grandfather, I contributed significantly. However, he could not resist adding, but really, this noodle dish is incredibly delicious. Cuz's inability to control his tongue created a palpable tension in the air. As if time itself had come to a standstill. My chest tightened, rendering me breathless, my heart momentarily halting. Cuz's mouth hung agape, yet no sound escaped. And we appeared frozen in a single, surreal moment. Old Kuru remained calm, seated by the stove, his hands swiftly forming intricate signs. A dim blue glow emanated from his fingers, coalescing into a complex, enigmatic pattern before him. He murmured ancient Orcish incantations, though I could discern his pronunciation clearly. The content eluded me, resembling a prayer. Oh, was that a magical array? An epiphany struck me as the blue light swirled into intricate geometric shapes, encasing our small camp within a protective dome. The ethereal glow manifested briefly before dissipating, and once it vanished, Cuz and I returned to our senses. Cuz continued his unfinished thought. How can it be so delicious? Cuz wished to elaborate further, but old Kuru's stern gaze interrupted him. Cuz, you must refrain from such talk in the future, even if we converse in Orcish. We are not the only ones who understand it within the merchant group. I knew well that the delectable noodles were derived from ground tubers, and their preparation involved certain herbal applications. They had ingeniously extracted the essence of the tuber to create a different form of food. This was not beyond the capabilities of us potion masters, rather. It had never occurred to us to do so. Historically, the mainstream societies, be they human kingdoms, dwarven realms, or elven dynasties, had rejected lower plants as food, deeming tubers and ghost mushrooms as sustenance fit only for slaves. If the people in the merchant group were to learn that these noodles were made from tubers, you two would surely face the gallows. They would not care for my perspective. You both would have violated the laws of the human realm. My child, I was astonished to learn of such implications, gazing wide-eyed at old Kuru. The monks within the temples of the human realm regarded the tuber as a plant that defiled the soul, rendering it impure and depraved. It is rather amusing that the poorest orc tribes on the Pai Plateau still rely on the tuberous plant to survive the long, frigid winters. Consequently, these tubers are consumed only by impoverished orcs and slaves. Unless one is faced with the direst circumstances, eating tubers is considered a transgression. Old Kulu's words sent a chill down my spine, and I truly wondered if anyone in the merchant caravan was aware that the noodles were made from tubers. Cuz also seemed a bit apprehensive, and with a hint of confusion, he inquired of old Kulu, Grandfather, don't we also eat these during winter? Though they may lack flavor, they are filling and quench our thirst. Aren't they quite good? At that moment, I realized that Cuz, having grown up in an orc tribe, was still oblivious to many matters. I then winked at old Kulu and remarked, in truth, we have not consumed any tubers. At this, a smile finally graced old Kulu's face. Indeed, we have not. Those noodles are, in fact, a unique gift from the beast god. They are a type of food peculiar to our orc kind. Subsequently, Cuz and I shared these Orcish delicacies with the members of the caravan, enjoying a most delightful dinner. However, I soon understood the depth of old Kulu's intentions. In that moment, he swiftly erected a magical barrier, enlightening us about the significance of tubers and noodles to the Orcish race. Old Kulu continued to elaborate extensively. The Pai Plateau inhabited by the orcs is vast, with most orcs leading a semi-nomadic lifestyle. However, this existence, reliant on the whims of nature, is highly unstable. Should they encounter large herds of sheep or cattle, the orc tribes that follow would thrive, free from concerns about sustenance, for each orc is a natural hunter. Conversely, if certain tribes lose track of wild sheep and must subsist solely on their own livestock, it becomes evidently insufficient. The protracted winter could plunge the entire tribe into famine. Thus, the wild tubers have become a vital source of sustenance during times of scarcity. No orc would ever perceive the consumption of tubers as anything but necessary. The resources of the Pai Plateau are limited, yet the orc tribes manage to sustain themselves. However, with the continual influx of human caravans bearing cotton, linen, exquisite iron utensils, refreshing wines, fine flour, and the coveted enchanted weaponry sought after by orc nobles, these goods have exchanged hands for the rare metals, gold, and silver ores accumulated by the orc tribes over centuries, as well as vast quantities of magical antelope hides and lesser herbs. It is unclear when old Kulu first noticed the increasing opulence among the orc nobility, while the common orcs descended into poverty. The exchange of abundant resources for luxury items proved of no benefit to the tribes, many orcs began to suffer from hunger, exacerbating the divide between the affluent and the destitute, which heralded catastrophe and conflict for the orc nation. The shamans became aware of this dilemma over 2 decades ago. Old Kulu has worked tirelessly to devise a means of equitable resource exchange, rather than allowing humans, dwarves, and elves to plunder their resources under the guise of peace. Commerce is a grand undertaking, and almost despairingly, Old Kulu realized that aside from rare metals, leather, herbs, and orc slaves, the outside world held little interest in the outputs of the Pai Plateau. This predicament is why Old Kulu has chosen to accompany the human caravans, willingly serving as an Orcish shaman in search of a path for the entire orc world. As I absorbed this information, a glimmer of hope flickered in the murky depths of Old Kulu's eyes. Gazing at the steaming red braised meat and noodles simmering on the mud stove, he remarked, "This dish is truly delightful." It seemed as though he was both questioning me and conversing with himself. Raising his gaze to the merriment surrounding the campfire, he turned back to me. They all relished this flavor. I discerned Old Kulu's thoughts and chuckled. Perhaps we could barter our noodles for their fine wines and other goods. Cuz, with a puzzled expression, gazed at me and Old Kulu before forlornly exclaiming, "Jijia, I wish to have another bowl of vegetable soup." Finally, I grasped the significance of the noodles for the orc tribe and how they might slightly alter the lives of impoverished orc communities. Naturally, Old Kulu envisioned numerous other methods to enhance the Orcish way of life, such as gathering royal blood grass to create a coagulant powder or crafting bone knives from the ribs of swift-winged wolves. These unique resources of the Pai Plateau had rarely garnered attention, despite being legacies preserved by orcs for millennia. Yet, scarcely any orc considered that these items could be sold to outsiders in exchange for exquisite jade combs or glass mirrors. Over the years, Old Kulu has discovered myriad methods. Yet regardless of whether they pertain to herbs or magical beasts, their inherent value remains high. Even if they are not rare, their availability is limited, far outmatched by the abundance of wild tubers. Tubers, even if offered freely to human merchant caravans, would likely be disregarded, as they are typically reserved for slaves or used as fertilizer in human realms. However, if transformed into noodles and accompanied by recipes for delectable dishes, perhaps they could pave a way forward. As cold rain fell during the night, icy droplets pattered against the leather tent, and the campfires dimmed as the caravan's members dispersed to rest. Listening to Old Kulu recount tales of the orcs, I lost track of time, and before I knew it, it was deep into the night. Cuz lay soundly asleep on the warm leather bedding, perhaps exhausted from the day's activities, snoring softly. Noticing the hour, Old Kulu dispelled the magical barrier, and in that instant, I felt a strange sensation as ethereal blue lines appeared before me. Time seemed to freeze, and those azure lines transformed into twinkling stars scattered across the night sky. I recognized this as the power of magic. Observing my unusual expression, Old Kulu inquired with concern, "What troubles you, child? What do you perceive?" "Just as before," I explained. "I saw blue lines coalescing before you into strange and intricate patterns, and just now, I witnessed those lines dissipate, but it is difficult to articulate." I struggled to convey my thoughts, as the Orcish language is inherently limited, faced with such an indescribable phenomenon. I found myself stammering. Old Kulu's murky eyes suddenly brightened, becoming piercing in the darkness, akin to 2 lanterns scanning me intently, and with an urgent, raspy tone, he urged, "Can you see those magical symbols?" I froze, instinctively nodding. I was aware that my reaction resembled that of a simpleton, yet Old Kulu's fervent demeanor startled me. He hastily drew a hexagonal magic circle in the air, and at that moment, an uncanny sensation enveloped me. Time seemed to slow, and I felt suspended in that instant. I could distinctly see the red magical lines flowing from the tip of Old Kulu's right index finger, inscribing a series of mysterious symbols at the center of the hexagram. As the magic circle reached completion, a wave of scorching heat coalesced before Old Kulu, surging directly into the night. The dark crimson flames crackled in the air, and on this chilly early spring night, the sensation was akin to stepping off an airplane in Sanya while bundled in a down jacket. A wave of warmth enveloped my body. The fiery toxins from the consumed fruit surged within me, igniting a sensation akin to being engulfed in flames. And excruciating. Searing pain permeated every inch of my flesh, akin to being roasted alive. I felt like a lobster being grilled, and the torment elicited a muffled roar. The acute sensitivity was startling. Old Kulu, alarmed, hastily inscribed another azure magic circle. Luminous azure specks instantly enveloped me, emitting delicate, chime-like sounds that coalesced into a melodic, urgent harmony, instantly cooling my body and alleviating the burning agony. Shortly after, I sat on the pelt, striving to regulate my breathing. Cuz, nearby, remained sound asleep, oblivious. Perhaps the warmth in the tent had induced a serene expression on his slumbering face. I then attentively listened as Old Kulu elucidated his astonishment. The composition of each spell necessitates a flawless fusion of internal mana, a meticulously drawn magic circle, and an incantation. Merely possessing magical power within one's body does not a mage make. It is but a prerequisite. Each magical skill mandates a unique magic circle, with more intricate patterns yielding more potent magic. Virtually all prevalent magic in the world today is rooted in the magic time relativity theory, conceived 2,000 years prior by Emperor Augurado. It was this unparalleled genius who propelled the formerly arcane art of magic to prominence, with countless mages subsequently building upon his theorems. Essentially, magic time relativity posits that prior to spellcasting, a mage can briefly halt time relative to themselves, the duration contingent upon their rank. This temporal stasis does not affect others. It solely impacts the mage. At the moment of casting, magical energy traces a fundamental pattern along the body's meridians, typically an exquisitely refined temporal matrix honed over eons. This matrix effectively freezes time for the mage, enabling them to swiftly conjure diverse magic circles and intone incantations to manifest various magical skills. Consequently, the rapid execution of the circle and spell within this temporal vacuum elevates the success rate of spellcasting to over 80. Basic spells can even be cast instantaneously. Prior to this theory, mages grappled with harmonizing circles and incantations, with many mastering only a handful of skills in their lifetimes. Proficiency in numerous spells meant less practice time, and insufficient congruence between circle and incantation led to failure. However, with Emperor Augurado's revelation of the link between magic and time, the foundational time stop spell became obligatory for all aspiring human mages. This skill enabled them to sustain a personal temporal stasis of 1 to 9 seconds, the duration scaling with their rank. Within this suspended time, the circle and incantation achieve perfect harmony, liberated from the frustration of spell failure. Ingenious mages began to delve into the time stop spell, with some even channeling mana through their meridians to forge the spell's distinct matrix. When old Kulu casts a magical shield at night, he enshrouds himself in a 2-second temporal stasis. Logically, no one, myself included, should witness him inscribing the magic circle. Yet, I didn't see old Kulu drawing the circle. Rather, I sensed the fluctuations in the surrounding magical elements in the formation of the circle itself. It must be magical sense, old Kulu declared with certainty. Upon magical awakening, every mage may unlock an innate talent, such as magical precision, magical sense, mana concealment, mana regeneration, mana reflux, rapid casting, elemental affinity, and so on. These talents bestow numerous advantages, most notably greater power than ordinary mages. Should you partake in the awakening ceremony? The likelihood of manifesting magical sense is exceptionally high, given your current capacity to accurately perceive the ebb and flow of magical elements around you. Regrettably, the Orcish awakening ceremony is ill-suited to you. You must return to the human realm to participate in your own. Until then, I can only assist you in laying a solid foundation. Giga, you may be a natural-born mage. I rolled my eyes, weary of hearing the same refrain. Old Kulu, noting my impatience, slowly shook his head and said, I have recently perused numerous texts on magic resistance. Humans possess a similar skill, magical defense. The Orcish magical core, known as the mana heart, resides in the brain. Orcish mages cultivate magic by channeling power from their limbs and bones into the mana heart. The elven magical core is situated in the chest, with their magic generated by cardiac-driven magical tides that emanate throughout their bodies. Human mages possess a magical core in the lower abdomen. Upon awakening, each human mage develops a mana pool in their lower abdomen, where magic generated by their limbs and bones converges before radiating throughout their body in a cyclical manner. Human magic accumulation bears resemblance to both Orcish and Elven methods. Thus, I surmise that you might benefit from studying Orcish magic. But Master, I interjected, I haven't even undergone the magical ceremony, nor have I awakened. I lack even the most rudimentary mana. How can I learn magical skills, let alone Orcish ones? I expressed my skepticism toward old Kulu's fanciful notion. While I appreciated his efforts to resolve my predicament, I lacked the very basics. How could I possibly progress? Well, how shall I put it? Old Kulu pondered. After a prolonged silence, he carefully formulated his response. Were you an ordinary human child, you would only experience mana circulating within your body after awakening. However, due to an unforeseen incident, namely your ingestion of the scorched fruit, the fire toxins, in essence, fire-attributed mana, have manifested within your limbs and bones. Yet, lacking a mana heart or pool, this mana cannot coalesce and remains dispersed throughout your body. The accumulated mana gradually scorches you. So you're suggesting that a successful awakening ceremony would rid me of this accursed fire toxin? I inquired, a glimmer of hope igniting within me. Perhaps becoming a mage was my paramount objective in this world. Precisely, old Kulu affirmed calmly. However, I have devised an interim solution. Given that your limbs and bones can generate mana but cannot channel it into a mana pool, you stand a chance of learning Orcish magic prior to your awakening. While your mana output is meager, anti-magic is not an especially potent spell. You might learn the most basic form of anti-magic, thereby mitigating the fire toxin's effects. Nonetheless, I advise against learning anti-magic prematurely. Maintaining your current state will enhance your fire resistance, a trait not acquired through cultivation but through serendipity. This will greatly benefit your future development. Old Kulu expounded at length, and I eventually gleaned that learning anti-magic could counteract the fire toxin. And my unique constitution made me a suitable candidate. Then what are we waiting for? I exclaimed. This wretched fire toxin will turn me into a braised prawn sooner or later. Suddenly, I recalled what Cuz had said to me during the day. Old Kulu intended to craft a warm, waterproof sleeping bag from those guinea pig skins. I insisted I did not need it. Yet he maintained I would surely find it indispensable. Child, he remarked, you have uncovered food of great significance to the orc tribe. Perhaps in the not-so-distant future. I might sell it to the foreign merchants, or perhaps Pyles might also take an interest in purchasing some to bring back. Ah, what a splendid idea. I wish the secret belonged solely to you, Cuz, and me. Do you understand? Old Kulu finally spoke of the vermicelli I had prepared and the method of its creation. I pondered that perhaps you wished me to spread the word, yet I dared not. I had served a hearty bowl to over 200 members of the caravan. They would surely dream of today's exquisite meal, but if they learned it was made from that wretched tuber, they would surely chop me into pieces and cast me into the lake. Teacher, I will certainly not divulge this. I understood the gravity of the situation. I must present myself with a semblance of maturity. Old Kulu nodded in satisfaction, stating, the Orcish creed values reciprocity. As my return favor, let me contemplate. We could learn leathercraft and skinning techniques from Fred. I had anticipated a few gold coins, but alas, he did not mention it. Yet, in exchange for acquiring Uncle Fred's ancestral skills, I had tirelessly crafted countless leather saddle covers. There was a shield warrior named Sane from the adventurers group who owed me a favor. Perhaps you could learn something from him, preferably a skill that could save your life. Oh, I recall having healed a ranger's leg injury. For an elven ranger, survival in the wild is his innate talent. I hope you can acquire it. After finishing, Old Kulu gazed towards the southern Pai Plateau, where the mountains were cloaked in the night. He sighed deeply, saying, this journey will be my last beyond the orc tribe. In the days to come, I shall select some orc children, hoping to discover potential among them. Thus, this journey will mark the end for me at the Pai Plateau. And you, my child, it will be the moment of our parting. You must return with the caravan to the human realm, endeavor to integrate into their society, and learn to survive in a small town. You will be eligible to partake in the awakening ceremony and become an apprentice wizard. A new life awaits you. Ah, teacher, please do not abandon me. I suddenly felt a surge of fear, apprehensive about the road ahead, for I was so very young. I shall entrust Pyles to care for you. Remaining in the orc tribe will not benefit your growth. Our combat skills and magical abilities do not suit human children. Thus, you must seek your new life. Before that, I shall strive to impart some survival skills to you. You must also learn to protect yourself. Until the awakening ceremony, do not reveal your unique abilities to outsiders, for that could place you in peril. To some malevolent sorcerers, you would be a delectable prize. Old Kulu's warnings echoed in my ears. Last night, Old Kulu imparted the intricacies of anti-magic to me, uncertain of its feasibility, given that a human learns Orcish magic. Though I am not the first, no one has succeeded before, yet I am the one most likely to succeed. I sat in the tent, contemplating for half the night, sometimes feeling as though my conversations with Old Kulu transcended the bounds of dialogue between a child of merely 5 years. The average lifespan of an orc is less than 60 years, rendering them precociously mature. Typically, an orc child of 12 participates in their coming-of-age ceremony, akin to a human at 18. I could not fathom why Old Kulu favored discussions that often bewildered me. Did he not realize that a human child of 5 possesses only the nascent understanding of the world? Old Kulu steadfastly believed our meeting was guided by the beast god. As I gazed at the sudden spring rain outside the tent, I felt a deep connection. In the corner of the tent lay the stooped figure of the elderly man, peacefully asleep. The wrinkles on his face resembled the crisscrossing ravines of the West Plateau, revealing traces of his former towering, robust physique. Time had drained his flesh, leaving him emaciated, yet the unwavering faith in his heart, the aspiration for the prosperity and strength of the orc tribe, remained unchanged through the years. The skill of anti-magic is a continuously consuming magical ability, a fundamental form of magic that requires no chanting to cast. However, it posed a challenge for me, as I lacked the capacity to halt time or manipulate the magical energy within my body freely. These aspects eluded my control. Without any magical awakening, I could not even be deemed a magical apprentice, let alone inscribe a magic array within myself. According to Old Kulu's theory, once a human awakens, a magical apprentice forms a rudimentary magic pool within, and upon mastering meditation, can guide the magical energy through their body's meridians, ultimately establishing a self-sustaining cycle of magic that continuously grows and accumulates within the magic pool. However, once a human mage forms such a magical cycle, the opportunity to learn Orcish magic is lost, as the magic they create contradicts this cycle. Their method of magic is to gather energy from their body's limbs and bones into a magic core, then accumulate and transcend. Only I, a peculiar being whose body lacks a magic pool, yet possesses fire elemental magic, seem to harbor a glimmer of potential to learn Orcish magic. I suspect old Kulu rambled on for half the night, perhaps unaware that I grasped a fair portion of his words. Ultimately, he repeated his warnings countless times. Before the awakening ceremony, my magical constitution renders me a tempting morsel in the eyes of wicked sorcerers. Concealing my innate talent and presenting myself as ordinary would be the best means of protection. The first step I must master is to guide magic to gather at my fingertips and draw a magic array. Utilizing the techniques old Kulu shared and the array patterns inscribed on sheepskin parchment, I concentrated intently, urging the searing fire elemental magic within me to converge at my fingertips. I sensed a slight alleviation of the burning sensation within my body. My fingertips began to heat up, emitting a flickering orange light that appeared extremely unstable. The orange array I drew in the air dissipated in less than a second. Alas, the volatile fire-infused magic within me rendered my gathered magical energy exceedingly unstable. Even maintaining it at my fingertips proved challenging. As dawn approached, the night rain had ceased without my notice. A pale beam of light emerged on the eastern horizon, followed by the sun rising abruptly, completing the horizon. I sighed, realizing I would have to wait until tomorrow night to continue my studies in anti-magic. I rummaged through the woven bag outside the tent, retrieving a piece of charcoal the size of a soccer ball. With a nearby hammer, I broke it into fist-sized chunks. Squatting down to toss the fragments into the mud stove, which was nearly extinguished, with only faint embers scattering from my fan. Yet, in moments, the charcoal in the stove reignited. I filled a blackened iron kettle with water and placed it atop the stove. This was my first task each morning. Having not slept a wink the previous night, I felt no trace of fatigue and decided against resting further. I lifted the cloth curtain and stepped outside, inhaling the fresh air after the rain. The rain from last night had left the grassland damp, creating numerous low-lying puddles. Walking a circle around the camp would soak my trouser legs in the rainwater, making it imperative to don dry leather pants for some comfort. As Fred ambled over from the dance troop's encampment, he seemed to be in high spirits. Within the caravan, those who managed to find paramours in the dance troupe were few and far between, making Fred a rather accomplished individual. I had never laid eyes on his paramour, but Fred boasted that she was a youthful and rosy maiden, a highly regarded servant under a prominent figure in the dance troupe. "Ah, good morrow, Giga. Good morning, Uncle Fred." I endeavored to appear as docile as possible, for it was the most effective means for a child to safeguard themselves. No one detests a well-behaved child, do they? Fred masked his discomfiture, for consorting with a damsel from the dance troupe was frowned upon by both the caravan's master and the troupe's matron. Hence, Fred had stealthily returned to the caravan's encampment before dawn. As Fred brushed past me, he seemed to recall something, and suddenly gripped my shoulder, leaning down to say, "Giga, the caravan shall be resting at Star Lake for the next few days. If you have nothing of import to do during the day, would you care to try our luck in the meadow with me? Perhaps we might encounter a few magic antelope. You would take me out to hunt?" I inquired. Somewhat agitated, Fred cast a disdainful glance upon me before retorting in a languid tone, "What are you imagining? Can you ride a horse or draw a steelwood bow? We are merely going to keep watch for the Adventurers Guild, understand? Never mind, you wouldn't comprehend, being a child. Make haste in tidying up. And bring the skinning knife I prepared for you. I shall speak with the guild's leader momentarily." "Very well. Uncle Fred, would you care for a bite to eat first?" I responded, adding some water to the congealed stewed meat remaining in the iron pot and placing it on the clay stove. I then neatly arranged triangular slices of black bread along the pot's edge, securing the heavy, hole-ridden wooden lid. Fred stroked his stomach, casting a joyous glance at the iron pot and chuckling, inquiring, "Leftovers from yesterday?" "Indeed. I heard that you and Cuz concocted some sort of fishy stew yesterday, leaving the caravan's louts so stuffed they could scarcely rise from their cots. What wondrous concoction was it that smelled so divine? I haven't managed to snag a single morsel. Yet you, boy, are so considerate as to save some leftovers for your uncle." Fred rubbed his hands together, his mouth filled with imperial slang that left me bewildered. He reeked of a faint vanilla scent, a sweetness that I surmised must belong to that woman. Soon, the water in the iron pot began to heat, melting the frost-like grease that had congealed upon the stewed meat, and the aroma gradually diffused, because it had already picked out nearly all the vermicelli from the pot. However, in this world, utensils such as forks and chopsticks were non-existent, and everyone used spoons for eating, with even the smallest spoons being nearly the size of eggs and quite heavy to lift. The increasingly hot edge of the pot toasted the neatly sliced black bread to a slightly charred state, and the faint malt aroma emanating from the fire-roasted bread enticed Cuz from his tent, though he was still half asleep. His adorable, slightly twitching nose guided the sleepwalking Cuz, making him appear rather comical. The three of us sat around the clay stove, heedless of the heat, grasping the charred black bread in one hand and clutching a large soup spoon in the other, voraciously devouring the stewed meat in the pot. The devout Orsa shaman partook only of a cup of warm water and 2 or 3 slices of dry, cold jerky each morning, as old Kuru abstained from greasy foods in the morning and did not join our repast. He merely cautioned Cuz and me not to follow the Adventurers Guild to hunt, especially urging me to keep an eye on Cuz, who had been longing to hunt a magic antelope in the meadow. However, even though it was a herbivorous antelope, it was still the lowest-ranking magic beast, and when enraged, it could even pierce the hide of a rhinoceros with its sharp horns. Soon after, as the vibrant morning sun rose, I followed Uncle Fred and some skilled leatherworkers from the caravan, riding in several ox carts behind the Adventurers Guild, heading deep into the meadow. The 2 guilds' leaders had jointly borrowed the oxen, a total of 5 carts following behind more than 20 horses. I then had the opportunity to sit in the ox cart and closely observe the enigmatic members of the Adventurers Guild. Cuz and I were squeezed into the middle of the ox cart, as the adults were concerned that we might be thrown off the bumpy cart, showing particular consideration for those with weaker constitutions. Everyone was beaming with joy, as this was one of the few opportunities to earn extra income during the journey. The adventurers would hunt valuable magic beasts in the grassland, and the skilled skinners in the ox carts would quickly dismember them, ensuring that all valuable parts were well handled. This batch of grassland magic beasts was not limited to magic antelope, though they were more numerous. There were also other, more aggressive magic beasts, such as grassland windwolves, fire lizards, and flying squirrels. The number of members in the 2 adventurers' guilds was not entirely equal. One guild consisted of a small team of 6 members, led by a magic archer who wore exquisitely patterned soft leather armor. However, the armor was concealed beneath a tattered linen cloak, making it difficult to discern its entirety. A giant bow, taller than a man, was wrapped in white cloth like a mummy, with only the gold-trimmed hard leather quiver on his waist appearing exceptionally refined. The fletching of each arrow was exposed, a uniform fiery red. Cuz informed me that they were the tail feathers of firehawks, which were quite precious and would imbue the arrows with some fire damage. Seeing the covetous look in Cuz's eyes, I thought that the guild leader would likely not want to know that an unweaned Orcish boy was constantly eyeing his quiver of feathered arrows. I was quite familiar with the only ranger in their team. 7 months prior, when our caravan passed through the West Yachis Mountains, this adventurers guild had found a dire bear deep in the mountains. That bear had nearly claimed Cuz's life, and Cuz had stolen a jar of honey from under that bear's nose for me. The Adventurers Guild had used this clue to track down the dire bear that had just advanced to a Tier 2 magic beast. I did not hear them discuss the details of the battle, but according to old Kuru, nearly everyone was injured, with the most severely wounded being the team's ranger, Tia, a young man whose leg had been broken by the bear's paw. Tia's leg was severely injured, with not only the femur fractured, but also many tendons torn and ruptured. However, this was not a major issue for old Kuru, an expert in herbal medicine. At the time, I was so frightened that I could not stop the tears from flowing. In fact, I did not particularly want to cry at the time, but I simply could not restrain myself. The thought of living in this savage world, where I would inevitably be injured in the future, filled me with dread. Tia was the only member of the team who excelled in scouting and concealing his movements in the wild, and he was also quite kind to children. I often chatted with him, so I knew a thing or two about this team. The remaining 4 members were the warrior Kiangbe, the swordsman Dualunli, the water mage Kugwa, and the warrior Ueluin. Despite being fewer in number, this team consisted entirely of experts registered with the guild, making them far more elite than the other Adventurers Guild, which had mostly apprentice-level members. Speaking of which, it is necessary to discuss the ranks of the Adventurers Guild profession in this world. The profession is initially divided into magic and warrior systems, with the warrior system further subdivided into shield warriors, swordsmen, archers, assassins, rangers, and many other types. Taking the archer profession as an example, warriors who initially entered the war school system to study archery are called archer apprentices. When all indicators meet the requirements of the Archers Guild, they can apply to the guild for an archer certificate after passing an examination. This certificate does not mean that anyone who graduates smoothly from the war college can obtain it. Each war profession has a very strict rank system, and there are rigid indicators for each level of archer. Each level of archer has clear standards for attack distance, arrow speed, and accuracy. The examination is very strict, and only warriors who obtain a certificate are qualified to form an Adventurers Guild team. Tia rode towards me on a robust gobble-eye horse, raising the short bow in his hand as a signal. I nodded in acknowledgement. He rode with urgency, swiftly overtaking our cart like a whirlwind, and soon caught up with the leader of the adventure group ahead, clearly bearing good news. Indeed, a quarter of an hour later, the main force was ordered to halt, and more than half of the adventurers galloped out of the formation, heading in the direction Tia had come from, leaving 4 members to guard the main force in place. Uncertain of what had transpired, Uncle Fred, with his seasoned experience, remarked to Cuz and me, "We are fortunate indeed. To encounter such a gathering upon our arrival must indicate something significant. You two, Jiga and Cuz, will assist me shortly. Skinning an animal is hardly a challenge. How difficult can it be? Cuz grumbled beside me. Ah, young lad, you are accustomed only to ordinary beasts. How can mere wildlife compare to magical creatures? Even the most rudimentary of monsters require considerable effort to strip their hides. There is much knowledge involved, Fred chuckled heartily, dismissing Cuz's bravado. He then leaned in quietly and confided in us. Orcs possess innate strength. Even a dull blade can sever their tough hides. Jiga, you ought to learn from me. While I cannot claim superiority in many areas, I possess some experience in understanding textures. Just the other day, old Kulu suddenly asked me to teach you too. I agreed. Who in our caravan does not owe a favor to old Kulu? However, how much you grasp depends on your diligence. News from ahead indicated that the adventure group had discovered a den of prairie windwolves, and we were instructed to drive the ox cart to a nearby elevated earth mound and wait. In total, there were more than 10 of us remaining, including 3 members of the adventure group who stayed to ensure our safety. Engaging in casual conversation with Cuz, Uncle Fred boasted of the time he had skinned a saber-toothed tiger, receiving a piece of tiger bone as payment, which he later had made into a medicinal concoction with remarkable efficacy. Regrettably, the supply of that powder had dwindled to nothing. Fred lamented, that was a life-saving remedy. The other experienced men from the caravan began to gather and share tales. Every merchant group is rife with stories, and it is not uncommon for men to delve into discussions about women. As a mere 5-year-old, despite my precocious maturity, I had no interest in such conversations. Thus, I pulled Cuz and climbed onto another ox cart, lying side by side as we gazed at the clouds above. The 3 adventurers assigned to guard us were 2 men and 1 woman. I struggled to discern their professions. I could tell that the 2 young men clad in leather armor were undoubtedly warriors, though they bore no arrows, merely heavy Roman swords at their sides, lacking even a proper shield. They were not particularly tall but exhibited agile physiques, their attire clean and orderly, with cotton shirts beneath their leather armor and red scarves around their necks. The 2 attempted to engage the nearby female mage in light-hearted conversation, yet the girl, with chestnut hair and seemingly 16 or 17 years of age, maintained a stern expression, offering no smile. The lengthy and tedious wait lulled me into a restless slumber. Perhaps due to the sleepless night prior, I drifted in and out of consciousness until a growing clamor roused me. Blinking groggily, I found Uncle Fred and the others surrounding me. Fred shook me awake and asked, Jiga, these fellows claimed there was something noodle-like in yesterday's stew. Why didn't Tia get any? Huh? I was still disoriented from being shaken awake. Aha, Uncle Fred, I had those noodles last night. Only some meat remains. And Cuz is over there chuckling like a fool. What are noodles? Fred inquired directly of Cuz. Cuz pondered for a moment, struggling to articulate, finally stating, noodles are food. Very tasty, aren't they? Since the topic had arisen, I felt compelled to clarify according to the agreement I had made with old Kulu yesterday. I tugged on Cuz, who was at a loss for words, and continued, those are the provisions Kulu brought back. He said the orcs call them noodles. I don't know which tree they come from, but they have long been a staple food for the orcs. Fred's eyes narrowed, clearly skeptical. Cuz appeared displeased with my attribution of the discovery to old Kulu, as he had found them himself. Understanding his frustration, I kicked him sharply, causing him to yelp in pain. Do you often eat these noodles, Cuz? Fred queried, somewhat dubious, noting that he had not seen old Kulu consume such fare in years. Yes, I eat them frequently in the tribe, though we typically boil them in water, not as laboriously as Jiga prepares them. You seem to have never tried these noodles. Cuz's grasp of the imperial language was limited, making this explanation somewhat convoluted. Cuz's words resonated with me. While he intended to convey that we usually consume the tubers boiled and directly, his phrasing struck a chord. Aren't you particularly averse to eating them? He stuttered, using the cumbersome term for the tubers before resorting to the phonetic noodles, which was truly a stroke of genius. Among the seasoned men in the caravan, they were more inclined to trust the words of an orc child. After all, during their youth, discerning truth from falsehood was often a challenge, and any utterance from an orc child was likely to be credible. Furthermore, given my tender age, the caravan members might have thought, perhaps yesterday's meal was indeed an idea from old Kulu, who sought to treat everyone to an authentic orc feast before we reached the Pai Plateau. These 2 youngsters are merely tasked with assisting. What can one expect from a 5-year-old? Yet, they were pleasantly surprised to discover that the seemingly simple orc child had prepared such delicious food. As this realization spread, discussions began to circulate among the men, many of whom had ideas, especially since this was a merchant group and our next destination was the Pai Plateau. Fred clung to Cuz's hand, not letting go, and inquired, young lad, does your grandfather still have any of these in stock? I have yet to savor their flavor. You must prepare another pot for me. Alas, there are none left. Come spring, they spoil, and we must wait the entire summer for them to regrow. We only had a single bag, and we cooked it all yesterday. Cuz shook his head vigorously. By midday, the group of uncles chatting beside the cart had grown parched from talking. They sat on the southern slope-esque grass, basking in the sun, their pace of conversation having slowed considerably. A middle-aged man named and shared tales of his youth. Hailing from the northernmost province of Sloyd on the Green Continent, located at the edge of the southern foothills of the Pai Plateau, where the White Elephant River converges with the Galloping Horse River, flowing eastward for over 700 miles before emptying into the Endless Sea. This place is also the northernmost frontier of the Green Empire. The famed Northwind Legion is stationed on the southern bank of the river, forming the Empire's first line of defense against the Orc Empire, the Dwarven Empire, and the wilds of the frozen wastes. Having said that, and cast a look of apology at Cuz, before softening her tone slightly, remarking, "The lads in the Northern Wind Legion probably haven't laid eyes on real Orcish wolf riders in decades, ever since the orcs settled in the Pai Plateau to recuperate. Life has been much easier for us. The dwarves are farther away too. Scaling the West Yachis Mountains isn't a simple feat, after all. Only recently have the barbarians on the ice plains been acting up, frequently crossing our borders to plunder slaves. I've heard old Kuru say that the ice-snow tundra is vast, perpetually covered in snow, yet unique species tenaciously thrive there. Most of the plants there are extremely hardy, and many herbs have excellent curative effects against fire toxins. It's just that the area belongs to the barbaric wildlings, whose adults average over 3 meters in height, are immensely strong, and run as fast as steeds, tearing everything apart. Old Kuru often wishes he could encounter a caravan to trade for a few leaves of bitterfrost bramble, which could be used to concoct several vials of fire-resistance potion. That's why I'm so concerned about any information regarding the Ice Plains barbarians and the ice-snow tundra they inhabit. Intrigued, I inquired of Uncle, and do those barbarians need slaves? Aren't they afraid of our army? The defensive line is too long. The situation is better west along the Benma River, with the Orcish Pai Plateau serving as a natural barrier. The White Elephant and Benma River have created the fertile northern plains for the Glen Empire. But there are no natural defenses there. Every winter, when the Benma River freezes over, there are no natural defenses to stop the barbaric wildlings for 700 li to the east. It's impossible for the 800,000 troops of the Northern Wind Legion to stop all the barbarians. A scar marked Uncle N's weathered face, stretching from his left temple diagonally down to his jaw. The entire left cheek and lip were lacerated, and though healed, the pink scar grimly reminded everyone that the cut had nearly cleaved his head in two. And I usually dared not look at it. Do they seize women and children? I asked curiously. Haha, what would they do with women? Do you expect barbarians over 3 meters tall, who go bare-chested even in winter, to cuddle up with human women? Ha 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 ha, that's only something nobles would do. The barbarian Broly only believes in the strong. They only plunder adult males, and sometimes they seize youths about to reach adulthood when times are bad, throwing them into the Black Mountain mines to dig until they die. And said this with some melancholy, his emotions unstable, before running caravans. Both my younger brothers were seized. They thought they had killed me, but I survived. Do they kill the women and children? I pressed. Uncle Fred opened his eyes, glanced at me, and nudged my backside, saying, "What are you thinking about at such a young age? Those filthy barbarians have always seen us as cattle and sheep. They expect the women to live and continue bearing little sheep for them. Barbarians never kill people indiscriminately. They only steal grain, livestock, and strong men. Seizing women and children is what slave traders do. Do they eat people? If there's no other food, they'll eat when hungry. It's just like, would we eat horses, wild oxen, or thunder rhinos?" Someone in the crowd chuckled. It seemed that in this world, we weren't at the apex of the food chain. After being rejected by the female mage, the 2 young warriors responsible for guarding mingled with our group to chat, while the female mage, as cold as an iceberg and sparing of words throughout the journey, remained at the highest point of the slope, keeping watch. At this moment, she signaled to us. The men all stood up nervously, and the oxen grazing nearby were harnessed to the ox carts. Only Cuz and I stood there like dazed geese amidst the chaos until Uncle Fred scooped us both onto the ox cart. Only then could I see a group of people on horseback galloping from the depths of the pasture. Too far away to discern friend from foe, everyone was on alert. In the time it took to smoke half a cigarette, the crowd began to murmur, "It's our adventure party, it's our people." Indeed. I could see that they were bringing back spoils. The triumphant warriors were greeted with cheers from everyone, and the waiting people stared intently at the spoils dragged back on horseback. The members of the adventure party, riding tall Gubolai horses, leaped onto the hillside, their skilled horsemanship evident in the slight tug on the reins, dislodging the entire wind wolf from the horse's back. This was the first time I had seen a prairie wind wolf. I had never imagined that a wolf could be larger than an African lion. The wolf was over 3 meters long, with a coat of silvery gray fur that was remarkably smooth. The wolf had a noticeable arrow wound in its eye socket. The arrow had been pulled out, leaving a small, finger-thick hole surrounded by scorch marks where the wolf's eyeball had ruptured. White brain matter and scarlet blood continued to seep out, instantly congealing into small blood beads that rolled off the wolf's fur. I inhaled sharply, thinking that the pelt must be worth a lot of money. Cuz, standing beside me, glanced at me. and we both gazed covetously at the dead wind wolf with its intact fur. At this moment, Uncle Fred assigned me a task to be a keeper of the pile. Since studying herbology with Old Kuru, I had gradually begun learning Orcish and Imperial languages. Master Pales personally taught the Imperial language to Cousin Me, requiring us not only to speak but also to read. Cuz wasn't very good at it, but I had even taken the college entrance exam. So I certainly wouldn't take the current study intensity seriously. The benefits of literacy were undeniable, so at Uncle Fred's recommendation, I was hired by the adventure party as the youngest scribe, colloquially known as a keeper of the pile. My task seemed simple, but was quite tedious. I needed to record the condition of each wind wolf before it was dismembered on parchment. Then, the leader of the adventure party would distribute the wind wolves to the skinning masters in the caravan. They would begin to salvage all the valuable parts of the wind wolf's body, discarding the remaining bones and organs, because this hunt was just beginning. A large number of spoils would be sent back. Even within the Empire, these low-level, magical beasts weren't very valuable, only quantity could fill the coffers. For example, for the wind wolf in front of me, I would record, for lustrous, undamaged, blind adult male wolf, belongs to Wind Chaser Adventure Party. For lustrous, 7 cm sword wound on the left rib, right hind leg bone fractured. For severely damaged, adult male wolf, belongs to Constellation Adventure Party. I finally learned the names of these two adventure parties and their leaders. The female mage, who didn't speak much, was responsible for skinning and assigning tasks. Only when she approached did I see clearly that her skin was very fair, with light pink freckles on her delicate face. It seemed that many fair-skinned women here had faint freckles. Her nose was straight, her lips thin, her chin pointed, giving her a somewhat oval face. And her neck was long, like a proud swan. She spoke softly, with few words, but what she said was irrefutable. The uncles in the caravan seemed reluctant to talk to her much. Later, I learned that this was a matter of status. The profession of mage was highly respected in the Glen Empire, even the initial mage apprentices. As long as they participated in the awakening ceremony and were qualified to enter a magic school, would automatically be promoted to the title of Baron. The third rank of nobility. Uncle Fred taught me how to write records beautifully, without offending either the adventure party or the skinning masters. In addition, I needed to watch the skinners crack open the wind wolf skulls, which was the most important thing. It was like gambling on stones. No one knew if a magic core would be found inside the wind wolf, but finding just one would be equivalent to the value of 100 ordinary wind wolves. The art of leather crafting. The afternoon sun caressed my cheek like a mother's hand, effortlessly evoking memories of my own mother. The wind across the prairie was fierce. Even after a considerable rain last night, on this bright afternoon, the southeast breeze from the boundless sea seemed intent on melting every patch of ice and snow on the Star Lake prairie. I stood against the wind, the cool breeze sweeping through the open front of my leather coat, shouting loudly towards the verdant world in the distance. I proclaimed to the world, "Hello, I have arrived." Each piece of sheepskin bore clear and meticulous records of adventurers' harvests. The wind wolves had little of value on them. Although their bones were as hard as iron and suitable for crafting bone tools, this was not the land of the Grellan Empire. Here, on the Star Lake prairie, the cost of transporting wolf bones back to the Grellan Empire far outweighed their worth. Thus, for adventurers, the greatest treasure of the wind wolf was its smooth and warm pelts, akin to satin. Every skilled skinner was well versed in the craft. Who among these people lacked natron? However, achieving a perfect skinning without damaging the texture of the fur held profound challenges. Wind wolves were considered among the more primitive magical beasts. The hide of any magical creature could harbor magical power and be inscribed with magical runes. Consequently, leather armor crafted from wind wolf pelts would be engraved with magic by novice enchanters, transforming it into enchanted gear. Engraving runes onto leather is a daunting task, fraught with many potential failures. Thus, enchanters impose stringent requirements on magical beast hides. Nearly every hide is graded from 1 to 10, with prices varying significantly. Therefore, a highly skilled skinner is in great demand, and Uncle Fred stands out among them. Additionally, the wind wolves possessed 4 sharp canine teeth, ideal for crafting carving knives. Even tempered steel could not rival their hardness, and they were easy to carry, making them one of the few valuable assets on the wind wolf. This adventuring party returned with 11 wind wolves, reportedly having eliminated a wolf den. Every wolf pack is led by a matriarch, and this pack was no exception. The adult female wolf, measuring over 4 meters in length, lay on a wooden cart while Uncle Fred personally undertook the skinning. I found it difficult to comprehend Kazet's feelings as he watched Uncle Fred deftly wield his skinning knife. The knife seemed to dance between the fascia and subcutaneous fat of the female wolf, its movements so nimble they resembled a lover undressing their partner. I held a roll of sheepskin parchment, a magical quill pin clasped between my teeth, and gently nudged Cuz with my elbow, leaning in to whisper, "Cuz, as a warrior of the Orc Wolf tribe, doesn't this scene strike you as somewhat bloody?" Cuz widened his eyes and earnestly replied, "We are wolf tribe orcs. We are not related to wolves. The children in our tribe also hunt wolves as they prey on our livestock and sometimes compete with us for wild sheep. After lunch, the entire adventuring team followed the ranger in pursuit of a herd of magical antelope, and it was said that our skinning team would follow to collect their pelts. The 2 young warriors who had guarded us in the morning were taken away, leaving behind 2 others who were slightly injured. They had spent the morning bouncing in their saddles and now lay resting in the warm afternoon sun on a sunlit hillside. The young female mage remained, tasked with overseeing the distribution of wolf pelts. She observed intently, occasionally pointing out mistakes made by the skinners. And the previously relaxed atmosphere shifted to one of tension as the merchants began to work diligently. Cuz and I were mere spectators, watching as Uncle Fred skillfully skinned the pelts. The young female mage approached me, paused for a moment, then suddenly produced a handful of bright orange beans from her pocket, offering them to me with a rare smile that hinted at youthful charm. I felt as if she were a neighborly sister. I politely stood and expressed my gratitude, which seemed to surprise her. The imperial language rarely included expressions of thanks, and perhaps she was taken aback to hear a child of my humble status use such formalities. Soon, all 11 wolf pelts were skinned. The 2 injured warriors were called to join the adventuring party seeking magical antelope, while Cuz, Uncle Fred, and a few others remained behind to prepare the pelts. The bloodied wolf heads, resembling those of calves, lay piled on the grass, their blood already congealing into a dark purple hue. The remaining tasks were labor-intensive. The skilled tanners cleaned the blood, mud, and fat from the wolf pelts, soaking them in boiling water mixed with alum and stretching them on wooden frames to dry. Only after applying natron would the pelts transform into fine leather. These processes tested the tanner's skills, as any damage to the texture of the magical beast's skin would significantly diminish its quality. Even apprentice enchanters would not practice on the lowest grade hides. Inferior wind wolf pelts could only be fashioned into basic leather armor, utilizing their inherent toughness without becoming magical equipment. Cuz and I shared a cart with Uncle N, heading to a nearby lake to fetch water. Uncle N drove the cart with utmost seriousness, remaining silent. Cuz and I, playful children, jumped down to help, lifting a bucket of water together, which pleased Uncle N. Such harmonious interactions foster bonds, and on our return from the lake, Uncle N opened up, eager to converse. My youngest is about your age. I can only imagine how happy I would be if they behaved like you. Uncle N, do you have other children? I had assumed he was alone, having lost everything to marauders, thus joining the merchant group. It turned out he had family. Uncle N laughed heartily, saying, "What are you talking about? I have 3 wives and 5 children to care for." Ah, I gasped in surprise. Uncle N continued, "2 of my brothers have passed, leaving behind their wives and children for me to support. That's how it is, every few years. Marauders take men to work as slaves in the mines, leaving behind a community of women and children. It's the same everywhere. I wish they would leave. But if they remain, I must take responsibility, and eventually they will become my wives." Before my departure, the eldest of our 5 children was shy of 10, and the youngest not yet a month old. This merchant venture, though arduous, demanding 2 to 3 years away, offers substantial remuneration. Upon my return, I intend to renovate our home, perhaps relocating closer to the relative safety of Sloyd City. So, Uncle N, how do your kin subsist while you're away on these expeditions? I inquired with curiosity. Uncle N chuckled, replying, "Country folk are resilient. They forage for rye and tree nuts, abundant in the fields and woods. With luck, they might even snare a wild fowl from a snowdrift." The specifics of their survival remained unsaid, and I refrained from pressing, lest I become a nuisance. The world, indeed, is bountiful. Though somewhat dim-witted, Cuz is diligent. Despite my youth, I possess a silver tongue. Our meticulous record-keeping of the wolf pelts, even distinguishing those lacking magic cores, with each bloodied head bearing my signature, has made us quite popular within the caravan. Uncle Fred, too, enjoys considerable esteem, having evidently persuaded the 2 mercenary captains to allow us into their ranks. Our contributions, however modest, alleviate some of the burden on the others, much to Uncle Fred's delight. This grassland, through countless seasons of growth and decay, has been enriched by the accumulated detritus of verdant grasses, transforming into fertile humus. I sat beside Fred, absorbing his wisdom. A leatherworker for over 2 decades, he began as an apprentice in a cobbler's shop, barely older than myself, receiving only a single loaf of white bread as recompense. Even now, apprentices in leatherworking establishments adhere to this ancient tradition, receiving no wages, only their daily bread. Each master imparts their craft in their own way. For every leatherworker possesses a unique understanding of the material. Though schools of thought are yet to emerge, skilled artisans invariably possess their own distinctive methods. Fred's insight into leather lies in its grain. Old Kulu consistently lauded Fred for this very reason. The totemic symbols of the Orcish people often draw inspiration from the patterns found on magical beast hides. Old Kulu proclaimed that these hides possess inherent magical arrays within their grain, enabling them to bear magical power and ultimately be crafted into enchanted equipment. Fred instructed me that respecting the hide's grain minimizes damage during the tanning process, increasing the likelihood of producing superior leather. I watched as he delicately wielded his knife, his 4 fingers gently guiding it between the hide and fascia, effortlessly separating the skin. I jested with Fred, "Uncle, one day you'll have your own leatherworking shop. And I'll be your apprentice, receiving a white loaf each evening." "Ah, lad, earning your bread won't be easy. Diligence is paramount." Fred guffawed heartily. "I believe that everyone, noble, commoner, or slave, harbors a small source of inner pride, a wellspring of joy, and sometimes, the very essence of their existence." Fred's aspiration was to open a modest leatherworking shop with the earnings from this venture, even if situated in a remote locale, so long as it was his own. This was, perhaps, Fred's most cherished moment. Wielding his flaying knife, he transformed into an artist, brimming with confidence and passion. This was Fred's pride. And my own? I have always found significance in the magical power coursing through my veins, a source of quiet pride. Old Kulu cautioned me to keep this secret guarded until I could protect myself. I nestled my diminutive frame against a sack of black bread, seeking the most comfortable position to stretch. The men of the caravan, while not expecting a 5-year-old to work tirelessly, would not tolerate laziness. My ability to accurately record the wind wolf materials in the ledgers was sufficient to fulfill my duties. Kuz, however, still had to assist in fetching water from the lake, his efforts thus far insufficient to earn his supper. I had initially intended to accompany Kuz, as the young orc trusted few outside of old Kulu and myself. However, the young female mage, responsible for overseeing and guarding our camp, interjected, saying, "Scribe, the mercenary convoy will soon return with a large number of magic antelope for you to register. Do not stray too far." The mage's formal address caught me off guard. It was the first time anyone had addressed me with such a title. I felt a pang of awkwardness, unsure how to respond. Her eyes twinkled with amusement, revealing her jest. I wondered why she held me in such regard. Perhaps my affability was more pronounced than I realized. As the final batch of magic antelope arrived at the grassy slope, night had fallen, and the heavens were ablaze with stars. The constellations of the plains were far more expansive than those of the New Yachis Mountains. I gazed into the celestial expanse, searching for the Milky Way of my memories, hoping to find a sun, a small star, which I could one day point out to my children, saying, "Behold, the home of your father." Yet, my search yielded no familiar sights. Everyone was wearily distributing the antelope. The 2 mercenary companies continued their orderly division of spoils, a process conducted in silence. I could discern the joy on the faces of the younger members. I hefted the parchment roll, once again shaking my aching arm. The magic quill felt increasingly heavy, a testament to my fatigue. I saw Kuz and in returning with the ox guard, their 17th trip for water that afternoon. I offered Kuz a gesture of encouragement, clenching my fist. He flashed a pearly white smile, his canines gleaming in the moonlight. I mused that even the most potent whitening toothpaste could not achieve such brilliance. I had not yet brushed my teeth in this life, nor had I experienced any dental decay. It seemed that abstaining from sweets was far more crucial for dental health. I tore off a strip of sturdy parchment and sketched a simple star upon it, affixing it to the spiraled horns of a magic antelope, signifying its ownership by the Constellation Mercenary Company. A subtle marking would also be made on the hide destined for the cooking pot. Fred, wielding his fleshing knife to scrape away blood and fat from an antelope hide, paused to observe the sky, wiping his greasy sleeve across his brow. The hide was meticulously cleaned, the 37th magic antelope hide thus far, yet a mountain of unskinned antelopes still awaited processing on the grassy expanse. Someone called out, "The captain is back." The captain's return signaled the arrival of the final batch of magic antelope, indicating a successful hunt. The mercenary warriors, who had escorted the initial consignment of magic antelope back, squatted nearby, watching the leatherworkers skillfully flaying the hides. Upon the return of their captain, they rose to greet him. "It's late. Why hasn't anyone started the fire for cooking? Let the caravan's leatherworkers rest. These magic antelope need to be skinned overnight, or we'll lose some of their magical properties. We can't afford that loss. At this rate, we'll exhaust ourselves before we finish skinning them all." Alas, we didn't anticipate such a large herd of antelope. We're short-handed. A warrior approached with resolute strides, bearing an iris shield upon his back. His robust physique was enveloped in dark iron armor, which emitted a sharp, grating sound with each step that sent a shiver through the teeth. He conversed with a powerful woman beside him, whose body radiated vitality. This formidable figure was the leader of the Star Adventurers Guild, one of only 2 officially registered warriors within the guild. The other was a striking woman, clad in form-fitting attire and wielding a spear. Her face was obscured by paint, rendering her features unrecognizable, yet her remarkably large eyes sparkled with a wild light, while her long ponytail cascaded down her back. The tight leather emphasized her curvaceous form, exuding an alluring charm. Kuz mentioned that he sensed greater danger emanating from her. As the leader of the Star Adventurers made her entrance, returning warriors began to materialize before me. Tia, bearing a bow and arrows, approached with bare arms, dragging his leather armor and long sword as if exhausted. He collapsed onto the cart at my feet, resembling a forlorn puppy as he beseeched, "Young Master Jia, could you spare a piece of life-saving malt candy?" This scoundrel had an uncanny knack for exploiting the opportune moment to beg for my oat milk candy. Tia frequently misnamed the candy, which I had only made a few of, primarily because Cuz had no taste for sweets. Cuz exhibited an utter disinterest in confectionery, even when he procured honey for me. It was solely because old Kulu claimed it was a potent remedy for hastening the healing of my wounds. The term oat milk candy was a fabrication of my own, as it merely consisted of toasted oats coated in honey and cream, shaped into bite-sized morsels and wrapped in fragrant leaves, an excellent source of energy. Recently, I had been utterly bored, occupying old Kulu's clay stove to concoct various nostalgic treats, desperately seeking a semblance of presence. During that period, I felt somewhat obsessed, continuously brainstorming potential creations and diligently experimenting, with oat milk candy being one of the fruits of my labor. I rolled my eyes and huffed softly, determined not to show kindness to this beggar, who was nothing but a slippery opportunist. At this moment, Cuz had unhitched the water cart and turned to me, saying, "Jia, do not give him any candy." Cuz rarely harbored grievances, yet Tia had managed to commit a particularly foolish and tiresome act. One day, Tia had taken Cuz to the camp near the dance troupe to spy on women bathing. While this was not inherently scandalous, the unfortunate reality was that Cuz could not fathom what was appealing about naked human maidens, and he had naively inquired of Tia outside the makeshift leather enclosure. Before he could finish, Tia had vanished, leaving Cuz to suffer the consequences. That day, Cuz's backside was met with a severe lashing, and he ended up bedridden for 2 weeks alongside me. My own affliction flared up, confining me to the bed for nearly half a month. And the torment of the greasy meat dishes drove me nearly to madness. Cuz was even more distraught than I. Cuz, now visibly fatigued, had his leather jacket tied around his waist. The upper bodies of the Wolf Clan warriors were impressively muscular, reminiscent of American bodybuilders, their long arms adding to their aesthetic appeal. Sweat mingled with the grime of beast hide, matting the thick hair on their chests. Cuz found a patch of clear ground beside me and proceeded to perform a series of 13 basic stretching exercises, then remarked, "My grandfather always said that the best time to cultivate one's strength is after exhausting one's physical limits. It is crucial to stretch the muscles to achieve a more balanced physique." I was aware of this principle, yet I had not anticipated Cuz's insightful nature. With a swift kick, I nudged Tia, retrieving a piece of oat milk candy from my pocket and tossing it at him. "Tia, you and Cuz should wash up by the small lake. You're both filthy. How can you eat dinner like this?" I continued, "Who can't eat? Every warrior outside is just like this. You're the only one with such a peculiar obsession with cleanliness." I quickly snatched the candy back and darted away, teasing, "Will you eat it? Will you eat it?" Tia possessed an undeniable fondness for sweets, unable to resist the allure of oat milk candy. If he truly wished, he could effortlessly snatch the candy from my hand with a mere extension of his arm, given our age difference of over a decade. He could even use a single finger to halt my advance or grasp the collar of my jacket to lift me effortlessly. However, he was a knight of refined education, adhering to his own principles, never bullying the weaker, and treating us with equality. Tia never exhibited pity, but he was genuinely sincere in his interactions. Though I was young, my maturity surpassed that of my peers, and while I hesitated to express this, my actions subtly conveyed a desire for equal treatment. Thus, Tia was well suited to my temperament, and our banter was relaxed and open. Tia half emerged from the cart, draping an arm around Cuz's shoulders while hissing through clenched teeth, "Eat, eat, eat. You must save some for me. I'm going to wash with Cuz now." A cold water bath would invigorate their circulation, benefiting them both. The beast folk held a straightforward view on strength. Only beyond the limits of exertion could the source of power flourish. While we chatted, I diligently recorded the spoils of our conquest, divided into 2 portions. Upon reviewing the overall tally, I discovered that despite the Star Adventurers' numbers being nearly triple that of the Wind Chasers, the spoils did not exceed their total by more than 20%. Furthermore, in assessing the quality of the pelts, it became evident that many of the magical gazelles had suffered broken legs before being pierced through the heart by a sword, leaving a noticeable, narrow wound on their soft chests. Some gazelles appeared to have been frozen, their flesh stiffened, exhibiting signs of melting during transport. Yet their interiors were filled with ice shards, indicative of severe frost magic damage. Was there a mysterious mage among the Star Adventurers? Your handwriting is quite beautiful, but it appears peculiar. The strokes are fine, yet each character seems oddly square. A young female mage, who had been overseeing our logistics team during the day, suddenly remarked, startling me from my reverie. She crouched beside me, pointing to the characters I had inscribed on the parchment, offering constructive criticism. I finally understood why Lord Piles had often regarded my characters with an odd expression when teaching me the Imperial script. Yet he had never voiced any objections as long as my writing was accurate. I smiled in gratitude, and she affectionately patted my cheek, gently bumping her forehead against mine. Who would dare to lose such a delightful little one? Sister thinks you are wonderful. This was the first time a woman had spoken to me so affectionately since arriving in this world. Initially, I had assumed this mage to be an aloof beauty. Although she did not fit my conventional standards of beauty, I could not deny her allure. During the day, she had offered me a handful of beans and later shared a sip of water, revealing her kindness. I could only respond shyly, "Thank you, sister." "For what do you thank me?" Imperial etiquette necessitates specificity and gratitude. Her commendation and affability did not warrant my acknowledgement, yet I, tethered to memories of another world, reflexively offered thanks. The sorceress, perplexed, queried my response. I could only bite my upper lip, gazing at her with wide, innocent eyes, replying with feigned navet. "Thank you for the compliment, dear sister. Heavens, your manner of speech is quite peculiar. Though the dwarves do not converse in such a way. From whence do you hail?" The young sorceress, with a cordial smile, knelt beside me, her eyes crescent moons. I could only respond earnestly, "I know not." One by one, the carcasses of the magic antelope were meticulously recorded. The sorceress remained silent, observing as I inscribed upon the parchment with my stylus. After a considerable time, nearing the completion of the inventory, she remarked with sincerity, "Your grip upon the stylus is remarkably steady. I surmise you are fatigued, nearly unable to maintain purchase upon the instrument, yet your self-discipline is commendable. You persevered." "I aspire to labor diligently and procure more white bread," I confessed candidly. This was the counsel of Uncle Fred. Participants in the hunting party would receive approximately 3 silver coins as remuneration, in addition to the coveted sweet white bread. I held no expectation of receiving the 3 silver coins. Even a single coin would suffice. The white bread was my paramount desire. The coarse, abrasive black bread, which felt as though it might rend my intestines, was becoming unbearable. Such modest ambitions. "Ah, yes, I am called Gwagwa. You may address me as Sister Gwagwa. Should you desire white bread, feel free to seek me out. I believe I possess a jar of golden apple preserves, a specialty of the town of Air, which is quite palatable," the sorceress said blithely. "Gwagwa? The hydromage of the Wind Chasers adventuring party? Good heavens." Taya had recounted tales of their adventuring party on numerous occasions. I knew that their team included a mage skilled in hydro healing and support magic. It appeared to be this very woman, appearing so youthful. I would not hesitate to address her with a respectful, "Sister Gwagwa." The night descended like ink diffusing into clear water, permeating the darkness. The firmament blazed with celestial luminance. The cool breeze abated considerably, yet the early spring night remained somewhat frigid. Upon the opposite slope stood rows of wooden frames draped with taut hides, paired together, awaiting the application of natron after drying. The rows resembled a military encampment. Upon the southern slope, 3 bonfires flickered. Even within this rudimentary camp, each faction adhered to its own customs. Although fuel was scarce, 3 separate fires were maintained. The 2 adventuring parties were not so intimately aligned as to share meals and accommodations. Furthermore, it was necessary to tally the day's spoils during the evening meal. Gathering together would have inhibited candid discussion. The tanners from the merchant caravan and I formed a separate, independent group. The imperial hierarchy was intricate. The emperor held the highest station, followed by princes, dukes, earls, marquises, viscounts, and barons. Warriors registered with the guild received knightly ranks, placing them above commoners. Below them were commoners, plebeians, vagrants, and slaves. Slaves occupied the lowest rung, devoid of all rights. Vagrants lacked identity, possessions, and skills, essentially existing as beggars. Plebeians engaged in menial occupations, such as night watchmen and petty thieves. Tanners, at best, could only be considered commoners. Placing them alongside knighted adventurers would have created a disparity in status. In reality, there was little difference. A destitute knight was far less prosperous than a thriving commoner. Who would dare look down upon whom? Thus, 3 bonfires were kindled, each group preparing its own repast. However, fresh mutton was freely available for the evening meal. The skinned magic antelope could not be transported. At most, some cured haunches would be taken. The majority of the meat and carcasses would be discarded upon the southern slope of the grassland, awaiting consumption by beasts such as prairie wolves. A poignant night, stirred by a gentle breeze. Wild Camping Night, Part 2, Taya and Cuz returned, drenched. The 2 walked side by side along the cart-rutted path that wound up the hillside, bare-chested. Cuz clutched his leather armor in his right hand, his left hand tapping the water from his ear, hopping about on one leg, scattering droplets from his disheveled hair. Taya, however, was whispering something to Cuz as they walked. Cuz's simple expression betrayed that he had been duped by Taya once more. The 2, self-satisfied, approached the fire to warm themselves. The kobold, Cuz, was utterly exhausted, slumping against a stone near the fire like a disarticulated puppet, sitting back-to-back with Taya in silence. I had been dispatched by Uncle Fred to prepare the evening meal. Even a meal for 10 was beyond my capabilities. Although I typically performed tasks such as preparing medicines, cleaning tack, and running errands, my small frame was unequal to the task of preparing tonight's dinner. I was forced to enlist Cuz's assistance. Although I appeared young, Children of 5 or 6 in this world possess the physical capabilities of children of 8 or 9 on Earth. I could plunge into an icy lake in early spring without hesitation or chase wild hares across the grassland for the better part of a day without fatigue. However, to prepare a delectable dinner, striving for excellence in both preparation and presentation, and there was another reason. Within certain circles of the merchant caravan, it was no secret that the Orcish shaman, Old Kuru, possessed recipes for culinary delights. This was the explanation I and Old Kuru had agreed upon. The explanation to Old Kuru was that I had been studying herbalism, and that my deep understanding of herbs allowed me to discover novel spices. The combination of different spices yielded surprisingly diverse flavors. This was the world of apothecaries, a blessing from the goddess of nature. Old Kuru claimed that I possessed a talent for herbalism, but in the eyes of others, I was a human apothecary who had mastered Orcish herbalism. The mysterious Orcish herbalism must possess unique qualities. One should not inquire. These were secrets of the Orcish people. Old Kuru would undoubtedly caution Jiga to maintain secrecy. He would not divulge such important matters. Old Kuru would ensure that Jiga remained tight-lipped. One should not inquire. However, some would inevitably overthink the matter. These notions were delightful. The members of our group would convince themselves, and I would be denied the opportunity to refute them. The fresh mutton was thinly sliced by Cuz and me with small knives. I primarily demonstrated, while Cuz performed the actual work. My small hands struggled to grasp the large pieces of mutton. Taya, by the fire, watched us expertly prepare a basin of sliced meat. Staring blankly at the 2 pieces of black bread roasting on a nearby stone. Is your caravan so impoverished that it lacks black bread? Why are you only roasting such a small amount? Even the most delicious roasted meat becomes cloying if consumed in excess. After Cuz had cast countless disdainful glances in his direction, Taya finally grasped the situation and asked me, "Are these cured slices of meat so delicious?" I did not look up, feigning harmless innocence, as though I did not comprehend Taya's words. I waited quietly for Cuz to finish slicing the remaining haunch of mutton. Thinking to myself, this secret recipe mutton is beyond your comprehension. The hide of the magic antelope was remarkably durable. Even a sharp bayonet, without considerable force, would only leave a white mark upon it. However, the meat was exceptionally tender. Old Kuru had once stated that the power within a freshly slain magic beast had not yet dissipated, providing beneficial effects to the body. I had repeatedly cured the meat with pepper, salt, and various crushed herbs, imparting a distinct flavor. While the original flavor of antelope meat is quite palatable, years of consumption have somewhat dulled its allure. I find it reaches its zenith when paired with the pungency of pepper and the earthy notes of cumin. Regrettably, the absence of barbecue sauce leaves something to be desired. Adjacent to us, a cauldron brimmed with meticulously cleaned offal, while the entire skeletal frame of the antelope steeped in the broth, conjuring a milky consomme that permeated the encampment with its savory essence. Tia approached Cuz, inquisitively probing, "How is it that you managed to imbue the antelope broth with such an enchanting aroma?" He has always been under the impression that the culinary techniques employed by Cuz and myself originate from arcane Orcish recipes. Perhaps Cuz incorporates obscure insectal components or repulsive mineral powders. Whatever the reason, the ambrosial broth exudes an almost diabolical allure. Cuz, naturally, couldn't elucidate the broth's captivating scent. Simply stating, it always tastes like this. Cuz, does this broth possess a particular appellation? Tia surreptitiously wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. I reclined upon a wooden flatbed, my shins swinging idly, my hands providing support to my reclining posture, allowing my frame to luxuriate in repose. My lambskin jerkin, having been meticulously scrubbed the previous day, emanated a subtle, agreeable lanolin fragrance. I posit that our broth merits a more sonorous designation. I remarked casually, perhaps the devil's saliva. My remark seemed to strike a nerve with Tia, whose smile instantly dissipated, as if recalling some dreadful occurrence. Cuz, however, vehemently shook his head, earnestly declaring, "That appellation is rather unappealing. Perhaps. He struggled to articulate an alternative, his face flushed with exertion. Tia possessed a certain comeliness. While his facial features were unremarkable, his physique was remarkably well-proportioned. Rangers, as a warrior archetype, exhibit a harmonious blend of strength, agility, and endurance. The Ranger Guild mandates proficiency in archery, swordsmanship, and reconnaissance. Within the military, such individuals are designated scouts, their training emphasizing physical coordination and survival acumen. Neither corpulent nor emaciated, he was ideally suited to attire, and he remained steadfastly adjacent to Cuz, determined to partake in the repast. Cuz retrieved a flat, thin stone slab from beneath the ox cart, employing pebbles to construct a makeshift hearth. The stone slab was placed directly upon the fire. With practiced ease, Cuz repeatedly lubricated the stone with antelope fat, while his other hand deftly arranged slices of meat from a basin onto the scalding surface. The stone resonated with a chorus of sizzling sounds, a veritable stone-grilled feast. Cuz, adept at these culinary maneuvers, beckoned towards the tannery artisans of the caravan with a resounding Orcish cry. Repast commences. The sonorous Orcish utterance, though incomprehensible to some, unequivocally conveyed its meaning. I, brandishing a wooden ladle, stationed myself beside the colossal cauldron, poised to dispense broth, 1 bowl per person. I gestured towards Cuz's stone grill, announcing, "Griddled meat, ample for all esteemed uncles. For those disinclined towards antelope, 2 loaves of rye bread have been procured." My latter pronouncement was summarily disregarded as a dozen individuals besieged Cuz tirelessly replenished the stone with meat, yet the sizzling antelope, arrayed upon the heated surface, diminished with alarming rapidity. Even Tia, unable to resist, assisted in arranging the meat. Uncle Fred, his abdomen protuberant, jostled his way to the center, indignantly exclaiming, "You ravenous gluttons! Watch yourselves. You're snatching up raw meat. Have you never tasted flesh before? Away with you. Cease your consumption and recede. Hark! Where do you intend to impale me with that skewer? Pray, what is the purpose of your jostling? I merely sample the fare on your behalf. Is this sanguine offering palatable?" The competitive consumption of food invariably enhances its savor. My appetite, however, was modest, and I harbor a certain aversion to grilled meat. Having endured the searing torment of internal pyrogenic toxins for over 2 years, am I not, in essence, a griddled cutlet? After a cursory supper, I sought repose upon the flatbed. Uncle Fred and his fellow artisans would soon resume their labor, as the value of the antelope diminished with each passing moment. I implored that nocturnal precipitation would be withheld. I observed Cuz and the caravan's men still congregated, lavishing praise upon Cuz's grilling prowess. Seized by ennui, I resolved to resume my arcane resistance exercises. I mentally transcribed the rudimentary magical array, adhering to old Kuru's instruction to expunge all extraneous thoughts, tranquilize my mind, and concentrate my spiritual essence, directing my magical energy towards my fingertips. Apprehensive that the luminescence emanating from my fingertips might arouse suspicion, I cautiously retracted my hand into my sleeve. However, after an extended period, despite expending considerable effort, I failed to coalesce my magical energy. Instead, the pyrogenic elements within my body became abnormally agitated, inducing a stifling sensation within my chest, my exhaled breath carrying a saline tang. The previous day, I had managed to evoke a faint, ephemeral, yellowish radiance, albeit flickering and transient. Nevertheless, it constituted a partial success in spellcasting. Why then? Could I not even accomplish the initial step of magical convergence this evening? I yearned for the presence of old Kuru. In his presence, I had failed to appreciate his significance, instead perceiving him as a garrulous old man, incessantly uttering inconsequential drivel, ceaselessly muttering. Yet, upon his departure, I immediately missed him, his cumbersome Orcish pronunciations, the herbal nomenclature I had only partially memorized, the magical array I had yet to master. Did this detestable arcane resistance spell serve any purpose for me? Who could provide me with an answer? My doubts ensnared my thoughts in a deadlock. The more I pondered, the more impotent I felt. When my spirits waned, my inherent magical immunity diminished accordingly. The pyrogenic toxins, stored within my flesh and blood, seized the opportunity to surge through my veins. This sensation, reminiscent of boiling blood, had been absent for over 2 months. It felt as though my veins were on the verge of rupture, the seething blood relentlessly ravaging my body. During these episodes, a torrent of potent vitality would surge from my heart, coursing through my veins, generating new flesh and blood in its wake. The searing, scorching pain, the distension of boiling blood, and the prickling sensation of nascent flesh converged, transforming me into a griddled cutlet. "You are exceedingly warm. Are you ill? Are you capable of speech?" Amidst my semi-conscious, semi-comatose state, a female voice intruded. I mumbled incoherently, "Mother, I am in pain." At times, the torment became unbearable, a veritable curse that obscured all prospects of deliverance. Even the Orcish Grand Shaman was powerless to alleviate my affliction. During these moments, I yearned for someone to end my suffering with a single stroke, for which I would express my gratitude. "Fear not, child." The voice possessed a familiar cadence. A pair of hands explored my person, ostensibly examining my wounds. The buttons of my lambskin jerkin were unfastened, and the crisp nocturnal air assailed my chest, providing a modicum of relief. I struggled to divest myself of the jerkin, whereupon I felt myself enfolded in a tender embrace. My eyes remained sealed, yet I distinctly perceived the softness of the embrace. A frigid hand alighted upon my brow, eliciting a sigh of contentment before I succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, my vision was obscured, illuminated only by a diffuse light. I blinked laboriously, my sight gradually returning. I found myself within an exquisitely appointed tent, illuminated by a crystal pendant lamp, powered by a magical stone core, casting a tawny glow throughout the interior. The tent, though not expansive, was undeniably refined. I reclined upon a wolf pelt, my body enveloped in leather pouches filled with ice. I ascertained that I had survived, as I could still perceive the scalding pain and prickling sensations within my body, albeit attenuated. I attempted to rise and survey my surroundings, but the exquisite tent was certainly not old Kuru's. I could not conceive of anyone other than old Kuru capable of rescuing me. The tent flap was lifted, and immediately a woman's startled cry rang out. At that moment, I saw the female sorceress, Guagua, squeezing in from outside, a basin of clear water in her hands. Upon noticing my awakening, she gazed at me in astonishment and asked, "You're awake? Do you feel unwell?" Shaking my head, I quietly surveyed my surroundings and inquired, "Sister Guagua, where are we?" My voice was soft, almost a whisper, in this tent that could scarcely accommodate a third person. To my surprise, I noticed some feminine belongings hanging on a makeshift luggage rack nearby, a powder pink strapless top, slightly wrinkled white stockings, and a soft black skirt cascading down like a waterfall. Suddenly, it struck me that sorceresses, like all humans, require a mundane existence and pursue beauty and comfort just as we do. If stripped of her magic, she would undoubtedly be the amiable neighbor sister. Guagua's fair hand gently covered my eyes, and in that fleeting moment, I noticed the delicate azure veins on her arm, glistening beneath the sleeve of her robe. Her forearm is white as snow. Don't look around. This is indeed my tent. Where else would I take you after saving you? Sister Guagua, do you think I will die? I posed this question to old Kuru, who merely replied, "You possess both the blue flame and self-healing bloodlines. How could you possibly die?" Nonsense. Yet, I sensed he was withholding half the truth, perhaps believing I wouldn't comprehend, or maybe he thought it would serve no purpose. More than once, I felt I was teetering on the brink of death. To be frank, I wasn't afraid. Perhaps it would be for the best to simply drift into a deep slumber. Fear not, for I am a water element sorceress, skilled in healing. How could I allow you to perish? Guagua's words were soothing. She pushed the basin aside, bent down to enter, and then pulled the basin back in. In the cramped space, her soft form brushed past my nose, and the uniquely fragrant scent of a woman wafted into my nostrils. I nearly forgot that upon seeing her, my first thought should have been her identity as a sorceress, and only secondarily as a woman. A damp towel was laid across my face, and Guagua urged me to continue lying down. Curled up beside me, she asked, "Have you had this illness since childhood?" I nodded. "What did the old witch doctor say? Wasn't he the one who saved you? Why didn't he cure your ailment?" "He couldn't cure it either," I replied honestly. "Not even he?" Her surprise deepened. "What illness do you have? When it strikes, your body burns with fever." I extended my index finger, and before my thoughts could fully form, a burst of orange light emerged from my fingertip. How is this possible? Is this magic? But you haven't even undergone the awakening ceremony. How can you cast magic? Guagua's face paled, and she inhaled sharply, desperately covering her mouth. Her voice low and hurried as she questioned me. Typically, women are more emotional than men, yet they adapt more readily to sudden circumstances. I merely intended to experiment, extending my finger casually, only to find a flickering glow of magic forming at my fingertip, unstable and wavering like a candle in the wind. Guagua's cool palm grasped my glowing finger, and she leaned in close, whispering urgently in my ear, "Do not let anyone see this. Perhaps one day you will become like me because of it, but for now, it could cost you your life." I felt her hand tremble, her breath quickening. Observing her astonishment, I understood that this matter was far from simple. I contemplated the potential consequences of this secret being revealed. Would I be captured by the old fogies in their ivory tower as a lab rat? Or condemned to a pyre by the Sorcerer's Guild? Or would I be turned into a bloodline elixir by the necromancers lurking in the shadows? Yet, we had never delved deeply into such discussions. In fact, he seemed to avoid the topic altogether. I still did not grasp what about me could attract such attention. Was it the bloodline power? Surely, the descendants of those powerful beings would possess it too. Or was it the continuous generation of fire magic within me? Thanks to the fruit of combustion? I had no objection to others experiencing it as well. I shared old Kuru's speculation with Guagua, mentioning that consuming the fruit had imbued me with fire magic, but I refrained from discussing the awakening of the bloodline power, for she had already grown anxious upon seeing the magic light coalesce at my fingertip. "Oh, I see. But how did you gather magic? Did that old orc think he could teach you to wield magic? You haven't even formed a magic pool yet, even if you could cast spells. Your innate fire magic is insufficient to sustain a complete basic spell. Do you know the consequences of forcing a spell?" Guagua, with her tall and slender figure, sat curled up in the tent, having removed her voluminous magic robe, now clad only in a simple white cotton dress that accentuated her graceful curves. I smirked and retorted, "Isn't the consequence akin to what just happened? I nearly succumbed to the backlash of my own magic. You experienced a fit before because of magic gathering? Why would you wish to cast magic? Do you not understand that forcing a spell beyond your means can drain your life force?" Guagua's voice dropped again, nearly a growl from her throat. She did not answer my question, but rather addressed her own. When a stranger shows unsolicited concern, it can feel burdensome. I timidly remarked, "I merely wish to learn the anti-magic technique my teacher taught me. Perhaps that would alleviate my ailment." The teacher had mentioned uncertainty and success, yet I wished to try. This magic was newly acquired. Previously, I would suffer pain intermittently, not due to casting spells, but because the fire poison from the fruit accumulated enough to nearly consume me. The teacher had long sought a way to suppress the fire magic elements within me. Being a sorceress, Guogwa understood the rationale behind old Kuru's and my intentions. You wish to expend your remaining fire magic elements through your own depleting magical skills? What a bold notion. She took a moment to compose herself. Squinting at me as she continued, before forming a magic pool, none possess the ability to perceive magical elements within themselves. However, many are born with innate magical power. Many girls possess a slight affinity for water magic, often feeling cold and experiencing icy hands and feet. Some boys may exhibit some fire magic affinity in childhood. Sweating profusely and being less sensitive to cold, these traits are entirely normal. But without a magic pool, no one can sense these so-called magical powers. The ability to manipulate magic only emerges after the formation of a magic pool. Those who achieve this can harness magical power, guiding it to converge within the pool, which then circulates throughout the body. It is only at this stage that one may learn simple magical skills, and we refer to these novices as magic apprentices. If many possess magical powers, does that mean there are many sorcerers? I inquired. Noticing Guogwa's discomfort in her curled position, I shifted to the other side of the tent. And to my surprise, she lay down beside me. We reclined shoulder to shoulder, whispering in the tent's confined space. During the day, it felt inconsequential, but now, devoid of her magical robe and illuminated by the light of the magic crystal lamp overhead, I discreetly observed Guogwa as she lay there, realizing that even in repose, her form was strikingly alluring, the simple cotton dress failing to conceal the graceful contours of her thighs. A delightful fragrance wafted from her, reminiscent of warm, enchanting scents. Guogwa, perceiving my ignorance without any sign of irritation, patiently explained, that is not the case. In our country, the number of wizards is exceedingly rare. You should be able to grasp this concept. The probability of an individual possessing innate magical power among the ordinary populace is approximately 1 in 5. However, the likelihood of awakening a magical pool from those with innate magical constitution is less than 1 in 1,000. Ah, so few, I exclaimed. I had always believed that my body harbored the elements of fire magic, perhaps setting me apart from others. Old Kuru had also expressed great hope for my potential as a wizard. To learn that I possessed merely a 1 in 1,000 chance was disheartening. Noticing my despondency, Guogwa inquired, though I am not entirely familiar with the identity of that old orc, given his expertise in herbalism, he cannot be a mere beastman wizard. Did he not mention any peculiarities about you? I thought to myself that I had indeed mentioned it. He had told me of my awakened bloodline power and my true name, Blue Flame. Yet, how could I possibly divulge such information? Guogwa, observing my silence, assumed I was simply too young to comprehend many matters, and continued, you possess magical perception. This should indicate the awakening of magical talent. During the awakening ceremony, each wizard awakening their magical pool has the opportunity to simultaneously awaken a magical talent. However, among every 10 wizards who awaken their magical pools, it is not guaranteed that even one will simultaneously awaken a magical talent. When such a gifted wizard emerges, they are often sent to prestigious magic schools for training, as they have the potential to ascend into the ivory tower. That is you. Is it because I sensed the magical elements before awakening my magical pool that I am considered talented? I asked Guogwa. Turning to me earnestly, Guogwa replied, from this moment forth, you must promise me that you will never display magic in front of others until you become a wizard. I promise you, Sister Guogwa, I responded, licking my slightly parched lips, feeling a twinge of guilt. In truth, the Wizarding Association had long been conducting research on magical talent. A certain scholar once proposed that if a wizard's innate magical talent is controllable, then during the first awakening, by setting the conditions to simultaneously awaken the magical tide. And upon reaching level 10, when transitioning to a grand wizard for a second awakening, by simultaneously awakening magical precision or magical control, that successful grand wizard would have a 50% chance of advancing to level 20 as a grand magus. Your talent should be termed magical perception. At this stage, the benefits it brings you are vastly overshadowed by the dangers it poses. This talent is akin to bloodline power before your magical awakening. It cannot be integrated into the magical pool. 300 years ago, a genius wizard named Vega from the Black Magic Academy devised a ritual capable of usurping another's magical talent. The most critical condition is that the magical talent must not be integrated into the magical pool. Once it merges with the pool, it becomes impossible to separate through other means. Thus, Jiajia, you are now a coveted elixir for wizards who find themselves at a bottleneck and unable to advance. Should a day come when you fail to awaken your magical pool, it would be prudent to conceal your ability to manipulate magic for a lifetime. Guogwa gently stroked my forehead, imparting a sense of warmth. The intense sensation of fire within me had nearly subsided, and I had set aside the ice packs. While speaking to me, Guogwa kept her face close to my ear, her lips occasionally brushing against my earlobe, her warm breath carrying a fragrant scent. Perhaps having lain flat for too long made me feel somewhat fatigued, prompting me to shift and roll onto my side, inadvertently pressing my arm beneath her gentle weight, which caused my face to flush crimson. Gugwa noticed my unease and began to nervously check my forehead, relieved when she sensed that I was fine. We were in such close proximity that she seemed to have an incessant desire to cradle me in her arms like a child, which made me feel quite embarrassed. I resorted to conversation as a means of distraction and asked her, "Sister Gugwa, you mentioned I possess magical perception. Does that make the awakening ceremony easier for me to become a wizard?" Seemingly lost in thought, Gugwa took a moment before responding. "Our school's library does not contain records of such instances, but it should increase the likelihood of awakening the magical pool. However, I don't believe the chances are particularly high. At least, there have been no similar occurrences in the Ivory Tower or among the Wizarding Guild. Do you think becoming a wizard is so simple?" Noticing my somewhat despondent expression, Gugwa added, "However, there are still advantages, even without a magical pool, with magical perception. You can still learn magical skills, as long as you are cautious not to overextend your magical energy." I recalled Cuz. He would surely be searching for me if he realized I was missing, and I feared he might worry. Thus, I wished to step outside to inform him that I was well, hoping to avoid further solitude with Gugwa, as he held no reservations against me. Akin to an older sister protecting her younger brother, which made me feel uncomfortable. Though Gugwa was not of striking beauty, her appearance and figure were commendable, and her skin was quite fair. As she lay beside me, I found myself inadvertently gazing down her neckline at the smooth expanse within. "Sister Gugwa, I would like to see Cuz. He might be worried about me," I whispered. Seeing me about to rise, Gugwa quickly interjected, "Your beastman friend has work to do tonight, as the leatherworker will be busy all night. You should rest a bit longer. He just came by to check on you and left upon seeing that you were well." Noticing my distracted demeanor, perhaps intrigued by the topic of wizards, Gugwa continued, "Do you wish to become a wizard?" Having never been in such close proximity to someone as beautiful and well-endowed as her, I felt increasingly awkward, even though our identities had shifted. Gazing into her clear brown eyes, I saw my reflection and nodded in a fluster. Seeing my reaction, she smiled softly, her teeth gleaming white and her lips invitingly supple. Yet, instead of discussing wizards further, she began to share her story. "I live in the AI Gene area of Air City, which is the most picturesque part of the southeastern district. My home is a wooden house facing the street. My father was a senior officer in the Northwind Legion and tragically lost his life 5 years ago during a battle against the barbarians on the icy tundra. My mother, overwhelmed with grief, followed him to the afterlife in the spring of the following year, leaving me with the responsibility of caring for my younger siblings. I have 2 sisters and a brother. At that time, my sister Annie was still attending the AI Gene Warrior Junior Academy. My younger sister and brother are twins. My sister is named Sue, and my brother is named Jing. They were just learning to run that summer. I graduated from the Air City Magic Academy with excellent grades and had the opportunity to register directly with the Wizarding Guild upon graduation. Do you understand how glorious it is to become a wizard before graduation? My dream has always been to become an outstanding wizard, making my family proud. Even though my parents are no longer with me, I have not abandoned my aspirations. I wish to provide a better life for my sisters. During that time, I had little opportunity to care for Sue and Jing, so I hired a maid to look after them, ensuring they were fed and safe. However, I was unaware that they longed for my presence and had instructed the servants to bring them to the magic school to find me. The previous Sunday was supposed to be my return home, but my treatise on magic was just shy of completion. En route, they were struck by a carriage, its steel wheels crushing their bodies. Sue lost her legs below the knees, and Jing was killed outright. You bear a striking resemblance to Jing, who always looked up to me and aspired to become a magician. Sister Gugwa recounted many past events, revealing that his younger brother resembled me in some ways, which is why she deliberately approached me, offering me snacks and engaging in conversation. When I inquired about the specific similarities between Jing and myself, she couldn't quite articulate it. But there was a certain likeness in the way we sat and smiled. Only humans can truly understand humans. Only oneself can truly understand oneself. The adventurer's hunt concluded on the afternoon of the following day. Cuz visited me in the morning, reassuring me and mentioning that he had saved a dried leg of lamb for us to enjoy together once I recovered. The little orc has recently gained respect within the Merchant Guild due to his ability to create delectable flavors using various secret medicinal powders. Cuz reveled in the friendly gazes he received and excitedly shared numerous anecdotes with me. Subsequently, Uncle Fred paid me a visit, expressing his relief that nothing serious had occurred. Tia remained outside the tent, unwilling to enter, explaining that Gugwa would surely turn him into an ice sculpture if she knew he had been there. I asked him, "Can't you defeat Sister Gugwa?" Tia immediately puffed up like a ruffled rooster, retorting, "I'm not afraid of her. If it weren't for Kiangbe, that muscle-bound oaf, always backing her up, would I fear a mere magical novice fresh out of magic school?" In short, he was still afraid. One direct advantage of having a magician sister is the ability to comprehend magic more quickly. Human and orcish physiology differ significantly, leading to divergent understandings of magic from its fundamental origins. The theories old Kuru imparted to me were considered heretical by Gwagwa, who would often remark, "Those are things only barbaric orcs would do. They've been blundering about." The truth is, nevertheless, she concurred with old Kuru's final notion that practicing anti-magic could mitigate the damage caused by fire magic elements within my body. Given my talent for magic perception, old Kuru's seemingly impossible suggestion became feasible. She would secretly teach me magic at night, explaining that the first lesson human magic schools impart to newly enrolled magicians is how to meditate, followed by an entire semester of meditation and fundamental theoretical knowledge. During the first half-year, magic novices have no contact with any spells or skills. As an untrained amateur, without even awakening my magic pool or knowing how to meditate, attempting to learn and use magic skills was akin to the blind leading the blind. Meditation, an academic discipline originating from the elven race, has been greatly developed among humans. It enables magicians to perceive magic elements more meticulously, train their magical perception and mental strength, and accumulate and expand their magic pool. Unable to learn meditation, Sister Gwagwa shared her insights with me. She instructed me to try not to think, not to consciously control, but to slowly sense the fire magic power accumulating within my body, to savor the movement of those magical energies. Originally, I believed that these fire magic energies within me were contained within my flesh and blood, remaining static. However, I later discovered that these magic elements resembled constellations or nebulae within me. Their trajectories were subtle and slow, but all the magic power revolved around specific paths. Sister Gwagwa once expressed her curiosity about what achievements I might attain if I were to become a magician. I chuckled, stating that I only had a 1 in 1,000 chance, and it was unlikely I would be so fortunate. Sister Gwagwa countered that with magic perception, the chance of awakening could increase to 1%, which I considered better than nothing. The first time stable magical energy appeared at my fingertip was in a state of complete clarity within me. At that moment, I felt as though I had forgotten even the act of condensing magic, simply sensing the magic energy burning at my fingertip, the entire finger resembling a luminous candle. Sister Gwagwa remarked that ordinary people would be unable to see the orb of light at my fingertip unless they were also magicians. Attempting to draw a magic circle with such magic was like being crushed by another mountain, because the magic power within me was evenly distributed throughout my body. I could only mobilize the nearest magic power, losing control over anything farther away. Gwagwa advised that drawing magic circles required practice and contemplation, and success would eventually come naturally. During the day, I would follow Uncle Fred, and whenever someone sought his leatherworking services, I would tag along like a little assistant, carrying his knives and leather clips. Regrettably, there were no more hunting trips like the one before. The people in the merchant guild were busy making final preparations for entering the plateau. Various warming blankets and leather tents were being repaired. Uncle Fred spent entire days diligently mending damaged leather saddles. As a junior apprentice, I could occasionally perform some menial tasks, but I received no pay. The empire's currency consisted of 3 types: thumb-sized copper coins, 100 of which could be exchanged for a silver coin, which was slightly larger than a copper coin. 100 silver coins could be exchanged for a Grim Empire gold coin. I had only seen a Grim Empire gold coin once at Mr. Paler's place. Silver coins were the primary currency in circulation. I watched with yearning as Uncle Fred jingled 2 silver coins, casually stuffing them into his pocket, and silently prayed, "God, let one of them fall out. Please let one of them fall out." The merchant guild began collecting large quantities of meat, cooking and drying it. It was said that after entering the winding mountain roads of the Pai Plateau, it might be days before one could have a hot meal. Along the hundreds of miles of mountain paths, there was practically nothing to be found except ice and gravel. Enough stir-fried rice, cooked dried meat, and combustible fuel, such as dry wood and dried cow dung, were neatly packed into bags. Looking at the dozens of small mountains of supplies in the entire camp, I felt somewhat concerned for the thunder rhinos frolicking in Star Lake. Old Kuru began venturing out to collect herbs all day long, refusing to even take Cuz with him. When he returned before sunset, one couldn't see what he had added to his herb basket. He was always prevaricating. That was the road home. After a low, drawn-out roar, a thunder rhino suddenly leaped out of the lake near me, its short, thick tail whipping up waves that propelled its nearly 10-meter-long body out of the water. Water streamed down the gaps in its thick armor, resembling waterfalls before me, its stout limbs comically aligned with its body. I had never imagined that thunder rhinos were such adept swimmers. Splash! The sound was like thunder on a rainy day. When the thunder rhino plunged back into the water, the waves it created resembled a torrential downpour, drenching me as I sat on the lakeside ice. Fortunately, the iceberg I was on was far larger than it appeared. Although only a few meters of it were visible above the water, the entire iceberg's weight must have exceeded 100 tons. The waves from the thunder rhino's tail did not affect me, but the spray pushed the iceberg a few meters away. The next moment, Cuz emerged from the water, brandishing a harpoon made from the horn of a magic antelope. His upper body rested on the iceberg at my feet. He wore only a leather bathing suit and didn't seem to mind the cold. Waving the 2-foot-long bluefish on his harpoon, he said to me, "Ja, grilled fish tonight." After the adventurer's hunt, the leatherworkers received a small sum of silver coins. I also longed for a few silver coins. As the saying goes, with money in your pocket, you won't panic. Alas, my wish went unfulfilled. Cuz and I each received a modestly sized magical antelope horn as our reward. Cuz was particularly fond of the horn, which was nearly capable of piercing iron shields. He fashioned a harpoon for himself from it. Using a long pole we procured by trading 2 specially smoked rabbits with Uncle, and originally, this pole was the whip handle of a thunderous rhinoceros. But it had been inadvertently broken by its wielder, rendering the piece of wisteria wood worthless. Upon hearing of its availability, we swiftly seized the opportunity to exchange for it with the smoked rabbits. Cuz skillfully honed his antelope horn to a sharp edge, creating a hole at the tail end into which he inserted the slightly tapered end of the wooden pole. He secured it firmly by driving 2 long nails into the horn, thus completing the initial construction of the harpoon. As for my own horn, I reduced it to a palm-sized length and sharpened it into a fine cone, which I kept sheathed and close at hand. This short cone crafted from the antelope horn was honed to such a degree that I could effortlessly pierce through the tough hide of a raw cowhide tent. My intention was merely to modify my leather coat, which required a cord-like object to fasten it securely, making me feel akin to a shepherd, rather unrefined. I aimed to create several buttons from wolf bones, having already sourced the materials, yet I struggled to find a tool to bore holes into them. It was not until I possessed my own antelope horn cone that I could finally complete the bone buttons. I bound them with resilient sinew onto one side of the coat, while the opposite side was punctured with a series of holes using the horn cone. Thus, a rugged leather garment with a hint of exotic flair began to take shape. I also wished to sew on a few pockets, but suitable leather eluded me. Holding a pair of previously worn leather trousers, I endeavored to transform them into more fitting and visually appealing trousers using the limited tools at hand, a small leather knife and the horn cone. The Orcish aesthetic vastly differed from mine. They valued comfort, practicality, and durability, while I envisioned trousers complemented by a small cowhide belt. I had already prepared a belt buckle, crafted by the blacksmith from the merchant caravan the previous evening. After heating an iron rod over the campfire, he skillfully hammered it into a beautiful buckle according to my specifications, taking pride in my admiring gaze. In the days that followed the creation of the belt buckle, the blacksmith suddenly received a flurry of requests from others wishing to have their own buckles made. The trend was ignited by Uncle Fred, who, despite my protests, crafted a splendid belt from scrap magical antelope hide, setting off a wave of enthusiasm throughout the caravan for belt buckles. Even Sister Guagua approached me privately, requesting that I sketch various decorative designs for belt buckles, which she treasured and took back to camp, urging me to keep the designs secret. She promised that once we reached our destination, she could establish a shop in Beale City dedicated to selling belts, excitedly asserting that it would surely flourish, suggesting that we could run it as partners. The caravan had been stockpiling supplies in preparation for traversing the northern slopes of the Pai Plateau, intending to enter the plateau along the salt and iron route. In the early mornings on the grassland, a refreshing breeze filled the air, imbued with the fragrance of fresh grass, invigorating my spirit. The Star Lake Prairie was particularly damp in the mornings, with the lake's water temperature slightly higher than that of the surrounding air, resulting in a rising mist. From a high vantage point, the vista of the prairie resembled an ethereal realm. At that moment, the distant mountains of the Pai Plateau were shrouded in morning fog, appearing as if hidden from view. The morning breeze stirred the mist, flowing like an endless river toward the west. The prairie was enveloped in a tranquil snow-white stillness, while the distant peaks donned the colorful vestments of dawn, and the clouds, resembling creamy milk, blazed with fiery red hues, painting a serene tableau. Every morning, during the brief period just before dawn, I found my mind most alert. Guagua urged me to meditate during this time to sense the flow of magical elements within me, guiding me to observe the relative movements of these elements. She suggested that there might exist a core point within me, akin to a star map of magical elements, which could represent the heart of the universe, the optimal gathering point for magical power. For those awakened to their magical reservoirs, this point is referred to as the magical pool. However, she hypothesized that even without a magical pool, the magical elements within me were in slow motion. Her second hypothesis proposed that the trajectories of these elements followed a cyclical pattern. The third hypothesis suggested that if the first two were valid, then a core point might exist within me, which Guagua termed a pseudo-magic pool. Although it lacked the capacity to gather or refine magical energy, it was nonetheless a tangible presence. I formally met Changba on the third morning following the end of the hunt. We had encountered each other previously, yet I had paid little attention to the muscular figure, who bore a striking resemblance to an American movie star I once admired, who later became a governor. I had assumed that such a handsome figure would possess an air of pretentiousness. However, I soon discovered that this strong man, serving as the main tank of the Adventurers Guild, was a man of few words and earnest demeanor. Just before meeting him, I had been in Guagua's modest tent, practicing a finger exercise to manipulate magical energy. guiding a flickering orb of energy akin to a candle flame as it danced between my fingers, reminiscent of my school days spent practicing pin spinning during study hall. In my engrossed state, I failed to notice someone approaching. I had sought refuge in Gwigwa's tent to avoid disturbances. But the flap was gently lifted to reveal her fair face, signaling to me. I must have appeared rather foolish, like a hand-obsessed oddity, seated cross-legged within the tent, extending a hand in an almost daft manner. I was caught off guard when Gwigwa introduced a visitor to me, with a gentle wave. She beckoned me to come out, announcing that she had found a physical training instructor for me, whom I would henceforth call Changba. From that night onward, Gwigwa treated me as if I were her younger brother, imparting magical knowledge in private and showing great concern for my daily life. She even altered some of her surplus shirts to craft undergarments for me, insisting that wearing leather trousers bare-legged would have repercussions, nearly causing me to faint from embarrassment. Her seamstress skills left something to be desired. She hadn't even bothered to alter the lace trim on the collar, cuffs, and placket of the shirt, simply shrinking it down for me to wear. And the white breeches were even more pathetic, hemmed too short, resembling tight-fitting capri pants, making me feel like a processed broiler chicken. A mutual curiosity existed between me and Kiangbei, towering well over 2 meters. He was the most imposing figure in the entire caravan. I had once witnessed him clad in full plate armor during a hunt, effortlessly wielding a door-sized shield in one hand and a finely crafted war hammer at his hip, astride a Gubwa horse, an awe-inspiring sight. Now, he wore simple leather armor, revealing robust, bronze-hued muscles, his biceps thicker than my waist. Brother Kiangbei, my reputation for docility and good sense rivaled the renown of Kuz's or spice blends. Even Onlu, the most despised, rotund cook, would greet me with a bun-like grin. Naturally, I couldn't act too casually with the second-in-command of the Wind Chaser adventuring group. Kiangbei nodded politely, his bright eyes shifting to Gwigwa before inquiring, "Your younger brother?" Nothing remained secret within the caravan. The story of my origins had been retold countless times. It was a classic tale of interethnic harmony, a poignant narrative of a compassionate, skilled Orcish elder and an abandoned orphan. The caravan's uncles had embellished the tale with vivid details, and Tia, the notorious gossip, would have undoubtedly shared it all. Kiangbei's query was merely to ascertain Gwigwa's stance toward me, as aiding a pitiful boy was far easier than assisting Gwigwa's own sibling. "He's also your younger brother." Gwigwa's tone was cool and direct, her gaze meeting Kiangbei's as she awaited his commitment. A clandestine affair, I surmised, finally understanding why Tia avoided Gwigwa like the plague. Kiangbei, looking somewhat helpless, rubbed his nose with a thick finger before acquiescing. "I understand," he said. "I know what I should teach him." A subtle, fleeting smile graced Gwigwa's lips, quickly replaced by a solemn expression. She then curtsied to Kiangbei with aristocratic grace. Kiangbei instinctively snapped to attention, returning the bow with his hand over his chest, revealing customs beyond those of commoners. Gwigwa bent down, placing a hand on her knee, her countenance softening. She affectionately pinched my cheek, a gesture I usually detested. However, I was too preoccupied to care, as my gaze inadvertently drifted down the neckline of Gwigwa's open blouse, revealing the full expanse of her snow-white breasts, the rosy tips now clearly visible. Flustered, I averted my eyes. "My precious, you must learn from Kiangbei," she said. "I know your aspirations, but first, you must be able to protect yourself. We still need to open a belt buckle shop together, remember?" Unperturbed by my gaze, Gwigwa cast a wary glance at Kiangbei, who was gaping, transfixed by the view. She glared at him, causing him to look away, as if searching for a shield to protect himself. I covered my mouth with my small hand, nodding vigorously, my words muffled. "We'll open many," I mumbled, "a chain of stores. Selling belt buckles and locks, perhaps? Never mind. Let them think what they want. No use explaining." And so, I embarked on new training endeavors. I already engaged in various physical exercises alongside Kuz, the Orcish boy, who would lead me on daily runs around the camp, or, with Kulu's consent, into the frigid lake for swimming. I would sometimes slack off on the ice floes, while Kuz would spear plump graylings, the only fish of any size in the lake. The orcs disdained the translucent, noodle-like fish that darted through the water. But I was curious to try them, though I couldn't catch any. Swimming and running would make me strong enough, so Kiangbei ceased questioning my physical condition. He explained to Gwigwa that I was as robust as an Orcish lad, so there was no need for him to add to it. As for combat skills, given my physique and current strength, even mastering a lethal technique would only amount to tickling an adult. The disparity in strength and speed was simply too great. Thus, Kiangbei dismissed that notion. But what could he teach me? The following afternoon, Kiangbei appeared before me, bearing a small shield, more like a large spoon. It was deeply curved and round, only about 40 centimeters in diameter. The outer iron was etched with sun-like totems, while the inside consisted of a lightweight yet sturdy yellow pine handle. Although the iron shield appeared heavy, it was actually a light, ironclad wooden buckler, albeit exquisitely crafted. I could manage its weight. He also provided me with a wooden sword. Kiangbei, wielding a kite shield, explained that he would teach me how to survive when isolated and defenseless. Do not underestimate the power of a shield, he said. Properly used, it can deflect attacks from enemies several times stronger. Mastering the correct defensive stance is crucial. On the battlefield, young warriors often forget their training in moments of extreme stress, reverting to ingrained habits and subconscious movements, leaving them vulnerable. Instilling the correct shield posture in children is a concept that the Warriors Guild has been promoting for decades. Seeing Qiangbei kneeling, his right arm holding the shield in a standard defensive posture against a frontal assault, I knew my days of hardship had arrived. Reminiscent of military training in school, with its endless standing at attention for half an hour under the scorching sun. The reality, however, proved far more grueling. I spent nearly 3 hours each day practicing the shield posture, with Qiangbei occasionally kicking me without warning. If I fell, the timer would reset. Old Kulu had also become erratic, perhaps believing I wasn't suffering enough. He doubled the amount of herbal lore I had to memorize, demanding fluent recitation in both Orcish and Imperial languages. Furthermore, he began conducting impromptu quizzes on my progress. They were all preparing for the journey into the Pai Plateau, rumored to be infested with vile grey dwarf bandit gangs. The only solace I found was in Guogua's embrace. I also had to witness her courtship with the fiendish Qiangbei, feigning ignorance or incomprehension. I wasn't an acting prodigy, so I couldn't conjure such a wide range of expressions. Eventually, I resorted to pretending to sleep. Perhaps because of my presence, Guogua's emotional defenses crumbled, and their relationship rapidly intensified during this period of respite. They even held hands and conversed when alone. I expressed my utmost contempt for Qiangbei, who seemed utterly oblivious to the female psyche, content with mere defense. Fortunately, there are not many exceptional men in the merchant group, and the Wind Chasers team is relatively independent among adventurers. Sister Guogua usually maintains a cold demeanor, being a noble sorceress who would dare to entangle themselves with a practitioner of the arcane. It was later that I discovered that nearly every significant breakthrough between the two of them was instigated by Sister Guogua. I vividly recall the moment when Strongba and Sister Guogua held hands for the first time. It was the afternoon of the 3rd day of my rigorous training under Strongba. The spring weather on the Starlight Prairie was rarely rainy, but on this particular afternoon, a sudden northern wind blew in, causing the temperature to drop sharply. The clouds in the sky resembled both blooms and the white spots on a cow's coat, with each cloud thick and scattered yet not too distant from one another, saturating the entire sky. I suspected these were cumulonimbus clouds, ready to unleash rain at the slightest encounter with the chill. The air felt heavy, and I found myself slightly breathless. I hoped for rain, thinking it would grant me a reprieve from this devilish training under Strongba, who had been torturing me to the point where I shouted about my aching arms in my sleep, as Cuz had discreetly informed me. As anticipated, the wind soon ceased, but the clouds began to merge like ink bleeding on rice paper. The light around us dimmed, and the once white, fluffy clouds transformed into ominous dark ones. The water elements in the air became palpably active, and with the rumble of distant thunder, it became clear that rain was imminent. Unable to contain my joy, I smiled. At that moment, Strongba stood opposite me, one hand gripping an iris shield and the other wielding a hefty wooden sword, practicing basic sword strokes. He was relentless with himself, engaging in 5,000 sword swings daily, performing frog leaps with his shield around the campsite 20 times, and completing nearly 20 arduous tasks. Often, I could catch glimpses of him training diligently, and even when I secretly practiced magic gathering with Sister Guogua at night, he remained committed to his training. He truly was a training fanatic. Do you think the impending rain grants you a respite? Strongba's gaze was sharp as a knife during our lessons, and I couldn't help but feel intimidated, especially at the thought of being on the receiving end of his wrath. The mere image of myself battered by him sent shivers down my spine. I quickly shook my head, clenched my teeth, and maintained my posture, entering a meditative state. This meditative state allowed my spiritual energy to transcend my physical form, giving me the sensation of viewing my entire being from above, as if my body had become transparent. In this state, the magical powers within me would reveal themselves like a celestial map, circulating through my glass-like body. I had discovered this during my meditation practice 2 nights prior. Upon entering this state, the soreness in my body would recover rapidly, and I could clearly assess whether my movements were accurate. A cold raindrop struck my face, abruptly pulling me from my peculiar meditative reverie. Yet, in that meditative state, my senses were heightened. The single raindrop felt like a resounding slap. Before long, the raindrops transitioned from a gentle patter to a torrential downpour, splattering against the grass and creating a mist that blurred the horizon. The sudden deluge did not deter Strongba in the least. He remained steadfast, swinging his sword amidst the rain. At that moment, my heart wept with frustration. I thought, "Cuz, you foolish dear, why didn't you bring an umbrella for your brother? Even my leather coat would suffice." 2 more minutes. Flatten the shield. Maintain your stance. My exasperation deepened as I thought, to demand proper form in such a downpour? Cursed be you, you ancient bachelor. As a song once lamented, the rain fell incessantly, and the atmosphere was far from harmonious. Suddenly, through the mist, a water shield appeared. and a woman clad in a magical robe approached us. Her pace was unhurried as she drew nearer. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was Sister Guogua, advancing with her water shield. This was the first time I had witnessed such a marvel in this world. Evidently, a water shield could be utilized in this manner, showcasing Sister Guogua's formidable prowess. The shield shimmered with the luster of transparent jade, and as the heavy rain struck it, the droplets shattered upon impact. Without regard for my willingness, Sister Guogua tossed my shield into the rain, and it rolled away, splashing water upon landing. I felt a pang of reluctance. After all, I had formed a bond with that shield. Then, in an unexpected turn of events, I was swept into Sister Guogua's warm embrace. My hands naturally fell upon her fragrant shoulders, and the familiar scent enveloped me, causing me to involuntarily sneeze. Sister, please don't hold me so tightly. You'll get soaked. I attempted to alleviate the awkwardness. Being cradled by a young woman was not entirely unpleasurable, but when one's knee pressed against her soft abdomen, and one's belly rested against her ample bosom, the satisfaction and indescribable bliss became a source of embarrassment. At times, I oscillated between the innocence of childhood and the maturity of adulthood, often grappling with the moral constraints of my conscience. I felt guilty for relishing in the moment. Yet I also wanted to embrace the awkwardness of the situation, ultimately viewing her as more of an elder sister. Silence. Are you foolish? If he commands you to stand there, then stand until your last breath. Do you not see how heavy the rain is? Do you want to risk your health again? You clearly do not know how to avoid danger. Sister Guogua admonished me as she carried me back, leaving Strongbaugh standing bewildered in the rain. In truth, teachers wield greater authority in this world, bearing a heavier moral responsibility, resembling true mentors. As Sister Guogua walked past Strongbaugh, I discreetly tugged at her light brown hair and glanced at Strongbaugh, who remained rooted in place. From a training perspective, Strongbaugh had not erred. Yet I cared little for his right or wrong. I simply feared that when the rain ceased, he would demand I repeat the exercises, which would undoubtedly be more torturous than my current plight. Sister Guogua shot a glare at Strongbaugh, scolding, "Are you made of wood? Why are you still standing there like a statue?" Her snow-white hand seized Strongbaugh's wrist, which was as stout as my calf, and the iris shield fell into the rain. Thus, Sister Guogua carried me with one arm, while the other grasped Strongbaugh's wrist, guiding us back to her tent. In that moment, they had finally completed their first hand-holding. Standing at the entrance of the tent, Sister Guogua prepared to lift the flap, glancing back at Strongbaugh. She huffed. "What? Are you planning to join us for a change of clothes?" Before he could articulate a response, Sister Guogua unceremoniously left him outside the tent. The sound of splashing footsteps gradually faded, and I realized that the hulking figure of Strongbaugh had retreated to his own tent. However, just before entering the tent, I cast a discreet glance at him, noticing his eyes gleaming brightly. Based on my understanding of him, he did not seem angry. Rather, he appeared somewhat exhilarated. I mused. "Strong, could it be that your expression is due to merely holding hands?" Regarding the marriage system in the Green Empire, I have only heard Uncle speak of it. Those with means enjoy considerable freedom. Polygamy and polyandry exist as long as one can bear the responsibilities, and mutual consent is also required, but the latter is less common. Typically, men tend to be more dominant. This is especially true in the border cities of the empire, where the ravages of war and the plundering by barbarous tribes on the icy tundra have led to a severe imbalance in the male-to-female ratio. Many men have either perished or been conscripted, resulting in local laws increasingly favoring men to promote population growth. In such an era, it is hard to imagine men like Qiangba who get overly excited just from touching a woman's hand. I was pushed into the tent by Guogua Jia, raindrops cascading down my soft, tousled hair, tracing down my cheeks to drip onto the wool fur blanket within the tent, soaking me thoroughly. Despite the impracticality of my modified leather attire, it still managed to present me as rather dashing. Cold raindrops streamed down my leather clothes, adding to my disheveled appearance. "Take off your wet clothes." Guogua Jia half squatted before me, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she noticed the neat row of wolf bone buttons on my collar. It was evident she found my little quirks amusing. Who could comprehend that a 5.5-year-old child would, upon realizing that the orc-tailored leather pants were not straight enough, hastily learn some rudimentary leatherworking skills to adjust them? Who could fathom that because my leather coat lacked buttons, I would think to craft a few crude bone buttons, which, despite their rough craftsmanship, lent a unique charm to my attire? Such vanity requires a great deal of thoughtfulness. Perhaps being an orphan has made me more independent? The craftsmanship in the Green Empire is exceptionally advanced. I had seen exquisite gold-plated copper buttons on Xiangbau's shirt, leading me to believe his family must not be impoverished, likely possessing a title of knight or higher. Guogua Jia's words felt less like an order and more like a proclamation of her intent, or perhaps merely a psychological preparation for me. Her delicate, snow-white fingers deftly manipulated the bone buttons on my collar, swiftly removing my garments. In that moment, I felt akin to a magic antelope being skinned by leatherworkers, my soaked attire hanging at the tent's entrance, continuously dripping water. The rain gradually morphed into hail. initially resembling grains of rice mixed with rainwater, some melting mid-air, others dissolving upon hitting the ground. Yet now, the hail had intensified, with egg-sized balls crashing down, clattering against the scattered supplies in the camp. Our leather tent echoed with the sound, resembling a unified drumbeat. Outside, shouts began to resonate, as if startled by a thunderous presence. I felt the urge to peek outside, but was pulled back by Gwagwajia, who admonished, "What are you looking at? It's freezing out there. Hurry and dry your hair." I turned to grab a dry scarf from the rack, only to have a pair of icy hands tug at the hem of my shirt, pulling it up and off me before I could react. Gwagwajia then pushed me down onto her lap, swiftly removing my pitifully short underpants, wrapping my small frame in a warm, gray wool scarf. My hair was hastily rubbed dry against the scarf before I was placed on the dry wool fur blanket on the other side of the tent. I could no longer recall the last time my mother had handled me this way. Those fuzzy childhood memories seemed to drift further away, leaving a peculiar pang in my heart, perhaps a yearning for home. The outside rain, now mixed with a copious amount of hail, resembled a divine being pouring down from a colossal sieve, squeezing the air between heaven and earth, rendering it suffocating. The rapid breaths I took felt uncomfortable. It had been ages since I had truly felt the cold, and this time my hands and feet nearly froze. The last time I experienced such frigidness was in the harsh winter of the West Yachis Mountains, 4 months ago during a snowstorm. Had it not been for old Kulu unfurling a fire magic scroll in the tent, both Kuzu and I might have been frozen solid. Seeing old Kulu's pained expression then, I understood that the exquisite magical parchment was indeed precious. Gwagwajia knelt on the wool fur blanket, checking for leaks in the tent. This tent was painfully small, barely accommodating a single person, yet with both of us inside, her movements were restricted. I tried to curl into a corner. The tent was far superior to old Kulu's finely crafted one. Even with water pooling around the camp, the quality of the leather waterproof tent was commendable. Not only was there no water seeping in, but even the exposed leather remained dry. Upon confirming that no dew had entered, she exhaled softly, only to realize that her clothes had also become damp from holding me. The cold rain had soaked her magical robe around the chest and waist, making her appear somewhat disheveled. Gwagwajia glared at me, exclaiming, "With such heavy rain, you couldn't run back?" She continued, "If he dares to scold you, I will shield you. The freezing rain of the Xinghu Prairie in spring can be deadly for a child as small as you." While speaking, she unfastened the concealed buttons of her robe, and with a swift motion, it slid down to reveal a gray wool shirt underneath. The wool shirt was unlike any I had known. It was not knitted from spun wool, but rather as smooth as velvet, hugging her form and accentuating her curves. The shirt clung tightly to her ample bosom, tapering at the waist, showcasing her figure. Without hesitation, she lifted her wool shirt over her head, her chest exposed to reveal a glimpse of her fair skin. I thought she must have another cotton shirt underneath, glancing at the hanger to see a perfectly intact one hanging there, so it had been washed. My face flushed instantly, my heart racing almost to the point of bursting from my throat. Not daring to look further, I hurriedly approached with the scarf wrapped around me, carefully freeing her hair from the collar. She tossed the wool shirt aside and shot me a glance, saying, "Look what you've done to my clothes." I quickly shrank my neck, fearing her wrath might lead to a couple of playful smacks on my backside, which would be utterly embarrassing. I forced a grin and replied, "Gwagwajia, please check on me later. I believe my control over magical energy is nearly adequate. Last night, I attempted to sketch the magic circle twice, but just as I began, my magical energy suddenly dissipated, and I cannot fathom why." Gwagwajia sat in the center of the tent, observing a large damp patch on her skirt with a frown, directly removing it to reveal her form-fitting flesh-colored shorts and long, graceful legs. At that moment, I noticed something new, my attention fixated on the magical patterns before me. Her skin, like polished ivory, possessed a texture of exquisite smoothness. Though not conventionally beautiful, her features held an enduring allure, save for a scattering of delicate rose-tinted freckles beneath her eyes. Her figure was undeniably captivating. She contorted her lithe form, serpentine in its grace, as she rummaged through her luggage, discarding garments deemed unsuitable. My gaze was arrested by an intricate magical array etched upon the alabaster expanse of her abdomen. The arcane design, no larger than 2 outstretched hands, shimmered with a faint cerulean luminescence. Though the lines were somewhat faded, the arcane patterns and enigmatic symbols beckoned my attention, compelling me to linger. "Your mana is insufficiently focused," she observed, her voice laced with insightful critique. "The creation of a magical array demands not only a stable and practiced manipulation of magical energies, but also their concentration into a singular point. Diffuse energy cannot elicit the array's resonance, rendering it ineffective." As she elucidated, she donned a thick woolen garment. Observing my unwavering gaze, she followed the trajectory of my eyes, realizing I was captivated by the arcane design adorning her skin. Instead of concealing it, she gracefully turned, presenting the magical array for my inspection. "Well, is the artistry pleasing?" she inquired. Hesitantly, I responded, unsure of the appropriate rejoinder. Seeing no displeasure in her countenance, I lifted my gaze to meet hers. "Is that a magical array as well?" I asked. Ah, this is an augmentation array inscribed by a runemaster. It's quite rudimentary, etched some 4 or 5 years ago. As you can see, the lines are beginning to fade, suggesting its impending inefficacy. When you become a true mage, I shall take you to have one inscribed as well, she said, her voice gentle as she caressed the array on her abdomen. The design spiraled outward from her navel in concentric circles, its complexity enhanced by an interweaving of arcane symbols. A wistful expression veiled her eyes, hinting at fond memories associated with the enchantment. Are not magical arrays typically inscribed upon scrolls? Can they be etched upon the body? I inquired, my curiosity piqued. Emboldened, I drew closer, my face nearly touching her abdomen as I scrutinized the design. The warmth of my breath upon her skin elicited a cascade of laughter. Gently pushing me away, she regarded me with an affectionate gaze, akin to that of a sibling. With tender hands, she smoothed my still damp hair. In essence, she began. Those mages who demonstrate exceptional precision in controlling magic often divert their energies from magical research to specialize in arcane inscription. They are known as runemasters. She continued. While most mages are capable of crafting basic scrolls, the low success rate and exorbitant material costs often outweigh the expense of purchasing a finished product. Hence, the existence of specialized runemasters within the mages guild who produce scrolls. The most skilled among them utilize costly magical elixirs and rare beast hides to create enchanted constructs, imbuing magical abilities into equipment. They can also inscribe supportive or protective arrays upon the bodies of warriors or mages, enhancing their combat prowess. This rudimentary water magic enhancement array, for instance, was a gift from my father upon my ascension to a 7th-level apprentice and mastery of my first water magic spell. A shadow of melancholy fell upon her features. Is it customary for mages to have runes inscribed upon their bodies? I asked. Indeed, it is a shortcut to enhance one's power, while others may aid in magical cultivation. Nearly every mage possesses one, though their function, placement, and design vary. And most importantly, inscription demands a king's ransom in coin. The most advanced arrays are beyond monetary value, requiring rare materials for their acquisition. She tapped her abdomen again. This array is quite basic, amplifying the power of water magic by a mere 10%. Now that I am a full-fledged mage, many of the primary spells have fallen into disuse, rendering this array less practical than a mana regeneration array. Is a mage limited to a single array? I asked. She tossed me a pair of shorts, shaking her head. It depends on the mage's capacity, which grows with their level. It is said that Commander A of the Empire's Legion bears level 4 arrays upon every inch of his skin, enabling him to unleash meteor showers with a kilometer-wide radius. I could barely bear the burden of a second primary array, but that must wait until our buckle shop earns some coin. She laughed. Knowing this jest might turn into reality, seeing her longing gaze, I vowed, I shall become a runemaster and inscribe the finest arrays upon your body, making you the most powerful water support mage in the Empire. I shall await that day, she exclaimed, pointing to her breasts, and you shall inscribe them here. As I could not bear the touch of another runemaster, flushing, I averted my gaze and weakly agreed. After I changed into some dry garments, we began to meditate. She spent hours in meditation, sensing she was about to break through the level 3 bottleneck and become a level 4 mage. And in the afternoon, I successfully drew the magic array for anti-magic, even though it took more than 10 seconds, and the array only flashed twice in the air before disappearing. With this good start, I continued to practice. I could feel the fire magic being drawn out of my body by my fingers. The burning sensation became weaker, and my drawing became more fluent. After countless failures, I sat cross-legged in the tent. As my finger touched the last node on the magic array, the array flowed like water. A circle of light appeared beneath me, and a shield surrounded my waist. I heard a squeak, and the shield disappeared. So this is what it feels like to release magic. After 7 days, I learned my first spell, anti-magic, and it was from the Beast clan. I could feel the changes it brought to my body. I could feel many invisible bugs devouring the fire magic in my body. And the consumption of magic was faster than the growth. After a quarter of an hour, the shield appeared again, flashed twice, and disappeared. Sensed my change and asked, "What's wrong?" "Anti-magic only lasted 15 minutes, I replied. "Your fire magic doesn't seem to be growing much." With a tilt of her head, Guagua parted the tent flap and glanced outside. "The rain seems to have ceased." Indeed, it had. I knew that if Sister Guagua were to cast arcane enchantments akin to those employed by human mages to bolster magical resistance, such as a ward of arcane resilience, it could endure for at least 10 days. This was because the mana expenditure per moment was far less than the mana pool's restorative capabilities. In such instances, the mana pool was akin to an inexhaustible font. My own spell of arcane deflection, however, could only draw upon the residual magical energies within my body. The fire magic generated by the Emberfruit was scant, barely sufficient to sustain my painstakingly cast spell for a mere 15 minutes before my internal fire magic was depleted, and the ward was forced to dissipate. 18. After the deluge, a downpour transformed the Star Lake Prairie into a quagmire. The once myriad lakes, scattered like stars, merged, forming a vast and treacherous marsh. Even the most seasoned Orcish guides found themselves unable to discern the path home, for the road lay submerged. In the wake of the storm, many arid riverbeds sprung to life, their waters destined to flow for a few days before receding. Yet, until then, at least hundreds of such ephemeral streams meandered across the Star Lake Prairie, their waters converging into the Star River at the eastern edge of the plains. This river, in turn, coursed along the Pai Highlands for approximately 150 kilometers southeast before emptying into the Swift Steed River. This sudden deluge also compelled the merchant caravan to postpone its departure. Palis, of late, had grown increasingly agitated, his composure unable to quell his inner ire, resulting in frequent outbursts. The caravan's atmosphere grew tense. The lieutenants responsible for herding the thunder rhinos dared not slack off, and those caught napping in the grass were met with the lash. Even Fred grew circumspect, refraining from his usual dalliances with the dance troupe. The cured meat, saturated by the rain, was discarded by the basinful into the lake to feed the fish, a stark reminder of Palis's somber countenance, akin to a sky heavy with storm clouds. In the morning, I was summoned by Old Kuru to concoct a herbal decoction, its primary ingredient being artemisia. Old Kuru feared that the caravan might succumb to illnesses due to tainted water. Sister Guagua and Tia, too, were summoned by the leader of the Wind Chaser Adventuring Company. It seemed the adventuring party would adjust their internal tasks and plans due to the caravan's altered itinerary. Now unburdened by the torment of fire poison, I discovered a newfound lightness within my body, as if poised to take flight. Damp would prove difficult to ignite, and even when kindled, it emitted billowing clouds of smoke. Yet, the camp was devoid of dry firewood, and in the coming days, there would be no dry dung to serve as fuel. The entire prairie was saturated, within a colossal iron cauldron. Steam billowed as Old Kuru cast in whole sprigs of artemisia, the decoction slowly transforming into a nauseating green. Old Kuru instructed me that everyone, including the dance troupe, must partake in the brew when the rye bread was distributed in the morning. The dance troupe's encampment consisted of 13 specially crafted magical wagons, each resembling a mobile cottage. The ironclad wheels, etched with runes of swift winds, were exceptionally large. The dancers were fortunate to have weathered the storm within these wagons, whose waterproof properties far surpassed those of the caravan's tents, preventing them from succumbing to the cold and damp. The caravan's tents, for the most part, were fashioned from coarsely tanned rawhide, capable of withstanding wind, cold, rain, and snow, but unable to repel moisture. Almost every tent's leather bedding had been soaked through. Many of the men, taking advantage of the daylight, carried the sodden bedding out into the camp to dry, the age-old, unwashed hides emanating a medley of damp, salty odors, reminiscent of decaying insects. A lengthy queue formed for sustenance, our iron cauldron being the sole source of fire. Even the dance troupe was unable to prepare breakfast. The morning meal consisted solely of salted flatbread, originally intended for the mountain trek but now consumed prematurely. Each person was also to receive a bowl of medicinal broth, the only warm offering of the morning. Even when clad in boots, prolonged standing in water induced a chilling sensation. A warm draft, even if medicinal, was a welcome respite. The damp, chilling cold was far more unbearable than the dry cold of a snow-covered winter. Spotting Uncle Fred in the queue, I furtively slipped him a package of chestnuts, roasted and warmed in the embers under the guise of a casual encounter. Uncle Fred winked in gratitude, and I continued to distribute the flatbread with an impassive countenance. This was my sole, modest indulgence. Everyone possessed their own advantages, just as Uncle Fred could always procure scraps of precious leather, a trivial matter for a leatherworker. He could also, on occasion, obtain an extra flatbread, thanks to his paramour among the dance troupe. Old Kuru's advantage was that one need not fear illness in his presence. As I gradually became capable of contributing to the caravan, from assisting with small tasks to becoming Old Kuru's assistant and apprentice, I earned the respect of the caravan's men and gained my own privileges. In the morning, Guagua informed me that this waterlogged prairie was her domain until it dried. I never fully grasped the meaning of her words. Old Kuru's tent was bereft of space, every inch crammed with sacks of herbs. Cousin, I trod upon the wooden beams of the tent's roof, where it was less damp. I clutched a bowl of foul-smelling medicinal broth, akin to fermented bean juice. My feet perched precariously on the edge of the wooden rafters, resembling a crow perched on a branch. Shoulder to shoulder with Cuz, we squatted, grimacing, pinching our noses as we forced the broth down our gullets. Old Kuru sat on a stone stool outside the tent, 2 griddle cakes warming on a clay stove before him. Cuz, seated beside me, grumbled, "Gia, you've been studying with the adventurers these past few days. Are they treating you well?" "They're all right, AZ. Sister Guagua found me a shield warrior to be my instructor. He's formidable." I drained the last of the broth, the warmth finally permeating my entire being, even causing a few beads of sweat to form on my brow. Cuz chuckled, a hearty sound, and produced 2 strips of dried meat from his pocket, offering one to me. This was seasoned and cured meat, far more palatable than the caravan's simply boiled and dried fare. Our small world was never lacking in snacks. Since arriving on this prairie, Cuz's talents had become evident. He held the meat beneath his fleshy nose, feigning a revolted state of ecstasy. The corners of his mouth turned upward, revealing 2 canine teeth, a subtle gesture indicating his delight. His gaze remained fixed on the wind chaser adventuring company in the distance. I wanted to come find you a few times, but I got a bit nervous when I saw that guy. I didn't dare go over. Setting the empty bowl aside, I placed a hand on his shoulder. That Chamba is a demon. He's been tormenting me these past few days. I recounted my recent tribulations to Cuz, eliciting peals of laughter. Old Kuru, seated below, interjected in Orcish. I've noticed your gait has improved significantly these past few days, Jia. The techniques they're teaching you are better suited to you. They're genuine life-saving skills. You must study diligently. But I'm being posed like a scarecrow every day. I don't see how any of this is useful to me, I retorted. The meat Cuz had cured was rather salty. Orcs preferred their fare saltier. Cuz earnestly replied. You do seem to have changed a bit. You're a bit like a rabbit. Had anyone else called me a rabbit, I would have retorted with a curse. However, I began to comprehend the essence of Cuz's words in the orc language. He indicated that I should remain vigilant like a rabbit, swiftly adjusting my body for defense at the first sign of danger. Unbeknownst to me, those defensive movements had already become instinctual. I presented my small round shield to Cuz, who expressed envy, remarking on its exquisite craftsmanship and durability. In a few days, we'll make one for you, modeled after this, I proposed. Cuz shook his head firmly, fastening the shield to his arm and striking it with his other hand, producing a sharp sound. He whispered to me, I only require a dagger, spear, and bow. This is not suited for me. Old Kuru had been urging me to memorize the herbalism texts, quizzing me on various related queries. Although I managed to answer correctly, my responses were vague, barely allowing me to pass. It seemed he believed I should be progressing more swiftly. Recently, he had presented me with a bound parchment manuscript written in archaic Orcish, filled with obscure phrases that were challenging to comprehend, interspersed with extensive reverence for ancestors and prayers for orcs. I felt as though I had returned to my middle school days, when my teacher had rudely struck my head with an English dictionary, jabbing a yellowed finger at my forehead, scolding, if you cannot memorize this dictionary, how can you dare to dream of attending university? It's a solitary bridge that a million traverse. What makes you think you can cross it? You must endure more hardships than others, rise earlier than a rooster, and rest later than a cat. Those words echoed as if they had been spoken only yesterday. Tia approached on her Gabor, a horse, the hooves splashing in the puddles around the camp. She had come merely to inform me that their adventuring party intended to hunt magical beasts on the Starlight Prairie once more. Heavy rains would drive some magical creatures to higher ground, and with luck, we might encounter rare beasts. Old Kuru concurred, yet he opposed Cuz and me accompanying them, deeming the harsh conditions unsuitable for 2 children. Sister Gwilwa did not come to bid farewell but waved from her mount, as she seemed to have a premonition that morning, advising me to stay safely within the camp. Teacher, I pulled Old Kuru into the tent filled with herbs, and Cuz joined us, but the space was limited, restricting him to peering curiously inside. Under their attentive gaze, I concentrated, allowing a pale yellow glow to coalesce at my fingertips. And then I inscribed my second successful magic circle. Under Old Kuru's astonished and excited gaze, the pale yellow circle formed rapidly within 7 seconds, the flowing magical energy flickering in the air before vanishing. Subsequently, a soft yellow halo appeared around my ankle, culminating in the formation of a small shield at my waist, which dissipated with a crisp sound. Cuz's eyes widened in astonishment. Although he could not perceive magical energy and could not see the magic circle I had drawn in the air, he could observe the resulting magical effect beneath his feet. He was well acquainted with such magic. It was a simple anti-magic technique known to any orc shaman. When did you? He began, but Old Kuru abruptly kicked him away, causing him to tumble into the muddy water, leaving Cuz frozen in shock. These are the secrets of the orcs. Speak of them, and your friends shall perish. Old Kuru whispered urgently in Cuz's ear. Cuz nodded vigorously, then shook his head repeatedly, unable to suppress his gaze towards me, still wearing a bewildered expression. My aspiration is to become an inscription master. Old Kuru's demeanor was complex, a mixture of joy and hesitation, akin to the lines on his face reflecting regret yet also some comfort. This old orc, a quintessential tech enthusiast, swiftly concealed his thoughts, effortlessly conjuring a magical barrier, as simple as closing a door. I had long awaited this news. My friends and I had debated it numerous times, yet it remained inconclusive, with several stubborn individuals insisting it was utterly impossible. To witness such a miracle in one's lifetime is indeed a great fortune. Haha, Old Kuru said, reassuringly placing his hand on my shoulder, yet the look of concern on his face weighed heavily on my heart as I listened to him continue. Every mage possesses a sense of magic. When humans awaken their magical core, they develop magical perception, the strength of which is intrinsically linked to their mental fortitude. Orcs awaken their magical cores and similarly gain magical perception, while magical beasts are born with this ability. However, these cannot be deemed magical talent. Only the magical perception you possess before awakening can be genuinely termed as such. Yet, this may not be advantageous for you before you become a mage. It is akin to a calamity. I have inadvertently opened a door to this calamity. I am uncertain whether it is a blessing or a curse. Old Kuru spoke in Orcish slowly and in a hushed tone. Even with a magical shield to conceal us from external sounds and sights, he remained cautious. He continued. Magic is an addictive poison. When you have not tasted it, you are unaware of its flavor and may underestimate it. Yet, once it enters your life, you will gradually become addicted and find it hard to resist using it. However, you must learn to restrain yourself. Do not use it in front of others. And even in solitude during the dead of night, exercise utmost caution. Learning magic before awakening signifies only one thing. You possess the talent for magical perception. And it proves that all magic is interconnected before the ritual of awakening. Do not regard any mage as a fool, nor assume they are inherently kind or just. Under the influence of absolute interests, few mages can resist such temptations. You are now like a bottle of advancement potion. Countless renowned mages find themselves stuck at a bottleneck of progression, just a smidgen of magical talent away from advancement. Before you become a mage, they possess ample means to strip you of your magical talent, and then they will realize how fortunate they are because you harbor awakened bloodline power. Perhaps even your true name could be stripped away. Old Kuru paced, hands clasped behind his back like a venerable sage, repeatedly cautioning me. Never reveal your magic in front of any mage. They are all astute and do not harbor any naive thoughts. Remember my words. I silently lamented. Alas, I have already let it slip. I had intended to ask old Kuru a question. If I learn Orcish magic before awakening, will I still be able to use it after the awakening ritual? Should I become a true mage? Old Kuru replied that he did not know, as they had never conducted any magical discourse on this matter, having never anticipated that someone might genuinely learn magic before awakening. At that moment, the anti-magic effect surrounding me dissipated once more. My body had exhausted its limited magical energy. Old Kuru glanced at me, his meaning clear. Is that all? I could only weakly nod, signifying that indeed, it was finished. The fire magic within you does not seem abundant. Old Kuru frowned. Does that fruit of burning not sustain the magical energy needed for the anti-magic? I innocently nodded. Would you like to learn another spell? Old Kuru suddenly inquired. Startled. I replied, no, thank you. Why does it invariably transpire that after a torrent of admonitions and dire warnings, a candy date is presented as a conciliatory offering? And once that date is consumed, the pronouncement follows, alas, Jiga. That date was laced with venom, abstain from water. At this rate, will I be destined for a glass jar, a specimen in an ivory tower? Very well, I concede my susceptibility to temptation. The moment old Kulu unveiled the parchment etched with the warming magic array, my composure dissolved. This auxiliary magical skill, designed to expedite mana recovery, is practically bespoke for my needs. It bears a resemblance to meditation, yet fundamentally diverges. For most mages, warming magic is a vestigial skill, shunned by the majority, and often absent from the curricula of human magic academies due to its incompatibility with the mana pools of human mages, the mana cores of Orcish mages, and the magic hearts of elven mages. The skill demands substantial mental fortitude and carries adverse effects. In essence, it accelerates mana regeneration, escalating with proficiency through 10 tiers. The initial tier enhances mana recovery by 10%, with each subsequent tier adding another 10%, culminating in a seemingly formidable 100% at the 10th tier. However, skill advancement hinges on the moment of nascent mana generation following magical depletion. Herein lies the conundrum, post-establishment of a mana pool. Mana recovery rate correlates directly with the capacity of the mana pool and mental acuity. Calculating the precise magnitude of a mage's mana pool involves spell casting, a digression. The crux of the matter is that complete mana pool depletion inflicts damage upon the mage's mental faculties. Consequently, leveling the warming skill necessitates repeated depletion of the mana pool. A critical flaw. No mage would willingly sacrifice their mental prowess for the sake of augmenting an auxiliary skill's mana regeneration rate. Mental fortitude underpins magical perception, recuperative abilities, and magical resistance. Yet, my circumstances differ. Lacking a developed mana pool, I am immune to the mental damage typically induced by mana depletion. The warming skill is ideally suited to my unique physiology. Thus, I have resolved to pursue it. I am uncertain why old Kulu invariably possesses an assortment of parchment scrolls. My private audience with him was intended to broach the subject of learning the art of inscription. After considerable hesitation, I mustered the courage to articulate my request. Cognizant of its audacity, yet hopeful for a favorable outcome. Visions of Wugwa's alluring bosom and the exquisite magical tattoos adorning her abdomen fueled my petition. Master, I aspire to learn magical inscription. I wish to become an inscriber. Oh, Kulu exclaimed, his voice tinged with an inflection that sent shivers down my spine. The inscrutable mirth etched upon his countenance unsettled me. You have only just grasped an elementary spell. Akin to an infant struggling to stand, you clamor to run. Kulu chuckled. Undaunted, I reiterated my aspiration, but I earnestly desire to learn, truly. Very well, then. If you accomplish 3 tasks, I shall assist you, propelling you along the path of an inscriber. Kulu acquiesced after protracted contemplation. My legs ached from standing at his side. At times, I perceived Kulu as omnipotent. He is a valuable asset. A surge of elation coursed through me. I had conjectured various responses from Kulu, and this outcome invigorated me. However, I harbored trepidation that he might impose insurmountable demands to dissuade me. With trepidation, I vowed, I shall master. Good. My stipulations are not onerous. First, you must commit to memory all the magical herbs depicted on these parchments before my return to the tribe. Your recent performance has been subpar. I believe you are capable of greater retention. Second, you must master Fred's leatherworking techniques. Third, you must delve into the realm of pharmaceutics. Should you successfully complete these 3 tasks to my satisfaction before the caravan reaches the Gruden tribe in the Pai Highlands, I shall grant your request. Having delivered his pronouncement, Kulu dismissed the magical barrier and exited the tent without a backward glance. Oh, master, I shall succeed. I felt disoriented. The difficulty of these 3 tasks lay not in their inherent complexity, but rather in their alignment with my current endeavors. What was the old man contemplating? Did he intend to mold me into an alchemist and leatherworker before embarking on the path of an inscriber, fostering holistic development and academic excellence? Or perhaps transforming me into a magical prodigy? Kuzi, cowering behind me, seized the opportunity of Kulu's departure to pilfer a handful of wild peppercorns from the herb-laden sack, furtively stashing them within his person. I grimaced at his grimy fur coat. Kuzi remained unfazed, confiding in me that within the tribe, he was regarded as one of the more hygienic youths. With the dissolution of the magical barrier, a frigid gust of wind swept into the tent, chilling me to the bone. My self-altered leather breeches, while aesthetically pleasing, proved less effective at warding off the cold than their predecessors. I wryly acknowledged that my cleverness had backfired. Gia, why the sudden interest in that? Kuzi inquired, fiddling with my wolf bone buttons, his curiosity piqued. He appeared poised to sniff them, prompting me to push his fleshy head away. He chuckled, remarking, "You exude a feminine scent. I surmise it emanates from the female mage. You must have embraced her. Please, refrain from such pronouncements." Guogwa embraced me solely to escort me back to the tent during yesterday's hailstorm, I countered, lest Kuzi disseminate the tale to Uncle Fred, whereupon the entire caravan would be privy to the gossip. In the tedium of the post-rain period, the caravan craved diverting anecdotes, and even the slightest rumor would be embellished into myriad narratives. I swiftly changed the subject, inquiring, "Are you familiar with the concept of inscribers?" I was unsure of the Orcish term for inscriber and posed the question in imperial tongue. Kuzi nodded matter-of-factly, replying in Orcish, amongst the orcs. "We refer to inscribers as weavers of law." I attempted to mimic Kuzi's peculiar pronunciation. He seized the opportunity to surreptitiously detach a decorative wolf bone button from the hem of my garment with his sharp claws. His swiftness was remarkable. Yet I sensed his actions with clarity, despite my eyes failing to track his movements. I tugged at his open fur coat, regarding him in silence. Kuzi, grinning sheepishly, extended his palm, returning the wolf bone button to me, resembling a tail-wagging canine eager to please. "Gia, your hands are truly skillful. Could you craft a few for me as well? We must first procure some windwolf phalanges. These few were obtained from Uncle Fred. He may possess more." I speculated uncertainly, surmising that Uncle Fred was presently sharing a bag of warm chestnuts with his paramour in the dance troupe. The encampment's accumulated water had transformed into rivulets, prompting Uncle and several other men to excavate an additional drainage ditch with their shovels. His high-topped leather boots faltered in the puddles, nearly causing him to plunge into the mire. Fortunately, a nearby individual swiftly steadied him, though the resulting splash of muddy water sullied the Good Samaritan. "Watch it," the individual grumbled, wiping the muck from their face, only to further smear it. The fertile, yielding black earth and nascent green shoots were trampled into a quagmire, rendering the entire encampment nearly impassable. Each step plunged ankle-deep into the mire, requiring considerable strength to extract one's footwear. Uncle vigorously shoveled the viscous mud, tossing it onto a nearby pile while cursing, "This accursed weather. Consider yourself fortunate, Olden," a man whose face was obscured by mud jested, his teeth gleaming as he spoke. "Had this rain been delayed by a mere few days, we'd all be frozen solid on Iron Salt Road. And even if we survived, your 3 young wives would be at the mercy of the street officials." Uncle straightened, noting his position at the encampment's edge, and planted a small red flag in the ground, declaring, "All right, we've toiled all morning. Let's dig here." The primary task in constructing a drainage ditch was identifying the lowest point in the encampment to create a reservoir. Diverting the accumulated water into it via drainage channels would allow for the eventual clearing of the muddy paths between tents and the laying of dry earth. The merchant caravan possessed an abundance of burly men who could be readily assembled to clear the mire. The women of the dance troupe had retreated into their magical caravans. Bored, they sat along the edges, gossiping and gesturing toward the men laboring in the encampment. The sight of their flower-patterned skirts swaying in unison evoked a vision of a university dormitory. Only the ordinary dancers ventured out, while the celebrated stars remained secluded within their caravans. According to Uncle Fred, these caravans boasted lavish interiors, though I had never witnessed them myself. I must concede that Cuz, despite his usual carelessness, had tanned the 27 guinea pig hides to an exceptional suppleness. We had spent the entire morning seated on stone blocks, meticulously trimming the hides into uniform squares. Cuz demonstrated remarkable patience, seemingly determined to achieve perfect regularity. The tanned hides possessed a lustrous indigo hue and a silky texture. They could be manipulated without losing their original smoothness, and water-beaded and slid off effortlessly. Cuz asserted that they would make excellent sleeping bags, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. While I accepted the former, I remained skeptical of the latter. Cuz and I were pondering how many silver coins we would need to engage a seamstress from the dance troupe to sew a sleeping bag for me. Being penniless, Cuz suggested, perhaps we could try our luck in the grasslands in a few days? I returned my skinning knife to its sheath, dusted off the scraps, and replied, unless we encounter a lone demonic antelope, I doubt you could catch it. Cuz sighed, stroking the bough slung across his back, and lamented, if only I had an ironwood bough, perhaps I could. Perhaps you will, I murmured encouragingly. Cuz had long coveted an ironwood bough, but his aspirations remained unfulfilled. Old Kuru's opposition and the exorbitant price of even a rudimentary ironwood bough, at least 15 silver coins, equivalent to half a month's wages for an ordinary worker, rendered it unattainable. I idly considered whether to sketch out a design for an animal trap from memory and enlist the caravan's blacksmith to forge a few for Cuz and me to use on the Pai Plateau, or to devise some other means of earning money. Even among the orc tribes, the use of imperial gold coins was becoming increasingly prevalent. In the afternoon, the encampment's paths were replenished with fresh earth, making them far more passable. I sat beside old Kuru, listening to his exposition on a vellum scroll inscribed with advanced magical herbs and ancient Orcish. Many of the obscure terms required considerable contemplation, even for old Kuru. Nevertheless, his reverence for the scroll's contents was palpable, compelling me to take them seriously. Old Kuru intimated that these scrolls contained invaluable first-hand knowledge gleaned by Orcish forebears at the cost of their lives, a legacy etched in blood and sweat. He revealed that numerous advanced magical herbs, when ground and combined with mineral powders in specific proportions and subjected to intricate processes, yielded magical dyes suitable for imbuing runes. At this juncture, old Kuru glanced at me before adding, currently, nearly 1,000 dye recipes have been made public. Runesmiths have discovered that by subtly adjusting the proportions, they can derive new dye formulations through experimentation. Many recipes have been refined to enhance their efficacy, such as increasing the success rate of inscription, augmenting rune attributes, or even introducing new properties. In this regard, your human counterparts ensconced in their ivory towers have excelled. He alluded to the renowned Sloit Ivory Tower Magic Academy in the northernmost province of the Grin Empire, which purportedly housed the most comprehensive collection of tomes, albeit only those containing publicly available recipes. The truly valuable formulations remained closely guarded secrets within the major magical academies and guilds. Old Kuru seemed nostalgic for his time studying and researching at the Sloit Ivory Tower Magic Academy, a subject he had recounted countless times. Every accomplished runesmith possessed their own unique dye formulations, necessitating a profound understanding of herbalism. Our Orcish understanding of herbs differs from yours, he continued, leading to significant divergences in the path of runesmithing. We tend to inscribe these arcane symbols onto magical stone carvings, enhancing warrior skills and enabling extraordinary feats. These runic artifacts are known to later magical scholars as totems. The Pai Plateau, with its thousands of Orcish tribes, preserves the totems that embody the secrets of our ancestral legacies. The ancient sages who crafted these totems are revered as weavers of the law. He turned to me and said, the scholars in the human world's magical guilds prioritize the study of magical scrolls, focusing primarily on commercial aspects, such as reducing production costs and increasing success rates. High-level magical scrolls, which provide direct and effective attribute and skill enhancements, are currently popular at auction. Creating magical scrolls is an essential step for most novice runesmiths. The research conducted by runesmiths at magical academies tends to focus on unlocking the inherent potential of mages themselves. They prefer to inscribe mages' bodies with runes that provide certain amplification effects. However, this type of inscription places stringent demands on the runesmith, requiring them to execute the runic arrays with precision. Only after thousands of practice attempts and achieving a success rate that meets the Runesmith Guild standards can a runesmith be deemed qualified to inscribe the bodies of other mages. The scholars of the Elven realm are inclined to inscribe runes upon magical equipment. They stubbornly differentiate between those who etch runes onto weapons, referred to as enchanters, and those who inscribe runes on magical defensive gear, who are proudly and obsessively called runesmiths by the elves. Old Kulu, clearly harboring some discontent towards the elven race. Spoke with a tone laden with disdain. Cuz, seated beside him, struggled to keep his eyes open, displaying an unmistakable disinterest in the discourse. However, when old Kulu mentioned, the last weaver of the orcs was named Kulu, shaman, Solakar, Mandini, my great-grandfather. He returned to the embrace of the beast god 173 years ago at the foot of the divine mountain, Cuz jolted awake, his eyes widening in respect, attentively listening as a show of reverence for his ancestors. Old Kulu's recounting was far more detailed than Sister Gwigwa's description, suggesting that the orcs' lineage of runesmiths had indeed ceased. While I pondered this, I heard old Kulu declare, upon my return to the orc tribe, I shall inherit the position of the weaver elder of the Guruding orc tribe, becoming the new generation's weaver after a century. My heart raced with disbelief. The old orc before me was evidently a prospective weaver, a fact I had failed to perceive. A sensation akin to winning a grand prize surged within me. Yet my delight was interrupted when old Kulu continued, the magical heritage of the orc tribe lies in the hands of the elders. Once one becomes an elder, one must adhere to the will of our ancestors, striving to uphold the tribe's interests. As the tribe's weaver elder, it will be impossible for me to accept a human student, for I will be inheriting the ancient legacy of the orc weavers. Thus, our master-student bond will inevitably come to an end. Therefore, before that time arrives, I shall impart as much useful knowledge to you as possible, after which I will arrange for you to live a normal life in the human world until you grow strong enough to traverse the 13 great gates of the orcs. At that point, I shall permit you to visit me, or else we shall never meet again. At times, knowing the truth can be far more burdensome than remaining in ignorance. A sense of unease washed over me, for old Kulu's words implied that upon reaching Guruding, I would be compelled to part ways with Cuz and old Kulu, a notion that filled me with dread. Old Kulu had always been my staunchest protector. Without him, my existence within this caravan would have been far less vibrant. Cuz, evidently aware of this, grasped my hand and suggested, Jia, why not pursue something else? In my opinion, becoming a battle mage. Oh no, perhaps that is beyond your reach. A berserker. If you aim to become a berserker, you could remain here. The orcs would hardly care what you become, or perhaps a human king would suffice. Anything but a weaver will do. Old Kulu shook his head, his gaze upon his grandson filled with sincerity, making it difficult for him to voice any reproach. After a moment of hesitation, my resolve solidified, and I firmly declared, yet I still wish to learn runes. I recognized a certain obsession within myself. Once I had set my sights on something, I would pursue it relentlessly. I admit that at times I felt a yearning to explore the human realm, to witness the charm of exotic towns, perhaps lingering in picturesque locales, braving gentle rains to wander ancient streets in search of beautiful maidens, or following the paths along sprawling fields to find towering windmills, or simply savoring the tranquility of evening dining establishments. Yet, at this moment, I longed to remain sheltered beneath the protective canopy of my present existence, savoring the peculiar wonders of this world while meticulously planning my life. Having been granted a second chance, how could I not cherish this opportunity? As the clouds parted, the afternoon sun broke through, bathing my face in a warmth that felt particularly comforting. Immersed in profound meditation, a state of unwavering focus, I experienced a suspension of time, a sensation previously unknown to me. Methodically unfurling the parchment scrolls arranged on the wooden table, my eyes functioned as a singular lens, capturing every symbol etched upon them and storing them as vivid images within my mind. The clarity of these images was astounding. I felt as though I stood unclad within the expanse of my mental sea, poised on the rocky shore, observing the submerged images. At my mental command, desired images would ascend to the surface. The once obscure characters coalesced into a complete golden gorse, its delicate golden tendrils and minute thorns visible, as if I were a robust orc shaman reaching out to touch them, experiencing the slight prickle. Even the venation on the leaves' undersides was discernible. These were no longer mere photographs, but rather akin to film reels, projecting vibrant scenes directly into my consciousness. Bewildered, I stood within my personal domain, realizing that I could traverse my mental landscape as a traveler. I recalled the words of Sister Gwigwa during my meditation lessons, where she mentioned individuals who had attained deep meditation, a mystical state achieved through a pure heart and unwavering concentration. Wizards coveted this state, as it signified a potential breakthrough and advancement. Countless magical scholars have attempted to decipher this seemingly random meditative state, discovering that younger mages were more likely to access it. These insights came to me later. Standing on the golden shore, I perused the images submerged in the golden sea. Each image represented a faint memory, some vivid as if they occurred yesterday, others faded and unrecognizable, mere outlines. It was as if two distinct minds existed, one immersed in the mental sea, while the other diligently studied at the table. Images descended like snowflakes from the starry sky above, settling into the sea before me. This experience was extraordinary. From the discovery of my magical perception to the ability to condense magic, inscribe magical arrays, cast my first spell, and the heightened sensitivity of my senses. My growth was constant. I tirelessly perused the parchment scrolls, like a small sailboat navigating the tempestuous sea of knowledge. Eventually, an overwhelming fatigue washed over me, and darkness enveloped everything. I succumbed to unconsciousness. In my dream, I transformed into a small bird, soaring on gilded clouds towards the warm sunlight. Upon awakening, the moonlight filtering through the tent revealed a furry head resting on my chest. I gently tugged its pointed ears, and Cuz, drowsy, wiped drool from his mouth and asked, "You're awake? Hungry? I left you a bowl of soup and bread on the stove." I shook my head, still experiencing a throbbing headache. Confused memories swirled in my mind, blurring the line between reality and recollection. I massaged my temples and asked Cuz for water, attributing the pain to excessive reading. Seeing my exhaustion, Cuz seemed relieved that I could speak coherently. He left the tent. Despite the moonlight, the tent remained dark. My vision was blurred as I scanned the surroundings. A cured mutton leg hung on the right side of the familiar rawhide tent. A harpoon was tied between two poles with my leather clothes draped over it. And I lay on Cuz's smelly mattress covered with a coarse woolen blanket. This was our tent, my home for the past 2 years in this magical world. Since old Kulu rescued me, I had spent more days in this tent than anywhere else. My gaze shifted from the discarded leather coat to the beam of cold light shining through a hole in the tent roof, illuminating the rawhide floor where Cuz's muddy boots lay, one crushed. Cuz was accustomed to caring for me, always preparing a pot of frost nipgrass juice when I fell ill. Old Kulu entered, stooping low, and sat beside me, placing his hand on my chest. His rough hand always scratched my skin. He took the wooden cup from Cuz, leaned forward, and helped me drink the bitter liquid, which tasted like bile. "Don't breathe, close your eyes, and swallow," Old Kulu said calmly. "Az, get the honey water." My stomach churned. I gagged, took the honey water from Cuz, and swallowed it. "So bitter. This is the juice of a whole 7-heart snake gall herb, which is extremely effective in restoring mental strength," Old Kulu said, putting me down and lighting a cigarette. He cherished these coarse cigarettes made from unique Pai Plateau tobacco, which burned slowly and filled the tent with a spicy aroma. "Teacher, what's wrong with me?" I asked, before I passed out. I entered a strange state where I could read the ancient herbal remedies on the parchment scrolls 10 times faster. The 7-heart snake gall herb is a rare third-order magical herb that calms the mind, helps practitioners enter meditation quickly, and increases mental strength upon first use. "When we found you in the tent, your mental strength was almost exhausted," Old Kulu said, "but you seem better than expected. I thought it was a side effect of using the warmth spell so often, but it doesn't seem to be. Did something strange happen to you?" I recounted my experience to Old Kulu, hoping he could explain why I had entered my mental sea and accessed my memories in such an extraordinary way. Like a hacker accessing a computer. Old Kulu's suspicion and confusion turned into astonishment, tinged with envy. He gaped, then exhaled and began a 3-hour interrogation, demanding every detail, starting with my reading of the herbal scrolls, even my actions and thoughts. Finally, Old Kulu looked at the wooden cup with regret. "You may have entered a state of deep meditation, but you didn't know how to control your mental strength, which led to exhaustion and unconsciousness. But you should be fine. Had I known this earlier, I would have spared that precious snake gall fruit." Deep meditation? I find myself intrigued, hoping that Old Kulu could elucidate further. He extinguished his cigarette with deliberate care, tucking it into the inner pocket of his garment. Then, he replenished the wooden cup with water, stirring it with his finger before taking a sip. He remarked, "The bitterness of the snake gall herb leaves much to be desired. As for the essence of deep meditation, no one has yet articulated it clearly. However, the previous whispers spoke of practitioners who could evoke deep meditation during their contemplations. Yet, I have not heard of anyone entering such a state while perusing a book. In my understanding, this extraordinary state should enhance certain attributes of the body, awaken latent potential, and even facilitate the surmounting of obstacles encountered during cultivation." Old Kulu gazed at me earnestly and inquired, "Jia, what sensations are you experiencing?" After some contemplation, I realized I felt no particular distinction, so I replied, "My head feels slightly dizzy, as though I have memorized every character on those parchment scrolls. It's rather peculiar. Those characters are transforming into vivid images in my mind. I can distinctly see the form of each herb and clearly recall their characteristics." Old Kulu patted my cheek. Rising to his feet as he advised, "Get a good night's sleep. You shall feel better upon awakening." He then turned to Cuz and cautioned, "The wind is fierce tonight. Ensure the door curtains are secured." Cuz had fidgeted throughout much of the night. Although he had dozed off beside me, his mind remained taut with worry. Only when he saw me safe would he be at ease, thus he pressed a wooden beam against the curtains and lay down on the bedding beside me, carelessly neglecting the blanket. In mere moments, his rhythmic snores filled the air. Perhaps due to having had my fill of sleep, I found myself unable to slumber. Exhausted from the day's toil, my head swam slightly, yet I felt too lethargic to ponder anything. My mind was a blank canvas as I gazed through the tent's opening at the star-studded night sky. I became acutely aware of my body. As if my soul had detached itself, my thoughts seemed to drift freely within the confines of the tent. Even without the use of my eyes, I could distinctly sense every object within, including their shapes. My perception penetrated even into the cured leg of lamb, allowing me to feel the structure of the bones within. Another wave of dizziness washed over me, prompting me to retract my awareness back into my body, silently attuning to the slowly rotating magical energy within. I discovered that my sensations had become remarkably clearer. In that moment, I realized that the deep meditation of the previous day had indeed enhanced my perception. A grand door, once opened, reveals a world no longer shrouded in mystery. The intricate design of the heating spell matrix vividly materialized in my mind, and I began to concentrate magical energy at my fingertips. The faint yellow magical energy coalesced into a singular point, and I sensed a newfound control over this energy. It spun steadily between my fingers, and with a mere gesture, I inscribed a magic rune in the air. Subsequently, a brilliant magical light surged into my being like a starburst. At that very instant, the magical energy within me appeared to awaken, as weaker streams of magical force began to converge within my body. So, this is the sensation of warmth. Fred's request warmth is a type of auxiliary magic that rapidly restores magical energy. For sorcerers, meditating in a non-combat state is the most effective way to regain magical power. And prolonged meditation can even increase the capacity of their magical reservoir, enhancing their mental fortitude. However, warmth possesses a significant limitation. It can only provide a slight enhancement to existing attributes. The restorative effect of warmth is rather modest, adding merely 10% to the original magical recovery speed. Beside me, Cuz was snoring thunderously. The little orc particularly enjoyed curling up to sleep, resembling a fetus nestled in the womb. I sat in the tent, somewhat speechless, awkwardly witnessing the anti-magic spell I had cast dissipating automatically after 17 minutes. My body, having exhausted all its magical reserves, left me bemused. This seemingly trivial warmth could only extend my duration by 2 minutes, rendering it almost meaningless. I couldn't help but curl my lips in self-mockery. Fortunately, the magical backlash that typically befalls other sorcerers did not occur, as my magical energy was depleted. The anti-magic spell was forcibly interrupted. Yet at that moment, I sensed a faint flicker from the first level of warmth, as the hexagonal magical symbol within me pulsed subtly. Had my magical perception not sharpened significantly, I might have overlooked it entirely. I grew increasingly convinced that this warmth, indeed, could advance in proficiency through the diligent efforts of sorcerers once their magical energy was fully expended. After indulging in such thoughts, my eyelids grew heavy, and I unwittingly drifted into slumber. Beauty, it was already the third day, and the Wind Chaser adventurers had yet to provide any news. I stood atop a slightly elevated mound, gazing into the distance, where numerous lakes of varying sizes shimmered under the evening glow, nestled between the azure sky and emerald grass. In the distance, the low rumble of the towering thunder rhinoceros echoed, reminiscent of a fairy's horn, capable of carrying for great distances. These colossal terrestrial beasts, larger than heavy trucks, would soon enter their mating season before summer arrived. Before that, the male thunder rhinoceroses would become exceptionally active, their typically gentle demeanor turning aggressive. It was my first time witnessing the hostility reflected in their ostrich-egg-sized eyes. Only their closest handlers dared to approach them. I surmised that Lord Palus's mood would worsen. No one wished to traverse the northern slopes of the Paley Highlands while the thunder rhinoceroses were in a tumultuous state. Yet, we could not linger on this starry lake prairie for long. Soon, the true masters of this land, millions of wild unicorn bison, would trample everything in their path as they migrated northward to the icy tundra. I had no desire to remain here, trampled into a mere pancake by those frenzied beasts. Cuz sat beside me, meticulously sharpening a wind wolf's fong with a rectangular whetstone, striving to perfect it into a flawless conical arrowhead. This fong had been gifted to us by Uncle Fred the day before. Cuz had joyfully yelped when he snatched the wind wolf's tooth from Uncle Fred's hand, gleefully racing around the camp. For archers, the wind wolf's fong was an ideal material for arrows, capable of piercing heavy armor once crafted into an arrowhead. Moreover, it inherently possessed wind attributes, enhancing the arrow's range by more than 5%, making it a sought-after commodity in the market. Of course, Uncle Fred would not bestow such a gift upon us without reason. In this caravan, equitable exchange was a principle we steadfastly adhered to, a rule no one dared to challenge. Cuz and I needed to contribute something of commensurate value. Someone in the troop wished to request Cuz to prepare a delectable dish, and the price was the fong. I was forcibly enlisted as Cuz's little assistant. After a communal feast of guinea pig stew with vermicelli, Cuz's culinary skills had gained renown throughout the caravan. Many had watched him skillfully wield the spatula over the large iron pot. Yet few paid attention to the diminutive figure at his side. Cuz privately wished to share this honor with me, feeling slightly guilty. I patted his furry chest and said, "Good brothers shouldn't worry about such distinctions. Although Cuz still struggled to comprehend why good brothers couldn't share equally, he remained pleased with my words. This simple little orc possessed an unblemished heart, offering unwavering support to those he trusted. I asked him to keep my secret, and he readily agreed without hesitation. Jia, do you think our preparation will suffice? Cuz inquired, a hint of worry evident in his voice as he feared the dish would not be well received. Not wanting to risk losing the fong, I settled beside him, hugging my knees and resting my chin on them, simply smiling at him in silence. After a moment of awkwardness, he scratched his head and took a deep breath before conceding, "All right, I understand." Finally, Uncle Fred arrived before sunset, striding confidently towards the troop. This middle-aged man appeared somewhat worn. Despite having tidied his solitary leather outfit before coming, I could still detect a faint metallic scent of blood upon it. For a tanner, it was challenging to avoid such dealings. I placed my hands behind my head, straining to keep up with their pace. "We've waited for you for quite some time. You're late." Indeed, had it not been for that damned green chicken scratching my hand, I would not have been tardy. "I am typically punctual," Uncle Fred awkwardly explained, clearing his throat. "Lord Piles has been particularly irritable lately. No one dares to offend him at this time. I merely took a bit more cowhide than usual. I thought I was rather swift." "You needn't explain to me. I merely worry if you'll manage to climb into your bed tonight," I quipped, my words laced with sarcasm. Uncle Fred was momentarily taken aback by my unexpected insight, unsure how to respond, and shifted the subject. "Cuz, how's the secret spice preparation coming along?" Cuz pulled down a small cloth pouch tied to his waist, holding it up as a gesture. He had always been reticent to converse with anyone besides old Kulu and me. Uncle Fred's eyes lit up upon seeing the pouch. He knew that the spices within would transform the dish into something extraordinary. Remembering the previous feast, he instinctively swallowed hard. 13 magical caravans formed a rectangle, resembling a fortress. 3 rare bison of noble blood grazed leisurely on the grass behind the caravans, occasionally emitting low moos. It was my first time observing these magical caravans up close. Previously, Cuz and I had only admired them from afar. Now that I approached, I realized these caravans were far larger than I had imagined. The entire body and chassis were forged from black iron, measuring nearly 10 meters in length, slightly less than 2.5 meters in width, and almost 4 meters in height. They resembled containers equipped with windows and doors. I inhaled deeply, contemplating the immense power required to transport such colossal objects. Each caravan was supported by 8 cast iron wheels, adorned with exquisite patterns, and I could distinctly sense the abundance of magical arrays pulsating with energy within each wheel. At the center of each axle lay a magical crystal the size of an egg, according to old Kulu. This crystal continuously supplied energy to inscribe the magical patterns on the caravans. The body of each caravan was intricately engraved with numerous mandala-like patterns, and I marveled at the complexity of the magical arrays capable of supporting such tremendous weight. In comparison, the strength of those massive bison seemed utterly insignificant. In the camp of the dance troupe, groups of young women occasionally emerged, making their way towards the nearby lakeside, carrying various supplies. Some dancers, with their long hair still damp, approached the wagon camp, balancing freshly washed garments in wooden basins. They regarded our party with curious glances, an acquaintance of middle age, a youthful orc, and a child. "Fred, weren't we supposed to avoid tardiness?" Just as we stood at the entrance of the wagon camp, a woman in a red dress adorned with dark brown patterns dashed out from around the corner. She appeared somewhat tall, and when standing beside Uncle Fred, her elegantly styled hair reached his shoulder. The figures of the dancers were undeniably striking, and I could almost sense the strength in her waist and long legs. Her eyes were elongated, and her lips were notably full and sensuous. As she approached briskly, she spoke in a thick accent of the imperial tongue, seemingly a bit impatient. With a chuckle, Fred quickly approached her, saying, "There has been much to attend to in the merchant caravan, as you well know. But here we are now." As he spoke, his hands inappropriately ventured towards the soft flesh at her waist. "Release me. Seventh sister is still waiting. You all should follow me." Was this the orc capable of crafting uniquely flavorful dishes? The woman pushed Fred away and led our group into the wagon camp, casting frequent glances at Cuz. "Ah, it's him. His name is Cuz, the grandson of the healer Kulu. The child beside him is Jija, the one Kulu brought back." Fred introduced us to the woman, and as I observed her more closely, I realized she was likely quite young, though her attire suggested maturity. "Call me Singer," she said, turning back to us. Suddenly, she pointed at me and asked Fred if I could cook as well. "It's not particularly difficult. It mainly hinges on having unique seasonings. With those, even I could manage it, and my timing might surpass that of these 2 lads." Fred began to boast about his culinary skills, while Cuz kept his head down, reluctant to speak. My thoughts lingered on the exquisitely crafted wagons, where every detail, from the workmanship to the materials, was meticulously considered. Each minute aspect was polished to perfection, with the carved petals and branches smoothed out to eliminate any sharp edges that might cause injury. I was utterly captivated. "Very well, when it comes time to cook, let that little fellow take a turn." "'Cause the warrior may rest in the back kitchen," Singer stated directly to Fred, once again swatting away his wandering hand. 23. "What does bathing mean? You let Gia go by himself. He might as well be me." Uncle Fred seemed taken aback. While it was not impossible to make a last-minute change, entrusting this matter to a 5-year-old child seemed quite unreliable. Singer turned her head, wrinkling her nose, and shot Uncle Fred a fierce glare, causing him to swallow the words he wished to speak. Then, pointing at Fred's forehead, she said, "Are you out of your mind? Haven't I repeatedly told you to have them dress more neatly? And you, look at yourself. You haven't changed since Stanland. And look here, the blood hasn't even dried." Singer pointed at the unwashed bloodstain under Uncle Fred's ribcage, chattering incessantly, "Seeing you all like this, how could Miss Seven possibly eat? This little fellow is still somewhat acceptable. I'll take him for a wash later. You all take care of the preparations first, and when we return, he can serve it up." Without allowing for a rebuttal, Singer assigned the task. Uncle Fred wanted to argue, clearly doubting my ability to complete this task. Meanwhile, Cuz, standing to the side, let out a sigh of relief and stole a glance at me. He was not particularly fond of meeting high-profile individuals, although she was merely a senior dancer. She held a considerable position within this merchant group. At this moment, we arrived at a makeshift kitchen, enclosed with cowhide and lacking any rain protection. The kitchen was modest. No more than 10 square meters, yet fully equipped. I even spotted a jar of olive oil. It was evident that the owner was quite particular about food. With my years of culinary experience, I found that half of the tools inside were unfamiliar to me. Originally, there were 2 cooks busy preparing a piece of fresh lamb. Upon seeing Singer enter, they cautiously glanced her way. Singer, hands on her hips, stood in the center of the kitchen, frowning as she scanned the surroundings. "Is the fresh meat ready?" she inquired. "As you wish." It appeared that Singer held a significant position within the dance troupe. Her tone naturally imbued with a sense of arrogance that I found rather distasteful. At that moment, she resembled a proud peacock strutting through her domain. Before turning to Uncle Fred and saying, "If you need anything done, just let them handle it. They are all cooks brought from the capital," I stood behind Uncle Fred. From my angle catching sight of his broad, calloused hand gently kneading the side of Singer's waist and hip, while she maintained a serious conversation with him. Uncle Fred stammered for a while before Singer casually removed his hand and stepped back 2 paces to stand before me, bending down to say, "What a charming little fellow you are. Let me take you to wash up." Sighing inwardly, I thought to myself that earning the wolf tooth was indeed no easy task. I caught a glimpse of Cuz's pleading gaze, knowing he likely did not wish to part with the wolf tooth, fearing I might throw a tantrum and spoil everything. I truly detested such haughty, self-important behavior. However, compared to the disdainful expressions of the women in my original world, this was a mere trifle. One could hardly expect a high-salaried white-collar worker to show any kindness toward an obscure little chef. I comforted myself as Singer took my hand and led me out of the kitchen. Her hand felt as if it had been polished with fine sandpaper, each joint incredibly smooth and devoid of any calluses. She initially intended to lift me, but I obediently stood beside her, effectively avoiding the embrace. Singer possessed an exquisite face, a slender neck, and a tall figure, but according to my aesthetic, she was too tall, standing at nearly 180 centimeters, which compelled me to look up at her. She wore a white blouse adorned with delicate lace and a burgundy skirt with intricate embroidery in a palace style. Her movements exuded a unique rhythm. Yes, a rhythm, the lightness characteristic of someone who has undergone extensive dance training. I had to take longer strides to keep pace with her. Emerging from the private kitchen nestled in the corner of the camp, we directly approached the rear entrance of the nearest magical caravan. A beautifully crafted metallic ladder extended from the iron door at the back of the caravan, covered with a thick, soft woolen blanket. As Singer led me up, I hesitated, feeling somewhat daunted by the cleanliness of the blanket, uncertain whether the mud on my boots would stain it. Thus, I lingered on the steps, attempting to free my hand from Singer's grasp. "Oh, it's perfectly fine. Just follow me," Singer said nonchalantly, bending down again to take my hand. It was evident that her waist was quite supple. The only less appealing aspect was her voice, which had a slight metallic rasp. The iron door of the caravan swung open, casting warm light from within. It was nearly evening, and the sky had not yet darkened completely, leaving the outside somewhat dim. A girl of about 14 or 15 emerged, dressed in a simple, plain long dress. Upon seeing Singer return, she promptly held the door and greeted her, "Sister Singer. Has Miss Seven's dance finished?" "Yes, she's resting upstairs with the sisters. There's some disagreement regarding the performance format for the battle dance. They are likely still in discussion," the girl replied in a quick, light tone. Singer's lips curled into a slight smile as she turned and said, "This child has been invited to prepare meals for Miss Seven. I will take him to wash up and change into clean clothes. You go to the props class and ask them for 2 smaller male outfits. Simple ones will suffice." "All right, Sister Singer. I'm on it." The girl cast a curious glance my way. I was boredly assessing her when she looked at me, and I made a silly face, startling her. I had not expected her to be so timid. I was about to express my apologies when she quickly lifted her skirt and ran out. Entering the magical caravan confirmed my earlier thoughts. Indeed, it was fashioned into 2 levels, although the lower level had a height restriction, forcing the 180-centimeter-tall singer to stoop while walking. On either side of the entrance, the carpet was lined with intricately carved shoe cabinets, each corner covered with brass corner guards, and the wooden cabinet doors were inlaid with silver engravings. To the right was a narrow corridor, at the end of which I spotted a spiral staircase leading to the upper level. Beneath the staircase were wooden tables and chairs, forming a cozy little lounge. 2 women sat on small chairs, resting their hands on the staircase railing, chatting leisurely. The remaining space was divided into 4 rooms by red-oiled carved wooden panels, all with their doors ajar, from which cheerful chatter and bursts of silver bell-like laughter emanated. The entire caravan was infused with the scent of perfume. The ceiling lights cast a soft, warm glow, with one approximately every meter. This luxurious caravan seemingly lacked a kitchen. Following Singer inside, she pointed to the first room and said, "I reside here. Remember to come visit me when you have the time." I thought to myself that only Uncle Fred would dare come to visit you, but I promptly replied, "All right, Sister Singer." Ah, what a sweet-talking little fellow. This was the first time I saw Singer smile. Her grin was a bit wide, yet far more endearing than her usual stern expression. As we passed several rooms, I couldn't help but glance inside, only to find the tables, chairs, and even beds strewn with various garments, a chaos that defied description. On either side of the room, there were 2 narrow bunk beds, with a passage of less than 70 centimeters between them. At the far end of the room stood a narrow wooden cabinet, not particularly tall, which could serve as a table. A folding chair was extended from the wall, with a light purple-fitted vest hanging above it. As I cautiously advanced, a woman with striking red hair, clad only in tight shorts and a camisole, unexpectedly darted out from the room. Caught off guard, I collided directly with her long thigh. At just over a meter tall, my forehead abruptly struck her flat abdomen, and a sweet fragrance enveloped my senses. The woman was startled and exclaimed, "Oh!" Upon recognizing me, she exclaimed with a hint of surprise, "Where did this little child come from? How adorable with those dark eyes." I stumbled back a few steps, thankfully supported by Singer, preventing me from falling. I gazed dazedly at the coolly dressed red-haired woman, and her spirited call seemed to draw the attention of all the women in the room, who peered out into the corridor, laughing and playfully pushing each other. I felt akin to a monkey on display at a zoo, surrounded by curious onlookers. Questions and playful remarks ensued. "Singer, where did you bring this child from?" Some even dared to pinch my cheeks. "Isn't this a child from the merchant caravan? How could such a little one be out here?" "Oh, come here, let me hold you." Could it be that Singer had this one outside? Laughter erupted. Indeed, I had her outside. "Hurry back and tidy up your space before I need to plead for you when you get into trouble." The women's playful banter was utterly tiresome. Singer guided me into a room opposite the resting area at the back of the wagon, revealing a hidden bathroom. I was unceremoniously ushered inside, stripped bare, and tossed into a steaming hot tub like dumplings into boiling water. The bathroom was not spacious. After accounting for a square bathtub that occupied 2/3 of the area, there was barely enough room for 2 people to stand without bumping into each other. Perhaps in the eyes of these women, I remained an utterly naive child, unaware of the chaos around me as someone yanked my ears painfully. Ultimately, it was the capable Singer who managed to disperse the noisy crowd. "Don't mind them. They merely express their affection in ways they don't quite understand," Singer said, squatting beside me with her hands resting on the wooden edge of the tub, her head lowered in apology. I attempted to muster a smile, but as I grinned, my face ached, and after several attempts, I failed to smile. I then sat on the steps of the tub, bowing my head and quietly splashing water onto myself. "I understand. Thank you for bringing me here for a warm bath. Soaking in hot water feels delightful." This was my heartfelt sentiment, though just days prior, I would not have dared to voice it. Had anyone then recklessly tossed me into the hot water, I might have truly turned into a boiled shrimp. Looking up, I firmly declared, "I want to ruin dinner." Upon seeing my solemn expression, Singer chuckled heartily. "Do you need help washing your back?" "Oh, thank you, but I can manage." "You are quite the amusing child, very charming and polite. Are you sure you don't need assistance?" Singer gently placed her soft hand on my back. "Don't be shy. I've seen all kinds. You're just a little one." At her words, I suddenly felt warmth creep into my cheeks. "I will only help you wash your back." 24. The Dance Troupe Supper Part 1. Singer meticulously trimmed my hair from behind, employing a small pair of scissors with practiced precision. I was clad in pantaloons crafted from an unfamiliar fabric, paired with a mandarin collar cardigan. The sleeves were uniquely flared into bell-shaped cuffs. The craftsmanship of both garments was exquisite. Finally liberated from the leather attire I had worn for over 2 years, I felt remarkably buoyant, my movements now agile and graceful. I gazed, transfixed, at my reflection in the copper mirror. My youthful countenance bore a resemblance to my childhood self, albeit less plump, with eyes that remained diminutive, like 2 ebony beads. Having completed the haircut, Singer tousled my hair, complimenting her own handiwork with an imperial idiom I couldn't quite grasp. She then remarked with satisfaction, "This is a vast improvement. I'll alter this leather garment for you," adding a lining for enhanced comfort. Women are often prone to sentimentality. A trivial matter can elicit either a fit of pique or, as in this instance, a surge of affection. Singer's inexplicable acts, bathing me, providing me with attire, styling my hair, and now offering to tailor my leather clothing, were all rather curious. Perhaps my docile nature stirred her maternal instincts, or perhaps it was my acquaintance with Fred. "Oh, thank you for the roasted chestnuts the other day. They were delectable," Singer said, rising to stow the silver scissors in a cabinet. I glanced down at my footwear. My mud-caked sheepskin boots appeared even more incongruous now. It was nothing. I demurred. "I'll bring you more when the opportunity arises." Singer approached with a gentle smile, kneeling before me and deftly placing a cloth on her lap. She took my foot with natural ease, resting it on her cushioned thigh. Retrieving a brush from a nearby cabinet, she meticulously cleaned my boots. In that instant, I felt a surge of emotion. Her movements were swift and practiced, a faint smile playing on her lips as she said, "I'll have these shoes looking pristine in no time. They are beautifully crafted, but their owner neglects them. They require occasional oiling to prevent them from becoming brittle over time." I flushed, noticing the delicate curve of Singer's collarbone revealed by the low-cut lace of her white blouse. Singer struck me as a resilient and captivating woman with a unique way of life. I suspected her income far exceeded my initial assumptions, and she was not the world-worn woman I had imagined. I couldn't fathom why such a kind, considerate, and poised woman would be drawn to Fred, unless it was for his meager earnings. Her long skirts were embroidered with silver thread, hardly the mark of someone in need. I concluded that she must not be after Fred's money. Beauty upon returning to the kitchen, I found Fred squatting in a corner, nearly finished with the meat skewers. The aroma of cumin and chili powder, released by the burning charcoal, permeated the entire kitchen. Cuz was beside him, basting the chicken wings with sauce. I gestured to Cuz to flip the chicken legs on the other side of the grill, suggesting he score them with a knife for even cooking. Cuz chuckled sheepishly, tapping his head to indicate his oversight. Upon my return, Cuz's demeanor relaxed visibly. Fred looked up, his eyes lighting up as he grinned. "Why, look at you. Our Gia looks quite the aristocrat when properly attired." Singer leaned against the kitchen doorway, her arms crossed, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she observed the activity within. She remained silent upon hearing Fred's teasing remark. The main course was to be barbecue, but that was not all. Cuz and I had spent the better part of the night meticulously planning to ensure the evening was a success, hoping to impress the dance troupe's dignitaries and make the dinner worthwhile. This was not only for the coveted wolf tooth. Cuz also wanted to enlist the troupe's seamstress to create more elaborate dormouse fur sleeping bags. To achieve this, establishing rapport was essential. Exquisite white porcelain dishes were already arranged on the long wooden table beside the kitchen counter. The cook had portioned and arranged the smoked bluefish with precision, even adding a lily petal and a dab of tart jujube jam beside each dish, as I had suggested. Perhaps the tangy smoked fish would serve as an excellent appetizer. Footsteps echoed outside the kitchen once more. A clear voice inquired, "Singer, Sister Chi asks when supper will commence." In a moment, Singer turned to Cuz, seeking a precise timeline. Cuz stood up, a sauce-laden brush still in hand, and glanced at me with slight trepidation. I subtly gave him an okay sign, a gesture unique to us. He exhaled audibly and announced in Orcish, "The meal can be served." It was my cue. I smoothed my attire and followed Singer out of the kitchen, whispering to Cuz to avoid oversalting the chicken wings, as I had noticed his liberal application of sauce. Cuz acknowledged my concern, squeezing my hand in encouragement before I departed. Under Singer's guidance, I ascended to the second floor of the magic carriage. Women occupied both sides of the 3-meter-long indigo wood dining table, crafted from a single section of indigo wood with the tabletop plane smooth and the underside hollowed out, leaving only 4 sturdy legs. Silver candelabras adorned with moonstone magic lamps illuminated the entire dining area. Upon entering, my gaze became fixated on the woman seated at the head of the table. Her beauty was radiant, her starlit eyes exuding an otherworldly allure. As I gazed at her, I could not divert my attention from her captivating eyes. Standing before her, I could scarcely discern her features, so deeply enthralled was I by her gaze. It felt like an eternity. As beads of perspiration formed on my brow, her eyes softened. Like the melting of ice and the blossoming of spring, the world seemed to come alive. I exhaled deeply, unable to explain what was happening, but knowing that I had been utterly drawn into her world. The dining hall fell silent, save for the sound of breath and heartbeats. Chi, the third figure in the dance troupe, also seemed taken aback. No one spoke. Seated in a chair carved from a single block of indigo wood, she wore a low-cut, court-style gown, revealing a generous expanse of ivory skin and a delicate collarbone. A crimson gem adorned her swan-like neck, its lack of a chain piquing my curiosity. A woman's voice, clear, pure, and subtly alluring, broke the silence. "Come closer, child." Her words roused me from my stupor, filling me with a sense of shame for having made such a spectacle of myself before the meal had even begun. Nevertheless, I obeyed. Finally able to see the third figure in the dance troupe, Sister Chi. She sat on a chair carved from a single piece of indigo wood. Wearing a low-cut court-style gown that revealed a large expanse of ivory-white chest, a delicate collarbone, and rounded shoulders. A fiery red gem was embedded on her swan-like neck. And I was curious as to why it didn't have any chains. Her visage was exquisitely delicate, with her burgundy tresses casually arranged atop her head. Those captivating azure eyes, tinged with curiosity, were fixed upon me, while her luscious crimson lips resembled tempting cherries. As she spoke, her lips parted to reveal pearly white teeth akin to seashells, all amid a subtle smile. I approached her as instructed, striving to maintain my composure, acutely aware of my own clumsiness. She gazed at me expectantly, compelling me to present the first dish, smoked blue fish. I began, in a stammering manner, to introduce it in the imperial tongue. This dish features large blue fish sourced from the Star Lake grassland, marinated for a day in a secret blend of spices. Then smoked with pine wood, served with a tangy hawthorn sauce to tantalize the palate. I gestured for the dish to be served, and the kitchen staff began to present the smoked fish on individual platters. To my surprise, each person received a portion, albeit a modest one. What a unique serving style. My anticipation grew as I longed to discover its flavor. The women at the table resumed their animated discussions, their voices rising like a tide. I endeavored to extract memories as vividly as I could, aware that, like photographs submerged in golden seawater, the longer time passed, the more indistinct they would become, blending into a muddled array of colors, ultimately indistinguishable. I was unfamiliar with the dining customs of the nobility in the Grellan Empire. Yet I understood the importance of timing in serving dishes, ensuring a balance of flavors to prevent the meal from becoming overly rich. It was essential to awaken everyone's taste buds at the table with the smoked fish and its accompanying hawthorn sauce. Given the modest portions on each plate and the meticulous preparation of each piece of fish, everyone savored their bites with care. The seventh young lady first scrutinized the smoked fish on her plate before leaning in to inhale its aroma. It was evident she was quite discerning, needing to assess its quality before deciding whether to proceed. Clearly, the smoked fish suited her palate. She merely raised an eyebrow slightly as she took her first bite, then discreetly savored the delicacy. With such a small quantity, it was nearly impossible for anyone to feel satiated, prompting the young women at the table to raise their hands to signal the kitchen staff, simultaneously offering their empty plates and calling out, "Could I have another piece, please?" Their tone had shifted from a question to a polite demand for a refill of smoked fish, as if they expected the kitchen staff to be on standby, ready to replenish their meals. As the first voice rang out, another quickly followed. However, the kitchen staff member behind me cast a troubled glance at Sing, who was seated at the table, still savoring the uniquely flavored smoked fish, her meal not yet concluded. When someone called for another serving, she seemed unfazed until the kitchen staff's hesitant gaze fell upon her, at which point she realized something was amiss. Sing was likely second only to the seventh young lady at the table. As her personal maid, her status was considerably elevated compared to the other dancers. The seventh young lady showed no inclination to speak, instead relishing the fish in her mouth, fully immersed in the experience. Thus, Sing straightened her posture, swallowing the last morsel with effort, taking a sip of water before calmly inquiring of the kitchen staff, "What seems to be the issue?" "The dance troupe's banquet, part 2. In truth, we have prepared only one piece per person. The smoked fish is already gone." The chef displayed her empty tray with a sense of resignation, noticing that everyone had nearly finished their meals. I stepped forward and addressed the guests. A taste in moderation allows for fond memories, making one look forward to our next gathering. Please permit me to present the second course, a pine mushroom soup, crafted from a variety of mushrooms known as pine mushrooms, which flourish in the autumnal forests of the West Yachis Mountains. This nourishing chicken broth is a true delight. In fact, I had cunningly relied on the inherent flavor of the chicken broth, which would not disappoint, complemented perfectly by the mushrooms. Additionally, I had requested the chef to skim off all the excess fat, leaving only a clear and rich broth. The delightful essence of the mushroom soup would cleanse the palate of any remnants of the smoked fish. Once again, each guest received a small bowl, the milky broth dotted with slices of pine mushrooms, enticing all with its presentation. Regrettably, the camp's ingredients were exceedingly limited, and the soup had to be made from a pot of mountain chicken, stripped of its wings and thighs. The chef, with her spoon, deftly skimmed off the excess chicken fat, while the mushrooms absorbed the broth, becoming plump and glossy, releasing a subtle aroma of chicken. The second course was served immediately after the first, just as everyone had taken their initial sip of the soup, savoring its exquisite flavor. The two chefs alternated in presenting the main course to each guest, each adorned with a large white porcelain plate featuring roasted chicken legs, spicy chicken wings, and grilled black pepper antelope chops. The restaurant was instantly filled with the tantalizing scent of barbecued delicacies. Clearing my throat in an attempt to quell the noise was futile. At that moment, the esteemed seventh lady cast a glance at Singer, who straightened his posture and calmly said, "Ladies, may I request your attention before we indulge in this exquisite and uniquely beastly feast?" Let us hear from our chef. It was evident that the previous courses had won the favor of all present, as no one uttered a word of dissent. The main course consisted of spicy roasted chicken wings, secret recipe chicken legs, and black pepper antelope chops, while the barbecue itself was nothing extraordinary. The flavor of the sauce elevated the dish significantly. Yet, I worried that some of the ladies might be averse to spicy food, because was particularly sensitive to heat. Despite his fondness for it, needing to drink copious amounts of water, watching him eat the spicy chicken wings resembled a man trying to fill his belly. Thus, I felt compelled to interject. The third dish features secret recipe chicken legs, spicy chicken wings, and black pepper antelope chops, provided exclusively by the seventh lady of the troop. However, I must caution you all, if you cannot tolerate spice, it would be wise to avoid the chicken wings. Lastly, a small sweet chestnut pastry will be served for dessert. Enjoy your meal. I nodded to Singer, who discreetly gave me a thumbs up. Satisfied that my role was complete, I turned to make my way to the staircase. My feet gliding over the soft velvet carpet, my hand brushing against the brass filigree of the banister as I descended with a light step. Upon returning to the kitchen, I found Cousin Fred grilling skewers of lamb over the dying embers, their faces glistening with grease. I hurried over, heedless of the heat, and seized a skewer. Taking a hearty bite. How are the ladies enjoying their meal? Fred inquired, but upon realizing we were still in the troop's private kitchen, he swallowed his words. Cuz, with his mouth full of lamb, mumbled indistinctly, "What do you think? They must love it. Just look at Gia's face." I felt a twinge of annoyance. The young beastfolk were supposed to avoid coarse language, yet here he was, mimicking it quite well, under the enchanting glow of the moonlight. The prairie lay in an extraordinary stillness, the clear night sky adorned with wisps of ethereal clouds, a gentle breeze invigorating the spirit. In the distance, the star lake reflected the moon's glow, interrupted only by the distant, rumbling growl of thunder. Cuz and I sat back to back on a mound, resting our shoulders against one another as we idly counted the stars. Uncle Fred reclined nearby, contentedly humming a tune. After a song, he turned, propping his head on his hand as he lay on his side, addressing Cuz and me. "You two have quite the talent. These dishes are simply exceptional. Even the seventh lady rarely offers praise. Consider this my gratitude." I teased Cuz. Cuz, you haven't even brushed the surface of your title as King of Beasts. But perhaps you truly are the king of chefs among them." To my surprise, Cuz maintained a serious demeanor, refraining from joining my laughter. Instead, he gazed at the sky and sighed. "Gia, you truly look lovely in human attire." I found myself at a loss for words. Understanding that Cuz's comment reflected the impending separation that awaited us, I deftly changed the subject. "Remember to bring those guinea pig skins to Singer tomorrow. She promised to make me a sleeping bag." "Uncle, are you planning to marry Singer?" The question slipped from my lips unexpectedly. Perhaps due to my solitude or the effect of Singer's recent kindness, I simply wished to inquire. Yet, I couldn't help but feel that Uncle Fred and Singer seemed mismatched, their lives existing in entirely different worlds. After a moment of silence, Uncle Fred finally affirmed, "Perhaps." I continued, "What about your wife at home?" "What of it? Whatever needs to be done will be done," he replied, chewing on a sweet grass root. "Uncle, what is the human world truly like?" The thought of living alone in a few months ignited a surge of anxiety within me. Was this the fear that gripped my heart? My question evidently piqued Uncle Fred's interest. He sat up straight, scratching his head as he pondered for a moment before responding. "Haha, so you're finally curious about our world. I thought you were intent on following that beastfolk lad forever. Let me see how I can explain this. It's quite an expansive topic. The city where I reside is commonly referred to by outsiders as Schloit City, though we refer to it as Schloit Province." I was utterly captivated by Uncle Fred's description of Schloit City. It is situated at the confluence of the Galloping Horse River and the White Elephant River, with the turbulent Galloping Horse River flowing from the northwest to the southeast, cascading down from the Pai Plateau, and only turning east toward the sea after reaching the northern part of Schloit City. To the south of Schloit City, the winding White Elephant River flows northward until it merges with the Galloping Horse River, gradually making its way to the ocean. Schloit City experiences a brief summer, prompting the locals to cherish this season. During summer, many men from various households band together to embark on grand ships, sailing down the White Elephant River into the sea to fish. When every cabin is filled with salted fish, it marks the time for their return. Some say summer is the season of harvest for Schloit City. Just how large is it? I inquired. To consider only the central city. It stretches 35 kilometers from east to west and 10 kilometers from north to south, resembling the shape of a cashew. The entire city is built on the north bank of the Galloping Horse River, spanning across the White Elephant River. It is divided into 16 districts, each housing approximately 500,000 residents. Each district operates independently, boasting schools, hospitals, commercial streets, and taverns. Traveling to other districts is quite simple, as one may take the fixed route horse-drawn carriages, starting at 5 copper coins and rarely exceeding 10. The most renowned establishment in Schloit City is the Schloit Ivory Tower Magic Academy, located at the northern end of the central square in the 5th District. This grand marble structure stands 30 meters tall, its crescent shape gracing the northern side of the city square. On the stone steps before the marble edifice stand 5 statues, representing the most illustrious magicians in the history of the Schloit Ivory Tower Magic Academy. From left to right, there are Shatten, Ailey, Chiogulai, Palubi, and Komol, Romeo. These 5 legendary sorcerers made tremendous contributions to the advancement of human magic and have been the pride of Schloit City for centuries. They established the foremost institution of magical learning in the northern region of the Green Empire. The largest district, known as the 13th District, is situated in the northeastern corner of the city, commonly referred to as the Northern Barracks District. This area houses the headquarters of the North Wind Legion and boasts the highest population, exceeding 1 million inhabitants, including a resident military force of 300,000. The remainder, primarily military families and retired soldiers, number over 700,000. While they exhibit a strong sense of unity, they are also notably insular, rendering this one of the least hospitable districts in Schloit City. Uncle Fred resides in the 11th District, home to the Tanners Guild, which attracts numerous leather workers. Most of the street-facing shops are related to leather goods. Uncle Fred spent 6 years as an apprentice at the renowned Putilon Tanneries, one of the 3 major tanneries in the city, followed by 3 years as a junior tanner. However, upon advancing to the status of a mid-level tanner, he became embroiled in a personal dispute among the local nobility, offending the second most powerful noble family in Schloit, particularly the youngest Grand Magician, Kayadu. Had it not been for the owner of Putilon Tannery investing a substantial sum to engage the head of the Intelligence Bureau, Hodemu, to intercede on his behalf, Uncle Fred might have met a dire fate. Even so, he was expelled from Schloit City and has since wandered with merchant caravans. Each time the caravan passes through Schloit, Uncle Fred seizes the opportunity to reunite with his family, and it has been nearly 4 years since his last visit. I inquired of Uncle Fred whether he intended to continue this nomadic life with the merchant caravan. With a resigned smile, he replied, "How could I? My children are growing up, and I cannot keep my wife toiling in the workshop preparing leather. That work is not only exhausting, but also poorly compensated. This time, I plan to relocate my entire family to the imperial capital. I have saved some money, which should suffice to acquire a commoner's status there. A commoner like me can manage anywhere. Is that noble family very powerful?" I asked. "His father is an earl, a true noble with his own fiefdom," Uncle Fred stated calmly. It was evident that despite the lingering resentment and dissatisfaction in Uncle Fred's heart, the passage of time had dulled those feelings. Later, Uncle Fred elaborated on the hierarchical structure of the Green Empire: emperor, prince, duke, earl, marquis, count, knight, commoner, lowborn, wanderer, and slave. Only those of baronial rank and above are considered nobility, while knights are classified merely as public servants. Commoners are defined as those capable of paying an annual tax of at least 5 silver coins, possessing legal status and protection under the law. Lowborn individuals, though they have legal status, bear a taint on their identity, marked with a conspicuous red stamp, including prisoners, thieves, and beggars. Yet, they too pay taxes, receive legal protection, and maintain their identities. In contrast, wanderers are those who have never paid taxes, lack formal status, and do not enjoy legal protection, like me, a person devoid of any identity. The final category, slaves, are absent from merchant caravans, as the members of such caravans cannot afford to own slaves. Though Uncle Fred mentioned that they do exist among the performers. 26. Peculiar attributes. The departure date has been set. All the guides from the trade caravan have returned safely, having forged a path through the perilous marshlands ahead, traversable even by thunder rhinos. We received the news of our departure on the 7th day following the ice ring. The accumulated water on the Star Lake grasslands had dissipated, and the entire expanse flourished with verdant vitality, resembling a boundless emerald sea. Master Pales, wary of potential weather fluctuations, desired to traverse the northern foothills of the Pales Plateau as swiftly as possible. The conditions within the mountains were reportedly far more complex than those of the Star Lake grasslands, with weather patterns of extreme volatility. It was said that clear skies could give way to torrential downpours in an instant, and sweltering heat in the morning could be replaced by snowfall in the afternoon, necessitating the donning of winter garments. I sat engrossed in a parchment scroll detailing various herbs. Since my last foray into deep meditation, I had noticed a marked improvement in my memory. Even if I couldn't decipher the obscure symbols and characters, I could commit them to memory and store them within the golden lake of my mind. While this didn't constitute a state of deep meditation, it did provide me with a shortcut to learning. I could establish a connection with the golden lake in my mind, allowing me to store visual information as video recordings, categorized according to my preferences. I confided in old Kulu about this peculiar ability. He explained that the deep awakening had likely enhanced my mental fortitude. In Orcish tribes, Orcish shamans only had a chance to comprehend this so-called rapid thought ability when their mental fortitude exceeded 25. However, other Orcish shamans typically experienced a noticeable improvement in memory and reading comprehension, unlike my ability to transform memory into a peculiar sensory experience. Furthermore, I hadn't improved my reading comprehension of the ancient Orcish language on the parchment scrolls. In many instances, I would memorize the text verbatim, await Old Kulu's patient explanation, and then recite it flawlessly like a humanoid recording device. Old Kulu mentioned the specific numerical value of mental fortitude, but I couldn't grasp the concept of a mental fortitude of 25. He elaborated further, highlighting a milestone in the history of human magic. A magical scholar had once proposed that every individual, including orcs, elves, dwarves, demons, barbarians, and humans, possessed distinct attribute values, broadly categorized into 5 major types: strength, agility, constitution, magical power, and mental fortitude. Each individual's abilities were intrinsically linked to these 5 attributes, which were subject to constant change. They followed a parabolic trajectory influenced by physical growth, illness, and aging. Targeted training could enhance specific abilities. The scholar established a standard by averaging the physical attributes of 100 normal adult males. A normal adult male human with an awakened magic pool possessed the following physical attributes: strength 10, agility 10, constitution 10, magical power 10, mental fortitude 10. This was the standard attribute set for a male human without an awakened magic pool, later referred to as the 5 attributes. The magical scholar provided a rudimentary explanation. Strength encompassed a person's overall offensive power, carrying capacity, and wrist strength. Agility encompassed running speed, dodging ability, balance, and attack speed. Constitution encompassed endurance, physical defense, and recovery ability. Magical power encompassed magical attack power and mana reserves. Mental fortitude encompassed magic resistance, mana regeneration rate, magical perception, and intelligence. He also standardized a series of testing methods that are still used today. These were merely standard reference values, and variations in individual attributes were normal. Adult women's physical attributes were also measured with reference to those of men, with average attributes of strength 8, agility 9, constitution 9, magical power 10, mental fortitude 11. Without an awakened magic pool, the magical power attribute would approach 0. Adult Wolf-Orcish individuals far surpass the average human attributes in strength, agility, and constitution, with values of strength 14, agility 15, constitution 13, magical power 6, without awakened self-healing abilities, and mental fortitude 7. Old Kulu provided a few typical examples. This numerical representation of individual abilities resembled our physical education tests. Cuz and I were intrigued and implored Old Kulu to predict our attributes. Initially reluctant, he eventually relented, worn down by our persistence. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "My estimates won't be accurate without systematic testing. I can only give you a rough idea, and it might not be precise. Don't pester me after you hear it." We readily agreed, like 2 little deer waiting to be fed, looking up at Old Kulu expectantly. This was far more interesting than a story. Neither of you has awakened, so you have little magical power. Even if Jia's body is different, his magical power is less than 0. 1, which can be disregarded. AZ's strength has grown rapidly recently, reaching about 10. Agility is a bit worse, say 11. Constitution is much lower, 9. Mental fortitude, 5 at best. Old Kulu rattled off Cuz's attributes as if he were chopping cabbages in the garden. Not bad. Cuz and I found it quite amusing. Tell us about Jia. Tell us about Jia, Cuz exclaimed, and I looked forward eagerly. Old Kulu pondered for a long time before saying softly, "My assessment of AZ is inconsequential, but what I have to say about Jia is confidential. After you hear it, pretend you didn't, and don't tell anyone. This is a matter of life and death. Cuz, you must remember this. Although you're 7 years older than Jia, you're not as mature. Remember my words." "Understood, Grandpa," Cuz vowed. Old Kulu reached for a cigarette in his pocket, but finding only a short stub, he restrained himself and sighed, putting it back. He licked his chapped lips and lowered his voice. "Jia is young, so his attributes will grow quickly. Strength is currently around 2, agility is nearly 4, constitution is a little over 3, magical power is 0. 1, and I can't say for certain about mental fortitude. But I don't think it's below 25, because that's the baseline for rapid thought. I believe Jia's mental fortitude is so high due to 3 indispensable factors. First, Jia's body has been continuously damaged by fire attribute magic for the past 2 years, resulting in resistance to fire attribute magic. Increased fire resistance has greatly stimulated the growth of mental fortitude. Second, constant learning. Learning is the fastest way to increase mental fortitude. In the past 2 years, Jia has learned Orcish, Imperial, Herbalism, and Pharmaceutics, which has contributed to the growth of mental fortitude. Third, the Elven meditation technique can quickly restore magical power and continuously and slowly increase both magical power and mental fortitude. Furthermore, Jiao was likely strengthened in mental fortitude during deep meditation. After hearing old Kulu's words, I wondered if this was another manifestation of specialization. During the days awaiting the trade caravan's departure, Cuz's and my names gradually became familiar to the men in the caravan. In the past, we would meet and acknowledge each other, but they only regarded us as old Kulu's grandsons and little apprentices, who would run wild and play all over the mountains and fields, or do odd jobs in the caravan, occasionally running errands for old Kulu, such as preparing and delivering medicine. If it weren't for old Kulu's sake, no one would have given us a second glance. Recently, some individuals have begun to realize that Cuz and I possess the enigmatic culinary recipes of the Orcish tribe, and we can skillfully recreate these dishes, which is indeed remarkable. Those who think of us merely seek to indulge in a sumptuous barbecue. Others, with a more distant gaze, subtly extol the vibrant beauty of the human realm. Inquiring whether we wish to experience it ourselves, should we desire such an adventure, they would graciously offer to guide us free of charge. What is this? Do they presume it to be a scenario akin to a dubious uncle enticing young girls with goldfish? Even Cuz could hardly tolerate such insinuations. To evade any complications, I chose to remain inside the tent, engrossed in the parchment scrolls on herbalism that old Kuru had entrusted to me. Our tent is nestled in a secluded corner of the camp, allowing me to practice magic without fear of being discovered. I have recently become quite fascinated with spells. The ability to concentrate magical energy at my fingertips and inscribe resplendent symbols in the air is exhilarating, not to mention beneficial for purging the toxins within my body. I later discovered that the warmth spell is equally advantageous. It rejuvenates my energy, making it easier to delve into my studies without succumbing to fatigue. Albeit the difference is slight, yet every little helps. As I immersed myself in my studies, Cuz burst into the tent, drenched in sweat. Ever since I had confined myself to reading, old Kuru had imposed restrictions on him, forbidding him from leaving the camp. His only recourse was to practice the fundamental movements of spear fishing outside the tent, leaving him soaked and exuding an unpleasant odor. He rushed to my makeshift desk. A wooden crate, thrusting his spear aside and gulping down water from his flask, letting out a satisfying belch afterward. I shot him a disapproving glare and admonished. How many times must I tell you? After vigorous exercise, you must not drink copiously. It's detrimental to your lungs. Why won't you listen? I'm a werewolf. I've always drunk this way since childhood. It's fine. Cuz replied, setting down the flask and reaching for a piece of jerky from the plate on the table. With his mouth half full, he mumbled, almost forgot. The woman who brought us into the dance troupe that day, oh, the one involved with Fred, has arrived and seems to be looking for you. 27. Aside before nightfall, the tents of the Wolf clan were hardly suitable for receiving Singer. Perhaps I had grown accustomed to it after spending so much time with Cuz, but many found the natural scent of the Wolf clan unbearable, reminiscent of a wet dog on a rainy day. Thus, when I heard Cuz mention that Singer had come to deliver my newly stitched leather attire and sleeping bag, I hurriedly tidied the sheepskin scrolls on the table and went out to meet her. Singer stood by the pile of supplies in the merchant camp, cradling a neatly stacked bundle of clothing. She gazed quietly in my direction, her expression naturally surveying the various tents of the merchant group, some old and patched, others with rotting with sprouting black fungus. A curious look graced her delicate face, and it was evident she had taken care to appear younger today. Her smooth long hair was braided, and she wore a light gray cashmere coat paired with a simple long skirt, exuding an air of understated elegance. Although the men of the merchant group traveled alongside the dance troupe, their interactions were minimal due to the strict regulations imposed by the troop leader and Lord Leipas. Only the more indulgent and affluent would become familiar with the troop's cooks, often exchanging a bit of meat broth as a treat. Yet it was rare to encounter a woman as striking and mature as Singer. Upon seeing me emerge from the tent, she waved, unsure of which tent she was in. I stood in the most conspicuous spot to signal my arrival. Singer flashed a cunning smile, her eyes narrowing into slender lines, her long dark lashes accentuating her expression. It felt like a natural and comfortable greeting between two acquaintances who had known each other for ages. I lifted my face to accept the repaired clothing and sleeping bag, handing them to Cuz while clutching the leather coat against my chest. As I urged Cuz to return the remaining clothes to the tent, he wore an unwilling expression, clearly reluctant to deal with unfamiliar women, especially troublesome ones. He departed with a huff, leaving me to apologize on his behalf. Forgive me. I should have visited you myself to retrieve these items. I truly appreciate your kindness in bringing them. I felt compelled to express my regret for Cuz's lack of social grace, a reflection of his simplicity. Curiosity had drawn the attention of several men nearby, who regarded us as if they were starved gorillas encountering a woman for the first time. They passed by in various mundane manners, such as carrying logs or peeking from behind tent flaps, their lecherous demeanor making me feel as though I were covered in lice, a prickling sensation running down my spine. Being a woman, Singer inevitably felt the weight of their gaze, and I found myself standing politely, waiting for her to bid farewell so I could return to my tent with Cuz. However, she showed no inclination to say goodbye, leaving me momentarily at a loss for words. I seldom get the chance to explore. Would you care to join me for a stroll around the camp? Singer gathered her hair, which had been tousled by the wind, tucking it behind her ear. To my surprise, her ears appeared even more rosy, adding to her allure. The troop had strict rules. Without special permission, one could not leave its confines. I was momentarily taken aback by her suggestion, as my thoughts were solely occupied with how to gracefully conclude our encounter. Yet, with her invitation lingering in the air, I felt compelled to accept, replying, "It would be an honor." In truth, leading a stunning woman radiating mature charm around the camp was not particularly daunting. Yet, under the collective scrutiny of numerous older men who had not been near a woman for months, it felt akin to a monkey wandering through a crowd of starving men while holding a pie. My age precluded any possibility of a romantic story unfolding between us. But after making a full circuit of the camp's perimeter, even Lord Leipas emerged, frowning at the now subdued atmosphere, and I could no longer bear the pressure. Hastily retreating with Singer, we found refuge on the eastern slope of the camp, where Singer laughed continuously, seemingly amused by our surroundings. I, however, remained silent, gazing into the distance. Eventually, as her laughter subsided, we both stared blankly at the vast expanse of the Star Lake grassland, tranquil and boundless. Tomorrow we would set forth, and whether I would have the opportunity to witness this beautiful prairie again was uncertain, yet it would forever hold cherished memories for me. Singer lowered her head slightly, smiling gently, her earlier haughtiness and seriousness replaced by a warmth that made her already full lips appear even more alluring. Turning to me, she asked, "Why do I feel you are somewhat different from the others?" Singer tilted her head thoughtfully before concluding, "You seem like a friend I could confide in. Someone I could trust." With a playful chuckle, she extended an invitation on behalf of her sisterhood. "I formally invite you to visit us whenever you have the chance. If you find yourself weary while riding on the Thunder Rhino, do seek me out." "Thank you for your kind invitation. I shall certainly consider it," I replied, my mind briefly drifting to the captivating mistress whose enchanting gaze had ensnared my soul upon our first meeting, sending a chill down my spine. I silently added a caveat to my agreement, thinking, "I may come when Seventh Sister is not around." With that, Singer quietly made her way back to the dance troop's camp, delivering my sleeping bag and adjusted leather coat just before entering the northern foothills of the Pai Plateau, leaving me with her invitation lingering in the air. I felt myself gradually integrating into this caravan, gaining recognition from various individuals, affirming my worth in this new environment. In solitude, I would habitually release my anti-magic, quietly awaiting the moment my magical energy would be depleted. The gentle flicker of the hexagonal magic circle within me signified my unconscious mastery of 2 spells, albeit of little practical use. Nevertheless, I held the hope that they would prove valuable in the future. These past few days, I had been inquiring about the status of the Wind Chaser Adventure Group. If they did not return by tomorrow morning, it would imply that its members might face the treacherous snow-capped mountains alone, without the entire caravan as support. Traversing the northern foothills, which had kept the barbarian hordes at bay for centuries, would be an arduous task. Should such a scenario unfold, it would mean that the Wind Chaser Adventure Group would be unable to access the Pai Plateau, their only option being to follow the Star Lake grassland's eastern banks, navigating the perilous terrain bordering the barbarian lands, ultimately returning eastward along the Galloping Horse River back to Schloit City. The beacon magic flares calling the adventurers home were launched every night, yet still, no news had arrived. I sat upon the grassy slope, clearly observing the adventurers of the Starry Expedition as they busily packed their belongings. They had returned triumphantly the day before, and according to Uncle Fred, their latest hunt had yielded considerable rewards. Over the past 2 days, the leather workers within the caravan had tirelessly labored for the Starry Expedition. Uncle Fred had hoped to secure a position for me, yet all members of the expedition had already withdrawn, leaving no need for a scribe. As the newly graduated warrior apprentices from the academy were all adept at record-keeping, I found myself unable to locate a suitable role and did not wish to be perceived as idly taking wages. Furthermore, with no news from Sister Guagua, I lacked the spirit to join in the bustling activities. Uncle Fred mentioned that only the leader, Bauji, and the deputy leader, Benzaki, had officially become warriors within the Starry Expedition, alongside a remarkably skilled mage, Montroy, who was also a budding magic scholar. Each afternoon, Kaz would venture beyond the camp to procure firewood. He alone possessed the ability to find timber in the treeless expanse of the Starlake Prairie. We would ignite the collected wood, extinguishing it with water once it had fully carbonized, allowing it to dry before gathering it. Our need for charcoal was pressing. According to old Kulu's wisdom, as we entered the desolate Dead Man's Mine area at the northern foothills of the Pai Plateau, where not a single blade of grass thrived, extreme weather could render the air bitterly cold. In such conditions, failing to kindle a fire could even lead to frostbite. I harbored a desire to accompany Kaz in search of deadwood on the prairie, yet old Kulu insisted that only Kaz stood a chance of success. I had discreetly inquired with Kaz about his method for locating the dead roots, to which he replied with a cryptic smile that he could smell them. I retorted with mock annoyance, questioning whether he had similarly smelled the withered branches he had fished from the Star Lake. The sun gradually sank below the horizon, appearing from a distance like an oval yolk frying in a pan, while the evening glow was nearly consumed by the encroaching gray sky. Standing upon the grassy knoll, I still caught no sight of Sister Gugwa. The camp bustled with activity, as entire rolls of luggage had been meticulously packed, and all the fine iron ingots were neatly stacked upon the shelves. By dawn, when the sun rose anew, they would be borne upon the backs of the thunder rhinoceros, marking the official departure of our caravan. In the twilight, I could faintly discern the figure of Uncle Onlu, the stout man, disassembling the stove, stacking the iron pots neatly and binding them with rope, ready for loading onto the thunder rhinoceros come morning. My heart sank with the setting sun, as the wind chaser expedition remained elusive from my sight. As darkness enveloped the land, I felt the last guiding light fade away, and I let out a sigh of anxiety and helplessness while seated on the grassy slope. 28. Departure. In return, my mood has soured considerably, so much so that even Cuz knows to keep his distance from me. I sit despondently atop the back of the thunder rhino, while Cuz and Uncle Fred assist old Kulu in securing the luggage. We have made extensive preparations for this expedition into the mountains, and in addition to the essential medicinal herbs, tents, and blankets, our already cramped load has become unwieldy, resulting in a large bundle on the rhino's back that appears discordant from afar. The driver, Pushkin, positioned at the neck of the thunder rhino, continuously admonishes us against overloading it. We are riding a male thunder rhino, which is irritable and prone to fits as it approaches its mating season. Being young, I am of little assistance, merely observing as the entire camp is dismantled, everything transportable being tossed onto the rhino's back. The front of the caravan has already ventured several hundred meters ahead from my vantage point on the thunder rhino. The long procession resembles a serpentine form gliding across the grassland. In the camp, a dozen other thunder rhinos are preparing for departure, and ours is lined up toward the rear, granting us ample time to organize our belongings. Lord Leipas stands stoically atop the last thunder rhino, arms crossed, his frigid gaze betraying no emotion, resembling a statue from a distance. I silently watch as the last thunder rhino joins the retreating caravan, embarking on the journey to the Orc tribe. This marks the final leg of our expedition, if all goes well. We shall return to the northernmost city of Sloit by the end of the year. The troops' 13 covered wagons have been prepared well in advance, their bodies adorned with vibrant magical sigils that flicker and shimmer from within. This is the true value of these wagons, each inscribed with countless magical runes, ultimately interconnected by the master engraver to form a vast and complementary magical matrix. The acceleration spells from the wind's swift passage are imbued into the entire caravan, which follows the bellowing of the bison, renowned for their innate strength within the swamp tribe. The troops' convoy merges into the larger procession, gradually trailing behind. The adventurers of the Starry Expedition ride at the forefront of the entire caravan, their scouts already having ventured 10 miles ahead to signal any impending danger. I continue to stand at the apex of the thunder rhino's back, gazing into the distance as its massive legs tremble against the grass. The rhythmic thumping of 70 thunder rhinos echoes like the war drums of an impending campaign. Old Kulu sits behind me on the saddle, eyes closed in contemplation, while Cuz squats beside Uncle Fred, murmuring to himself. Behind us lies the trampled remnants of our camp, reduced to ashes and torn-up grasslands, littered with the bleached bones of abandoned magical antelopes, attracting a gathering of vultures in the sky, patiently awaiting the caravan's departure to scavenge. Look what I brought you. Jia, Cuz grins, trying to contain his glee as he leans over the goods box beside me. We bounce together in rhythm with the thunder rhino's gait, akin to a sailboat cleaving through waves at sea. I withdraw my gaze, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over me. Perhaps on this journey, I shall never see Sister Gugu again. I have envisioned the days following our parting, where I would accompany her back to her hometown, hoping to settle there. I yearn to witness the orchards of golden apples she spoke of, to stroll along the banks of the Sulin River in front of her home, and to spend an afternoon in the tea shop at her street corner, savoring nut pastries. Yet, none of these dreams have materialized. I lack the spirit to engage in his playful antics, as he displays a few pristine white wolf toe bones in his palm. I realize he wishes to craft wolf bone buttons together. However, I remain despondent, turning my head away to evade his gaze, murmuring, "I'm sorry, Cuz." Old Kulu glances at me with a knowing look and says slowly, "Perhaps you should try to calm your heart. Reflect on the things I taught you last night. Studying knowledge can pass the time during this tedious journey." I nod obediently and sit beside old Kulu, while Cuz, equally disheartened, settles down quietly next to me. Throughout the 17 months of our caravan's passage through the new West Asia Mountains, the three of us have spent many moments seated in this manner on the saddle of the Thunder Rhino. Old Kulu had suggested I further contemplate the shadow cloak magic I learned last night, a simplified version he meticulously crafted after extensive research. This skill bears a resemblance to the elven innate skill of concealment or the ranger's stealth ability. Both are forms of invisibility, The shadow cloak utilizes magical power to alter the surrounding light, allowing one to blend into the darkness. Due to my limited magical energy, Old Kulu has appropriately simplified this skill. Nevertheless, it still requires me to simultaneously chant the incantation and draw the magical sigil, demanding nearly all of my magical power for a single, feeble attempt. Even so, the simplified shadow cloak has significant limitations, as I must be in dim light or shadow to utilize it. Old Kulu intends for me to grasp the subtle connection between the incantation and the magical sigil. Recognizing that as a novice incapable of wielding the time suspension spell, I may fret over the synchronization of the two. In the current era, mages have grown reliant on the time suspension spell, unaware of its flaws. Yet, he wishes for me to take this opportunity to sincerely reflect on the intricate relationship between incantations and magical sigils before I acquire sufficient magical power to learn time suspension. I am perplexed as to why my acute magical perception is gradually enhancing my other 5 senses. This realization has only recently dawned upon me. I have discovered that my abilities are improving, allowing me to see further than cuz, even on a clear day. It is well known that the physical constitution of orcs far surpasses that of humans, particularly in the realms of vision, hearing, and smell, where they outpace humans significantly. Yet, I now find myself able to see slightly beyond cuz. Initially, I pondered whether cuz was merely a nearsighted werewolf. However, after a clandestine comparison of eyesight with Uncle Fred, I came to the conclusion that my vision is indeed remarkably sharp, while my hearing and sense of smell still lag behind cuz. They are nonetheless significantly superior to Uncle Fred's. At times, I wonder if Uncle Fred's indulgence in wine and pleasures has depleted his vitality, resulting in a decline in his overall physical abilities. Yet, I am reluctant to expose these unique attributes of mine to others, which dissuades me from seeking comparisons. Leipas, the esteemed leader of the merchant caravan, was escorted away by Lord Bauji, the head of the Starlight Adventurers, using an ancient gobelite horse once the caravan was firmly established. This majestic creature was indeed fitting for a leader, as Lord Bauji, clad in full plate armor and embodying the strength of a formidable warrior, passed by atop the Thunder Rhino. I was struck by an involuntary sensation. He seemed to me like an impenetrable wall. It was an odd feeling, reminiscent of standing at the base of the Great Wall, gazing up at its serpentine expanse, which sent a shiver through my very soul. At that moment, the imposing Bauji suddenly cast a perceptive glance in our direction, his piercing gaze sweeping over us with an intensity that sent a chill down my spine. My complexion paled instantly under the weight of his palpable aura of menace. Beside me, Old Kuru merely raised an eyelid to glance at Bauji, who then offered us a brief, friendly smile, retracting that lethal energy in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Bauji, alongside the cloaked, enigmatic sorcerer on the gobelite horse, surged forward several dozen meters. Yet, I remained acutely aware that, in that fleeting moment, the mysterious sorcerer beneath the cloak had turned to look back at me, his serpent-like gaze sending a shiver down my spine. Humph! Old Kuru let out a cold huff, clearly audible to the 3 figures a distance away. In unison, they lowered their bodies and cracked their whips against their horses' flanks, prompting the 2 gobelite horses to whinny in alarm and bolt forward with the speed of lightning. Once those figures had vanished from sight, Old Kuru withdrew his gaze and turned to regard me, yet he said nothing. Teacher, why do I feel that the leader of the Starlight Adventurers resembles a towering fortress? I could not restrain my curiosity and posed the question. Old Kuru smiled faintly, tapping my head with his finger. I thought you might manage to refrain from asking. This is due to your heightened 6th sense, which allows you to perceive the aura surrounding Bauji. Alas, such knowledge is typically reserved for the most seasoned apprentices at the War Academy. In your terms, it is akin to a 9th level warrior who has 1 foot on the threshold of the 10th level. Upon achieving that rank, their strength undergoes a notable transformation. Before reaching level 10, every warrior must transcend a bottleneck, an understanding of aura. That wall is his aura? I inquired. Old Kuru merely nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. I understood that he had decided against divulging more in the presence of outsiders. As I pondered how to coax him into discussing these matters later that evening, I suddenly noticed several dark figures on the distant grassland, accompanied by a faint plume of dust rising behind them. A peculiar sensation surged within me, prompting me to rise in excitement and peer into the distance. Ah, your 6th sense is also rapidly evolving. If you do not learn to temper it, someone will inevitably notice your differences. Old Kuru's voice echoed once more in my ear, resonating within me like a tolling bell, causing my eardrums to throb painfully. However, I disregarded his warning and stood transfixed, my gaze unblinking as I focused on the horizon. Gradually, the dark figures sharpened into clarity, several gobelite horses galloping towards me. As the horses raced closer, those familiar silhouettes emerged into my line of sight. 29. The wolf-fang dagger rhinos may remain indifferent to the additional burdens of a few hundred pounds, steadfast in their diligent and gentle nature. As the morning sun rises, the dew on the grasslands is gradually licked away, leaving traces of its magical touch upon each blade. under the vast expanse of the cerulean sky. A few clouds float like loaves of white bread. Looking back towards the campsite, no shadows are discernible, save for the silent vultures gliding in the sky. Making their way towards the camp, perhaps lured by the remnants of boiled bones. I ponder that as long as one is alive, it suffices. Each individual has their own path, much like the species on the plains, all striving simply to exist. From a distance, I see Sister Gwugwa safe and sound, and the anxiety that had gripped my heart dissipates. She sits atop her steed, her light-colored gown dusted with dirt. One hand clutches the reins while the other holds a staff that hangs naturally before her. Her long legs are firmly nestled in the stirrups, her slender waist upright on the saddle, and her chestnut hair dances in the breeze. Noticing my gaze, she returns a sweet smile and waves. She appears somewhat excited yet retains an air of modesty. I observe the bulging pack slung on either side of her horse, which, weary from its load, attempts to trot in place, reluctant to move forward. She gently furrows her brow, leans forward, and whispers something into the horse's ear. To my astonishment, the spirited steed, as if sensing my presence, joyfully gallops towards me as if I were holding a grand carrot. At times, I find the concept of fate quite remarkable. Just a few encounters can foster a sense of familiarity that renders words unnecessary. I can distinctly feel her concern for me, her bright eyes fixed upon me, her nostrils gently flaring, and her slightly parted lips revealing a glimmer of a smile. I roll off the back of the towering thunder rhino, using the thick ropes binding the cargo to cushion my descent. Agile as a silver fish, I tumble onto the grass and stand beside her, gazing up with a grin. She urges her horse closer, yet my diminutive stature prevents my head from reaching the soft belly of the tall Gubalai horse. With a playful smile, she leans down and lifts me onto the saddle, gently resting her pristine forehead against mine, softly saying, "Did you wait long?" Fortunately, Wee finally returned. I never expressed a desire to wait for her, yet she seems to know. It's as if she takes pride in this little insight, as if to say, "Look how well I understand you." Embracing me, her firm abdomen presses against my back, compelling me to grasp the Gubalai horse's mane. With a flick of her wrist, she tosses the heavy packs hanging from the horse's flanks to the patiently trotting Kiangbe behind us, and with a flourish of the whip, we surge forward. The sensation akin to riding a roller coaster rather than a merry-go-round. I steal a glance back at Kiangbe, his face adorned with a warm smile, his robust hands securely gripping the two hefty packs as he sits firmly in the saddle. Yet, despite his cheerful demeanor, the fatigue etched upon his face is palpable. The deep claw marks on his half-armor remain vivid in my memory. The creature capable of inflicting such wounds is surely no ordinary gazelle or windwolf. Behind him, his tower shield has split into two, haphazardly wrapped and slung across his back, presenting a comically disheveled appearance. Nevertheless, he remains courteous and composed on his steed, his humility, honesty, integrity, and bravery suggesting that his path as a knight will be smooth. Unsure of what to say, I release my thoughts and embrace the refreshing breeze. Reveling in the vibrant earth around me, the expansive sky as blue as the sea, and our own insignificance within it all. Sister Gwugwa steers us away from the merchant convoy, yet keeps it within our line of sight. It is only when the thunder rhino appears as diminutive as a matchbox that she slows her pace. I am acutely aware of the changes surrounding me. I feel the warmth radiating from Sister Gwugwa's lively body behind me, and I sense the Gubalai horse's muscles burning with energy, its blood surging. I observe the blue and white butterfly flowers quietly blooming on the grass, and nearby, a small fish struggles in a nearly dry stream. Suddenly, I open my eyes, perhaps having been closed for too long, and the world appears strikingly clear, even allowing me to perceive the traces of the wind. In that moment, I utter a low, ancient beast clan tongue. My fingers instinctively move in rhythm with the incantation, gracefully sketching a simple magic array. The magic flows from my fingertips, culminating in a perfect arc of energy. A sudden burst of black mist envelopes us, shrouding Sister Gwugwa and me in obscurity, rendering everything outside indistinct. Remarkably, my third elementary spell, the Shadow Cloak, manifests successfully in this moment of clarity. Sister Gwugwa gasps in awe, exclaiming, "This is the dark element, such a fascinating magic. It can render our bodies semi-ethereal. How perfect it would be if we could achieve complete invisibility. The Beast Clan's magic is so distinct from ours. This shadow magic must be a skill of the close combat orc mages. That orc shaman certainly possesses extensive knowledge, enabling me to learn 3 Beast Clan spells, quite astonishing." Then, as if struck by a whimsical thought, Sister Gwugwa bursts into laughter. She gently wraps her unoccupied arm around my head and whispers close to my ear, "I just thought, even if you never awaken a magic pool, it's fine. Becoming an archer like Captain Villu would be extraordinary. I can imagine how terrifying an archer proficient in close combat magic would be. Haha. Sister, we had an agreement. I aspire to be a runemaster, to inscribe the most powerful dragon language runes for you, I assert, having spent the past days poring over various materials. Old Kulu has finally begun sharing his collection of historical tomes on magic with me, which revealed that the beast bone necklace he wears contains a fragment of a void beast skull, capable of storing precious items. It makes sense now why he seems to possess an inexhaustible supply of ancient magic books. Sister Guogua's face flushes slightly, a mixture of joy and teasing lacing her voice as she dismissively says, I don't expect you to inscribe any grand dragon language spells. As long as you can draw basic runes, I'll be pleased. I will become a rune master. Once the merchant convoy reaches the Guruding tribe, you must take me back to Beale City. I want to see if it's truly as wonderful as you described. Upon hearing my intention to return to Beale City, Sister Guogua's smile brightens even further. Haha, I assure you will love it. We must also open a belt buckle chain store. By the way, can you forge? I cannot. I reply. With a grand gesture, Sister Guogua declares, then we shall hire a blacksmith. Once I earn enough money to buy a set of prosthetic limbs for Sue, you, I, Annie, and Sue can purchase a farm with an apple orchard together. What a splendid idea. Oh, indeed. We cannot linger here any longer. The earliest we can return home is by the end of the year, by which time you will be over 6 years old. We will still need to register at the city administration hall, as no magical academy in any city will accept children without identity. Currently, you belong to the category of wanderers, and we must secure a residency status in Beale City. However, this matter is rather simple. Once we register at the city administration hall, any child who resides in Beale City for 3 years will automatically become a city resident. At that time, we can participate in the annual spring enrollment examination and the public magical awakening ceremony to see if you will become a magician. In truth, whether or not one becomes a magician is inconsequential. Thousands of children in Beale City participate in the awakening ceremony each year, yet only a handful, perhaps only a few dozen, actually become magicians. Sometimes, there aren't even enough to form a full class. Do not be overly concerned. Your physical aptitude far exceeds that of other children, and you can already employ some rudimentary Orcish magical skills. Attending other schools would also be a viable option. Rest assured, your sister will look after you. Perhaps Guogua, worried that my heart was burdened with excessive thoughts and obsessions, continually reassured me that it was perfectly normal not to become a magician, given the exceedingly slim chances. I dared not divulge my secret and meekly replied, Sister, I know. Guogua, seated before me, adjusted my clothing buttons and produced a finely crafted wolf fang dagger from her bosom. Indeed, it was a dagger fashioned entirely from the upper canine of a giant wolf, with a faint green sheen enveloping its entirety. The handle, crafted from walnut wood, was securely bound to the base of the fang with a strip of bandage. The fang itself was an astonishing 12 centimeters long. And when Guogua carefully handed it to me, I had not anticipated that it was, in fact, a tooth from a colossal windwolf. This dagger featured a rounded, slightly curved blade, its tip sharp and glimmering with a pale green luminescence, embodying a rather rudimentary craftsmanship. After presenting me with the dagger, Guogua earnestly cautioned that it was a highly venomous weapon and that I must exercise utmost caution while using it, for any self-inflicted wound could pose great danger. Its origin was simple. It had been extracted from the upper jaw of a giant two-headed windwolf, a creature possessing both wind and poison magical abilities. Over the previous 10 days, our adventure group had been surrounding this mutated giant windwolf, and after much effort, their leader, Viru, had successfully devised a trap to capture it. This valuable canine tooth, procured from the poisonous wolf, was considered Guogua's trophy, and she likely presented it to me less than a day after acquiring it. In her words, me, I have no need for it. Then, with a swift flourish of her wand, she conjured a water sphere that shot forth like a cannonball, exploding into a mist hundreds of meters away. It seemed she was silently conveying to me, see, we magicians prefer to resolve matters with magic. I carefully concealed the wolf fang dagger against my attire, where I also kept a short cone fashioned from the horn of a magical antelope. At that moment, the shadowy mass surrounding us dissipated without a sound, and our figures swiftly emerged in the sunlight. At this juncture, my self-released magic had not yet elapsed 3 minutes, which felt rather awkward. The duration of these magical effects was diminishing rapidly. Guogua, suppressing a laugh, inquired, Is that all? My face darkened instantly. The so-called initial encounter. The merchant convoy traversed the solid earth along the edge of the grassland for 2 days before finally arriving at the initial entrance of the Pai Plateau's northern foothills, a region jointly inhabited by the Dwarves, who relish apple wine and dwell in caves, and the orcs who roam the Pai Plateau. This area is known as the Salt Iron Road. From here, one can cross the undulating West Yachis Mountains to the west and reach the Dwarven Kingdom, renowned for its production of fine iron ingots, or ascend the treacherous Death Road to access the Pai Plateau, rich in magical antelope and various rudimentary herbs. Each year, the orcs trade a substantial quantity of magical antelope for fine iron from the dwarves, hence the name Salt Iron Road, a term that eventually morphed due to phonetic similarities. Originally, the greatest obstacle for merchants was the almost insurmountable mountain roads, with one side plunging into an abyss and the other a sheer cliff, leaving only a winding path 4 to 5 meters wide. Although this was challenging, the true peril lay further north, where the icy tundra awaited. When the northern winds blew, the biting cold from the tundra would sweep southward, reaching the base of the Pai Plateau, where the mountains provided a barrier. Only on this salt iron road would the northern gales ascend along the mountain path. Should these winds encounter the warm southeastern breezes from the endless sea, a fierce convective storm could erupt, transforming the salt iron road into a vast icy sculpture stretching for miles. Merchants trapped on the salt iron road would find it impossible to turn back, as the massive land beasts and enormous magical transport vehicles could barely navigate the narrow mountain path. They would have no choice but to temporarily evade the natural disaster or advance against the wind. Thus the road gradually gained a reputation as a perilous route. Despite this, some were still willing to risk their lives on this trade route. However, circumstances changed over a decade ago when a formidable band of elusive robbers emerged on the Salt Iron Road. These were exiled Dwarven convicts from the realm of the Black Iron King, along with impoverished Dwarven civilians and escaped Dwarven slaves. They took refuge in the northern foothills of the Pai Plateau, evading the relentless pursuit of the Dwarven kings, and gradually formed their own faction, calling themselves the Grey Dwarves. Born as natural brigands, they seized a mine along the Salt Iron Road and established their settlement, relying predominantly on thievery for sustenance. Thus, the infamous Grey Dwarves became notorious bandits. They existed in the narrow space between the powerful Dwarven Kingdom and the Orc tribes. As the Dwarves had sworn never to set foot on the Pai Plateau, while the Orc tribes were fragmented and preoccupied with internal conflicts, making them ill-equipped to deal with the tunneling expertise of the Dwarves. If the situation grew dire, the Grey Dwarves would swiftly retreat into their mines, rendering the Orc military's attempts to eradicate them futile. Over the course of more than a decade, the Grey Dwarves' influence expanded like a snowball. Many smaller merchant factions feared the Grey Dwarven bandits lurking in the northern foothills of the Pai Plateau, leading to a decline in merchant traffic along the Salt Iron Road. While the spoils of their illicit endeavors multiplied, this time, the merchant convoy, burdened with over 500 tons of fine iron ingots across 70 thunder rhinoceroses, stood to gain at least five-fold profit upon successful delivery to the capital of the Green Empire. Yet they required a stroke of luck to navigate this treacherous path ahead. Leipas had made extensive preparations. Nearly every thunder rhinoceros was equipped with a powerful crossbow, and the beasts themselves were formidable land creatures, unmatched in battle. Thus, a convoy comprising 70 thunder rhinoceroses was not a target easily overwhelmed by a mere band of Grey Dwarves. Coupled with 2 adventurer groups and caravans inscribed with magical sigils for protection, their strength was formidable. Upon entering the Salt Iron Road, the convoy advanced along the winding path paved with countless stones. They began their preparation for a meal at dawn, ready to officially set forth with the first light of day. The morning frost blanketed the mountains in a dazzling white, and I dared not gaze upon the peaks, fearing it would harm my eyes. Perched upon the sheer cliff, a wild goat, capable of traversing the mountain's peaks with the ease of walking on flat ground, gazes at us with a look of pity. I recline on the back of the thunder rhinoceros, cocooned in a thick blanket, too comfortable to rise, content to expose only my face to greedily inhale the crisp, cool air. Cuz squats beside me, gnawing on a smoked rabbit head, while he holds another one for me. Though I have no desire to partake, perhaps among the entire caravan, only Cuz enjoys life a tad more, as he always manages to procure some exotic game. Like these 2 otter rabbits he brought back last night without a moment to prepare. All day long, we must remain vigilant, wary of the possibility of falling rocks from the cliffs. Just a casual glance would reveal the seemingly bottomless ravine on the other side. The incessant sound of rushing water at its depths, a cacophony that grates on the nerves. My heart feels like a tightly wound string, only able to relax during the night, which is why I cherish the moments of rest. Due to the lack of time to prepare the otter rabbits, I devised a rather lazy solution. If only I could obtain yellow mud, my method would be even simpler. However, on this narrow path of rubble, only a few meters wide, squeezed alongside the thunder rhinoceros, I found no yellow earth, ultimately resorting to smoking the 2 otter rabbits. The process is straightforward. Twist 10 strands of oil lamp wicks together, toss them into a bowl filled with animal fat, place a copper plate atop, and add prepared pine wood blocks. Once ignited, the oil lamp's wick will soon produce a fragrant, hot smoke that envelopes the wood blocks, allowing the marinated otter rabbits to be suspended above. All I need is a comfortable, restful night's sleep, and by morning, I can savor the rich aroma of smoked rabbit. At this hour, the morning sun has yet to emerge from behind the mountains, and we await the sound of the departure horn. I select a smoked rabbit head and a leg for myself, instructing Cuz to deliver the remaining smoked meat to Old Kulu and Uncle Fred. Cuz places my portion on a wooden plate by my side, as if presenting a treasure, and hurries off to find Old Kulu and Fred. At this moment, Uncle Fred is busy organizing the supplies carried by the thunder rhinoceros, a task that consumes him every morning and evening. He has not sought sing for several days, remaining steadfast at the caravan's camp, and I suspect this situation will persist for quite some time, likely continuing until we safely navigate the northern foothills. Each morning, Old Kulu is summoned by Leipas to survey the terrain ahead. As an experienced elder orc, every suggestion from Old Kulu could potentially save a life. I sip a bowl of warm corn porridge, preparing to sample the flavor of the rabbit head smoked the previous night. However, when my eyes scan the plate, I discover that the rabbit leg has inexplicably vanished. The cold, biting mountain wind of the morning sharpens my senses, prompting me to quickly don my cotton clothes, which are both lightweight and warm. His remarks that I am becoming more human-like. The overwhelming smoky flavor of the rabbit head suggests that perhaps it was smoked a tad too long. I should reduce the oil used next time. Nevertheless, the taste is rich as I tear off 2 strips of meat and pop them into my mouth. I leap down from the thunder rhinoceros's back and meander along the narrow mountain path, yet I find no suspicious figures. I ponder. Could it be that the rabbit leg sprouted wings and flew away? While consuming my food is permissible, I must remain vigilant. I force myself to quiet down. As unexpected sounds of gentle chewing and the crisp crunching of bones reach my ears, reminiscent of mice gnawing on wooden beams in the night. The sound is so faint that, had my magical perception not sharpened my senses, I would have easily overlooked it. Following the sound, I turn around to find a slight figure nestled in the shadows beneath the thunder rhinoceros, between its sturdy hind legs. Her slender back rests against the warm leg of the creature, absent-mindedly scratching it while quickly gnawing on the rabbit leg, her large, expressive eyes peeking out cautiously. Clad in a grayish-white woolen dress and matching coat, her long black hair tied into a ponytail sways gracefully as she turns her head, her body slightly leaning forward, seemingly searching for something. Curiosity piqued, I stand behind her, following her gaze, but all I can see are scattered pots in the open area yet to be tidied up. At that moment, she seems to sense my presence, whipping around to face me, her pale, delicate face turning ghostly white, as if she has encountered a specter. Stammering, she points at me and asks, "How did you find me?" My initial impression is one of endearment. Her startled demeanor, akin to a frightened fawn, is quite amusing. This girl appears to be around 15 or 16, taller than me by half a meter, yet her physique is rather frail, with a flat chest and backside. However, she exudes an alluring quality, her flawless face smeared with a touch of soot, and her bright eyes resemble autumn waters, seemingly capable of speech without uttering a word. I can almost hear her thoughts. "How did you find me, esteemed lady? To think you would startle me like this, without me even noticing." I am tempted to cover her mouth, yet my hand cannot reach it as she continues to retreat. Sneaking around the caravan is a grave offense. Being discovered could lead to a beating. I surmise this girl has crept away from the dance troupe, as there are no women in the caravan, given her frail appearance. I wonder if she has come to pilfer food due to insufficient sustenance at the troupe, perhaps a lowly slave. I quickly gesture for her to remain silent, seizing her hand and pulling her into the shadow beneath the thunder rhinoceros's hind legs. She instinctively struggles, her eyes darting at me with a questioning gaze. At that moment, Uncle Fred hurries by, clutching a bundle of coarse hemp rope. She remains astute, holding her breath, and we narrowly escape detection. She attempts to speak again, but I hastily thrust the remaining rabbit head into her hands, whispering, "No time. The caravan will depart soon. If you wish to avoid being discovered, hurry back." Her large, bright eyes widen in disbelief as she processes this sudden turn of events. As she prepares to leave, I helplessly scratch my head and call after her. "Hey," I say. She has already stepped out but turns back upon hearing my voice. "If you truly cannot find enough to eat, come earlier tomorrow," I whisper to her. In the distance, the sound of the departure horn echoes, and without hesitation, she darts along the edge of the mountain path, her light frame resembling a fawn in the woods. Her grayish-white woolen dress provides her with a camouflage, and since I am positioned near the rear of the thunder rhinoceros, her figure passes swiftly, turning around the bend in the path before vanishing from sight. At this moment, Uncle Fred calls out to me from the back of the thunder rhinoceros, and I quickly respond. He sees me crouched beneath the thunder rhinoceros and swiftly scoops me up, lifting me into the air while looking up at me, exclaiming, "Do you wish to perish? Crouching under a rhinoceros, are you not afraid of being crushed?" I offer no defense, merely grinning foolishly at Uncle Fred, who can only shake his head in resignation as he hoists me back onto the thunder rhinoceros, admonishing, "Stop running around aimlessly. The departure horn has sounded twice." "Indeed," I replied. I contemplated how those at the lowest rungs of society are often the most oppressed, much like my former self, who, even before reaching the waist of those men, was commanded to perform various tasks, collecting dung, cleaning leather goods, and running errands. However, old Kulu merely hinted to Leipas, "Oh look, this is my newly acquired apprentice, learning the art of potion brewing." Leipas did not utter a single word, and there were no tasks assigned to me, save for those from Uncle Fred. I imagined that the famished girl who had stealthily ventured out in search of food might share a fate akin to mine. I subconsciously branded her with the mark of shared suffering, pondering her pitiable destiny, perhaps having been sold at a tender age. Ultimately, I felt a natural kinship with her. I ought to look after her, I mused. The caravan continued along the serpentine and arduous mountain path, and I could sense the terrain rising around us. I dared not gaze into the unfathomable gorge beside the road. Its height inspired a suffocating sense of panic. Yet, I could effortlessly level my gaze at the majestic peaks across the valley. The nearly level slopes tested anyone's patience. The endless journey presented a road that seemed devoid of conclusion, with no forks or signs of human habitation. The surrounding mountains began to reveal their limestone core, and even the resilient grasses that could cling to the rocky surfaces had grown scarce, with the once visible wild goats now vanished. We had been traversing the northern foothills of the Pai Plateau for 9 days. For someone like me, who was unaware of the destination that lay ahead, this experience was rather disheartening. The more I yearned and hoped, the more agonizing the wait became. For the members of the caravan, it was life on the back of a thunder beast. For me, it was my existence as well. Each day, I would languidly recline on the back of the thunder beast, engrossed in a roll of parchment, which became my favored means of passing the time. Initially, I had only spoken the Orcish tongue conversationally, but through prolonged practice and learning, I no longer required old Kulu's explanations. I progressed from merely guessing the gist to reading and reciting freely. Occasionally, when I encountered travelogues, I would share particularly captivating passages with Cuz in Orcish. Though he was not fond of reading, he found great interest in tales of adventure. Each massive thunder beast filled the narrow path, which barely measured 4 to 5 meters wide. Each morning, the most pressing concern was finding relief. The adults would walk to the cliff's edge, unfastening their belts to relieve themselves into the gorge below, often whistling nonchalantly as they did so. I, however, lacked their courage. Standing at the precipice made my legs feel as weak as cooked noodles. Instead, I resorted to finding a discarded clay pot with a fissure and discreetly hid behind the thunder beast to address my personal needs. For a child, such precautions seemed unnecessary. Yet I endeavored to maintain my laughable dignity. A distance of 67 thunder beasts separated me from Sister Guagua, an insurmountable chasm between us. Over a kilometer apart, we could only stand on higher ground and wave to one another for reassurance. Uncle Fred mentioned that all members of the adventuring party would be divided into smaller groups to scout ahead, and Guagua was no exception. Each time she departed or returned, she would greet me from afar, signaling her safety and checking on my well-being. This profound connection warmed my heart through the days and nights, resembling familial affection, with her embodying the role of an elder sister. Uncle Fred described this as a psychological dependency, a longing for such feelings that orphans often possess. Emotions that old Kulu could never provide. Rather than a sisterly bond, it was more a reflection of my lack of maternal love. The scornful remarks from the others about my never having tasted milk only fueled my indignation. I stood up, glaring at him in a fit of hysteria, declaring that I would tell Singer to cease his advances towards this half-alive man whose dirt was nearly up to his chest. Fred, incensed, rose, raising his bear-like paw as if to strike me. In a flash, Cuz jumped to my side, fists clenched and eyes fierce, his expression a silent warning. Each quarrel served as a seasoning for our journey. I knew that even without Cuz's intervention, Uncle Fred would not strike me. Yet every man possesses his own dignity, like a hidden vulnerability that, when touched, ignites fury. Wandering the desolate and despairing paths of the Stone Canyon, I often glimpsed the gorge below, which involuntarily evoked a myriad of emotions: fear, irritation, anxiety, tension, and despondency. If these feelings were allowed to fester within, they could eventually culminate in the collapse of the spirit's last defenses. Releasing them in small doses each day provided some relief. It was on the 3rd day following our encounter with the roasted rabbit head that I learned the girl's name, or rather, the name I had given her, Little Chai Nyo, for I found her slender. However, I later discovered that her arms were as plump and smooth as white lotus roots. Even when I stood on tiptoe, my head barely reached her gently curving chest. Her delicate frame seemed excessively tall for her age, leading me to mistakenly perceive her as frail. She rarely spoke, often resembling a quiet cat, retreating to the least conspicuous corner when people were around. This was astonishing. It seemed as if everyone deliberately overlooked her presence, treating her as if she were invisible. She was also a greedy little cat, only appearing the morning after Cuz procured delicacies, her overly enchanting eyes fixated on the food, occasionally extending her rosy tongue to lick the dripping grease. Eventually, I came to realize that she was indeed a glutton, not merely a hungry child seeking scraps. Not every morning offered us delectable meals. And as we ventured deeper into the canyon, the availability of animals for sustenance dwindled, resulting in Little Chai Nyo's visits becoming increasingly rare. A few days ago, I had lamented to her about the caravan's failure to provide us with white bread or wheat cakes, extolling the virtues of such baked goods. The following mornings, I was astonished to find 2 golden brown wheat cakes by my pillow, occasionally accompanied by 2 bull-sized white loaves, one for me and the other as Cuz's hush money. There were no secrets between Cuz and me. He was my brother. I sliced the white bread into thin pieces, spreading them with sour juju paste and bacon, adding slices of tomato to create a delicious sandwich, which was savored with unexpected delight. The members of the caravan were not surprised by our access to various delectable foods, as some would discreetly trade their cherished delicacies with little beastman Cuz for what they deemed superior Orcish cuisine. The fist-sized tomato had been acquired by Cuz in exchange for half a smoked fish. Though Cuz knew little of nutritional balance, he was particularly attentive to my words. Little Chino seemed to deliberately avoid appearing when old Kulu was present, always steering clear of him, even when enticing food was within reach. However, every time old Kuru departed for a brief moment, she would suddenly appear and take her share of the bacon and tomato sandwich. I mused that it would have been better with a touch of cheese. I had always assumed she was a maid or a servant of one of the girls in the dance troupe, and thus I endeavored to shield her from discovery, fearing that she would be met with a harsh punishment if caught. Cuz, on the other hand, believed I had found a romantic interest within the troupe, much like Uncle Fred, and he regarded this with disdain. He would sit beside me, resting his shoulder against mine, lamenting, "You humans are so emotionally complex, Gia. At such a young age, you already know how to care for a woman?" Leaning back against the leather seat of the Thunder Rhino, I chuckled silently after finishing the last bite of my sandwich. In truth, what I yearned to express was that I had merely found someone akin to myself, fostering a sense of kinship and a desire to assist one another within the bounds of our capabilities, thus alleviating the solitude that plagued me. Ultimately, I remained fearful of loneliness, much like the dread I felt knowing that once we reached the Gurudin tribe, I would have to part ways with Cuz. The thought of being abandoned sent shivers down my spine, evoking images of myself drifting aimlessly like a rootless weed. This led to an overwhelming dependence on the sorceress Gugwa, who was willing to take me in. I also felt a profound sympathy for the little maid, who might be struggling to survive within the troop. While I was merely an unrecognized wanderer in this caravan, fortunately, she seemed to fare well enough, at least having the luxury of fragrant white bread daily. While I was surrounded by those willing to look after me, including my brother Cuz, here, resources were scarce. The Thunder Rhino's feed had ceased to incorporate grains, relying solely on black beans and hay. If this continued, the Thunder Rhino would lose weight. To prevent this, Cuz, Uncle Fred, and I would gather moss from the crevices of the cliffs along the mountain paths before dusk, managing to collect a substantial amount by nightfall. Unexpectedly, our actions sparked a trend among the entire caravan, leading to disputes over abundant patches of moss. Water was also in short supply. We could not even wash our faces, let alone drink. We collected melting snow from the rocks in iron barrels each morning, which was suitable for livestock but not for human consumption, as it could cause illness. We would allow that water to sit in canteens for a day and night, filtering it through cloth before boiling it, resulting in a bitter and astringent taste. Alas, the water we had brought from the West Lake Prairie had long run out, and what we had now was not freely available. Fuel was also lacking. The temperature fluctuations between day and night were extreme. During the day, one would sweat while walking alongside the Thunder Rhino in a light garment, yet at night, even wrapped in a fur coat, warmth was elusive. Consequently, the dry cow dung and deadwood packed in sacks were consumed in large quantities. With no means of replenishment in sight, the forehead of steward Leipas bore deep furrows of worry. Old Kuru diligently calculated how much longer it would take to reach the next waypoint, yet the Thunder Rhinos could only manage a meager distance each day, refusing to move any further. Recently, he had been summoned by steward Leipas more frequently to survey the terrain ahead, spending increasingly longer periods away, returning with naught to say about the salt iron road, merely indulging in a few puffs of his half-smoked dry tobacco. While resting on the back of the Thunder Rhino, I observed him hunching his body, sighing, "It's so difficult to carry." The following day, we learned that a Thunder Rhino had stumbled and broken a leg at the edge of a cliff, bringing the entire mountain path to a standstill. The immense weight of the creature, laden with tons of cargo, rendered it immobile, and despite its 3 intact legs, it could not rise. Its organs had been crushed under its own weight, and thick, viscous purple blood oozed from its mouth, eyes, nose, and ears. If we waited any longer, there would be no hope. Even old Kuru could not save the fallen beast. Reluctantly, we had to abandon it, unloading its cargo. Old Kuru sang a sorrowful dirge, a tribal melody lamenting the creature's spirit's return to the embrace of the beast god, as he personally ended the life of the Thunder Rhino, tears flowing from its eyes in agony. This was a poignant moment for old Kuru, for he knew how arduous it was to rear a tame Thunder Rhino, a creature of immense value to the orcs, often regarded as more precious than family. Suddenly losing one was a shock he struggled to comprehend. I continued to peruse the endless sheepskin scrolls, occasionally sitting up to meditate when fatigue set in. Unless absolutely necessary, I refrained from using magic to dispel the fire elements within me. Each day, I practiced the stances taught to me by Shangba, and I could now maintain them for extended periods. I eagerly anticipated the moment he would commend my progress. Cuz, however, had grown increasingly silent, often lost in thought beside me. He remarked that we were not far from his home, yet I found myself at a loss for words. Merely accompanying him on the back of the thunder rhino. He sat cross-legged, hands resting on his ankles, head bowed, his large, furry ears drooping. I curled up, hugging my knees, gazing up at the enigmatic starry sky, wondering if amidst this vast celestial expanse lay a semblance of my former home. After 27 days and nights, we finally emerged from the path of death, stepping away from the narrow trail that had haunted our sleep with the fear of tumbling into the ravine. We had not encountered extreme blizzards or the frost rains typical of spring, nor had we faced the unpredictable dragon hurricanes of the valley. Any minor disaster, such as a road collapse or landslide, could have spelled our doom, yet our caravan successfully traversed the treacherous terrain. Before us lay a landscape no longer confined by the narrow path. The distance between the two mountain ranges widened to 50 or 60 meters. And the valley floor was flat, adorned with a vibrant carpet of purple moss. Dozens of thunder rhinos congregated in this open space, and the entire caravan stood atop their backs, raising their hands in thunderous cheers. In that moment, all fears were cast aside, and the caravan erupted into song, a renowned folk tune celebrating the bountiful resources of Roland Continent, the simplicity of its people, their resilience in the face of hardship, and their courageous battles against demons. The rich, resonant melody echoed through the valley as the caravan's banners fluttered in the cold wind. Old Kuru pointed to the sheer cliffs on either side, revealing scars etched by ancient glacial movements. He explained that this valley had once been a glacial corridor, shaped by colossal ice flows. The last remnants of the glacier had melted away decades ago, and to witness glaciers, one would have to trek deeper into the valley along the stream for over 100 miles to glimpse the largest glacier belt at the northern foothills of the Pai Plateau. Throughout this journey, we had not encountered any signs of the gnomes, leading us to believe that perhaps, in this spring season, we had coincidentally missed their migration into the Pai Plateau for hunting or other endeavors. Regardless, the atmosphere within the caravan lightened, dispelling the previous air of despair. At the slightly spacious entrance of the valley, not only does a vast expanse of purple moss flourish, but behind the large boulders, one can also find purslane and wheelgrass, among other delectable wild vegetables. Further along the edges of the valley, beneath the rocky cliffs, there are clusters of shrubs. The men of the merchant caravan have begun gathering firewood in preparation for dinner, while others unload the heavy supplies from the thunder rhino and commence erecting tents. One by one, covered wagons emerge from the mountain path, each window reflecting the faces of the young girls from the dance troupe. Witnessing their tearful embraces and laughter, they release the pent-up emotions and fears of death accumulated over the past month. I ponder that perhaps these girls, having endured such experiences, will mature significantly overnight, gaining deeper insights into life. The advance party of the adventurers hastens toward the next stop of the caravan. As I stand atop the thunder rhino, keenly searching the ranks of scouts for Gwagwa, I notice Tia performing an elaborate flip on horseback, waving at me. His gaunt face is adorned with a fine stubble, yet he appears quite spirited, having joined the scout team. Until the last horse vanishes from my sight, I still do not catch a glimpse of Gwagwa. At that moment, a familiar voice resonates beneath my feet. Hey, what are you looking at? It seems you've grown taller in this past month. Her fair face radiates with a youthful smile, and as I turn to look, her lips curl upward like a blooming begonia. Gwagwa has shed her heavy leather armor, now wearing a thick long dress, a significant portion of her alabaster neck exposed, gazing up at me from the foot of the thunder rhino, her chestnut hair dancing in the afternoon breeze. Without hesitation, I leap from the more than 8-meter-high thunder rhino, landing without any cushioning. Gwagwa, taken aback, utters a long incantation, and a dazzling sphere of magical light materializes between her slender fingers, transforming into a magical feather that stretches to over 2 meters, gently catching my fall. Before the feather has fully touched the ground, I spring off it like a monkey, landing on Gwagwa, my arms wrapped around her snowy neck as I exclaim, "Sister, you little monkey, you startled me." Gwagwa lifts me with both hands under my armpits, spinning me in the air. Her long dress unfurls during the rotation, illuminating her fair face with an ethereal beauty. In the Empire, ordinary citizens harbor a lingering fear of magicians. They tread cautiously around, and whenever they approach me, the laughter of men diminishes, their eyes casting wary glances. This discomfort prompts Gwagwa to lead me to quieter areas, while Kaz hides behind, gazing at us eagerly. I wave him over, and he joyfully joins us. We discuss the disparities between commoners and magicians. Gwagwa candidly shares that once someone becomes a magician, they are automatically bestowed nobility by the Empire, receiving various rewards. Typically, a novice magician is classified as a third-class baron, with achievements and rank promotions enhancing their title. This elucidates why becoming a magician can lead to rapid ascension. In reality, the gap between commoners and magicians in large cities is not as vast as it appears. The difference lies in the monthly subsidies magicians receive from the imperial treasury, alongside generous provisions from local governments for awakened magicians among the common folk, such as free housing, unrestricted access to city libraries, and priority exit rights when leaving the city. Additionally, Farms and shops owned by magicians are subject to only a 50% business tax. Of course, there are fallen magicians employed by some common merchants, though these cases are rare. From my understanding of Gwugwa's words, magicians resemble esteemed professors in the previous world, a class of high intellectuals, rather than being exceptionally elevated. Yet, why does this group within the caravan fear magicians so profoundly? No one willingly leaves their comfortable lives to undertake such arduous work for years on end. The caravan comprises 3 types of individuals. The highest class includes Lord Leipas and his aides, along with the uniquely positioned Old Kulu. The second class consists of drivers who handle the Thunder Rhino, hired at great expense by the caravan's wealthier members. The third class comprises aides and laborers, individuals who strive to carve out a living, or those who are exiled, wanted, or vagabonds without status. It is this last group that harbors a genuine fear of magicians. For every city possesses a special department of adjudicators, many of whom are invited to serve as enforcers. Their mission is to hunt down the most heinous criminals within the city. The enigmatic magicians are notorious because of these enforcers, who disregard wealth and power in pursuit of justice and truth, eradicating all evil forces. Curiously, I inquire of Gwugwa, "Sister, are you an enforcer?" Gwugwa takes my small hand, using her other hand to lift her skirt as she steps over a puddle, then straightens up to brush back the unruly strands of hair from her forehead, tucking them behind her ear before responding. During my time at the Magic Academy, becoming an enforcer was always my aspiration. The benefits were excellent, and I could accumulate achievements. Plus, many senior students were in the organization, providing ample support. Their uniforms were also quite impressive. However, I eventually abandoned that dream. If I went there, I would have no other opportunities to earn money. Self-discipline is the fundamental rule for enforcers, yet I need funds. I still want to buy a pair of prosthetic legs from the Oleana boutique for Sue. I've seen them. They mimic the appearance and feel of real legs and are enchanted with lightweight spells and basic wind swiftness and agility runes. I should be able to afford them on this trip back. We've unearthed 2 magic cores from a giant 2-headed mutated windwolf, and they are dual attribute cores. Gwugwa's spirits are high as she leads us to a quiet, wind-sheltered boulder behind the mountain wall outside the camp. Cuz and I gather plenty of twigs scattered outside the bushes in the valley. Cuz skillfully ignites a pile of dry leaves using a fire striker. The bright flames accompanied by wisps of smoke engulf the leaves and kindle the branches. He expertly sets up a roasting rack, and the 3 of us settle around the fire, sharing tales from this perilous journey. As we converse, we toast the flatbreads, slightly charred, and enjoy them while still warm. Eventually, as the flames dwindle, leaving only glowing embers, Cuz retrieves a tightly wrapped leg of lamb, meticulously unwrapping the wax-sealed paper. He places the lamb on the rack, rotating it slowly. In no time, the leg turns golden brown, with oil sizzling as it drips into the embers. Observing Cuz carefully brush sauce and honey onto the lamb, Gwugwa gasps in surprise. Rumor has it that there are 2 orc children in the caravan who are exceptional cooks, possessing a secret recipe from their tribe. Is that talking about you too? Cuz and I exchange glances, simultaneously pointing at each other, declaring, it's all his doing. As we establish camp at the valley's mouth, a row of tents is erected, yet the looming threat of the gray dwarf bandits continues to cast a shadow over everyone. However, upon exiting the narrow gorge known as the Death Path, a collective sigh of relief sweeps through the group, and hearts begin to lighten. On this evening, the caravan's Thunder Rhino and the dance troupe's cart were chaotically parked in the vast clearing at the valley's mouth. The 2 disparate groups, having traversed this perilous path together, had surprisingly begun to harmonize. The camp was bereft of provisions, and there was little to salvage from the valley. The limited underbrush offered scant firewood. The men ventured far and wide in search of edible wild greens. For days, they had subsisted on the icy meltwater trickling from the crevices of rocks and feasted on desiccated jerky and flatbreads. Thus, even the sight of wild greens felt like a rare delicacy. In the valley, darkness descended early. From a distance, I spotted the camp ablaze with bonfires. Our own campfire visible from over 300 meters away, nestled behind a large rock, while we could clearly see our flames from this side, from the opposite direction. Not a glimmer of light could be perceived, entirely obscured by the boulder. This sheltered spot kept the winds at bay, and as the flames of the drywood dwindled to embers, Cuz began to roast a wax-sealed leg of lamb on the grill, an item from our stockpile at the Star Lake Prairie. At that time, the men of the camp had ventured out hunting with the adventurers, many choosing the more precious magical antelope hides and silver coins as their reward, while Cuz and I received each a horn from the magical antelope. Later, Cuz procured a batch of fresh antelope meat from the brave leader of the Starlit Adventurers, which was cured into jerky for preservation. In these times of scarcity, to have even a piece of cured meat to consume was indeed a rarity within the caravan. I mused that perhaps even Lord Leipas was now gnawing on dry flatbreads with the men of the caravan. Cuz hummed a nameless Orcish tune, and I rested my head on Sister Gwugwa's sturdy thigh, gazing up at the starry sky. I then asked her, "Sister, tell me about Annie." "Annie?" Sister Gwugwa gently placed her hand on my forehead, her thumb and middle finger kneading it softly, a most comforting gesture. Annie was Sister Guoguo's younger sister, currently a second-year student at the Swordsmanship Academy of the Higher Institute of War and Beer. Lost in thought, Sister Guogua took a while before she said, "She has always been a very stubborn girl." Beside us sat a quiet girl, slightly distanced from the fire, whom I had not noticed until my intuition prompted me to glance in her direction. The petite girl, dressed in a light gray long dress, was pouting her lips as she watched the leg of lamb rotate in Cuz's hands. Upon noticing my gaze, she looked at me with a hint of melancholy and remarked, "You haven't had roasted meat for a long time. You even sneaked off to such a distant place without calling me." Sister Guogua was evidently startled and asked me, "Is this your friend?" Cuz muttered, "This gluttonous little girl has known us for nearly a month from the dance troupe." I chuckled awkwardly, responding to the girl, "The camp over there is so chaotic, and I have no idea which cart you reside in. How could I possibly find you?" "Oh, have I not mentioned that I live with Singer?" The petite girl rubbed her head, her long black hair cascading down like a waterfall, appearing freshly washed and smooth. I turned to Cuz, inquiring, "Did she say that?" "Definitely not," Cuz replied with a dismissive tone, recalling Uncle Fred's beautiful, gentle, and gracious companion, Singer. I remembered her invitation back at the Star Lake Prairie for Cuz and me to visit her cart. Regrettably, I had never had the chance to pay a visit on this narrow mountain path, so I sat up and asked her, "So, you work under Sister Singer?" Our previous interactions had been minimal, mostly concerning food. I had not anticipated that she lived in the same cart as Singer. Thinking that perhaps I should visit that gentle woman someday and ask her to look after the petite girl, I pondered the idea. "Sort of," the petite girl replied, rolling her eyes in discontent, seemingly reluctant to discuss such matters. However, her slightly pouting expression struck me as charmingly flirtatious, and I felt an inexplicable allure. This mysterious little servant appeared more enchanting with each encounter. Without further contemplation, I said to her, "Sister Singer has some connection with us. Last time, we brothers helped her prepare a grand feast, though I didn't see you then. I think I might ask her to assign you lighter tasks. She may be able to help." The petite girl did not respond, but instead removed a cloth pouch from her waist and tossed it to me. Opening it, I found several half-green, half-red plums, although I had seen this fruit mentioned in Old Kulu's compendium of herbs. I knew it only grew in the southern regions of the Green Empire, as the north was unsuitable for such shrubs. To find fresh plums in this season and location truly astonished me. "I don't need them. I'm doing fine," the petite girl stubbornly insisted, pressing her body closely against her slender legs. "Where did these plums come from?" I sensed something amiss. The petite girl nonchalantly glanced at the leg of lamb in Cuz's hands and said, "I picked them. It's none of your business. Just eat yours." I recalled that last time we roasted a thick lamb chop, and Cuz preferred the fattier cuts of meat, though it left a somewhat greasy aftertaste. Even though we had each consumed a piece of flatbread at that time, it failed to mask the lamb's strong flavor. I remembered once expressing, "If only we had a few plums or peaches." Cuz had then asked me what plums were, and I explained that they were fruits, and that eating slightly sour fruits after meat helped alleviate the greasiness. Cuz had foolishly claimed he could eat as much meat as he liked without feeling greasy. Sister Guogua took a half-green, half-red plum from my hand, surprised, and remarked, "This is a plum, right? I saw this at a school exchange dance once. It's a southern fruit. Even in our beer city, if you wish to eat this, it's airlifted by magic airships, and a silver coin won't tea by you many." In this world, the price of a silver coin could nearly be exchanged for 30 pounds of flour or a leg of lamb, although here, a leg of lamb was not worth as much. Similarly, 30 pounds of flour could not be bought for merely one silver coin, for this was not a bustling city. Nevertheless, it was evident that these few plums were indeed quite valuable. Upon hearing Sister Guogua's words, Cuz unhesitatingly snatched a plum from my hand, biting into it with a crunch. "Ouch! So sour," he exclaimed, and under my astonished gaze, he chewed and swallowed it with a smacking sound. I curiously asked, "What about the pit?" "I ate it," Cuz replied, somewhat dazed. "Ah, is that not edible?" I replied incredulously, "Do you eat the bones of the lamb?" "Sometimes. When I'm really hungry, I do." "Well, that's fine. You may eat," I responded, exasperated. Upon closer inspection, the petite girl was far more delicate than Sister Guogua, but lacked a certain mature charm. She had a lovely way of eating, delicately tearing off morsels of meat with her teeth, savoring each bite before swallowing it down, embodying a true connoisseur of food. Sister Guogua, on the other hand, would tear meat into strips with her hands before consuming it, preferring the sour jujube sauce brought by Cuz. As we chatted intermittently while enjoying the golden roasted leg of lamb, time slipped by swiftly. Unbeknownst to us, 2 close-hanging silver moons had ascended in the sky, and it was already quite late. A sudden, inexplicable wave of panic surged through my heart, its intensity overwhelming. Anxiously, I cast my gaze around, initially failing to perceive anything amiss. However, when I turned back once more, I was startled to see flickering flames in the shadows behind me. The light pricked my eyes, and I quickly feigned nonchalance. picking up a half-burnt twig to inscribe in front of Guagua. There are people behind us. The surrounding silence was so profound that it felt as though my breath was suspended beneath the cloak of night. Noticing my unusual reaction, Cuz turned to look at me. I exchanged a knowing wink with him, a silent communication we often employed during our hunts, signaling that something was amiss. I remained unaware of how many were surrounding us, but I recalled tales circulating within the caravan about the infamous gray dwarf bandits. At that moment, Guagua, with remarkable composure, retrieved her ebony staff from her cloak. A glance exchanged between us conveyed her unspoken message, to look after myself. As I focused intently on listening, Cuz's large, furry ears rotated like radar. And we silently counted, 11, 12, 13. More than 10 dwarf warriors were encroaching upon us. In our haste, Cuz and I managed to estimate their numbers, albeit imprecisely, relying solely on sound. I heard the faint scraping of iron armor against gravel, a sound I knew Cuz must have heard as well. And it was clear there was more than one. Little Chai, sensing our unease, looked at me with wide eyes. I silently mouthed to her to find a safe place to hide. I surmised that they intended to eliminate us without a sound and then encircle the entire camp, leaving those on guard outside in dire peril. We exchanged glances, and Cuz swiftly draped his leather cloak over the faintly glowing embers of the fire, plunging our surroundings into darkness. In the next moment, we scrambled behind a large rock. We had emerged unprepared, never anticipating that after climbing down from the mountain path, we would encounter these dwarf bandits. Cuz's bow and harpoon were still in the camp. Suddenly, Cuz emitted a long, wolf-like howl, drawing a short blade from within his cloak and charging into the fray. No matter how quickly I reacted, I could not match his speed as he darted away like the wind. Desperately, I stomped my foot and shouted, "Come back." Yet, he was oblivious to my plea. The fierce warrior spirit of the orc was legendary. Guagua barely had time to cast a water shield over him. Spells like Wind's Haste were not even considered. Cuz had already plunged into the darkness, and I cursed under my breath, damned reckless teammate. Guagua, with her wealth of combat experience, urged us, "Stay calm, do not scatter. We must find a way back to the camp. Here, we can only await our doom. With me leading you, there is no reason to fear. Do not look back while running." Little Chai and I nodded fervently, panic coursing through us. Guagua cupped my face in her hands and planted a reassuring kiss on my forehead, saying, "Do not fear. I am here." As she finished speaking, Guagua swiftly cast a spell of illumination, sending a dark red flare soaring into the sky. Instantly, the area around us, spanning several hundred square meters, was bathed in a crimson hue. The light allowed me to see Cuz, who had a knife clenched in his mouth, using all four limbs to wrestle a robust dwarf warrior to the ground, both of them rolling and grappling fiercely. Meanwhile, a dwarf clad in black metal armor attempted to raise his axe to assist his comrade, only to be struck by a water projectile that sent him flying. "Eliminate that mage first," came the peculiar-sounding command in Orcish. I huddled beside Guagua, watching as more than a dozen dwarf warriors, armed with various weapons and clad in black armor, abandoned their concealment and charged towards us, shields raised. Their coordination was flawless, and they were a mere 20 meters away, closing in rapidly. I glanced at Little Chai, whose face had drained of color from fright, clutching a sharp dagger tightly. I could feel her body trembling beside me. Surrounded by these seasoned dwarf warriors, we were seemingly resigned to our fate. Just as I opened my mouth to speak, Guagua decisively instructed, "Follow me closely. We must head towards the camp and regroup with our team." A piercing scream erupted from Cuz's direction. I recognized it was not his voice. In that moment, he was splattered in blood, fiercely retaliating against the dwarves advancing upon us. The burly dwarf he was grappling with lay on the ground, bloodied and convulsing, a torrent of blood gushing from his neck. Guagua leaned in and whispered urgently, "Your orc friend is quite ruthless. If things turn dire, use your life-saving spell." In the chaos, no one will discern whether it was you or another casting the spell. Now, come with me. The red flare lingered in the air for an eternity before finally trailing downwards. The darkness once again enveloped everyone's vision. Despite the silver moonlight, the flare dimmed, leaving our sight blurred just as our eyes struggled to adjust. Perhaps due to my recently heightened vision, I caught a glimpse of Cuz's blurred silhouette racing towards us. Realizing the dwarves had chosen to bypass him to encircle us, intent on dealing with Guagua, the defenseless mage, first. Do they not understand what a mage is? Guagua scoffed at the dwarf bandits, reciting a spell of temporal stasis. As before, I was able to enter her realm of suspended time. Earlier, she had expertly conjured the flare and water projectile spells with grace. Now, under the time-stop condition, her elementary skills transformed into instantaneous magic. Old Kulu claimed this was due to my exceptional mental strength and acute magical perception, allowing me to sense nearby magical fluctuations. This time, Guagua's incantation was somewhat lengthy, and the magical array she drew was a pair of interconnected diamond-shaped sigils. Even as the temporal stasis dissipated, her spell and array remained incomplete. In the next 3 seconds, The incomprehensible notes and the faint blue light of the array vanished into thin air. Guogua's staff ceased to channel magical energy, and a nebula-like aura appeared above her head. "I spike path, go," she commanded. The nebula vanished in an instant, reappearing on the path before the dwarf warriors. In that moment, countless ice crystals formed in the air, blanketing the ground in a layer of snow. The dwarves who stepped onto the icy surface tumbled down like dumplings, causing Cuz, who was following closely behind, to hastily dodge. Clad in black iron armor, the dwarves were difficult to injure with ordinary attacks. The icy path merely impeded their advance, causing them to collapse in confusion. Guogua took my hand and charged toward the camp. At that moment, a scouting team responsible for ambushing the scattered individuals around our camp had unexpectedly revealed themselves, prompting the dwarf bandits to launch their assault prematurely. From the wide opening of the valley, an uncountable tide of dwarf warriors surged forth, sweeping into the caravan camp, which erupted into chaos. A towering figure, brandishing a massive tower shield, emerged from the conflagrant encampment, bellowing towards us. Guogua. It was Qiangbei's roar. Guogua raised her staff, pausing to launch another crimson magical flare into the sky, a beacon in the night. Qiangbei's form blurred as he hurtled towards us, and I marveled, wondering if this was the power of love. A heart-rending shriek pierced the air. It was Kuzi. I recoiled, my legs weakening. Turning, I beheld a dwarven warrior, wielding twin-bladed battle axes, cleaving a full moon arc of destruction. Kuzi was hurled backwards, staggering 4 or 5 steps before collapsing to the ground. His fine iron blade was sundered in two, leaving him with only the hilt and a fragment of the blade. A long gash marred his leather armor, and crimson blood gushed forth. Another dwarf, wielding twin short battle axes, advanced 3 steps, closing in on Kuzi. One axe descended towards Kuzi's face. The other aimed to cleave his abdomen, intending to butcher the young orc. Kuzi, his face ashen with terror, desperately rolled aside, evading the fatal blow. But he was already covered in blood, a wretched sight. I could not bear to watch Kuzi fall prey to these brigands. Memories flooded my mind, the sacrifices he had made for me, risking his life to pilfer honey from the great earth bear, braving the icy river in the dead of winter to catch fish and nourish me. A surge of blood coursed through me. I wrenched free from Guogua's grasp, darting past the dwarf lunging towards me. The dwarven warrior, unprepared for my change of direction, collided with him. I slipped between his legs. The hammer he swung whistling harmlessly through the air. As he turned to pursue me, I had already gained 4 or 5 meters. Seeing Kuzi besieged by the 2 dwarven warriors, I disregarded the razor-sharp ice shards protruding from Guogua's ice shard path. I raised the small, ironclad round shield that Qiangbei had gifted me, protecting my face. I dove onto the ice, propelled forward like an ice sled. The small round shield shattered countless sharp ice shards above my head, while others, untouched by the shield, lacerated my right arm, ribs, and thighs. Guogua, exasperated, berated me, but her words were lost as a series of magical auras enveloped me. An ice shield materialized, mitigating my injuries. Successive water bullets exploded around me, repelling the pursuing dwarven brigands. It was the first time I had witnessed the devastating power of offensive magic at such close range. The water bullets struck the dwarves with tremendous force, denting the breastplates of the dwarven warriors, sending one sprawling to the ground, coughing blood. Using the icy path, I slid towards Kuzi, enduring the searing pain. Scrambling to my feet, I leaped onto the back of the short axe-wielding dwarf, plunging my wolf-fang dagger into his lower back. Catching him completely off guard, I succeeded in my attack. The dwarf screamed in agony, dropping his axe and tearing me from his back. He seized my collar, his eyes wide with fury, and hurled me towards the cliff face. My small frame offered no resistance against his brute strength. I could only hear the wind rushing past my ears, my vision blurring. The dwarven brigand, taking advantage of my size, intended to crush me against the cliff. In my final moments, I saw the dwarf's face. Black blood streamed from his orifices. The poison on the wolf-fang dagger was potent, taking effect almost instantly. Jia! Kuzi's anguished roar echoed as I collided with something yielding, followed by a chaotic tumble on the ground. As my dizziness subsided, I realized Kuzi was beneath me, groaning in pain. The impact had reopened his chest wound, causing blood to flow anew. In the nick of time, Kuzi had shielded me, though the collision had left us both reeling. A colossal battle axe slammed into the ground where we had been, its blade buried deep. I inhaled deeply, fighting the pain and dizziness, and forced myself to my feet. To remain on the ground would mean certain death at the hands of the axe-wielding dwarf. Only by standing could I evade and retaliate. Kuzi discarded his short blade, crouching low, his face ashen. Silently, he tore strips from his linen trousers and clumsily bandaged his chest wound, spitting a bloody gob of saliva onto the ground. We now flanked the dwarf, one on each side. The remaining dwarves were held at bay by Guogua. About 10 of them had encircled her and shot Chinyo. Guogua dodged and weaved, and in moments of crisis, a water bullet would blast an advancing dwarf off his feet. Though harried, they remained safe. Qiangbei, a blur of motion, traversed the 200 to 300 meters, scattering Dwarven warriors in his wake. A long-bearded dwarf, mounted on a towering ram, intercepted him, forcing him into a stalemate. Frustrated, Kiangbei resorted to reckless, mutually destructive tactics. The Dwarven warrior, however, maintained a measured defense, keeping Kiangbei from reaching Guogua, the unprotected mage who posed a greater threat on the battlefield than any warrior. Figures emerged from the encampment, moving swiftly in our direction. At the forefront was Weilu, leader of the Wind Chaser adventurers. His lithe form swayed with each stride, and he was soon within range. Ignoring the pursuing dwarves, he soared 3 meters into the air, drawing his ironwood longbow into a full arc. An arrow, whistling through the air, hurtled towards the dwarf battling Kiangbei. The Dwarven warrior shrieked. Lacking the courage to meet the arrow head-on, he leaped from his war ram, tumbling dozens of meters before stopping. A bloody gash appeared on his cheek. He gazed in terror at Weilu, kneeling on one knee, drawing his bow once more. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. The giant ram, a gaping wound in its back, collapsed to the ground with a mournful cry, its fate sealed. Kiangbei roared, his battle aura igniting anew. He surged forward, covering 3 meters with each stride, racing towards Guogua. 35. Self-healing ability, Part 1. The Dwarven chieftain, routed, plunged into the surging horde of brigands. Hundreds of Dwarven raiders had stormed the undefended encampment, slaughtering the men. Weilu, close behind Kiangbei, shielded him as they fought towards us. The warriors Ueluin and Dualunli flanked Weilu, forming a wedge-shaped battle formation. The attacking dwarves were repelled, 3 of their number falling to Ueluin's twin blades. The remaining dwarves, leaving their dead behind, retreated, concentrating their assault on the encampment. A robust adult dwarf stood approximately 1.5 meters tall. His stout physique resembled an oak barrel, with countless prominent sinews bulging across his frame. A pair of bright eyes gleamed from his swarthy face, accentuated by a characteristically large dwarven nose and thick lips. His dense beard was meticulously groomed. Yet his current panting demeanor, flushed complexion, and the angry veins throbbing at his temples suggested he was nearing his limit. Cuz's bandaged chest wound seeped blood, his face ashen. But he remained steadfast. However, his broken blade, coupled with the dwarf warrior's prowess, made him hesitant to engage. Noticing his intent to charge, I signaled him. Knowing the dwarf likely wouldn't understand Imperial, I addressed Cousin Imperial, suggesting we avoided direct confrontation and instead try to outmaneuver him. I'll signal shortly. Then we split up. Understood? Don't make me save you again. I'm too small to have that much stamina. Can you even run? Cuz, reddening at my words, nodded in agreement. The dwarf brigand, startled by Cuz's sudden nod, assumed we were about to attack and raised his great axe, preparing to fell one of us before dealing with the other. I seized the moment and shouted, "Run!" Cuz promptly turned and fled towards Guogua. Seeing the blood spattering from beneath his leather armor as he ran, I momentarily hesitated, slowing my pace. The dwarf brigand, witnessing Cuz's escape, prepared to pursue. But a pebble struck his head. I waved and made a face, declaring, "You'll have to get through me first." This enraged the forthright dwarf brigand, who charged towards me, covering ground in great strides. He reached out to seize me, but remembering the deadly wolf-fang dagger in my hand, he hastily retracted his hand and gripped his great axe, charging once more. I darted away, but I couldn't match the speed of the dwarf warrior. Seeing him rapidly closing the distance, I panicked, fearing this might be my last life. Self-preservation became paramount. I wasn't trying to be a hero, but even with the dwarf warrior's inherent speed disadvantage, he was still faster than a 5-year-old. I had to save Cuz, and I had a plan to evade this irascible dwarf warrior. At night, my newly acquired magical skill, Shadow Cloak, could be perfectly effective. In broad daylight, the cloak only provided partial invisibility, but under the cloak of night, when shadow elements were most concentrated, I could become completely invisible. I needed to find a suitable location, as casting the spell required time. Moreover, I couldn't be seen by anyone. Even if I escaped, I was wary of unforeseen and uncontrollable factors. The life or death of the dwarf brigand pursuing me was uncertain. If captured and he witnessed my magic, I feared he might reveal it. Thus, I needed a blind spot to use Shadow Cloak and completely evade the dwarf warrior. Up ahead was the large rock that sheltered us from the wind, where we had just dined and been ambushed. Had I not noticed a faint glint of armor in the darkness, we would have been in a worse situation. The spot was only 30 steps away, with a dark, shadowy corner formed by the tall rock and the cliff face. Guogua had suggested I and Xiaochai hide there while she and Cuz fought off the dwarf brigands. However, Cuz had acted impulsively. Otherwise, we could have held our ground in the corner and waited for reinforcements. Cuz glanced back to see if I was safe and noticed the dwarf brigand chasing me towards the dead, in between the rock and the cliff. He immediately turned back, eyes blazing. I ignored him, as he was running in the opposite direction. Even if he tried to catch up, it would take effort. However, as I glanced back at the dwarf brigand, my heart tightened. I saw a burst of murderous intent in his eyes, the same look Cuz often had when hunting rabbits or pheasants. A grim smile spread across his face. The dwarf brigand was 15 or 16 steps away. He needed to take at least 10 more steps to reach me, but I sensed him raise his heavy two-handed great axe. My heart clenched, and a wave of deathly fear washed over me. In the next moment, the dwarf brigand transformed into a streak of white light, hurtling towards me. I didn't even have time to react. My body instinctively adopted a defensive stance, 1 foot forward, 1 foot back, knees bent, weight low, leaning slightly forward. Right arm raised with a round shield to protect my vitals. This was a basic defensive move that Qiangbei had drilled into me countless times at the Star Lake grassland camp. Fortunately, the ice shield Guagua had cast on me hadn't broken. There was no time for anything else. The dwarf brigand struck like a speeding train, shattering my small round shield. The force twisted my right arm grotesquely, and I heard the crisp snap of bone breaking. The ice shield surrounding me manifested in its original form, barely slowing the dwarf brigand's momentum. The shattered ice crystals cut my exposed skin. The strong body slammed into me, and I felt like a kite with a broken string, spinning through the air. The mountain wall rushed towards me. I tried to adjust my posture mid-air, but failed. My chest and abdomen churned, and my right ribs burned with pain, likely broken. Yet, I was unusually calm. The mental sea within me resurfaced, and I could clearly feel my body flying like a cannonball towards the cliff behind the rock. It was as if I was floating, watching my body. I didn't know why, at this moment of near death, I entered a state of deep meditation. Once again, I could control my body. Without time to think, I knew I would die if I didn't cast a spell. I uttered the short, sharp incantation, Qixieyu. My uninjured hand rapidly drew the simple magic circle. I could clearly feel the magic circle bending in the air like a crooked line of light as my body hurtled backward. Just as my hair brushed against the cold cliff face, my fingers completed the final stroke of the circle. With a boom, I was enveloped in darkness. I felt like a wisp of smoke blown against the cliff, feeling the cold frost on the wall. I felt like a piece of mud sticking to the wall, slowly sliding down. I had a strange, almost comical feeling, wondering if I was becoming a slime monster. Shadow Cloak conceals the caster in darkness, reducing visibility to 10 yards. The caster cannot attack while invisible. As I plummeted towards the earth, my mind raced with conjectures. I discovered that the mist into which my body had transformed was, in fact, subject to my control. Under the dominion of my magical perception, it expanded in accordance with my will. Like a delicate veil of dark fog gradually enveloping a vast expanse of the mountainside, my mind could precisely perceive the contours of the mountain face I was covering. Within the bounds of my ebony mist, I could discern even the most minute rock formations. Nevertheless, the fog remained susceptible to the forces of gravity, slowly cascading down the mountainside until I once more coalesced the inky vapor into a compact mass, concealed behind a boulder. The dwarven brigand who had sent me hurtling through the air blinked in bewilderment, unable to comprehend my sudden disappearance just before colliding with the cliff. He had no time to ponder, for a projectile, akin to the scythe of a grim reaper, pierced the chink in his armor, nestling in his heart. The crimson-fletched arrow, with undiminished force, then penetrated his breastplate, traversing his torso and embedding itself deep within the rocky mountain face, leaving only a short length of its shaft visible. The supple feathers at its end quivered in the frigid wind, adorned with a solitary bead of blood. At that juncture, the members of the Wind Chaser mercenary band arrived on the scene. Veilu's arrows had decimated the ranks of the dwarven marauders. Qiangbei attempted to assist the enervated Guagua, but she shrugged him off and rushed to Kuzi's side, anxiously inquiring about Jia's whereabouts. I don't know. We agreed to split up. The dwarf went after him, and I wanted to help, but I was suddenly knocked aside, and he vanished. Kuzi stammered incoherently. Guagua, with her greater maturity and perspicacity, comprehended the situation based on Kuzi's words. She did not dwell on how I had managed to cast the shadow cloak while in a state of weightlessness and high-speed motion. She simply knew that I was not immediately deceased. Suppressing the dizziness brought on by the depletion of her magical reservoir, Guagua interrupted Kuzi, asserting, "He must have been thrown behind the boulder. We must find him." 36. Self-healing ability, Part 2. I commended my own ingenuity and promptly directed the black mist to drift behind the boulder, swiftly dispelling the magic and assuming a posture of having been hurled against the earth. However, the moment the effects of the shadow cloak dissipated, a wave of excruciating pain coursed through my entire being. Had it not been for the constant exposure to the searing fire poison over the past 2 years, which had rendered me impervious to ordinary pain, the sheer agony would have overwhelmed me. I could not suppress a cry of torment. Unexpectedly, the first to reach my side was Veilu, the leader of the Wind Chaser mercenary band, encased in meticulously crafted, form-fitting leather armor. Even his head swathed in a soft leather cowl. I hardly saw him approach. A fleeting shadow was all I perceived before he materialized beside me. Crouching, his hawk-like eyes scrutinized me, and his large hands lightly examined my body. He glanced up at Guagua and Qiangbei, who were hurrying to catch up, and stated calmly, "Multiple fractures throughout the body, including the right arm and ribs. And what caused these lacerations?" With a pained and trembling voice, I managed to utter, Gua. Goodbye the ice shards. Gua rushed forward, anxiously surveying my injuries. She reached out to embrace me, but Velu's sturdy arm blocked her path. Don't move him, he commanded. What did you learn in wilderness survival and first aid? Don't you know the basics? Gua flushed, ready to retort, but Kiangbe restrained her, whispering. Velu was trying to help him. That dwarf warrior had already mastered the charge skill, making him at least a level 6 warrior apprentice. This kid took a direct hit. He's lucky his organs weren't crushed. We can't move him in this condition. We need to find a stretcher to carry him back to camp. Gua gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation, and anxiously questioned, Jia, how are you? My chest hurts, Gua. I managed to croak out. Humph. Velu grunted dismissively, maintaining a stoic expression. Next time, you might not be so fortunate. If that dwarf had struck a bit off-center, your head would have impacted that rock, and your brains would have been splattered everywhere like a rotten watermelon. Children should stay away from the battlefield. His somber, chilling tone sent shivers down my spine. I surmised that he mistook me for one of the city's pampered children, hoping to intimidate me into behaving myself in the future. But I was not one to be cowed. Each word I spoke felt as though my lungs were about to burst from my throat, so I refrained from speaking as much as possible. The warrior Ueluin, with his oversized head, peered in, looking around. Finally spotting me, he exclaimed in his booming voice, well, he certainly took a beating. Gua dared not contradict the captain, but refused to give Ueluin an easy time, glaring at him fiercely. What are you saying? Give me 2 of your throwing spears, quickly. Hey, Gua, they're still fighting at the camp. If we hadn't rushed out to save you, we'd be locked in mortal combat with those dwarves. My throwing spears are important, Ueluin grumbled, reluctantly pulling out 2 roughly 5-foot-long wooden-shafted spears from his back. He also removed his stylish black cloak from his armor and skillfully fashioned a makeshift stretcher. Gua was about to use her healing magic to stabilize my injuries. But Velu brusquely interrupted and reprimanded her. Are you trying to kill yourself? Or are you not afraid of magical backlash? This is the Pai Highlands. We have many more battles ahead of us. Meditate and replenish your magic. We need to support the camp. Who knows what it's like there? Give the boy a first aid bandage. He won't die right away. Even with severe injuries, his orc shaman teacher can heal him. Yes, he's right. I'll take care of Jia. You go help the merchant caravan. Don't let too many people die. Old Kulu's deep, gravelly voice echoed from behind. I saw him hunched over, standing beside Kuzi near the rocks, Kuzi anxiously peering through the gaps, his face pale but still spirited, the foot-long wound on his chest having been treated. I distinctly sensed a flicker of emotion on Velu's otherwise impassive face, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. Without hesitation, he rose, grabbed his longbow, and turned to leave, coldly ignoring old Kulu. However, Ueluin and Dwuluin politely greeted Kulu, and Kiangbe nodded in acknowledgement. Gua, you stay? Replenish half your magic, and then come find us. Velu's voice carried back as he strode away. The other members quickly followed. The battle at the camp continued to rage. Gua did not immediately begin to meditate. After the Wind Chaser members had departed, she rushed to my side, anxiously gazing at me. Kuzi hurried over as well, kneeling beside me, his eyes welling up as he looked at my twisted, limp right arm. Tears streamed down his face like raindrops, and he whimpered like a lost wolf, gently caressing the haphazardly lacerated wounds on my arm, his heart aching like a homeless pup. Orc warriors don't cry, I managed to say with difficulty, attempting to raise my other hand to wipe away Kuzi's tears, but my body was completely immobile. Even each breath was an arduous task. Old Kulu sat cross-legged beside me, speaking slowly and steadily. Don't be afraid, my child. I am here. I can only nod with difficulty. Each attempt to move sends spasms through my muscles. I feel a chill, yet my blood seems to be heating from within. The agonizing, prickling sensation intensifies. Kulu, unhurried in his treatment, instructs, relax, child. Allow your instincts to guide you. Savor the pain of the wound and overcome it with your will. The blood of the beast races flows within you. I will guide you, teaching you the ways of the beast to heal yourself. The physique of the wargen differs from that of humans. Even grievous wounds mend swiftly. You merely lack the understanding to harness your capabilities. I shall set your fractured bones, but you must endure the pain. Otherwise, as your flesh heals, your bones will be misshapen. If that occurs, I shall have to re-break the misaligned bones and allow them to mend anew. We wargen possess the ability to rapidly heal bodily trauma, but we still experience pain. Kulu glances at the anxious woman, her eyes radiating wisdom, a glyph representing the earth etched upon her brow. He remarks softly, I surmise the esteemed sorceress has no desire to witness the arcane healing arts of the beast races? The woman retorts with a glare and a disdainful eye roll, retreating to a secluded spot to meditate quietly. Here, 300 meters from the camp, near the edge of a stone precipice, I can discern the distant clamor of battle, the clash of steel, the dull thud of blunt instruments, the somber reverberation of shields, the piercing whine of arrows slicing through the air, the cacophony of curses in myriad tongues, the bellow of thunderous beasts, a maelstrom of sound. With steady hands, Kulu grasps my dangling arm, aligning the displaced bone fragments. Devoid of any anesthetic, the pain assaults my dwindling willpower like a relentless hammer. In a semi-conscious daze, Kulu mends each of my fractured bones. He chants a ballad in the guttural tongue of the beast races, instilling a profound tranquility within me. A wave of weariness washes over me, and my eyelids flutter shut, just as I am succumbing to slumber. Kulu's voice echoes in the depths of my mind. Do not sleep, child. Guide the power within your body along the meridians. I cannot linger long within your spiritual sea, but I have time enough to impart this secret. But first, I require you to swear an oath within your spiritual sea, never to reveal the secrets of this technique to any outside the Dwarven race. It is the bloodbound secret of our kind. I vow never to reveal the bloodbound secrets of the Dwarven race to any outside of the Dwarven, I solemnly declare. Finding myself once more within my spiritual sea, standing nude upon the shore, the golden waves caressing my ankles. I cannot perceive the horizon, yet I can distinctly sense the fragments of memory submerged within the golden waters, floating like photographs. Suddenly, I notice Kulu standing beside me, gazing at the golden sea. I wonder if Kulu can perceive the photographs within the sea, exposing all my innermost secrets. A ripple of anxiety stirs within me, and the spiritual sea surges with tumultuous waves that crash upon the shore. Fear not, child. Relax. This is your world. I am merely a spiritual echo. Incapable of harming you, Kulu reassures me with a serene smile, calming my nerves and restoring tranquility to the golden sea. I feel a pang of shame. I owe nearly everything to Kulu, yet I worry that he would invade my privacy. I lower my head, contrite. Master, haha, come. Kulu dismisses my concerns. Wading through the water toward a lighthouse perched upon a distant reef. I follow him, bewildered. He halts, gesturing toward the humble lighthouse. Within each of us lies a spiritual sea, and that lighthouse is your spiritual beacon. It will grow taller and brighter as your spiritual power increases. The strength of one's spirit varies, and the perceived size of the sea differs accordingly. Stand beneath the lighthouse, release your senses, and you shall know the extent of your sea. The sea you behold is illusory. Your true sea extends only to the limits of your perception. Only as your spiritual power grows will your spiritual sea expand infinitely. What purpose does it serve, Master? I ask, trailing behind Kulu. Kulu ponders for a moment before replying. It allows you to see yourself clearly. The power within you is guided by your spiritual sea, just as your body harbors the self-healing power of the Dwarven bloodline. However, you do not know how to harness it. I came here to teach you how to wield this self-healing power, but I am ignorant of how to use the other power within you. You must understand this slowly. Your memories are also hidden within this golden sea. The images of memory will gradually fade with the passage of time. You must constantly revisit the memories you require, lest they dissipate in the water. Your spiritual power is already potent enough to withstand the impact of my spiritual echo, allowing me to enter your spiritual sea and impart the secrets of the Dwarven bloodline. That is why you can wield the self-healing power at such a young age. If the beast race Dwarven were to inherit and use the secret method of blood power, they would have to be adults before they could have a strong enough spiritual power. This is the function of this spiritual sea. In fact, every race is only exploring this mysterious spiritual sea. You still need to discover it slowly. Kulu leads me to the lighthouse built upon a sturdy cliff. There, I behold a phantom of myself, a transparent glass figure, with a swirling vortex of red, like liquid, and another of blue, like an incessant flame, trapped within the body. Roaming aimlessly. Occasionally, they consume specks of starlight that appear randomly within the glass body, nourishing themselves and growing stronger with each morsel. He points to the blue vortex and says calmly, that is the fire attribute blood power within you, which grants you the true name of blue flame. The other is called self-healing. See how it flows like water? Now, try to sense them, control them, guide them. Kulu explains in detail that the glass figure represents my perception of my blood power within the spiritual sea, while the body I perceive in the meditative space represents my understanding of the magical elements within my physical form. The two are fundamentally different. Blood power in its unorganized state may have some effect, but it lacks significant potency. Only blood power passed down through secret methods can be considered true blood power. Kulu is teaching me how to guide the red vortex along the body's meridians, forming a unique array within the body that unleashes a powerful self-healing effect. 37. The Seven Maidens Troop, Part 1. Excruciating pain jolts my consciousness from the spiritual sea, a pain several times more intense than the searing agony of poison fire. Following a protracted and agonizing moan, my cognizance gradually crystallized. Cuz, who was squatting beside me, was staring at me with wide, anxious eyes. Suddenly, I noticed an exceedingly peculiar expression flitting across his face, as though he had witnessed something unimaginable and unspeakable. Yet, he remained solicitous, inquiring, Jia, how do you feel? It hurts terribly, I gasped, drawing in a sharp breath. I could feel the muscles in my face spasming from the excessive pain. An incredulous expression dawned on Cuz's face, and he seemed hesitant. Intrigued, I queried, what's wrong? Your wounds, they're healing. Cuz stammered, dumbfounded. Only then did I attend to my own arms, where the horrific, crisscrossing gashes on my arms and ribs seemed to possess a life of their own. The wounds were diminishing at an astonishing rate. Within mere moments, the smaller lacerations had closed by half, leaving behind faint, pinkish marks. This spectacle left me utterly flabbergasted. At that moment, old Kulu, who had been seated beside me in meditation, stirred and surveyed my healing progress. He nodded with faint satisfaction before turning to cousin, saying, "You simpleton. Let me examine your wounds." Upon hearing old Kulu's words, Cuz grudgingly unwrapped his bandages, muttering under his breath in the Orcish tongue that I had never managed to master. I turned my gaze towards Sister Guagua, who was meditating not far away, and felt a sense of relief. Little Chinyu remained unscathed, having deftly evaded harm during the battle by sheltering behind Sister Guagua. Now, she stood guard by Sister Guagua's side, her eyes darting warily around. A narrow dagger wrapped in cloth strips clutched in her hand. Upon noticing my gaze, a hint of admiration flickered across her fair face, and she graced me with a subtle smile, followed by a playful wink. She still kept her distance from old Kulu, and had the camp not been engulfed in battle, she would likely have vanished long ago. I couldn't shake the feeling that her features were vaguely familiar, yet I couldn't quite place them. By now, the agonizing pain in my internal organs had subsided somewhat. However, Cuz, who was being treated by old Kulu, was putting on a harrowing display of misery. It occurred to me, was the Orcish method of healing always so brutal? I resolved to stand and take a stroll, as my legs were unharmed. And in such a short span of time, I could feel the minor wounds healing considerably. Only my right arm remained tender, and the fractured bone throbbed with a piercing ache. Conversely, the 3 broken ribs no longer caused significant discomfort. I cautiously pushed myself up with one hand and began to walk towards Sister Guagua. Old Kulu was engrossed in stitching Cuz's wounds. Cuz had narrowly escaped being disemboweled by an axe-wielding dwarven brigand, and the deep, foot-long gash exposed the flesh beneath. Old Kulu was now meticulously sewing the wound shut with a needle and thread, causing Cuz to howl in agony. "Does it hurt much?" Little Chinyo inquired, circling me and scrutinizing my injuries. She showed no surprise at my rapid healing, but instead asked with profound interest. I moved gingerly, careful not to strain my wounds, and leaned against the mountain wall to catch my breath. "Yes," I replied, panting slightly. "Do I look ridiculous?" "Not at all. I admire your courage. Weren't you afraid at that moment?" Little Chinyo craned her neck to examine my injured arm before peering into my eyes and asking abruptly, "You're so young. Aren't you afraid of dying?" For a fleeting moment, my mind reeled, but I quickly regained my composure. Her limpid eyes were close to mine, and I could detect a faint fragrance emanating from her. I hesitated, then chuckled self-deprecatingly. I tiptoed closer to her ear and whispered, terrified. My legs were so weak I could barely run. Little Chinyo smiled faintly, rolled her eyes at me, and retorted, "No one believes you." I remained silent, craning my neck to observe the fierce resistance unfolding in the distance. The warriors were using the massive thunder rhinos as cover, firing crossbows from behind the cargo piled on their backs. The dwarven brigands had briefly breached the camp, but were forced back by the crossbow fire, leaving dozens of corpses strewn along the perimeter, temporarily halting the initial assault. Having overcome their initial disarray, the caravan had mounted an effective counterattack. My gaze fell upon Lord Leipas, standing atop a thunder rhino, one hand resting on the hilt of his exquisite scimitar. His usual stoic expression was now contorted with fury as he bellowed, "Shoot those dwarves dead." 2 gold coins for every head. Behind him stood a line of caravan men wielding crossbows. These men, who normally served as thunder rhino handlers, were responsible for lookout duty, setting up camp, and unloading cargo. Now, they had taken up arms. Many were outlaws or vagrants seeking to earn enough to sustain themselves. Their goal was to save enough money to retire to a quiet town, where they could enjoy a drink in a tavern and live comfortably. In the Grin Empire, this wasn't an extravagant dream. A commoner could live on 15 silver coins a month, or 2 gold coins a year, in a small town. Earning 100 gold coins would secure a comfortable retirement. While saving that much wasn't easy, it was certainly achievable for those who dared to join a caravan. The magical wagons formed a sturdy wall, protecting the narrow mountain pass that served as the caravan's last escape route. These heavily fortified vehicles proved too formidable for the dwarven brigands to approach. Little Chinyo and I concealed ourselves behind a thicket, observing the battle. With the dwarven brigands in our area cleared out by Vero and the others, we were safe, at least for the moment. No one would abandon the main battle for a few small fry. The Wind Chaser Adventurers, a cohesive fighting unit, were launching a flanking attack on the main force of dwarven brigands. Kiangbe and Ueluin, the heavily armored warriors, advanced like tanks, piercing the dwarven flank like daggers. The disparity in individual strength allowed the coordinated warriors to decimate the flank, sending dwarves flying with each step. Baoji, the leader of the Starry Sky Adventurers, stood as a bulwark at the camp's main entrance, clad in full-plate armor that defied arrows. Behind him stood Benzaki, a female warrior with a ponytail, armed with a spear. Dozens of dwarven corpses lay at their feet, turning the entrance into a scene of carnage. The Starry Sky adventurers and the caravan men with spears were resting, visibly drained from the fighting. I even observed Mondet Troya, the most enigmatic mage of the Starry Venture troop, lurking in the shadows at the edge of the encampment. In his grasp was a gem-encrusted short staff, the emerald, the size of a hen's egg, emitting an eerie luminescence in the firelight. Regrettably, I did not witness him conjuring any spells. As Little Chai and I observed, the dwarves were clearly losing ground. They likely hadn't anticipated such seasoned warriors within the trade caravan, including a shield bearer of at least 9th level prowess and a magical archer of at least 8th level, not to mention the 2 mages present. The attempted ambush of a mage outside the camp had ignited the fury of these mercenary fighters. The dwarves, witnessing the growing number of combatants gathering for a counterattack, abandoned their wounded comrades and hastily retreated into the night. The assault, though brief, was exceptionally brutal. Yet, victory brings elation. Confronting death and conquering fear grants one the right to rejoice, despite the fallen caravan members and the wounded crying out in agony. I noticed joy in Little Chai's eyes. When she realized I was watching her, she archly raised a slender eyebrow and gave me a sidelong glance. There's nothing to see. The odds were never in their favor. The impetuous dwarves always seek to surprise, but had our defenses not faltered, their escape wouldn't have been so easy. Gwigwa leaned over my shoulder, scrutinizing me. Astonished by the rapid healing of my minor wounds, she gasped, covering her mouth, and exclaimed, "You're healing so quickly." I scratched my head, still feeling the throbbing pain from various injuries, especially my right arm and ribs. However, I had become accustomed to such pain over the past 2 years. So I remained composed. Had Gwigwa not valiantly protected me during the battle, I might have perished. Though I don't particularly fear death, life is, after all, a precious thing. Isn't it? Not quite. It only appears to be healing well on the surface. The broken bones will still require several days to fully mend. I replied honestly. Heavens! Gwigwa was visibly startled. She glanced nervously at old Kulu and whispered, "That Orcish elder is truly remarkable. Is this Orcish witchcraft? Is he siphoning life force from others or something to accelerate your healing? Goodness! Even the healing arts of the temple's clerics aren't this potent. Orcish medicine is truly wondrous." Gwigwa, noticing Little Chai quietly standing beside me, praised her as well. "Your friend is quite skilled too." Little Chai simply smiled. Standing beside me with an air of inherent sweetness, old Kulu approached, carrying the unconscious Kuzi on his back. Seeing the worry in my eyes, he calmly said, "Jia, don't fret. He is unharmed. I merely wish for him to rest, which will benefit his body. You, too, require rest. Prepare ample food in the morning, as rapid recovery consumes a great deal of energy, leaving you famished. Also, your fractured bones remain fragile, so be cautious. I suspect the camp requires my attention. The dwarves won't return tonight. I shall be busy. Take care of yourself." He cast a profound glance at Gwigwa and Little Chai, then silently carried Kuzi away. I had intended to accompany old Kulu back to the camp, but he showed no intention of waiting for me, so I closed my mouth. He would undoubtedly be occupied that night, and my current state would be of little assistance. I hoped that our tent hadn't been destroyed by those wretched dwarven warriors. Otherwise, I would be forced to sleep in my sleeping bag in the open wilderness. The twin crescent moons cast a snowy moonlight, as if covering the entire valley in frost. A night breeze, tinged with the scent of blood, swept through, adding to the chill. I reclined against the damp, cold mountainside, my thoughts swirling. I was haunted by the image of plunging the poison wolf fang dagger into the back of the dwarven brigand's waist. His ferocious turn, grabbing me and flinging me like a rag doll, filled me with dread and revulsion. I felt my vision blur, and the cold of the night engulfed me like a rising tide. I was like a drowning swimmer, struggling in a lake, desperate for breath but afraid to inhale. The 2 women before me were scavenging the dwarven corpses for valuables, our spoils of war, the victor's right. The dozen or so lifeless dwarven bodies belonged to Velu and his adventure troop. Only 2 belonged to Kuzi and me. Little Chai, seemingly unaccustomed to such sights, covered her face with one hand, using the other to tug at a metal necklace on a dwarven warrior's neck, wrinkling her nose as if repulsed. Gwigwa, however, unhesitatingly rummaged through the robust dwarven warrior's belongings, selecting items of value. The dwarf's body had grown cold and stiff, and the heavy armor was impossible to remove. She struggled to toss aside the weighty mountain axe and a pair of high-quality short battle axes, then ripped off the dwarf's money pouch, weighted in her hand, and added it to the pile of spoils. Dwarven brigands typically concealed most of their gold and silver in mountain caves, carrying only a small amount in their pouches. What's wrong with him? He seems unwell. I heard Little Chai speaking to Gwigwa beside me, and I opened my eyes to see her fair face etched with concern. I knew I must look terrible, but I was inexplicably frightened, trembling all over, my mind filled with the dwarf warrior's ghastly visage in his final moments. Gwigwa appeared in my vision, kneeling before me and gently touching my forehead with her warm hand, wiping away the cold sweat. After a moment's thought, She tentatively asked Little Chai, "Did you feel like this after your first kill?" Little Chai shook her head, simply saying, "I've never killed anyone. I don't know. Hey, there are 2 more over here. Carry them away and bury them. Their armor is yours." Guogwa turned and called out to the people running over to move the bodies. "Yes, mage," someone respectfully replied. Guogwa looked intently at Little Chai, then embraced me, saying, "I was worse than him after my first kill. I nearly vomited up my bile. Help me lift his injured arm. Yes, just rest it on him like that. Otherwise, it might swell from the blood pooling. How did you get through it?" Little Chai asked curiously, following behind Guogwa, then added, "He's actually recovering quite quickly. Yes, that Orsa's shaman is indeed remarkable. Jia's wounds are healing swiftly." Guogwa clearly didn't grasp the meaning of Little Chai's words. Little Chai didn't elaborate, simply watching Guogwa, awaiting her answer. Guogwa, careful not to injure me further, walked cautiously. Continuing her conversation with Little Chai, "How did I get through it, you ask? In truth, it was nothing significant. After a while, I came to terms with my thoughts, overcoming the shadows and fears within me, and I naturally began to feel better. However, during that time, I relied on a bit of alcohol. And for about a week thereafter, I spent nearly the entire day in a state of inebriation, using the numbing effects of alcohol to alleviate my discomfort. Yet, he was still young," Little Chainyo silently remarked, while I thought to myself that I was much older than him, though he remained unaware. I weakly struggled in Guogwa's embrace, and she shot me a glare. "Behave yourself. Do you still think your wounds aren't serious enough?" In fact, many students from the Warrior Academy experience their first kill during their military service, as there are psychologists in the barracks to provide mental support. Many young men also seek solace in bars, looking for companionship to vent their frustrations completely. There are various unconventional methods, all revolving around numbing the nerves and releasing psychological pressure, as Guogwa discussed with Little Chainyo about life in the barracks. But he was still young. Little Chainyo quietly said. Gradually, I could no longer hear their words clearly. Being held by Guogwa provided a warm comfort, melting away the cold sensation enveloping me like lake water. Drowsiness pulled me into an endless darkness. I dreamt a peculiar dream, where in a bizarre realm, I saw all the people I knew floating in my sea of consciousness, sifting through fragments of memories and golden waters. They witnessed my past, where I was crucified as a heretic, yet the flames could not consume me. My magical resistance and bloodline affinity in azure flames shielded me from the searing heat, and my self-healing continuously mended my charred body as I hung in agony on the pyre. I awoke startled from my dream, those long-sealed stories playing out like a film in my mind until someone called my name. Groggily, I opened my heavy eyelids, and a warm ray of sunlight filtered through the crystal window onto the wall. Sing's delicate face appeared before me, and she called my name with concern. "Jia. Wake up quickly. Did you have a nightmare?" Upon seeing me open my eyes with a puzzled expression, Sing smiled through her tears, affectionately nudging me with her forehead, saying, "You never sleep peacefully, always shouting and scaring Katarina." I gently shook my drowsy head, surveying my surroundings only to realize I was lying in a bunk bed within the magical caravan's dormitory. A warm, fragrant quilt enveloped me, and the small room was crammed with 2 bunk beds. A narrow passage in between was lined with several ropes, on which hung a few pieces of girls' underwear, gently swaying with the slow movement of the caravan's wheels. However, I doubted those scanty fabrics could truly conceal anything. The cedar cabinet at the head of my bed was painted a creamy white, the surrounding walls matching in color, giving the room a tidy appearance. The bedding on the opposite bed was also neatly arranged, making this small dormitory bright and clean despite the limited windows. Just then, the door swung open, revealing the red-haired beauty I had inadvertently bumped into during my first visit to the magical caravan, carrying a silver tray. Upon noticing I was awake, she gasped with delight and warmly exclaimed, "You're awake. You really can sleep. It's been 2 days." I cast a suspicious glance at Sing, and seeing her expression mirrored my own, I began to believe that I had indeed been asleep for 2 days. Tentatively moving my arms, I found little resistance, though my joints tingled with a slight ache. Raising my arm, I noticed the deep scratches had completely healed, with even the faint pink scars fading significantly. It seemed my body was indeed recovering well. Just as I regained my senses, my stomach rumbled loudly, causing my cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Sing smiled gently, her mouth somewhat large yet undeniably alluring. She craned her neck to glance at the red-haired beauty's tray and inquired, "What as for lunch?" "Oatmeal porridge." The red-haired beauty replied as she placed the tray on my bedside, grinning at me and asking, "Are you hungry, little brother?" I devoured the sweet oatmeal porridge, savoring it as the most delicious meal in the world, while the 2 lovely ladies beside me watched in astonishment as I consumed 7 large bowls of porridge, insisting I could not have any more. At first, I believed it was Guogwa who brought me here, or that Sing had taken it upon herself to care for me in this magical caravan. But the answer turned out to be Little Chainyo. I expressed my surprise. "Little Chainyo? Sing, do you know her well?" Sing looked at me curiously, nodding. "Yes. Is she working under you?" I asked with curiosity, initially intending to ask Sing to look after her, hoping it would improve her circumstances. However, I soon realized how foolish the question was. A girl who could arrange for my care in the caravan could hardly be a lowly servant. Upon seeing Sing shake her head with a more peculiar expression, I finally recognized that I had misunderstood from the very beginning. I instinctively inquired, "What does little Chinyo do here? Don't you know?" Sing's mouth fell open in astonishment, and Katerina leaned in, intrigued. "Who are you referring to, Jia?" "I meant who brought me here," I asked, feeling a bit guilty. "Isn't it our seventh lady? That night, weren't you all outside the camp when you encountered danger?" The image of little Chinyo in my mind crumbled. She was actually the seventh lady. The magical caravan rolled through the valley roads, adorned with purple moss, trailing behind the Thunder Rhinoceros team at a leisurely pace. I felt no bumps. The entire surface was crushed by the heavy, colossal Thunder Rhinoceros. The enormous magical wheels traversing through this disheveled terrain of dust and grass with remarkable smoothness. I couldn't help but admire the extraordinary craftsmanship of the great smiths. It was said that these magical caravans were the masterpieces of master dwarven artisans, and the magical runes on them were designed by elven enchanters. Each caravan was worth 1,000 gold coins. I silently estimated that in my previous world, this vehicle would be worth at least 10 million, qualifying as a luxury motorhome. I had speculated various origins for little Chinyo, yet I never imagined she would be one of the 9 leaders of the dance troupe. Although the highest leader of the troupe was the enigmatic dancing matron, within this magical caravan, the authority of the seventh lady was indisputable. I found myself perplexed, sitting idly at the edge of the bed. Sing and Katerina said little about the seventh lady, merely suggesting that if I wished to know more, I should ask her directly, as they were only instructed to care for me and were to remain while the troupe practiced. Sing mentioned that I had been sleeping in the bed of the red-haired beauty named Katerina for the past 2 days, seeing that I was indeed fine. She completely disregarded my feelings and began to flirt with Katerina, saying, though he may be a bit young, the seventh lady chose well. He has excellent culinary skills and knows how to care for others. My companion always speaks highly of him. Once we return to the capital, you should follow in my footsteps. The dormitory, already small, felt even more cramped as Sing sat opposite me, resting her chin on the bedside cabinet with a slight smile illuminating her face. Here's a refined version of the text. Focusing on clarity and elegance in language, the auburn-haired Katerina, with an air of nonchalance, settled beside me on the bed's edge. Undeterred, she extended a fair arm, encircling me in an embrace. Her delicate face pressed against mine, she jested with playful triumph. Wouldn't it be delightful? Return with me to the imperial city, where I shall sponsor your education. And when you've come of age, perhaps you'll consider taking me as your bride. I found myself somewhat perplexed, wondering if there was any amusement to be derived from teasing a child of merely 5 years. Seeking to divert the conversation, I inquired of Singer, why aren't you at rehearsal? Singer responded with a serene smile. I am the personal attendant to the seventh mistress, primarily responsible for managing her daily affairs and overseeing the routine matters of Caravan 11. I have no regular rehearsal duties. The mistress and the other ladies are currently engaged in dance practice, affording me this moment to attend to you. Then, gesturing towards Katerina, who sat beside me, she added, she is the one designated to care for you. Upon our return to the imperial city, she will succeed me, having been chosen by the mistress as my successor. We passed that sunlit afternoon in amiable conversation over tea. Such tranquil moments were rare on our journey, and I found myself reluctant to stir. If this troupe were analogous to a song and dance ensemble from my former world, then the seventh mistress would be akin to its leading star, while Singer served as her personal assistant, a position of considerable remuneration. However, following the sojourn, Singer intended to settle down and become a bride, with Katerina assuming her former responsibilities. I had always struggled to understand why a woman as radiantly beautiful as Singer would choose to entrust her life to Uncle Freud. This was not to suggest that Uncle Freud was in any way deficient, but even as a mid-level leather artisan with a respectable position in an imperial city leather shop, his earnings could scarcely rival Singer's current income. Moreover, Uncle Freud bore the responsibility of a large family, making Singer's position akin to that of a secondary wife, a situation in which I had never before encountered such apparent contentment. Uncle Freud was an exile from the great noble family of Sloyd City, incurring the displeasure of nobility. While not illegal, carried far graver consequences than a transgression of the law. Furthermore, he was a decade or more Singer's senior, a man weathered by the passage of time, lacking in fortune, and burdened with the support of a large family, a wife, and children, a commonplace artisan. Singer's apparent willingness was what confounded me most. I wondered if she possessed any aspirations at all. Seizing the opportunity, I resolved to voice my query. I phrased it delicately, relying on the license afforded to children to speak freely without undue censure. Thus, I ventured to ask, Singer, how did you come to love Uncle Freud? Was it he who first pursued you? Singer's delicate visage flushed slightly, and a blissful smile graced her lips. This was almost more than I could bear. I wondered if she had any ambition at all and whether it was necessary to appear so content. I suppose one could say I seduced him, Singer confessed, her response catching me off guard. However, Katerina, seated beside me, betrayed no surprise. Her crimson eyes glimmered with an uncanny beauty, and her expression remained serene, suggesting she was privy to the entire narrative. I blinked, awaiting Singer to elaborate. Perhaps it was the languid nature of the afternoon that lent itself to such candid discourse. It is often the case that when individuals converse openly and emotions are shared, inhibitions diminish, and a desire to speak freely arises. Perhaps she regarded me as a naive child, rendering her unreserved. She gazed out the window and began her tale. It occurred approximately 2 years prior. When the caravan arrived at Black Iron City, the royal seat of the Dwarf Kingdom, one of the 7 monarchs, the troop had concluded its performance at the royal festivities and was preparing to return to the Grind Empire via magical airship. However, the troop's matron and the other ladies had conceived a daring notion to journey to the orc tribes of the Pai Plateau to study their sacrificial war dances. This idea was inherently audacious, given the remoteness of the journey and the division among the orc tribes, some of whom were amicable towards humans, while others were hostile. It was then that Leipas, the caravan steward, declared that his trade route would traverse the Pai Plateau, where he engaged in commerce with the human-friendly orc tribes, ensuring the caravan's safety with orc guides. Thus, the two groups, in mutual accord, prepared for 2 months before departing from Stan's Black Iron City, proceeding eastward along the West Yachis Mountains, thereby initiating the troop's journey. As the personal attendant to the 7th mistress, Singer enjoyed considerable latitude, allowing her to move freely within the troop. Singer's initial interaction with Uncle Freud occurred when the troop commissioned fur coats to withstand the harsh winter conditions encountered en route. Uncle Freud, a seasoned mid-level leather artisan, was naturally recommended by Leipas to undertake this substantial order. The troop's specifications required not only warmth but also aesthetic appeal. The troop dispatched its own seamstress to collaborate with the leather artisan, and Singer was appointed as the troop's representative, fostering a gradual rapport between the two. Later, while the caravan was passing through a trading market within an unnamed dwarven town, Singer encountered a minor predicament. She was accosted by inebriated dwarves near a tavern, and Uncle Freud interceded, resolving the situation. This engendered Singer's initial affection for Uncle Freud. Subsequently, their interactions continued during the fur coat production process. As for the seduction, Singer's account was somewhat veiled, reflecting her embarrassment. However, Katerina's supplemental details illuminated the circumstances. Indeed, it could be characterized as Singer seduction. Following the completion of the exquisite fur coat, within the confines of the narrow fitting room, Singer boldly disrobed, presenting herself to Uncle Freud clad only in a white fox fur coat. The ensuing result was, of course, a passionate encounter, culminating in their sharing a bed that very night. While recounting these events, Singer was visibly abashed, her ears flushed. Katerina, however, narrated the story with vivid detail, ultimately causing Singer to wish he could bury her face in the bedding. Despite the salaciousness of their narrative, I perceived an underlying melancholy. Based on my recent interactions with Singer, she was hardly the type to engage in wanton seduction. Rather, she resembled a virtuous girl from next door. I reflected on the affection that Guagua harbored for me, stemming from my striking resemblance to her late younger brother, Jing. She could, through me, commemorate a love that had never been fully expressed. She was, in essence, expressing her longing for Jing. Similarly, my reliance on her was rooted in the enduring desire for maternal affection that lingered deep within my young heart. It was, perhaps, a form of transference. We both had something lacking within us. She regarded me as her younger brother, while I experienced a long-absent sense of motherly care. In essence, both of our hearts were incomplete. Singer's fondness for me was more purely derived from Uncle Freud's affection. This middle-aged gentleman was, after old Kuru and Cuz, yet another individual who genuinely cared for and cherished me. Although his sentiments were not overtly expressed, I could sense his sincerity. Singer's inherent tenderness and virtue were ingrained within her very being. Singer differed from Guagua. Guagua, as a mage, possessed a sense of pride, granting her the prerogative to disregard others within the caravan, save for me. Singer, on the other hand, treated everyone with gentility and generosity. I was merely the youngest and most vulnerable among them, in need of care and affection. Were there truly no men within the imperial city who might have captured Singer's heart? Not that the uncle was deficient, but I couldn't help but feel that Singer was capable of finding someone even more suitable. I candidly expressed my thoughts, struggling to comprehend what could possibly compel Singer to lower her standards to such a degree. Upon hearing my words, both Singer and Katerina appeared momentarily taken aback. Only Singer defended herself, stating, "I am quite content. Moreover, I ought to marry, to find someone I adore, who also cherishes me in return. Feels like a blessing from the goddess of fortune." Perhaps recognizing my confusion, Katerina realized my youth rendered me unaware of the legalities within the Grellan Empire, and patiently began to elucidate. "You have grown up in a caravan, so you may not be acquainted with the laws of the Grellan Empire, which you will likely learn in school. According to the code, Any woman who reaches the age of 15 is eligible for marriage. Furthermore, any imperial woman who remains unmarried past the age of 25 is deemed to be committing a crime of spinsterhood, leading to penalties imposed on her family by the Population Supervision Bureau, which may even force her to marry a designated man. Such a fate would indeed be the most dreadful. What? How can this be? If I reach 25 and am unable to afford a wife, would that constitute a legal violation? I asked, beads of cold sweat forming on my forehead. What kind of regulation is this? Later, I discreetly inquired with Sister Guagua, only to learn that the designated man referred to by Singer pertains to unmarried vagrants or the lower class registered with the Population Supervision Bureau. Katerina was momentarily at a loss for words at my inquiry. After a moment's contemplation, Singer clarified, the law Katerina mentioned applies solely to women. There is another law that concerns men. All males must enlist in the military before the age of 25 and serve a minimum of 3 years. Failure to comply results in confiscation of property and being executed as a deserter. Everyone? I pointed to myself in disbelief. Singer nodded affirmatively, stating, if you wish to reside in the Grellan Empire, 3 years of military service is inescapable. Will there be deaths in battle? I posed a rather naive question, to which Singer, exasperated, replied, of course, many young lives are lost each year. Otherwise, how could the male-to-female population ratio in our empire be 2 to 5? With some areas even more skewed? Those barbarians capture men for mining, and the lizard folk in the swamp seize slaves annually. The situation is somewhat better in the Grellan Empire. I have heard that in the Edia Empire to the west, one must serve at least 6 years, due to years of warfare. The population imbalance in the Grellan Empire has led to these unfortunate regulations. Women must marry by 25 or face penalties, while men must enlist prior to 25. This revelation left me somewhat stunned. It appears that humanity's plight in this magical realm is far from enviable, casting them as a not particularly formidable race. The nation requires a populace, women are compelled to wed, and men are forcibly sent to the battlefield. In such an empire, I imagine the question posed would not be, do you love your country? But rather, do you wish to survive? Suddenly, I queried Singer about her age, but before I could finish, she interjected, with a sigh. She admitted, indeed, I am 24 this year. If I remain unmarried by the end of the year, my family will face penalties, and my father may even be whipped. I might be forced to marry an unfamiliar man. And do you love him? I inquired, referring to Uncle Fred. Singer appeared puzzled, seemingly incredulous that a 5-year-old child could harbor such thoughts, and thus struggled to articulate her response. Love, she declared emphatically, without hesitation. I concluded that perhaps this was indeed genuine affection. A warm, sweet smile grazed Singer's lips as she reassured me, what I say may not resonate with you now. But as you mature, you will come to understand. It is often said that children of beast folk mature more quickly than human children. You, raised by that orc shaman, are far more discerning than my younger brothers. Uncle Fred possesses the allure of a mature man. It evokes a sense of security within me. Gentle, attentive, capable, honest, and reliable. He has served in the military, thus I need not endure the torment of anxiously awaiting his safe return from battle. I shook my head, responding, Sister Singer. What you described cannot be categorized as love. There were moments when I felt that discussing love with 2 beautiful women in the prime of their lives was rather incongruous. It seemed bizarre for a 5-year-old to articulate profound insights about life. I exclaimed, love is simply pure affection. It is without reason. Both women stared at me, wide-eyed. At times, I felt rather out of place, as this conversation had initially been a light-hearted discussion on happiness, yet somehow veered into the complexities of love, leaving me feeling rather absurd. What on earth has that old orc shaman taught you? The red-haired woman asked, half laughing, half crying. I could only wonder what thoughts were crossing their minds. Is this the philosophy of the beast folk? One can live without bread, can survive without milk, but cannot exist without love? Or perhaps love only flourishes when one has bread and milk. Regardless, I felt certain Singer loved Uncle Fred. Our conversation then shifted to me. Jia, will you remain in the beast folk tribe and follow the old orc? Katerina blinked her beautiful red eyes, perhaps weary, lying beside me. Her soft red hair fell disheveled over her fair face, her lips slightly parted, revealing her pearly white teeth. She leaned in close, her warm breath brushing against my face. I shook my head in disappointment, contemplating the impending separation from old Kulu and Cuz, feeling a pang of reluctance, coupled with my ignorance of this magical world. I felt anxious. If Sister Guagua did not take me in, would I be destined to wander alone? The thought escaped my lips. Perhaps Sister Guagua would be willing to take me along. I cannot be a wanderer forever. Will you not return with us to the imperial capital? Katerina asked, her eyes filled with hope. I shook my head, realizing this matter seemed beyond my control. I needed to sustain myself, to eat bread. What could the capital offer? I merely stated, Sister Guagua's home is in Beer City. Our first stop will be there. Then remember to seek me out when you come to the imperial capital. Do you fancy red-haired girls? I can introduce you to my sister. She is both clever and beautiful, and unlike me, she doesn't have these bothersome red eyes, Katerina earnestly suggested. I smiled and replied, that sounds delightful. Perhaps there are schools in the capital. I might choose to study there. Suddenly, the caravan jolted violently, prompting Singer to step outside to investigate. You do not know that the most renowned institution in the empire, the Grellan Royal Academy, is located in the capital? However, it is notoriously difficult to gain admission. Jia, what do you aspire to do in the future? Katerina inquired curiously. I wish to become a magician. I answered truthfully. Katerina burst into laughter, though I found little humor in it. Indeed, everyone desires to be a magician, provided the opportunity arises. And what else? The awakening ceremony will not grant you access to the magical pool merely because you are a charming youth. It requires a great deal of luck. You should consider what you might do if that does not come to pass. After thoughtful contemplation, I replied, perhaps I will become a craftsman. I wish to be a tanner. Katerina appeared somewhat disheartened, softly responding, oh, in that case, the Slaughter Ivory Tower Vocational Academy may be more suitable. The Grellan Royal Academy in the capital is most renowned for its War College, Magic College, and Business School. War Academy, when two individuals find a connection. Endless topics await them. Katerina, easygoing yet passionate, yearns for a life that stands apart from the ordinary, tirelessly preparing for that day. She dreams of marrying a great hero. Yet her fate hinges upon the choices of the Seventh Lady. As the personal maid of the Seventh Lady, many decisions are beyond her control, including her own destiny. When Katerina speaks of her future, a strained smile graces her lips, revealing a hint of bitterness in her eyes. She claims that Singer is the happiest among all the dancers in the troupe because she has found her own place in the world. I have often pondered the source of Singer's happiness. It cannot simply be due to securing a financial patron before the age of 25, allowing her to indulge in carefree joy. It turns out that most of the dancers in the troupe are not free. Many hail from the lower classes, commoners, wanderers, and slaves who have signed contracts of servitude. The so-called freedom comes at a steep price. It is not merely a matter of possessing enough money to buy one's freedom. One must also have the approval of the troupe's matriarch. The dancers do not merely perform in various venues. They are often assigned to private soirees as companions, participating in intimate gatherings, pouring drinks, and, at times, are even required to spend the night with patrons when the price is right. There are a few women of free status in the troupe, like the Seventh Lady herself. She learned her craft under the tutelage of the troupe's matriarch. And even the matriarch does not dare compel her to work. Some of the dancers, who had gained a measure of fame in the imperial capital before joining the troupe, were invited to serve as its main attractions. Among these women, some are of free status, while others have been nurtured by the matriarch, forming a vast ensemble. Women like Singer and Katerina, who serve both as dancers and maids, constitute the majority of the troupe, and they are all bound by contracts. What sets Singer apart is that she once saved the Seventh Lady during their time in Iron City. When the Seventh Lady asked her what she desired, she chose freedom, willingly relinquishing a life of luxury in the troupe to marry a leather craftsman. Later, I asked Katerina, if you had the opportunity like Sister Singer, would you choose freedom? Would you abandon this life of nightly revelry and indulgence? She pondered my question for a long time, but ultimately did not respond. Soon after, Singer returned to the room and said to me, Jia, the dance rehearsal is complete. The Seventh Lady wishes for you to join her. Life in the Caravan Part 1. On the windowsill, an antique carved ceramic pot held a cluster of marigolds, their slender stems stretching elegantly towards the upper right corner of the glass window, defiantly blooming a delicate blue flower, reminiscent of a butterfly perched upon a blade of grass. The glass was etched with scenes of young maidens frolicking in the river, their innocent laughter vividly captured. This room, aside from the thick carpet underfoot, held nothing else. The air was imbued with the lingering fragrance left by the girls. She stood quietly by the window, gazing at the remnants of snow outside, her delicate figure draped in a pale yellow long shirt. One fair hand, perhaps chilled, gently grasped the smooth fabric of her garment. Her refined face flushed with a rosy hue from exertion, while droplets of sweat glistened at the ends of her disheveled hair. Suddenly, she turned to me, her face breaking into a radiant smile, and I found myself momentarily entranced by the exquisite beauty of her features. Why are you standing there dazed? Come in, said the girl with a gentle smile, her neck adorned with a vibrant ruby that contrasted beautifully with her porcelain skin, and her eyes sparkled with a hint of joy. This brought to mind my first encounter with her, where her mesmerizing eyes captivated me so thoroughly that I could only recall their enchanting beauty, forgetting the rest of her appearance. Now, I truly beheld this renowned dancer, the Seventh Lady of the troupe, and was struck by her youthful allure. Her simple ponytail shone brilliantly against her fair neck. I stood awkwardly at the doorway, feeling out of place in this room, much like an ugly duckling facing a graceful swan, torn between a desire to belong and an overwhelming sense of inferiority. I found myself self-deprecatingly wondering if I could ever be more carefree, more at ease in my own skin. I was unsure of what exactly I was feeling insecure about. How can a little man, who would risk everything for friendship, now hesitate to enter my room? She possessed bright eyes, and when she turned, I noticed the snug, fitted practice attire she wore. She approached, took my hand, and guided me into the spacious room, kneeling on the carpet to gaze deeply into my eyes. You are truly the seventh lady? What should I call you then? Should I address you as seventh lady like everyone else? I asked in a whisper, my heart racing at the thought of unmasking this identity. She chuckled softly, rolling her eyes at me, regardless. You must never call me little Chai girl. That name is far too pedestrian, akin to a neighbor's cat or dog. I remember how infuriating you were back then. As if you considered yourself a savior while I was merely a homeless beggar. I know that was not my intention. I merely thought we were of the same kind. Both wretched souls at the bottom of society. I did not realize how mistaken I was. Please, do not take offense, I replied sincerely. She leaned slightly forward, her cool hand resting upon mine. My name is Chiga. Gradually, people began calling me Miss Chiga, and eventually, I became known as the seventh lady. I wonder if I am truly that old. You may call me by my name or simply Chiga, she said gently. Then, she whispered, in truth, we are of the same kind. I can sense a shared essence in you, which is why I enjoy spending time with you. We are of the same kind? I struggled to comprehend her words, yet her eyes conveyed the sincerity of her statement, and I could feel that we belonged to a unique group. She gazed at me earnestly and said, surely, there is a lineage of beastmen in your ancestry. After countless generations, it has bestowed upon you the bloodline power of the wolf. By rights, you could be considered half-beast. I was somewhat speechless, realizing that this bloodline gift was merely due to old Kuru's act of saving me, transferring his essence into my body. Initially, I feared a hemolytic reaction, but as I continued to feel fine, I set aside my concerns. As for my self-healing bloodline ability, it stemmed from the fusion of old Kuru's power. Did that truly imply I had become a half-beast? Noticing my discomfort, Chiga assumed it was due to the revelation of my secret. She continued, Jia, you must be a human with the blood of the wolf tribe, while I carry the blood of the celestial fox clan. In truth, I am a fox maiden. As she spoke, her eyes transformed into a beguiling allure. And in that instant, she resembled an ethereal beauty. The enchanting azure of her gaze quickened my heartbeat, as if it were about to leap from my throat. My body yearned to draw closer to her, and that peculiar sensation from the evening banquet resurfaced. Fortunately, in a mere moment, her eyes returned to their clarity, and I awakened from my stupor, panting as I observed my pale complexion. Chiga smiled and asked, this is my power of allure. Now, do you understand that we are of the same kind? These individuals are considered unique within human society, though not rare. They are typically lower-grade demi-humans, exhibiting partial bestial traits. Some even display atavistic characteristics, such as tails, ears, or teeth, and are ostracized by beastman tribes. We, however, are distinct, embodying a new breed of humans who have inherited the power of beastkin bloodlines. She breathed against my ear, whispering, we are kindred spirits. Does that mean we're friends? I asked, a hint of uncertainty in my voice. At times, I yearned to validate my existence, to avoid a solitary journey through life. This desire borders on obsession. I seek companionship, mutual support as we navigate life's path. My life need not be extraordinary, but it must not be desolate. A month prior, I set a goal, an aspiration, to dedicate myself to this path. She nodded, her eyes twinkling, seemingly agreeing with my sentiment. We must aid each other in the future, she exclaimed, her face radiant. Indeed, I affirmed resolutely. Her smile resembled that of a child who had discovered a precious candy. At that moment, the entire room seemed to bloom with flowers. She possessed a sense of pride and solitude, reminiscent of the moment I first saw her gazing at the melting snow outside the window, prompting me to wonder about the thoughts concealed beneath her serene facade. The second level of the magic caravan comprised only 3 chambers. Ascending the stairs, one encountered a spacious dining area furnished with a large indigatine arbor dining table. Rows of high-backed indigatine arbor chairs stood neatly arranged. Further along the wooden door lay the second rehearsal room, and beyond that, private boudoir. She playfully inquired if I desired a tour, but I declined, wary of inadvertently glimpsing something forbidden and facing dire consequences. Besides, what secrets could a girl's room hold? We reclined on the plush carpet, gazing at the ornate ceiling, our conversation flowing freely. I revealed my origins, or rather, my lack thereof. Old discovered me nearly deceased on the road and miraculously saved my life. I confessed that I was a wanderer without identity. Reciprocated, disclosing that her father was a scion of the Edia Empire's royal regency, albeit a somewhat marginalized one. In his youth, he enjoyed traversing the globe and married a beastkin foxwoman. Drawn to the culture of the empire, he relocated his family from the western continent to the magical capital of the empire. Among his siblings, he was not the most prominent. Yet he excelled in both appearance and lineage. Driven by her passion for dance, she accompanied the renowned dancer on a journey to the beastkin tribes, seeking the legendary sacrificial war dance. Why me? I inquired. Knowing her background, I doubted could not find others with beastkin bloodline talents in the capital. I suspected that powerful individuals often kept exotic women as concubines, believing that their offspring would inherit stronger bloodlines. Such unions were commonplace among the noble families of the capital, ensuring no shortage of talented young heirs. She sighed wistfully. The capital is a melting pot, where pure white paper is stained with gaudy colors. The pretty papers are foul, though. The Royal Academy gathers the most exceptional youth. But so what? Those men only care about my family, hoping to marry me and rise through the ranks. The wastrels only want to bed me, wanting to keep me as a caged bird. How could such people be my friends? I want someone I can trust with my back. You're painting everyone with the same brush? How do you know I'm not like that? A nobody like me dreams of having a well-connected friend to give me a leg up, so I can live a carefree life. I chuckled. Do you know how touched I was when I saw you fighting for? Turned to face me, lying on the carpet. You're so young, yet you have such courage. Aren't you afraid of death? She playfully pinched my nose. I shook my head, swatting away her hand. I didn't have time to think about such things. Knowing the beast in werewolves, the old wolf must have told you the secret of the werewolf's self-healing bloodline at the last moment. When you started fighting those dwarves, you didn't think you could learn the bloodline inheritance. After being injured, you learned this talent. You will become a great warrior. I want to be a mage. I know. Everyone wants to be a mage. I mean, if the awakening ceremony. Anyone can be chosen to be a mage. But if you can't awaken the magic pool, your bloodline talent will make you a great warrior. Was tactful, her tone similar to's, hinting that I shouldn't have high expectations for the awakening ceremony. She implied that since I wasn't from a mage family, it was normal not to awaken the magic pool. Instead of dreaming of becoming a mage, I should focus on becoming a warrior with my strong bloodline talent. 42. Life on the caravan. Middle. The magic wheels crunched over gravel, stirring up dust in the arid mountain valley. The caravan was not as bumpy as I thought. It was well dampened and lying on the soft carpet. I could only hear the gears. The 13 wagons followed the thunder rhinos, like a train on the plateau. Every night, I shared a bed with. The bed wasn't big, but I curled up in her arms like a baby and didn't feel crowded. As personal maid, took care of me, and I enjoyed being served by someone, especially a beautiful redhead who obeyed my orders without complaint. This helped me to escape the trauma of my first kill. Every night, I would think of the dwarf warrior who fell under my wolf-toothed dagger. I felt a storm in my mind, crashing against the lighthouse and my heart. I knew I was in my spirit sea. Told me that this was my inner demon, and the sea was my suppressed emotions. At these times, would hold me and sing a song that would calm me down. After each surge of the spiritual sea subsides, I perceive a noticeable enhancement in my magical senses. I've discovered that I can now simultaneously conjure 2 orbs of magical force between my fingers, maneuvering them in divergent trajectories around my digits. I can discern the subtle, tidal-like undulations within these magical spheres, and I believe I should seek counsel from old Kulu at the earliest opportunity. Nevertheless, I am cognizant that each nightmare seems to augment my mental fortitude, albeit with diminishing returns. Whenever I succumb to slumber, she meticulously avoids my injuries, apprehensive of inflicting even the slightest discomfort. She has been deprived of restful nights, as any minor movement on my part rouses her, prompting her to inquire, with drowsy solicitude, whether I've suffered another nightmare, and if I desire water or a trip to the lavatory. Even when the water goblet rests within arm's reach on the bedside table, she refrains from allowing me to retrieve it myself. Instead, she embraces me with one arm, assisting me into a seated position, and extends her alabaster arm, exposing a portion of her form, to procure the exquisite ceramic vessel. Her luxuriant, cascading tresses invariably brush against my face, eliciting a ticklish sensation. I aspire to perform these tasks independently, as I believe I have recuperated sufficiently and am capable of self-care. The most arduous aspect of my day is being carried to bathe by Katrina. Confronting her curvaceous, mature physique subjects me to torment, a paradoxical sensation wherein carnal desires arise and dissipate with the ephemerality of soap bubbles. It is during these moments that I acutely perceive the incongruity between my thoughts and my corporeal form. She, however, remains oblivious to her nudity in my presence and delights in drawing me into the bath with her, supporting her towering breasts as she scrubs me with a muslin cloth until I resemble a boiled crustacean. Gradually, I have acclimated to this routine, able to face her with equanimity, no longer an ostrich burying its head in the sand. I can now converse with her candidly and effortlessly. I surmise that maintaining a proper mindset is paramount, considering I am merely a child of 5 years. Throughout our journey, water is undeniably the most precious commodity. Given the limited water capacity of each wagon, bathing within the vehicle is a luxury. The preceding passage through the death road has depleted much of the stored water. For the common dancers, the bath is forbidden. Only a select few dancers of higher status are permitted to use the bath, and even they must cleanse themselves thoroughly before entering. The ordinary dancers are relegated to receiving a meager basin of water each morning, barely sufficient for washing their faces. They resort to dampening cloths to cleanse their bodies. Mornings and evenings are the most boisterous periods within the wagons. The young women are required to attend to their personal affairs before their morning lessons. The first level of the wagon houses 4 dormitories, with only Sing's room accommodating 4 individuals, while the remaining 3 are more cramped, housing 6 each, all fully occupied. Each morning, over 20 young women clamor for water and sustenance amidst a cacophony of voices. During this time, I am nestled comfortably in Katrina's embrace, luxuriating in a lazy slumber. A smug expression graces her countenance as she turns to me, her eyes still heavy with sleep, and remarks, "Were it not for caring for you, my little master, I would be attending morning lessons with Leah and the others. You cannot fathom the resolve required to extract myself from bed at such an ungodly hour." Leah and Kong are 2 other dancers residing in this chamber, serving as mid-level supervisors of sorts. Both possess exceptional figures and appearances among the dancers. Having distinguished themselves from the multitude, they are naturally perceptive. Each morning, they discreetly procure breakfast for Sing and Katrina. By this time, Sing has already risen and prepared, carrying a specially prepared, exquisite breakfast for the 7th mistress to the 2nd floor to attend to Kig. Leah possesses a more extroverted disposition and enjoys a close rapport with Katrina, often jesting with her. She once teased Katrina, asking, "When will your little husband be able to reach your ample bosom without standing on tiptoe?" I pay no heed to the women's frivolous banter, as most of it is well-intentioned. Occasionally, Leah assists me with washing my feet in the evenings. One habit I find somewhat disconcerting is their custom of kneeling on the carpet when assisting others with washing their feet. This is not exclusive to me, as Sing and Katrina also partake in this practice. I once furtively inquired of Sing why they perform this act for others. Sing replied matter-of-factly, "It is a requirement of etiquette lessons. Failure to comply results in a whipping." Kong is the youngest of the 4 women in the room, possessing an introverted and gentle nature and a sweet countenance. She diligently maintains the cleanliness of the entire room, never drawing undue attention to herself, as if she were an invisible presence. At times, I fear that the entire room will be tidied up seamlessly without my notice. Occasionally, Kig, during her leisure hours, dons casual attire and descends to visit me. In the presence of these dancers, her eyes appear particularly luminous, and her face bears a knowing smile. Her innate aristocratic bearing distinguishes her even when concealed within the crowd. We sometimes exchange a few words, and she slyly inquires whether I am satisfied with her maid, her bright eyes brimming with mischievous glee, and asks with a teasing tone, "Does burying your head in Katrina's soft cleavage prevent nightmares?" I glare at her, attempting to conceal my profound embarrassment, though my crimson ears betray me. I stubbornly retort that I wish to reside atop the Thunder Rhino. Kig finds my childish temper particularly amusing and playfully remarks that none of her younger brothers dare to behave so insolently in her presence. I then retort with a huff, "Do you still wish to embark on a pleasant adventure with me?" This only elicits further laughter from her. Occasionally, Kig makes time to engage in a game of strategy with me, a game akin to animal chess being our favorite pastime. During these moments, the auburn-haired Katrina quietly attends to us, appearing more reserved in Kig's presence. Sing, however, is more at ease, perhaps due to her greater familiarity with Kig, occasionally offering me strategic advice to counter Kig's superior skills. I believe that animal chess is primarily a game of chance, but the reality is that Kig's luck consistently surpasses mine. Some days prior, Cuz, during his visit to the wagon, confided in me that the caravan's water supply was dwindling and that the entire caravan was endeavoring to collect water each evening. The men's water rations have been restricted. I inquired anxiously how long it had been since he had last quenched his thirst. Cuz chuckled and gestured towards the moss-covered valley, proclaiming with pride, "The entire Pai Plateau is my home. How could I ever lack water?" He rarely visits this side of the wagons, and old Kulu's admonitions are like the Maginot line in Cuz's mind, steadfastly guarding his bottom line. Cuz frequently reiterates that the silken veils of women can obliterate all lofty ambitions, rendering heroes incapable of wielding swords and hardening their hearts to sever the heads of their adversaries. I was incensed by this, berating him. "Then why do you leave me here? Are we no longer brothers?" Cuz blushed, stammering, "My father says that you harbor a demon within your heart, and only a mother's love can dispel it. Everyone must overcome this inner obstacle. He also says that everyone's perceptions differ and that moral compasses vary. The more compassionate and respectful of life one is, the more difficult it is to surmount that inner wall." He conveyed these words of old Kulu in the Orcish tongue, faltering in places due to imperfect recollection. He remarked that the walls around your heart were remarkably high, adding that while most children possess a spirit as pristine as parchment, within you resides a sea of gold. Cuz, visibly perplexed, sought an explanation for these words from old Kulu, directing his gaze towards me. Observing my disinclination to elaborate, he recounted, "My first encounter with slaying a dwarven rogue in the tribe pales in comparison to your endeavors. I merely grazed the dwarf's neck with my blade, and his head, the size of a small cask, tumbled aside, splattering me with blood. My father later told me my eyes were bloodshot, but I only recall being too exhilarated to sleep that night, yet I was spared any nightmares. Cuz consistently endeavored to converse with me in the imperial tongue, albeit with a clumsy cadence, especially in the presence of outsiders. His words, though articulated with difficulty, were imbued with heartfelt sincerity as he inquired, "Do nightmares still plague your nights?" I shook my head, gesturing towards Katerina, who stood idly gazing at the distant mountains through the window. "Only occasionally," I replied. "Whenever they arise, she rouses me." Katerina's presence invariably elicited a blush from Cuz, leading me to muse upon the allure of human beauty for the Orcish race. Observing Cuz's youthful unease, I surmised that each additional moment spent in the chamber constituted a form of torment for him. I beckoned Cuz to unveil his chest, revealing a scar, a foot in length, resembling a monstrous centipede. Cuz proudly proclaimed that upon returning to the tribe, he would earn the right to bear a tattoo, a privilege reserved for warriors who had tasted battle. He expressed envy for my innate regenerative abilities, and as he took his leave, he implored me to reconsider my path, suggesting that I join him in the pursuit of martial prowess, forsaking my current pursuits for the life of a warrior. I regarded him in silence, my gaze conveying my unspoken sentiments. With disappointment etched in his eyes, he bid me farewell. Sister Guogua expressed her desire for me to engage more with others, as my future lay in the human world. She hoped that I would spend more time within the wagon. Chiga, on the other hand, believed that the wagon offered superior conditions for my recuperation. Moreover, as a friend, I could occasionally alleviate her boredom. Naturally, she was reluctant to see me leave, as my presence within the Thunder Rhinos made it inconvenient for her to seek me out. She confided in me her aspiration to travel the continent together upon reaching adulthood, intimating that she would consider me as her guardian once I became a fully fledged warrior. When I inquired about the role of a guardian, she merely smiled enigmatically. Old Kulu, in his wisdom, sought to ensure that I conquered my inner demons. He maintained that my time within the caravan had fostered an increasingly extreme disposition, and that my association with Cuz had inadvertently instilled within me the ferocity of a wild beast. At the slightest provocation, I would recklessly engage in conflict. Old Kulu chided us, asserting that this was not valor, but recklessness. He too desired that I remain here for a period of convalescence. Katerina clasped my hand, and together we stood at the entrance, silently watching Cuz's figure gradually recede into the distance. 43. Life on the Wagon, Part 2. Water scarcity plagued the caravan, but not the troop. While water conservation measures were in place, the restrictions were not overly stringent. At the very least, each member could wash their face, and drinking water was unrestricted. The wagon seemed to possess an inexhaustible supply of water, and I found it difficult to believe that such a vehicle could provide a continuous supply of water for over 20 dancers for more than a month. I inquired of Katerina how frequently the wagon replenished its water supply. Katerina, scratching her crimson hair, hesitated before replying uncertainly that she had never witnessed the wagons being refilled. "Vince, whence does our drinking water originate?" I inquired, my curiosity piqued. Katerina pouted, somewhat embarrassed, and retorted, "What peculiar notions occupy your mind? I have never pondered the source of our drinking water. Why concern oneself with such matters? Suffice it to say, we have water to drink." Amidst the crispness of early spring, Katerina, clad in a delicate camisole and form-fitting shorts, flaunted her curvaceous figure, casting coquettish glances at me with her alluring, pale red eyes, attempting to mask her discomfiture at being rendered speechless by the inquiries of a 5-year-old. Katerina exuded a more youthful aura than Singer. In terms of beauty and form, she surpassed Singer, and her captivating pale red eyes further distinguished her. Standing at 175 centimeters, she was slightly shorter than Singer, whose physique, however, possessed a certain robustness that lacked the quality of gentle grace. Nevertheless, Singer's tenure as the chief handmaiden of the 7th mistress had imbued her with an aura of authority that commanded the respect of the wagon's denizens, a unique attribute that set her apart. Singer, having inspected the dancers' morning exercises, entered the chamber to find Katerina and me gathered around the bedside table, partaking in breakfast. She approached, playfully tugging on Katerina's pink ear, and chided, "You little rabbit, you are living a life of blissful ease. You dare to oversleep and skip morning exercises. I wonder what will become of you once Jia recovers and departs." "Ouch, ouch, Sister Singer, it hurts," Katerina cried out, seeking Singer's forgiveness. Singer and Katerina shared a bond akin to that of sisters. Katerina, 6 years Singer's junior, possessed a more vivacious and delicate nature, lacking Singer's shrewdness and competence. Singer was determined to establish Katerina's authority within the troop before her own departure, but Katerina preferred to seek refuge under Singer's wing, indulging in indolence, a habit that Singer had just caught her at. I interjected, changing the subject and inquiring about the origin of the wagon's water supply. Singer expressed surprise at my curiosity, but then led me to the rear of the magical wagon's bathroom. She opened a door resembling a cabinet, revealing a cubic meter water tank. I observed that water was continuously trickling from a funnel suspended above the tank. Above the funnel hung a magic scroll, upon which were inscribed arcane water patterns in a runic matrix. At the very center of the scroll, a fingernail-sized magic crystal was embedded, emanating a potent aura of hydromagical elements. I could even discern the flow of magical energy within the scroll's runic matrix, moving along specific pathways, forming a unique water-gathering array. I marveled at the ingenuity of this magical matrix, its concise runes and clear lines delineating an array suffused with moist vapor. Within the space 1 meter above the funnel, a miniature rain cloud formed, continuously dripping droplets into the funnel, creating a stream of pure water that flowed into the tank below. My mind was enlightened. It was through such an ingenious magical scroll that the entire wagon's water supply was sustained. This was an unforeseen revelation. Magical scrolls could be applied to everyday life. I should have realized this sooner, for was not the magical wagon itself a colossal steel scroll inscribed with magical matrices? This magic scroll, endowed with water-gathering capabilities, could not even be considered a rudimentary scroll. Were not the simple runes those that I had encountered a few days prior on the parchment given to me by old Kulu? The pattern appeared simple. And the magical paper used for the scroll was the familiar magical antelope leather, an inexpensive material. Perhaps the only valuable component was the magic crystal at the scroll's center. Singer, gesturing towards the entire apparatus, proclaimed, "Behold, this is the source of our daily water supply." She then playfully flicked my nose and said, "Now, are you satisfied?" The magic scroll suspended in the air was akin to a gateway opening before me. I realized that inscription masters could operate in this fashion. I found myself increasingly captivated by the wondrous realm of inscription. In this picturesque valley, a merchant caravan discovered a crystalline stream. The cold, clear water cascaded down the steep cliffs of the gorge, forming several waterfalls with drops of several dozen meters, relentlessly carving out a pond of considerable size at the base, where the splashing water created a mist that enveloped the surroundings, transforming the area into a veritable paradise. Under the radiant light, a rainbow arched gracefully between the stream and the pond, while the stream flowed southward into the Pai Plateau, eventually disappearing into the vast wilderness. During the rainy season, this stream could even swell enough to feed into the largest freshwater lake on the plateau, Lake Dongli. This abundant water source was vital for the merchant caravan's numerous thunderhorn rhinos, which, despite their ability to endure months without food or drink, would expend considerable energy in doing so. The journey from Xinghu Prairie, traversing the perilously dubbed Death Road along the Salt and Iron Trail, to the entrance of the Pai Plateau Valley had already spanned 27 days, followed by over a week of arduous travel to finally locate this water source. The deep, rumbling roars of the thunderhorn rhinos, accompanied by the thunderous stomping of their massive feet, echoed like the war drums of a battlefield. As I gazed out from the caravan, Lord Leipas stood atop the foremost thunderhorn rhino, entering the mist generated by the cascading waterfalls, his figure partially obscured. The more than kilometer-long line of thunderhorn rhinos could no longer maintain their orderly formation, breaking into a fan-shaped array as they rushed toward the misty water source. When the enchanted caravan halted 100 meters from the waterfall, it expertly arranged itself into a rectangular formation, establishing a fortified camp. This marked the first time in 10 days that the caravan chose to set camp and rest at midday. Katerina, upon seeing the clear pool and the lush green grass by the shore, exclaimed joyfully, "At last, we can swim to our heart's content." "Ja, can you swim?" "Not too badly," I replied, glancing out the window. The thunderhorn rhinos were eventually herded away to graze on the grass 500 meters downstream, as the abundant water supply nourished the verdant grass in the valley. The unloaded thunderhorn rhinos were led by their handlers to distant pastures, while I spotted Uncle Fred and the men of the caravan constructing tents by the stream, seemingly with Lord Leipas granting the best green grass by the pond to the dance troupe. Katerina gently roused the quiet and sweet-natured Kongjian, who had a penchant for curling up like a bear in her nest, resulting in her adorably round face becoming even more cherubic. "Jun, let us go wash some clothes. The caravan has found a water source, and the water is crystal clear." "Oh, okay." This naive girl never understood the concept of refusal, as long as something was feasible. She would comply if asked. Other dancers in the caravan received permission from Singer and gradually made their way out, cradling wooden basins as they gathered by the pond, their soft laughter and tinkling voices mixing with the roaring sound of the waterfall, adding vitality to the valley. I, along with Katerina and Kongjian, joined the throng, strolling together. My shyness and modesty had garnered me considerable goodwill. The other dancers knew that Katerina was daily caring for an injured child, a boy devoid of the bad habits common among spoiled youths, who was polite and generally likable, particularly favored by the troop's elder. In the days spent together, I had become familiar with the other girls in the caravan, even if I could not recall their names. We exchanged smiles and nods when we crossed paths. Dancers from other caravans began to emerge as well, each carrying basins of laundry toward the pond. The caravan's camp was set up a few hundred meters from the dance troupe, and I initially intended to run out to fish with Cuz. But Katerina firmly grasped my hand, unwilling to let me stray far. She implored me to wait until she finished washing, promising to accompany me afterward. Seeing the shimmering light in her soft red eyes, I reluctantly agreed, leading her to smile once more. When Tia appeared before me, leading a horse, I thought I was seeing things. For days, I had believed he had perished in battle. During the skirmish at the mouth of the gorge, Tia had gone ahead as a scout, and with no warning sent back to us, I assumed he had been ambushed and slain by the dwarf bandits. How could such a large band of dwarves have gone unnoticed in this narrow valley? I lifted my face to him on his horse. A pristine bandage wrapped around his forehead, and teasingly asked, Tia, didn't those dwarves invite you to their underground castle for a visit? Tia chuckled awkwardly, replying, I managed to escape. I nearly met my end. Guogua, who had followed behind, gracefully dismounted and tossed the reins to Tia, gesturing for him to water the horses. After Tia led the two steeds away, Guogua remarked, don't be so sarcastic when you see him. At his young age, how did he become so sharp-tongued? He excels in wilderness survival skills but isn't adept at nighttime reconnaissance. Just being alive is a blessing. We must respect life. As Guogua approached, Katerina quickly lifted her skirt, bent slightly, and offered a shallow bow. This was the custom of commoners showing respect to nobility, reserved for formal occasions, and could also be used to express esteem for someone respected. Guogua strolled over, scrutinizing Katerina intently, nodding in acknowledgement, then raised an eyebrow at me, saying, Ja, you seem to be in good spirits lately? I hastily ran to grasp her hand, which brightened her expression. With a hint of insecurity, she played with her chestnut hair, squatting down to examine me closely, asking, have you been having nightmares these past few days? Not much anymore, sister. I think I'm nearly well. Look. I can run and jump without much issue. I broke free from her grip and performed a somersault on the grass, striking a pose with one hand on my hip to boast, echoing a similar sentiment I had expressed to Chiga just 2 days prior about wanting to return to live on the back of a thunderhorn rhino, which Chiga had denied. Upon hearing my words, Katerina stood up from the pond's edge, wiping her hands on her apron, and added, Ja, you sweat so much in your sleep that your nightgown gets soaked. How can you say you're better? This red-haired girl was evidently unaware of her allure. Nor did she grasp what it felt like to share a bed with her each night. Recently, I often found myself contemplating the implications of continuing to live this way. If my body became accustomed to desiring more while showing no response, it would be utterly disastrous. Gugu affectionately patted my face, smiling as she said, all right. I know what you're thinking. Just relax and stay with Chiga for a few more days. With such a beautiful sister by your side, you can't be restless. Can you? I thought to myself, how could she possibly know what I was thinking? She gently touched my previously broken arm, now fully healed, with the bone having knitted together perfectly within just over 10 days. I could even lift some weight now. Even more astonishing, my scratches had mostly vanished, drawing exclamations of amazement from Singer and Katerina. Oh, you've recovered quite well, Gugu exclaimed, lifting me playfully and affectionately sniffing my forehead, cheerfully adding, I still haven't had the chance to give you your spoils from the battle. I'll fetch them for you shortly. Do I still possess spoils? For someone as destitute and unacquainted with wealth as I, this is indeed something to anticipate. Cousin and I have long yearned for a modicum of inheritance. He desires a finely crafted ironwood bow, while I merely seek a bit of pocket money. Each time I observe the emptiness of my clothing pockets, which are cleaner than my own face, I can't help but reflect on the myriad failures of the past 2 years. The humidity by the pool is overwhelming. The waterfall, cascading down like a silver belt, splashes water droplets that linger in the air, and it doesn't take long standing at the pool's edge before one is soaked. In this world, the physical constitution of its inhabitants is remarkably robust. Even children of my age dare to swim in lakes dotted with floating ice. Mid-October on the northern slopes of the Pai Plateau is yet not warm. Just days ago, frost blanketed the valleys in the mornings, white and crystalline like salt on a desolate ridge. Even the wild grasses lining the roads, their leaves scattered by the wind, are cloaked in a thick layer of frost. Here, the valley has shed its icy veneer, yet plunging one's hand into the clear pool still evokes a piercing cold. Numerous dancers have gathered around the pool, busy washing their garments, their dresses clinging to their forms due to the mist, revealing their alluring silhouettes. These dedicated dancers possess figures that are undeniably impressive. Meanwhile, the men from the merchant caravan have been relegated to a small stream downstream, several hundred meters away. Some of the dancers, clad only in form-fitting attire, stand in knee-deep water, washing their clothes, a picturesque scene akin to an exquisite inkwash painting. Katerina and Kongjin mingle among the crowd. Yet Katerina's fiery red hair and devilishly captivating figure stand out distinctly among the dancers. She glances back at me occasionally, still worried that I might abandon her for a fleeting adventure. Kongjin quietly squats beside her, diligently working at her tasks, ever the industrious young lady. Finding the humidity by the pool unbearable, I pull Sister Guogua a few dozen meters away to sit on the lush green grass. In the distance, the merchant camp buzzes with activity. Whenever the tents are pitched, the men shout commands, their bare torsos revealing sinewy muscles that evoke an impression of formidable strength. They call out as they hammer stakes into the ground, raising one leather tent after another, infusing the camp with a fervent energy. That night, you and Kuz managed to take down 3 bandits, both sustaining severe injuries. The spoils were collected by me and Chiga, It's hard to discern whether you were fortunate or unfortunate. These dwarves were among the most elite warriors of the bandit group, with 2 of them being 7th-level warrior apprentices. Unperturbed by the curious glances of passing dancers, Sister Gwugwa casually produced a long-handled axe forged from black iron, measuring 1.5 meters, tossing it onto the grass before us with a thud that sent dirt flying. I gazed at the axe, its blade adorned with exquisite brass inlays, and rushed over to attempt lifting it. With all my might, I could barely raise one end of the handle. Realizing the axe was made of fine iron, its blade embedded with tungsten or to enhance its sharpness, a formidable weapon, albeit rather cumbersome. Noticing Sister Gwugwa's disdainful gaze, I shamelessly returned to her side and asked, "Sister, how do you know their strength reached the level of warrior apprentice? What are the standards?" Sister Gwugwa deliberately elongated her tone, then tapped my head, saying, "Do you not collect any information about warriors? Are you truly intent on becoming a mage during the awakening ceremony? How could you be so ignorant of such common knowledge?" But my teacher never spoke of this. I retorted defensively. Sister Gwugwa rummaged through her bag, which I recognized as my second encounter with a spatial magic item. From a distance, it appeared to be a black-gray pouch, and when she extracted the entire axe, I realized just how capacious this little bag was. An idea struck me. Brands like Gucci, Chanel, and LV paled in comparison to Sister Gwugwa's small pouch. Seeing me entranced by her pouch, Sister Gwugwa cheerfully remarked, "When you grow a bit older, I'll get you one of these bags too, all right?" She paused momentarily before continuing. "Such a magical backpack should be usable for you as well. But it's not safe to carry one without sufficient strength. Almost forgot. You just asked how to discern warrior levels, right? Here's a bit of wisdom. 2 of the dwarves you and Cuz defeated were capable of using combat skills. A warrior must reach 7th-level apprentice status to learn their first basic combat skill. Those 2 dwarves employed their skills, and I'm not blind, I could certainly see that." Sister Gwugwa explained, tapping my head. I retorted indignantly, "But they could be 8th, 9th, or even 10th level. How do you know?" Sister Gwugwa scoffed, giving me a disdainful look as she casually tossed a short hatchet, remarking, "If they were 8th level, you wouldn't be sitting here arguing with me. An 8th-level warrior apprentice would exhibit significant physical enhancement. Your wolf-tooth dagger would hardly have the capacity to slay them so easily. As for 9th level, it's even more far-fetched. A 9th-level warrior apprentice should be able to learn a second basic combat skill. And a warrior with 2 skills would experience a qualitative leap in strength. Skills like charge, slash, heavy strike, and war cry, paired together, would be beyond the capability of mere children like you 2. I recalled the last dwarf warrior who had chased me, transforming into a streak of white light, and inquired, "Sister, does that mean the last bandit actually used a skill against me?" Sister Gwugwa nodded subtly, then tossed another short hatchet before leaning closer to whisper, "I have a question that puzzles me as well. At that moment, when you were struck by the charge skill and momentarily dazed, you should have been unconscious for 2 seconds if you had no resistance. How did you manage to cast that spell while being knocked away?" Was she referring to the shadow cloak I cast in midair? I recalled feeling immobilized, but through sheer concentration, it was as if I had entered a mental sea. Suddenly regaining my composure, casting shadow cloak in midair was undoubtedly a stroke of luck. I even saw that the magic sigil I drew with my fingers could hardly be considered a coherent illustration as my body moved rapidly. The lines I traced were irregular curves, yet, surprisingly, the incantation succeeded, transforming me into a wisp of black mist that collided with the stone wall, evading a fatal blow. I mulled over this with Sister Gwugwa, failing to arrive at any conclusions. She ultimately attributed my survival to my exceptionally strong mental fortitude, advising that I should not act so recklessly in future battles, as luck does not always favor the bold. I humbly acquiesced, and in the course of our conversation, I learned that Cuz's chest wound was inflicted by another dwarf slash, and had he not hastily blocked with his knife, he might have been cleaved in 2. At that moment, Sister Gwugwa tossed a tattered sheepskin book to me, stating, "Originally, this book would have had some value if intact, but since that dwarf tore it apart, not even a magic apprentice would consider purchasing it. I have meticulously revised and refined the provided text, excising superfluous punctuation, promotional solicitations, and covert web addresses. The narrative has been rendered in a more sophisticated and elegant English, employing advanced vocabulary and sentence structures to replace simpler expressions, while preserving the original meaning. I list the revised text below. Bereft of amusement, I lifted the tome, a mere 4 vellum pages including the cover, its ravaged state betrayed by the palpable remnants of forceful tearing. Upon the cover, etched by a heated stylus, were the words, "Elementary Compendium of Practical Rune Arrays." Categorized under miscellanea, it was, indeed, a treatise on runic arrays. I perused the scant, fragmented leaves. The initial page bore the inscription kindling, accompanied by an exceedingly simple arcane glyph etched into the vellum. The adjacent space was replete with minuscule characters of the ancient bestial tongue. Turning to the subsequent page, I encountered Frost Nova. The 3rd page, however, was a lamentable remnant, half torn, its title and half its arcane glyph excised, leaving only a partial glyph and annotations in the Orcish vernacular. Subsequently, Gwagwejia tossed me a file of restorative and a purse, declaring, "This is all there is." The tattered armor they wore I consigned directly to those interring the bodies. "Divide this amongst yourselves, you and your diminutive Orcish compatriot, as you see fit." I gazed upon the transparent vial, resembling a beaker, containing a viscous, claret-hued liquid, its precise properties unknown. As I reached to unseal it, Gwagwejia seized my hand, her countenance reflecting disdain for my unsophisticated behavior. "Once uncorked, this restorative must be imbibed immediately, lest it lose its efficacy," she cautioned. "Though not exceedingly precious, it is a worthwhile commodity. Refrain from squandering it thus." I gingerly stowed the file, my gaze drawn to the camp's periphery, where Cuz peered inquisitively. A lengthy fishing spear upon his back, its barb impaling a brace of iridescently plumed fowl and a diminutive, sanguinary boar. The boar, of modest size, perhaps several score pounds, was effortlessly borne upon his spear, as if he sought me yet hesitated to approach. I beckoned him forth, yet Cuz demurred, shaking his head and gesturing towards the valley's distant reaches. I understood his reluctance to venture near the Donsos, adhering to old Kulu's injunction to distance himself from these women. Cuz, nascent in his adolescence, remained oblivious to the intricacies of the sexes, and old Kulu dared not allow him proximity to these alluring maidens, lest his aesthetic sensibilities be corrupted to mirror those of humanity, compromising his future inclination towards an Orcish spouse. This was old Kulu's mandate for Cuz, entrusted with the lineage, and one which Cuz had consistently observed. Reluctantly, Gwagwejia and I sought a locale further removed from the pool, whereupon Cuz, laboring beneath his burden of game, ambled forth. It remained a mystery where he had ventured in so brief an interval to procure such bounty. Elated by his spoils, Cuz planted his spear and, standing beside me, gestured animatedly towards the sanguinary, striped, tawny boar, exclaiming, "Jia, we shall stew meat." The Spoils of Battle, Part 2, Cuz's existence revolved around culinary pursuits. Within the brief span of our encampment, he had managed to procure sufficient game to sate a dozen men, a feat that elicited awe from Gwagwejia and myself. Verily, the orcs were innately adept. Noting the sun's zenith, indicating the day's relative youth, I summoned Cuz and tossed him the restorative. He received it deftly, his eyes widening with delight. "Jia, a restorative? Truly a restorative. Whence did you procure this?" "It is our shared spoil, gleaned from the battlefield by Gwagwejia. Behold." "Azzy, we are enriched." I brandished the weighty purse, its drawstring loosened to reveal several lustrous coins. I hefted the purse, the chinking of the coins a melodious sound. Cuz, however, scarcely glanced at the purse, instead reverently holding the phial aloft, allowing the sunlight to illuminate the viscous, sanguine fluid that swirled within. As if on the cusp of effervescence, his countenance radiant with joy, Cuz inquired, "Jia, is this truly ours to share?" "Indeed. Is this restorative of significant value?" I queried, scratching my disheveled hair. Cuz's face blossomed into a smile as he nodded vigorously. "Exceedingly rare. A single phial could procure a bough of superior ironwood." I sighed. His valuation of commodities invariably hinged upon ironwood bows, as if he were bewitched by them. I rebuked him gently. "Let us aspire to a composite bough. At the very least." Gwagwejia interjected, "Jia, are you cognizant of the worth of a composite bough? Even our chieftain wields but an enhanced ironwood bough. Do not presume that a handful of silver coins will suffice to acquire one." I was silenced. Cuz, reluctantly diverting his gaze from the restorative, paused, then proffered it to me. "Jia, this is for our preservation. The hemostatic powder of our Pai highlands pales in comparison to this phial. We shall not barter it. Safeguard it. It may prove invaluable." I gestured towards my arm. "Azzy, it is you who should wield it. My bones mend of their own accord. I have no need of restoratives." Cuz paused, then, recalling my mastery of the Orcish werewolf clan's self-healing bloodline power, sheepishly stowed the phial within his satchel, causing the hitherto meager bag to bulge. I mused that a magical pouch, such as Gwagwejia's, would greatly facilitate the conveyance of goods. The purse contained but 13 silver coins and 37 copper ones. Cuz and I huddled upon the sward, enumerating the coins repeatedly, yet their quantity remained unaltered. Cuz furrowed his brow. "An ironwood bough fetches at least 15 silver coins in the free market, and that is contingent upon fortune. Jia, we are deficient. Fear not. I possess several vellum pages from a treatise on arcane arrays. Though fragmented, they should yield some recompense." "Ah, yes, Azzy, the arms upon the ground are also ours. Is not your blade shattered? Can you wield these short war axes?" I inquired, gesturing towards the arms. Cuz's eyes widened. He dashed forth, hefting the twin war axes, testing their balance with deft strokes. The axes were entrusted to him. The remaining long-handled battle axe, adorned with bronze filigree, was also consigned to Cuz, to be stowed within our baggage. It was agreed that upon reaching the free market or an Orcish settlement, we would trade it directly for an ironwood bough, or, failing that, for silver coins. Ultimately, I retained but a purse of inexpendable coins, primarily earmarked for cuz, bow, and a tattered grimoire. Its leaves apparently appropriated by the dwarven warrior for ablutions. I secreted them within my bosom, my hand inadvertently patting the sheath at my waist, wherein rested my wolf-fang dagger. Reflecting upon the past month, I realized I had amassed a modest fortune. I shuddered, recalling the night I stood upon the precipice of oblivion. Observing how effortlessly we divided the spoils without a hint of conflict over unequal shares, Guogwa wore a gentle smile, having refrained from intervening in our distribution. Her intention was to cultivate our character, yet she was taken aback by the camaraderie between cuz and me. We found amusement in our approach. Retaining only the items of utility while channeling our resources into acquiring the weapons we deemed most necessary, Guogwa inquired about our eagerness to procure ironwood bows. Cuz, having already regarded her as one of our own, spoke to her with increasing familiarity. He looked at me quizzically, as if questioning why I hadn't informed my sister about our plans. He then replied candidly, as our caravan ventures deeper into the plateau. We will soon reach the northern expanse of the Pai Plateau. After November, it becomes the grazing season for us orcs. Many tribes will drive their livestock into the wilderness, where the tender spring grass barely flourishes. At this time, herds of magical antelopes will compete for forage with the livestock, prompting each tribe to mobilize a considerable number of individuals to encircle these wild antelopes. Inevitably, some will stray from the herd. And Jia and I plan to hunt magical antelopes ourselves, allowing us to obtain the most rudimentary magical beast leather armor. My grandfather supported this venture. Moreover, the vast wilderness is abundant with low-level magical herbs, and our mentor hoped we would gather some ourselves, as the texts often lack clarity, and their descriptions diverge from reality. Young members of the beastfolk typically undergo such trials annually. I added confidently, only bows of ironwood or higher can pierce the tough hide of the magical antelopes. So you were also planning to hunt after entering the plateau? Why not accompany our group for safety? Guogwa suggested. I recognized the impracticality of this. Cuz and I lacked mounts, and keeping pace with the Windrider's adventurers would necessitate sharing a horse with one of their members. While I could ride with Guogwa, it was uncertain who would carry the small orc, Cuz. We exchanged glances, and without much deliberation, we shook our heads in refusal. Setting that aside. Don't you still wish to stew some meat? Shouldn't we start preparing the fire? Guogwa, eager for our culinary skills, reminded us. The caravan had recently been abuzz with stories of exquisite dishes crafted using secret seasonings from the orc tribes. Seizing the rare opportunity for leisure, she urged us to commence our work. Cuz and I, without the need for discussion, instinctively knew our tasks. He dashed off, swiftly returning with the iron pot and various utensils used by old Kulu for brewing medicine, while I employed his broken knife to dig a pit in the grass, stacking rocks the size of soccer balls to form a hearth. Together, we gathered firewood across the valley, an activity I had often engaged in during our time with the caravan. Guogwa, despite her status as a magician, had never collected firewood before, and following my lead added a delightful charm to the endeavor. Upon returning with our firewood to the constructed hearth, we discovered several young individuals gathered around the earthen stove, engaged in lively conversation. Clad in exquisite leather armor, each bore a beautifully crafted Roman sword at their waist, and nearby, an array of weapons, knives, swords, and spears were meticulously arranged in a circle, showcasing their careful maintenance. As we approached, their chatter ceased. One young man, adorned in meticulously tailored magical antelope leather armor, a white silk shirt trimmed with lace, fitted leather pants, and a finely patterned leather war skirt, greeted Guogwa with a smile. His striking golden hair was styled elegantly, and his blue eyes sparkled as he noticed the wand at her belt. Lady Mage, my name is Ming Qian. It is an honor to meet you. Did you construct this stove? My friends and I are quite fond of this beautiful locale, and we hope to share a delightful meal and fine wine with you using your stove. Guogwa frowned slightly. This group of young men belonged to the Starry Sky Adventurers, specifically a cadre of level 8 or 9 warrior apprentices who had graduated from the War Academy but lacked formal recognition from the Warrior Guild. Thus, they chose to accompany various adventurers to hone their skills and attain the qualifications necessary to join the military. Guogwa harbored a disdain for these young aristocrats who, having emerged from the academy without practical survival or combat experience, often displayed a haughty demeanor. I recalled an encounter during the hunt at the Starlake Prairie, where two members of the Starry Sky Adventurers, adorned in red scarves, had attempted to engage Guogwa, only to be dismissed coldly, displeased with their presumptuous behavior. Guogwa grasped my hand and wore an expression of clear disapproval, silently urging them to depart. Ming Qian's smile faded, his demeanor shifting as he glanced at Guogwa's mage emblem, his throat constricting as a scowl replaced his earlier cheerfulness. He turned away, sulking back to his companions. The young men surrounding the earthen stove wore expressions of eager anticipation, their excitement palpable as they watched the unfolding scene. Upon witnessing Ming Qian retreat, they emitted a chorus of hisses, disappointed at the lack of drama. I gazed at the departing figures of the adventurers, their camaraderie reminiscent of wolves with their tails tucked between their legs. Ming Qian harbored no pretense of respect, even towards a formally acknowledged mage like Guogua, instead treating the invitation to join their group as a grand honor for us. What wretches! Guogua muttered under her breath, settling onto the grass nearby. I busied myself like a devoted attendant, preparing spices in a dish, awaiting Kaz's return from the stream, where he would procure the game to be added to our pot. The young men hadn't ventured far, choosing to spread a square tablecloth beneath the lemon trees a short distance away. Upon it, they arranged dried meats, cheeses, and exquisitely bottled wines. The youthful revelers gathered around, some even standing beneath the trees, playing lilting folk melodies on accordions, imbued with an exotic flair. Many of the washerwomen by the pools were drawn to the captivating music, whispering shyly about the young men under the trees. They were a group of affluent, romantic, and handsome youths, adorned with the elaborate crest of their families, well-versed in the art of captivating the gaze of young women. Some of the bolder washerwomen, upon finishing their laundry, would deliberately take a longer route, carrying their large wooden tubs of clothes, making sure to pass by the lemon tree, newly adorned with verdant leaves, displaying their faces and fair bosoms as much as possible. The young men would admire them openly, inviting those with exceptional figures to stay. I had noticed Katerina by the pool, squatting beside Kongzhen, glancing over here from time to time. Seeing her wrung-out clothes and Kongzhen's diligent labor, I knew the girl had likely been slacking off again, leaving all her washing to the honest Kongzhen. Normally, she would have abandoned Kongzhen and come to help me, but she remained hesitant, as if in contemplation. Beneath the lemon trees, young men were already embracing the slender waist of the dancing girls, moving to the lively music. Meanwhile, I efficiently prepared everything, even the charcoal, awaiting Kuz to clean the tender young boar and bring it back for cooking. I sat beside Sister Guogua, watching the scene with interest. In my heart, I didn't particularly dislike such groups. In fact, I felt a tinge of envy. After all, is it a fault to have a good father? Watching them dance so freely with beautiful young women, what's wrong with that? A man is not truly young unless he is romantic. The scene grew livelier, and I even saw several dancing girls, whose beauty and figures rivaled Katerina's, approaching from the wagons. They wore imitation court gowns, revealing ample expanses of white skin, their tightly cinched waists accentuating their full bosoms. Their beauty was undoubtedly first-rate. Some of the young girls returning to the wagons after washing clothes would stop to greet these dancing girls. I curiously asked Sister Guogua, "Are those women the lead dancers from the other wagons?" Guogua, engrossed in a thick magic tome, looked up briefly before replying. These 13 wagons only house 9 lead dancers in total. Apart from the madam, who manages the troop's affairs and must appear in public, the other dancers are rarely seen. These are merely the most talented and beautiful of their assistants. Like Sister Singer and Katerina? I asked. More or less. Guogua, clearly reluctant to elaborate, glared at me and said, "Are you ready? When are we going to eat?" I was speechless, pointing to the sun high in the sky and saying with some difficulty, "Won't we get hungry if we eat dinner too early?" "Humph," Sister Guogua retorted, uninterested in engaging further. I had no choice but to look around again, bored. After the entry of those exceptionally beautiful women, the dancing girls who had been invited over after washing clothes by the pool were pushed to the periphery. The young men laughed loudly, their voices carrying far. Some even drew their swords to duel in front of a certain dancing girl, eliciting cries of surprise, making for a lively scene. I could tell that these young men were trying hard to please those more reserved dancing girls, whose beauty stood out. According to Sister Guogua, these dancing girls were likely middle managers from other wagons, like Katerina and Singer, possessing superior looks and highly regarded by the girls in the troop, holding a higher status. In front of these young men, they could maintain their dignity and reserve, unlike the other dancing girls, who sat there like cheap chickens, ready to be bought, willing to be taken back to a tent for warmth with a few silver coins. Even Kongzhen had finished washing clothes, hitching up her trousers and standing in the knee-deep shallow water, letting her long hair down to wash it. Katerina finally made her way around the lemon tree, her red hair still damp, clinging to her chest in clumps. Her dress was wet from the waterfall's mist, clinging to her body, revealing her curves. "Didn't you say you were going to swim in the pond?" I teased Katerina, who resembled a drowned chicken. Katerina glanced towards the lemon tree and whispered to me, "How can I wash with these robes around?" Master Leipas clearly arranged the caravan's camp downstream to give our troop enough space. But look at these shameless adventurers, coming over to take advantage of the girls. What can anyone do? I suddenly had a feeling that Katerina knew those young men. It was a strange sixth sense. Since my magical perception had been constantly increasing, I noticed that not only had my 5 senses become sharper, but my 6th sense had also become more accurate. I could sense that Katerina's gaze would sometimes fall on a young man under the lemon tree, only to quickly shift away. It was a contradictory expression. I guessed that Katerina wanted to talk to the short-haired young man, but always pretended not to see him, seeing him whisper intimately with a beautiful dancing girl. She seemed extremely resentful. I didn't know much about the state of couples in love, but even if I hadn't eaten pork, I had seen pigs walk. It seemed that the young swordsman with short blonde hair, a slender figure wearing a scorpion tail crystal lion leather armor and carrying two exquisite long swords at his waist. With a unique charm in his eyes, must be the object of our red-haired Katarina's affection. I suddenly pointed to the young swordsman and asked her, "Katarina, why don't you go say hello to your friend?" Ah, her face turned red, and she quickly covered my mouth, saying, "Don't talk nonsense. Madame Chi is very strict about this kind of thing. I don't know anyone like him." At that moment, the young swordsman also looked over here, his eyes lighting up when he saw Katarina. He quickly left the dancing girl he had been chatting with and walked towards us. "Ja, I'm all wet. My clothes are sticking to me, and I'm cold and uncomfortable. Can you go back to the wagon with me to change clothes? Please." Katarina, seeing the young swordsman approaching, panicked and tried to pull me away. Seeing the pleading look on Katarina's face, how could I refuse? I simply said, "Okay." She had been taking care of me these days, while Singer was busy managing the wagon's affairs and serving Miss Chiga, leaving her with no time for me. This made me and Katarina closer. She took my small hand and ran towards the wagon. The young swordsman, seeing us leave, took light steps to chase after us. His pace wasn't fast, but it felt like he only took a few steps before stopping in front of Katarina, his handsome face filled with confusion and inquiry. And he said to Katarina with some excitement, "Lena, can I have a few minutes? I have something I want to say to you." This was clearly a scene of a wealthy second generation pursuing a young model. What was I? A lampstand with a 1,000-watt light bulb on my head. Although I don't know who you are, can't understand which family your crest belongs to, and don't know how outstanding you are, that doesn't stop me from recognizing your leather armor, scorpion tail, crystal lion leather armor. My heart roared, and Cuz grabbed my ear, shouting at me angrily. He wants to get a set of scorpion tail crystal lion leather armor before he turns 20. Isn't it the garment worn by this young man? It is crafted from the leather of a scorpion-tailed crystal lion, a creature whose prowess surpasses that of the earth-shattering bear, placing it firmly within the realm of intermediate magical beast leather. I suspect there are but a few within the merchant caravan capable of breaching the armor he dons. I ponder the value of such exquisite leather. Surely it must be calculated in gold coins. I attempt to free myself from Katarina's grasp, considering whether I might hide away. The temperature here is distinctly elevated. Even as a mere child, I fear that the fervent flames of passion igniting in the eyes of this youthful swordsman might overwhelm me. Misdirecting his ire towards Katarina onto my unassuming self. In the dance troupe, Matters of the Heart, Part 2, Katarina's softly flushed eyes conveyed a profound sense of injustice. Her delicate face contorting in a pitiable expression as she implored the young swordsman, "Die, please do not seek me out." I found myself momentarily stunned. For though Katarina's expression was one of deep distress and vulnerability, her grip on my hand remained unyielding. Her tender fingers discreetly tapping against my knuckles, a playful gesture we often shared during moments of boredom within the caravan. In those instances, we would sit across from each other on the bed, and I would take her soft, fair hand, teasingly applying various rhythms to convey my emotions, inviting her to guess their meanings. Her subtle hint now suggested her anxiety. The young swordsman's face darkened with anger, his breath growing heavy, reminiscent of a lovesick individual losing his reason as he questioned Katarina. "Why? Weren't we well before? Did we not gaze at the snow-covered scenery together in the West Yachis Mountains? What have I done wrong? I promise, upon our return to the imperial capital, I will plead with my father to marry you. What more do you desire from me?" I gazed wide-eyed at the young couple. Observing that Dai's temper was far from amiable, it was evident he struggled to contain his fury, his hand still resting on the hilt of his sword. Meanwhile, tears cascaded down Katarina's cheeks, and I recognized that this typically cheerful girl, strong in character, was not one to weep easily. In a voice tinged with sorrow, she replied, "Sister Shinga is to be married. Seventh Lady has chosen me as her personal maid, instructing me to accompany her in marriage in the future. What difference is there between us contracted dancers and slaves? We are cast aside, given away, selected as dowries, none of which is within our control. I beg you, Dai. I know you are a good man, but please do not seek me out." With that, Katarina abruptly pulled me away, darting towards the caravan while Dai stood in stunned silence, failing to pursue her. I found it difficult to comprehend as Katarina ran. Her tears were whisked away by the wind. Her sorrow was genuine, yet as she clutched my hand and fled, there was an air of profound relief and liberation about her. Stealing a glance at Katarina, I noticed her tear-filled eyes rapidly blinking at me, and in that moment, my composure shattered. Breathless, we returned to our quarters, where Katarina leaned against the door, gasping for air. I sat beside her, bewildered, and asked, "Hey, I think he has quite a catch, wealthy and handsome. Why would you push him away? Aren't you better off than Sister Shinga? I think he is far more handsome than Fred." Katarina pressed a hand against her heaving chest, striving to steady her breath. She quickly rose, rummaging through her belongings to retrieve a dress, changing right before my eyes without a hint of modesty, her beautiful form fully exposed to my gaze. She then squatted before me, presenting her graceful back, devoid of any semblance of sorrow or grievance, and cheerfully remarked, "I think you're not so bad either. How about you marry me?" Oh dear, after sharing a bed with you for so long, you must take responsibility. If you dare abandon me, I shall make you regret it. Katerina endeavored to catch her breath, urging me to tighten the straps of her petticoat. Are you not weary? I inquired. Not at all. When you're around, he seems to restrain himself. At least he can pretend to be a gentleman. Seeing that I had tied the straps into a butterfly knot, Katerina finally exhaled, stood upright, and twirled in her gown, the layers of fabric blossoming like flowers, a sight to behold. Not what I meant. I was asking if you're struggling to breathe. We still have to go camping. How will you manage to eat in such cumbersome attire? Huh? I thought you were referring to that lecherous scoundrel pursuing me. If I have the chance to look beautiful, I must seize it. Otherwise, you might forget me. One day, when you're camping, I want you to remember the red-haired girl who treated you well. That way, my purpose will be fulfilled. Wait, you cannot let me go out dressed only in a petticoat. Help me just this once. Katerina sometimes displayed a whimsical side, easily lost in her daydreams. A reflection of her cheerful yet sentimental nature as a beautiful dancer. On our way back, disregarding my protests, Katerina enveloped me in her arms. I felt a twinge of helplessness. Though her soft embrace was as comfortable as a plush mattress, the sensation of being cradled by such a stunning woman was delightful. Yet I still felt underestimated, perceived as a mere child in need of constant care. It was an oddly comforting warmth. Katerina leaned closer, whispering in my ear. I never imagined you'd care so much at such a young age. You will surely have many girls vying for your affection when you grow up. I pushed her face away, exclaiming, Don't blow in my ear. Do you not realize how ticklish that is? I don't care about you. I just hope you marry soon and stop bothering me. Hey, I know. Katerina tossed her disheveled red locks back, her lips curving into a sweet smile. Her eyes sparkling as she declared, You were concerned about me. Yes, I replied earnestly, gazing into her beautiful eyes. She appeared flustered, attempting to evade my gaze. I wrapped my arms around her delicate neck, resting my head against her in calm assurance. You care for me, so naturally, I shall care for you as well. You still Haven T told me why you issued him a good person card. What good person card? I didn't give him anything, Katerina replied, her voice laced with suspicion. I mean, why reject him with such a flimsy excuse, and why bring up Chiga? Isn't he quite the gentleman towards you? I found myself speaking to her as one would to an adult, feeling somewhat out of place. Katerina, caught off guard by my inquiry, sighed softly. He says the same to the other dancers in the troupe. So what? I believe you are far superior to the others, beautiful and alluring. You deserve all the praise. You possess striking red hair, far more enchanting than theirs. Do you not have the confidence to outshine them? I encouraged her, believing she deserved a beautiful love. The melody of youth should not belong solely to others, but must be pursued, experienced, and cherished, even if it leads to heartache. It is better to retreat to a corner and lick one's wounds than to leave one's youth filled with regrets. Suddenly, Katerina impulsively pressed her lips against mine. Her warm, soft kiss catching me off guard. Before I could fully register the intoxicating sensation, she turned her head away, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Unable to meet my gaze, she then murmured, He will not marry me, he simply seeks amusement. They perceive the pursuit of us as a mere game or wager. The victors relish in our bodies, flaunting their conquests to friends, and even securing a handsome reward, yet they utterly fail to honor their promises to us. We are but dancers. Katerina appeared somewhat despondent, her eyes holding a bewitching sorrow. Do not dismiss everyone, akin to sunflower seeds. Some may be delightful while others may be spoiled, yet one cannot judge an entire bag by a single foul morsel. Do you truly understand him? I sense that within Katerina lies a wall, a barrier of softness encasing a hardened core. She nodded, blinking away the tears pooling in her eyes, and softly uttered, Gia. I just happened upon a rotten seed. She then made a valiant effort to present a beautiful smile, albeit a forced one, playfully questioning, Is my luck truly that poor? Her words hinted at a deeper understanding. Katerina surely possessed insights into matters beyond mere appearances. Perhaps the genuine thoughts hidden beneath a handsome faade or the agreements made with friends. I gently patted her cheek in an attempt to uplift her spirits, saying, You've encountered me, so your luck cannot be all that bad. This simple remark lifted Katerina's mood considerably, and she smiled brightly. Cuz stood at a distance by the pot. His dissatisfaction palpable as he observed my blatant dereliction of duty, he was on the verge of a tantrum. I quickly extricated myself from Katerina's embrace, draping an arm over Cuz's shoulder, and said, Brother, allow me to enlighten you on the true essence of bacon and American pie. Do not sulk. I have conceived a splendid idea. We can prepare a dish using an entire pig's leg, and I have already decided on the names, Dopa pork and braised pork hock. Are we not stewing the meat? Cuz inquired, a mix of anticipation and disappointment in his tone. I chuckled. How could we not? Of course, we shall stew it. Come. Help me figure out how to cleave this little pig. Oh yes, with your new axe. Here, from the sternum downwards. Yes, precisely. Slice open the entire belly. I was perpetually the one directing with words, my small kitchen knife merely for slicing ginger and scallions, while the real labor was performed by Cuz. whose knife skills surpassed mine by a considerable margin. When Gugwa and Katerina witnessed Kuz deftly wielding his well-maintained short axe to sever the hind leg of the wild boar, they were left speechless. Our cutting board was adorned with an array of knives, yet they were of little use. Kuz expertly navigated the bones with his sharp short axe. And in no time, the wild boar was transformed into neatly stacked crimson cuts of meat in the copper basin, his fluid motions radiating newfound confidence and unique charm. Even with her cumbersome long skirt, Katerina skillfully arranged the meat, her cascading waves of hair tied back into a ponytail, presenting a picture of astute efficiency. I leaned closer to observe as she sprinkled spices over the meat, her ponytail swaying gently with her movements. Noticing her cheerful demeanor, I inquired from behind, "Hey, what was that you mentioned earlier?" "Oh right. You said that when Chiga marries, she will take you along, arranging your marriage as well. Is that true?" Katerina turned. Her eyes wide and cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze, applying pepper to a rack of ribs while replying, "Well, something like that. Many personal maids have such obligations. And for us, it's quite a favorable choice. Rather than choosing unfamiliar men ourselves, or finding someone mediocre like Sister Singer who at least treats one well, it is indeed better to follow our mistress and share in the affection she receives." Feigning a grimace, I remarked, "Oh dear. That sounds dreadful for me. How does that concern you?" Katerina's face reddened further. I laughed. At that point, won't I be receiving 2 gifts? Haha, why would you give me a gift? I have my own dowry. Katerina, bewildered by my jest, questioned with a blush. I had momentarily lost my composure. Inadvertently blending memories from a past life into our light-hearted banter, naively discussing gift money, believing it amusing, yet failing to realize she could not comprehend. It seemed she misinterpreted my words, presuming I wished to marry Chiga. I found it amusing, considering the age difference. The swordsman apprenticed I had returned to his small group. Though he occasionally glanced our way, he remained hesitant, particularly in the presence of the Ice Queen Gugwa. After much deliberation, he did not muster the courage to engage Katerina again. The gathering for this meal was rather eclectic. I had not anticipated such a crowd. Thankfully, we had prepared sufficiently, and Kuz had brought back ample game. Chiga had even instructed Singer to bring a sack of flour. And a simple wooden table and lightweight chairs had been placed not far from the stove. While the cooking was underway, these individuals had vanished, yet as the aromas wafted, they appeared in droves. While Kuz and I debated whether to add dried vegetables to the braised meat, Fred materialized beside Singer, his leather armor still dusted with grass, his shoes muddy, and his hair a chaotic nest, clearly unkempt for some time. He bore an exhausted visage, his skin lax and wrinkled, and I could even discern bloodshot eyes. I glanced up at Uncle Fred, jesting, "Hey, Fred, it seems you've outgrown the heavy labor of setting up tents. You ought to leave that to the youth and sit down for a warm soup." The wooden table was laden with an assortment of dishes, a testament to Singer's generous support. Although she arrived a bit late, her efficiency far surpassed that of Katerina. Not only had she procured a simple dining table and chairs, but she had also prepared some basic utensils. The braised pork hock and crystal elbow were already on the table, covered with silver half-domes to prevent them from cooling too soon and losing flavor. In an iron pot, the braised meat simmered, waiting for the sauce to thicken before serving. I considered adding some dried green beans and eggplant, items Kuz had long thought were medicinal herbs I had dried, unaware I intended to incorporate these dark, bitter substances into the delicious braised meat. As a carnivore, he vehemently opposed my intention to ruin such a delectable dish. Orcs adhere to a peculiar principle. Relishing the separation of meat and vegetables, braised meat must consist solely of meat, devoid of any vegetables, and when preparing vegetables, meat is seldom included, often limited to animal fats. However, after much insistence, Kuz ultimately relented, allowing me to choose either the green bean or eggplant. Very well. Katerina and Gugwa were equally curious, frequently glancing our way. When they observed us extracting the dried herbs from our pockets, cleaning them, and tossing them into the meat pot, they exchanged comments, pondering the inscrutable nature of Orc cuisine. Kuz glared at me in indignation, as we had previously agreed not to defend our cooking methods against any critique. I feared that should they discover these culinary techniques were my idea, I might be subjected to examination like a laboratory rat. In another iron pot, American meat pies and pork ribs were being half-smoked, half-grilled. These marinated ribs would emerge golden brown, tender, and devoid of excess grease, a true culinary delight. On the cutting board lay neatly chopped pieces of chicken, while a copper basin was soaking with noodles. Kuz often had whimsical ideas, particularly one about stewing a whole chicken with the noodles. He always believed that I could conjure up delicious creations, and as his companion, he harbored a similar spark of culinary talent, which made him eager to give it a try. However, I resolved to deny him that opportunity. Sing, meanwhile, had brought a reclining chair for Fred, urging him to sit down. She then hurried away to fetch a warm towel, gently wiping the middle-aged man's face, carefully brushing off the dust from his clothes, and even kneeling to clean his shoes. Observing my busyness, Uncle Fred remarked, "Gia, it appears you are recovering swiftly and looking quite well." I smiled and replied, I had hoped to learn a bit more from you before venturing into the Pai Plateau. But it seems that plan must be postponed. Oh, are you planning to join the adventurers on the hunt in the wilderness? Upon hearing this, Uncle Fred frowned slightly, seemingly disapproving. This hunt is unlike the Star Lake Prairie. Your stamina may not keep pace with the adventurers. His unspoken sentiment was clear. He considered me a burden, unfit for the expedition alongside the adventurers into the Pai Plateau. Cuz, turning his head, earnestly responded, "We are brothers. We will go together." The little orc had to crouch slightly to embrace my shoulders. Though his speech was clumsy, it was understood by all, and the warmth of friendship could be felt in his words. His willingness to converse with Uncle Fred indicated their long-standing camaraderie. He would not have spoken to anyone else. Not even Guagua, who retrieved our short axes on the battlefield. Humph. Do you think that rickety bow of yours can pierce the throat of a magic antelope? Uncle Fred scoffed at Cuz without reservation. His tone had always been blunt, yet his heart was kind. He not only sought to dissuade us from our foolish plans, but also to dispel our unrealistic notions. Could a teenage half-orc child and a human child truly venture alone into the wilderness to hunt magic antelopes? Did we really think of the northern plains of the Pai Plateau as our backyard? We already have enough money to buy an ironwood bow, Cuz countered. Uncle Fred, sitting comfortably in the chair, revealed a rare softness in his eyes. Having endured many hardships, it was difficult for anything to move him. He affectionately placed a hand on Sing's long neck and kissed her forehead. Sing quickly pushed him away, yet anyone could see the sweetness in her eyes, revealing that even this usually shrewd and capable woman could become bashful in the presence of love. Uncle Fred chuckled with pride, stroking his bushy beard, and after a moment's thought, he said, "With your strength, how many times can you draw back an ironwood bow? It would be better to consider a native bow, less rigid and crafted for use with iron arrowheads, which can effectively pierce the chest and neck of a magic antelope. The most vulnerable areas. Can the native bow take down a magic antelope?" My interest was piqued. After all, the native bow was a short bow, much more convenient to carry than the long ironwood bow, and as Uncle Fred mentioned, it required less pulling strength. Until now, we had always believed that only bows of ironwood and above could penetrate the skin of a magic antelope. Uncle Fred nodded affirmatively, saying, "As long as you avoid the antelope leaders and the mutated ones, most can be pierced. Just ensure your arrowheads are sharp and the fletching is not too long, or it will affect the arrow speed." Cuz and I exchanged glances, deciding that perhaps we should invest in a native bow, which might suit us better. Having spent considerable time with Uncle Fred, our conversations flowed easily. He rubbed his cheeks with both hands to invigorate himself, and said, "These days, I've been riding the Thunder Rhino. Despite old Kulu's assistance, I feel my age catching up to me. It's quite exhausting." "What? Santo has died?" I exclaimed in surprise. Quickly recalling the ambush by the band of dwarves, how could there have been no casualties? I chided myself for being astonished at the loss of someone I knew, despite having clawed my way back from the brink of death myself. Santo was the handler of the Thunder Rhino we rode, yet he was somewhat arrogant, preferring to remain within the company of his fellow handlers, maintaining a demeanor of unwarranted pride, even though he bore no hostility toward the orcs. Hearing of his demise stirred an uncomfortable feeling within me. Uncle Fred nodded, his expression somber. That time, over 20 people perished, with many more injured. Fortunately, old Kulu's herbs were effective. The death toll did not rise further. We then discussed Unclein, who had been struck in the back by an axe during the chaos. Unlike Cuz, who had narrowly avoided a fatal blow, Unclein had not been so lucky. He was cleaved in half, his entrails spilling out, and died on the spot. Upon mentioning this, Uncle Fred noticed my pallor and refrained from saying more. With Sing's assistance, there was no need for Cuz and me to flounder about in the kitchen. Although she was intrigued by our culinary techniques, she quickly grasped our intentions and joined forces with Katerina. Sing stood over 180 centimeters tall, her figure well proportioned with broad shoulders, which made her otherwise statuesque bosom less noticeable under her flowing skirt. Her waist bore no excess fat, exuding strength and agility, allowing her to perform tasks efficiently without appearing clumsy. Guagua sat nearby on the grass, engrossed in a magic book. Suddenly, someone patted my shoulder from behind, startling me. My senses had sharpened of late, perhaps due to the benefits gained from my recent battle. My hearing, sight, and smell had all become acute, making it difficult for anyone to approach silently. Thus, when my shoulder was grasped, I jumped like a frightened rabbit. "Hey, kid, you look like you're recovering well. Is this the power of orc medicine?" Came the solid and weighty voice of Jiang Ba from behind me. Turning around, I saw him and Tia standing there. Jiang Ba's large hand rested on my shoulder, his gaze sharp and determined, his distinctly noble features adorned with a sense of honor and belief. I couldn't help but scoff at his aristocratic demeanor. I had to admit, Jiang Ba's robust appearance exuded more gravitas and nobility than Dai's, even though he wore only a simple white shirt and leather trousers. The meticulous grooming of his beard and the broad-bladed short sword at his waist suggested an exceptional character. Tia appeared somewhat dejected, bandages wrapped around her body and head, indicating she had sustained significant injuries. Yet for a scout, dying on the front lines might be deemed an honor. However, returning wounded without signaling the crucial arrow that determined the fate of the entire caravan was a grave dereliction of duty. Perhaps so, or maybe it's because I've recovered well. Teacher Jiangba, I replied half-jokingly. Jiangba laughed heartily, saying, it seems life in the caravan has made your skin fairer. However, you must continue to practice. A true warrior should be able to assume a defensive stance at all times. I will do as you say, Teacher Jiangba, I assured him. Then looked up at Tia, smiling as I asked, Tia, don't you need to stay on our Thunder Rhino for a couple of days? My tone carried a hint of sarcasm, which made Tia a bit awkward. At that moment, Guagua approached, pulling me close and giving me a glare before addressing Jiangba and Tia. You two should sit for a while. We still have a couple of dishes to prepare. The recent ambush by the band of dwarves had inflicted considerable losses on the caravan. Kuz was particularly displeased with the forward scout team, despite only Tia returning alive. With the rest perishing in an ambush, Kuz remained bitter. The axe wound on his chest, a mere centimeter from being fatal, coupled with my own brush with death, fostered resentment towards Tia in the little beastman's heart. I shared Kuz's sentiment. The forward scout team bore significant responsibility for our near demise. Tia, as the sole survivor, needed to face our anger, even as a true ranger. 49. Conflict, Part 2. I had heard about Tia's condition from Kuz a few days prior. Tia's injury was severe. A dwarf had shattered his right scapula with a warhammer. Although the fractured bone had begun to heal, the two halves were misaligned, and newly formed bone spurs pierced his flesh. This caused excruciating pain, and even with healing, the displaced bone would hinder mobility, precluding any return to the battlefield. Such an injury required the skilled hands of an experienced physician to reset the bone, which necessitated refracturing the healed area for proper alignment. Old Kulu was the only one in the caravan with such expertise. But the stubborn old man remained fixated on his grandson and apprentice being severely wounded by the dwarf bandits. He was unyielding, declaring, seek treatment elsewhere. You won't find it here. And I nearly died. We fought tooth and nail to survive, Kuz would often lament. I understood's perspective. As a member of the Wind Chaser adventurers, she needed to advocate for her teammate, lest the young man be prematurely forced into retirement due to his injuries. A crippled right arm could lead to a bleak future. She had remained silent, unable to voice her concerns. She shed many tears upon seeing my injuries. Had she not depleted her magic reserves that night, leading our escape and subsequently holding off a dozen dwarf bandits, Kuz and I might have perished. I glanced hesitantly at Kuz beside me. The kind-hearted little beast man ignored my pleading gaze, focusing instead on whether the meat pie was cooked. I sighed, realizing that while Kuz would readily risk his life for me on the battlefield, it did not necessarily translate to indifference towards life itself. A snore emanated from nearby. Uncle Fred had fallen asleep in his chair. The caravan's situation must have been dire to exhaust him to this extent, considering the deceased members of the caravan. Perhaps this was simply everyone's fate, the dead and the living. I sat by the stove, adding firewood. Kuz first removed the lid to check if the dried vegetables in the pot were tender. His movements were deliberate. After a moment, he replaced the lid, squatted beside me, and said, perhaps I can persuade Grandpa to help him. Huh? I responded, bewildered. His companions saved us both. We cannot be indebted to them. I will speak to Grandpa later, Kuz declared resolutely. I embraced his shoulder, feeling relieved. Okay, I said. Beautiful returned from the stream, carrying a large, unwieldy wooden bucket of water. She struggled under its weight, her gait unsteady, spilling water along the way. She felt a pang as the water splashed onto her dress. Her vibrant red ponytail, tied behind her head, swayed with a spirited grace. She placed the bucket by the stove and straightened up, wiping sweat from her brow. At this moment, she would instinctively look for me, a task assigned by. Caring for me was her most important daily duty. The inebriated stumbled towards us, arm in arm with a beautiful dancer. His hand delved into the dancer's bodice, eliciting playful protests. Her ornate attire and captivating beauty suggested she was a high-ranking dancer from one of the caravans. The pair halted before, blocking her path. Hey, red-eyed girl, exclaimed. How many silvers will it cost for a night with you? Suddenly grasped delicate chin, forcing her to lift her head, revealing her fair face. Releasing the dancer. He leaned in, his voice laced with a predatory tone, and whispered in his ear, perhaps I could ask to give you to me? Was a renowned dancer from the capital, and the principal manager of the dance troupe. Intoxicated, had ruddy patches on his cheeks. The faint freckles usually concealed beneath his skin were now tinged red by the alcohol in his blood, creating a somewhat repulsive appearance. Attempted to break free from his powerful grip, but to no avail. Seeing resistance, S gaze sharpened. He raised his hand and struck across the face, leaving 5 red welts. Cried out, smirked, retrieved a silver coin from his pocket, pinched it between his fingers, and shoved it into his cleavage, saying ominously, don't act coy. That fool is only asking for trouble. I'll be waiting for you in my tent tonight. I think you and will become good friends. words drained the color from his face. The welts on her fair skin highlighted the disparity between nobility and commoners. A noble could kill a commoner and avoid punishment with a paltry fine, while a commoner who killed a noble would likely doom their entire family. His sinister gaze held a sense of finality, a pitying look reserved for the dead. His cold eyes seemed to say, "If you dare defy me, I will kill you." The entire scene unfolded quickly. Before I could react, had already released her and said to an arrogant imperial tongue, "That silver coin is the deposit for tonight. I know you'll come, won't you?" At times, a monetary transaction superseded the law. Receiving some money constituted a contract. The arbitrators at the tribunal would not concern themselves with coercion. Many laws were clearly designed to protect the nobility. As everyone stood in stunned silence at this brazen act, I rose and rushed to his side, diving under her skirt. I reached out and groped her smooth, round thighs, causing to gasp, her face flushed with embarrassment. Regardless of our intimacy within the caravan, even when we slept together in light clothing, it was merely a young girl holding a child. However, for me to crawl under a girl's skirt in public was excessive, a deed reserved for mischievous scoundrels. Under skirt, I swiftly retrieved a silver coin from her purse, lifted to him, and scurried out, clutching the gleaming coin. I hurled it at his back as he turned to leave. The coin struck something, perhaps the silver ornament on his leather armor, with a crisp ring. Turned back, enraged, his eyes fixed on. As he was about to erupt, I stepped in front of, wearing an innocent expression, and said to, "Hey, you dropped your coin." I then flashed a smile, grasped his cold hand, and turned to leave, ignoring his thunderous expression. The dancer beside him stared in disbelief, instinctively covering her mouth with her delicate hand, unable to conceal the gloating smile on her face. Ming Qian emitted a cold snort, and with a swiftness that defied perception, he materialized before me. His frigid hand, like a venomous serpent, seized my throat, effortlessly hoisting me above his head. A suffocating sensation enveloped me, impeding the flow of blood back to my heart, causing my face to flush crimson. My hands flailed aimlessly in the air, and to prevent my own weight from snapping my neck, I could only feebly grasp his wrist. His vice-like grip remained unyielding despite my desperate attempts to pry it open. My legs thrashed wildly in the air. "What do you intend to do? Are you trying to murder him? Release him at once." Katerina, witnessing my struggle as Ming Qian choked and hoisted me into the air, lunged forward with unrestrained fury. Ming Qian, a sardonic smile playing on his lips, delivered a swift kick to Katerina's abdomen, sending her reeling backward. "Damn you," seeing me at such a disadvantage. On the verge of being strangled by Ming Qian, Cuz, like a rabid dog, charged forward, his axe gleaming menacingly as he aimed a horizontal strike at Ming Qian's waist. However, Qiangbei, with a swift, calculated series of steps, interposed himself between Cuz and Ming Qian, effectively blocking Cuz's advance. He deftly seized Ming Qian's wrist, drawing him close. And with a swift counter-twist before the internal force could dissipate, he slammed his shoulder forcefully into Ming Qian's chest, sending him staggering back several meters. Simultaneously, Qiangbei caught me in his arms. The incantation of Guogua resounded with unbridled fury. Alas, Qiangbei sighed as a water orb shot from Guogua's direction with a resounding thud. Ming Qian, startled, executed a somersault to the right, narrowly avoiding the projectile that grazed his hair and vanished into the distance. The sheer force of the attack suggested that impact would have resulted in severe injuries. Ming Qian, after a clumsy roll of 3 meters, scrambled to his feet. Witnessing Guogua raise her staff once more, he abandoned all pretense and fled desperately toward the lemon tree. His companions also rose to their feet, drawing their swords. Guogua's second water orb hurtled after Ming Qian, threatening to strike him down. "Halt!" A voice bellowed from beneath the lemon tree, and a figure transformed into a streak of white light, intercepting Ming Qian. It was the first time I had witnessed a warrior executing a battle technique in broad daylight. The speed was almost superhuman, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Reminiscent of the night the dwarf rogue collided with me. The figure collided with Ming Qian, but with an eerie absence of sound, as if an iron ball had struck cotton, creating a sudden unease. I had feared that the impact would send Ming Qian flying or render him unconscious. However, as the figure neared Ming Qian, it subtly altered its trajectory, raising a kite shield to intercept Guogua's water orb. The collision caused the orb to explode backward with a resounding crash, showering Qiangbei and me with cold water. The impact of the water felt like being struck by small stones. Enduring the pain, I wiped my face, exclaiming in astonishment, "I'll be damned. That's how you use a charge. That's not a warrior's charge skill. It's a warrior's intercept skill," Qiangbei stated calmly, positioning himself between me and the conflict. I peered out, curious to identify the individual who had managed to block Guogua's water orb. I saw Bao Qing, the leader of the Morningstar mercenary group, clad in a gray silk shirt and white leggings, standing between Ming Qian and Guogua, holding a kite shield. With a wry smile, he simply stated to Guogua, "My apologies." He then strode away without looking back, heading toward the Morningstar mercenary group's camp, his valiant demeanor sending shivers down my spine. That fellow seems formidable, I mused. 50. Katarina's Troubles, Part 1. The protagonist, Jiga, is currently 7 years old. I may have made a mistake earlier, which I will correct when I have the time. The disparity between Guo Guo and Ming Qian mirrors the disparity between Ming Qian and me. Ming Qian is merely a member of a noble family in Shiluyite City who is not highly regarded. He has not yet obtained the title of warrior after graduating from the War College, indicating that his family has not invested much in his development. He is a pitiful, marginalized figure within his family. Ming Qian may be able to bully commoners by virtue of his family background, but he would not dare to offend Guo Guo, a newly ennobled aristocrat, even if she is only a baronet. This is the glory of a mage. For mages like Guo Guo, the title of nobility is merely the empire's recognition and co-optation. This topic is extensive, involving a narrative of the warrior and mage professions in their respective levels. These details will be elaborated upon in Volume 2, Academy Life. For now, it will be briefly stated that the primary war college of the Jellin Empire is divided into two major departments: the Primary Warrior Academy, which teaches warrior skills, and the Primary Magic Academy, which teaches magic skills. Children under the age of 12 who meet the Academy's physical requirements can enroll in the Primary Warrior Academy after passing the school's entrance examination. These children are referred to as warrior apprentices. The Primary Magic Academy requires children under the age of 12 who have awakened their magic pools during the Magic Awakening ceremony. They can enroll without an entrance examination. However, only one in several thousand children can awaken their magic pools, resulting in the Primary Magic Academy enrolling fewer magic apprentices each year than even a single class. This contrasts sharply with the Warrior Academy, which has tens of thousands of students. Children who awaken their magic pools and enter the Magic Academy are referred to as magic apprentices. Generally, primary academies have a 4-year curriculum. After 4 years, warrior apprentices must pass the graduation exam at the Warrior Guild to be called true warriors. The Primary Warrior Academy is divided into numerous departments, including defense, weapons, swordsmanship, assassination, knighthood, and archery. Apprentices can enter various departments based on their physical abilities and interests. Both warrior and mage apprentices have 10 levels. Only 10th level warrior apprentices are qualified to take the Warrior Guild qualification exam. Only those who pass the exam are called warriors. And the same applies to mages. This is a test of physical fitness and combat skills. Failure to meet the hard requirements will result in failing the exam, but it can be retaken. Like the noble scions of the Morningstar mercenary group, they studied at the academy for 4 years but failed to graduate and need to retake the exam. If they do not achieve warrior status before joining the army, they can only serve as soldiers during their military service, with no room for promotion. Therefore, many graduates hope to obtain warrior status before enlisting. After obtaining warrior or mage status, there are still 10 levels. Guo Guo is currently a level 4 water mage, while Baoqing, the leader of the Morningstar mercenary group, is a level 9 warrior who has comprehended the momentum and is on the verge of becoming a first-level warrior. No one expected that some of the conflicts lurking within the caravan would surface in the valley on the northern slope of the Pai Plateau. Some people, who had previously been amicable on the surface, seemed to have changed their faces. Perhaps the long journey had fueled everyone's anger and eroded the last bit of pretense on the faces of the young people. Or perhaps they felt that they were close to home and no longer needed to play the role of a grandson. First, there was the conflict between the young noble wastrels and the dancers. The dance troupe's matron had been effectively managing the entire troupe for some time, with strict rules prohibiting guests from staying overnight in the wagons and strictly controlling the dancers' time outside. These restrictions made it difficult for the noble scions to get close to the beauties, who were often seen in groups. Many young dancers found it difficult to resist the allure of the noble scions, who were handsome, presentable, wealthy, humorous, and erudite. The dance troupe did not prohibit the dancers from earning extra money by going out, as they were making a living off their youth. If a dancer were to be taken by a noble scion, it would be considered normal within the troupe. The primary purpose was to alleviate the tedium of the journey. All involved were acting a part. Discussions of affection, oaths, and commitments were far less substantial than coinage. But why the restrictions? The troupe's matriarch also considered the imbalance of supply and demand. Including musicians, tailors, attendants, magicians, and cooks, the troupe numbered nearly 300. However, those who could afford to pay were few. The men in the merchant band were all paupers. Could one expect the women to offer their services without compensation? Or to concoct melodramatic tales of sacrificing everything for love? Or should the noble scions in the adventure group rotate through the dancers, causing the women to engage in constant, bitter disputes? It was deemed better to prohibit such interactions entirely. Even if the aristocratic dandies were indeed wealthy, their funds, when divided among 300 people, would amount to mere trinkets. These restrictions proved effective, but as the journey grew monotonous, the noble youths grew increasingly dissatisfied with the troupe. The matriarch could control the ordinary dancers, but not the confidants of the 9 influential women in the troupe. These confidants were often the women's personal maids. responsible for managing daily tasks in the wagons or serving as supervisors. Women like Singer and Kongjin, with some authority as mid-level managers, possessed the freedom to move about. These dancers, of higher status, were not only beautiful and talented in singing and dancing but also astute, having risen from the ranks of ordinary dancers. When the noble youth interacted with these dancers, they engaged in semi-genuine romantic skirmishes. Initially, it was amusing. Some nobles were more adept and gained an advantage, while others were less fortunate. When the young people discussed these matters in small groups, some were triumphant, while others were resentful. Perhaps this was Dai's frustration. Ming had observed that Dai had not been successful for so long, which led him to attempt to force himself on Katerina after drinking. After the incident, I considered that even if I had not intervened, if Katerina had been unwilling, perhaps the seventh sister of the troop, Chiga, would have stepped in. I lay supine on the grass, the miraculous energy coursing through my veins, dissipating the last vestiges of bruising on my neck with remarkable speed. Katerina knelt beside me, her delicate face still stained with tears. I managed a weak smile, consoling her in a slightly hoarse voice. Don't cry, you'll turn into a little crybaby. Qiangbei sat cross-legged beside me, his hands resting on his knees, watching me calmly. This is the strength of an 8th-level warrior apprentice. If any of those dwarven bandits had been an 8th-level apprentice that night, you and your orc friend would have had difficulty surviving. So, I offer you this advice. Without sufficient strength, recklessness will only lead to a quicker demise. What you need now is not how to fight, but how to protect yourself. If you had adopted a blocking stance then, perhaps that noble warrior apprentice would have only grabbed your arm instead of your throat. If he had been determined to kill you then, a slight squeeze would have sufficed. Qiangbei extended his hand, miming the action of clenching a fist in the air. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, your body was almost completely cold. Guogua half knelt beside Qiangbei, cautiously touching my wounds. She glared at Qiangbei and said, don't scare him. That kid wouldn't dare. Not only are Qiangba and I here, but considering your status as the old orc shaman's apprentice, he wouldn't dare to kill you unless he was confident of returning safely from the Pai Highlands orc territory to the city of Sloit. Jia, we are too weak. Kus said dejectedly. I casually patted his thigh, encouraging him. It's okay, we're still young, after all. We're still growing, and we'll grow faster than them because we'll work harder. They should be the ones who are afraid. If they don't have the chance to beat us down now, they'll have even less of a chance in the future. After saying that, I pushed myself up from the ground like a carp, dusted off the grass, and said to Katerina with a flourish, hey, don't think you can get out of work just because you're injured. Come help me. I think Chiga is almost done with her dance practice. I want to make a staple food before she comes, using this wheat flour. You have to help me. I can't knead the dough by myself. You're okay? Katerina smiled through her tears, quickly wiping her cheeks and running toward me. The northern valley of the Pai Highlands is one of the few mountain passes in the northern part of the plateau. These long, narrow valleys were once glacial zones tens of thousands of years ago. After millennia of glacial activity, when these glaciers melted into snow water and flowed into the Binma River, they irrigated nearly 700,000 square kilometers of the vast plains of Sloit province. These glacial zones gradually disappeared due to melting over thousands of years, forming several valleys. Some of these valleys happened to directly traverse the northern Pai Highlands, creating natural mountain passes. The setting sun cast a magnificent golden edge on the western mountain ridge. Sparsely growing on the slopes were indigo trees, their umbrella-shaped canopies already sprouting blue buds, resembling stars in the red sunset. I marveled at nature's artistry. This valley presented me with an extraordinary beauty at dusk. Chiga always appeared at the last moment when the dishes were ready. She sat quietly in the chair beside me. Even Qiangbei, sitting next to Guogua, looked at her in surprise, as if asking, where did you come from? How did I not see you just now? Chiga calmly looked down at her plate, without intending to greet anyone, like a plum blossom standing proudly in the snow, solitary and noble. Like a fairy in the moon palace, carrying her unique aura. 51. Katerina's troubles, middle, the seven of us sat around a simple dining table. The plate still bearing the reddish-brown, viscous sauce of the crystal pork knuckle. Katerina held her plate with one hand and, with the other, used a silver knife to divide the braised pork hock onto our plates. I frowned and asked Cuz, who was sitting across from me, AZ, why is it all meat? Are there no fresh wild vegetables around here? Cuz was visibly taken aback by my question and hesitated. Isn't eating meat good? Yes, orcs like to eat meat. I shook my head slightly, feeling somewhat helpless. I looked up at Katerina, who had just finished distributing the braised pork hock, and said, hey, could you please give me some more noodles? As the western mountain ridge swallowed the last sliver of the setting sun, a dim shadow swept through the entire valley with a cold wind. At this point, our dinner came to an end. Guogua and Qiangbei were the first to leave. I felt that once a woman was in love, the little tag-along, became less important. She wiped her mouth with a handkerchief, deftly got up, walked around the table, kissed my forehead, and whispered in my ear, Stay here with Chiga. After all, it's more comfortable in the wagon than on the back of a thunder rhino. That red-haired girl seems nice and knows how to take care of people. I felt that her relationship with Kiangbei was progressing rapidly, especially after coming out of Death Valley. Their tacit understanding had increased significantly. For some reason, it was as if Kiangbei's wooden head had suddenly opened up. I would always see a touch of blush on Guogua's snow-white cheeks. I pouted, drooping my head and glaring at her. Thinking, don't always wear your happiness on your face like that. It makes people jealous and hateful, okay? Kiangbei naturally walked to my side, waiting. After thinking for a moment, he said to me, do you want to resume practice tomorrow morning? As I was about to respond with a cheerful affirmation, I witnessed Sister Guogua's playful punch land squarely on Kiangbei's shoulder. What are you practicing for? His injury has barely healed after a few days, and yet you wish to trouble him further. I expressed my gratitude for the sumptuous dinner, particularly relishing the dish of chicken stewed with vermicelli. Indeed, the culinary delights of the orc tribe possess a unique charm that is thoroughly enjoyable. My heartfelt thanks once more. Kiangbei remains ever the epitome of politeness, and after speaking, he took Sister Guogua's arm and strolled away. Sister Guogua, unperturbed, linked her arm with Kiangbei's, and the two proceeded towards the adventurers' camp. Could it truly be a sign that spring has arrived? Noticing someone departing, Shinga cautiously glanced at Chiga, who was seated beside me, delicately slicing a piece of pork chop with a silver knife. Observing Chiga's focused demeanor, which left her unaware of her surroundings, Shinga took a deep breath and hurriedly left, pulling Uncle Fred, who sat nearby, nearly speechless from overindulgence, along with him. Watching Uncle Fred's awkward attempts to flee, panting after just a few steps, caused a bead of cold sweat to trickle down my forehead. Do these grown men not understand the art of discretion? Throughout our journey from the Xinghu grasslands, there are few places with such pristine water sources. The entire caravan has been conserving water along the route, yet we still faced a water shortage. Fortunately, the thunder rhinoceros possesses a remarkable resilience to hunger and thirst, requiring minimal water replenishment. Even so, Sister Guogua's role as a water mage has proven invaluable. Her basic water-gathering spell consumes little of her magical energy. Without her, I shudder to think how costly this long, arid journey would have been for Lord Leipas. My thoughts wandered too far, and I quickly redirected my focus. While drinking water was assured, it became evident that most individuals had not bathed even once in the past 6 weeks. Many of the caravan's men, after lunch, resembled hippos lounging in the frigid stream. Perhaps Shinga hurried away to find a secluded spot for Uncle Fred to wash. Each time I entertained the notion of potentially referring to Shinga as Andy, an inexplicable discomfort settled in my heart. At that moment, I genuinely marveled at the extraordinary fortune of this middle-aged man. As Cuz made his way over, he awkwardly addressed me from across the table. Grandfather hasn't eaten yet. I must take him some food. I'll leave the pot here for now. I'll retrieve it once it is cooled completely. Today's pork leg stew turned out quite well. I sensed Cuz was genuinely apprehensive about facing Catalina, even avoiding eye contact. Could it be that the springtime of this innocent little beastman had also arrived? Cuz hurriedly departed, carrying a bowl of leftover stew. Meanwhile, Catalina remained on my left, devouring the now cold pork chop with remarkable speed. Chiga finally set down her knife and, after finishing her meal, poured the remnants of her pork onto Catalina's plate, fixing her with an unflinching gaze. If I don't ask, do you intend to keep your silence? Her calm voice struck Catalina like a hammer, causing her hand to tremble and the knife to clink against the edge of the white porcelain plate, producing 2 sharp sounds. Catalina's face drained of color, and she sat there, mute as a child caught in wrongdoing, refusing to speak or lower her gaze. Chiga reached out with her delicate, alabaster fingers to touch my neck, where scars had long since vanished. At that moment, I too scrutinized the fiery red gem nestled between her neck and collarbone. Upon closer inspection, one could perceive a smoky essence swirling within the grape-sized ruby, and the stark contrast between the gem's fiery hue and her fair skin drew me in, stirring my heart. Every individual's journey through life is bound to be fraught with challenges, with choices presenting themselves at every turn. These decisions are the crossroads of existence, and one must choose to turn left or right. Once a choice is made, one cannot simply erase it with an eraser, even if one were to choose again. The previous answer lingers, merely marked with a cross atop it. Seated opposite Chiga on the carpet of the magical caravan's second-floor rehearsal room, I noticed her brow furrowed with concern. I sought to lighten the atmosphere, but my efforts went unnoticed. Catalina brought us 2 cups of hot tea, brewed from the petals of the calming herb. Once steeped in boiling water, the tea leaves unfurled like blooming flowers at the bottom of the delicate porcelain cups, exuding a subtle floral fragrance. The flavor, a blend of sweetness and bitterness, served to alleviate fatigue and soothe the spirit. After placing the tea tray down, Catalina knelt beside us and began to recount her story. It was over a year ago when the caravan had just departed from King Stan's Iron City. The wagons, trailing behind the Thunder Rhinoceros team, crossed into the undulating New Yachis Mountains. By that time, early winter had set in, and many in the dance troupe had not anticipated such an abrupt journey. Consequently, the preparations were lacking, particularly in warm furs and cotton garments. The western region of West Yachis was so frigid that water would freeze upon contact, while one might feel insulated within the confines of the caravan. Stepping outside for even a brief moment would leave one's hands and feet numb from the cold. This place is among the coldest on the rolling continent. Aside from the icy tundras, with half the year enveloped in snow, colder than the peaks of the Pai Plateau, Catalina's daily responsibilities were few. She collected food from the supply wagon each day and gathered a portion of daily necessities every Saturday. This task had originally belonged to Shinga. But after he encountered some troubles, Catalina stepped in to take his place. Occasionally, she would enjoy small perks, which left her exhilarated, often losing sleep over it. With her striking beauty and figure, she stood out within the troop, garnering the attention of the troop's matriarch, thanks to her captivating red eyes. For someone born into a lowly household, finding a foothold in this dance troupe was undoubtedly a stroke of luck. The troupe was brimming with beautiful girls. Many impoverished families in the cities sought to send their lovely daughters into the troupe, as it offered a more respectable career. There were even instances where a nobleman would take notice, allowing a girl to ascend from her lowly status and transform into a phoenix. However, each time Catalina went to collect supplies, she was beset by the same troubling issue, the cold. When nestled in the caravan, the chill was hardly noticeable. But after taking on the responsibility of gathering supplies, she found herself waiting too long in line one day, dressed in a court-style winter gown. She returned to the caravan clutching a bundle of towels and bed linens, her fair legs turning a purplish hue from the cold. Once back inside, after warming up, they swelled to the size of 2 large white radishes, rendering her unable to bend them. Terrified, Catalina burst into tears. And it was only through Shinga's persistence in rubbing snow on her legs that she managed to restore circulation and reduce the swelling. That incident left her quite frightened. She often thought how wonderful it would be to have a pair of warm, leather-lined cotton trousers. At that juncture, it had been over 3 months since the caravan departed from King Stan's Iron City. The noble youths of the Adventurers Guild had been enduring the journey without any female companionship for over 3 months. With their minds beginning to wander, these young aristocrats turned their attention toward the dancers of the troupe, particularly the trusted maidens of the young women who could freely enter and exit the wagons. Among these dancers, who were nearly all exceptionally beautiful, some initially hid behind snowdrifts outside the wagon, playing the role of lovesick suitors. Almost every time they encountered a dancer collecting food, they would shower her with eloquent compliments, and, while she was momentarily dazed, present her with exquisite little gifts. Entrusted with the salvation of Katerina was the youthful Dai. Upon their initial encounter, this handsome young man presented Katerina with an exquisite bell, a circular, filigreed piece of pure gold, encasing a novice firestone. When worn at the waist, it emanated a comforting warmth, arguably the most captivating item Katerina had yet received. He stood beneath the Scots pine, nearly engulfed by the mist clinging to the needles, transformed into a veritable snowman. His head, brows, and beard were adorned with frost. Katerina, shivering from the cold, arms clasped tightly around her shoulders, scurried past the pine tree, inadvertently colliding with Dai. A flurry of snow erupted, and as Katerina teetered backward, Dai's simian arm encircled her slender waist, drawing her into his embrace. Oh, forgive me, sir. I failed to watch where I was going," Katerina exclaimed, noticing Dai's opulent leather armor and the exquisitely engraved longsword. She realized she had stumbled upon a warrior apprentice from an adventuring party, not one of the laborers from a merchant caravan. It was imperative to demonstrate the deference due to nobility, lest she commit an offense. Dai, his visage adorned with a refined smile, gazed into Katerina's crimson eyes, remarking, "Nay, the fault lies not with you. I have been awaiting your presence, fair maiden. I linger here each day, solely to steal a glimpse of you." With a courtly gesture, Dai steadied Katerina, grasping her alabaster arms with heartfelt sincerity. Katerina's heart fluttered wildly, akin to a startled fawn. Blood rushed to her head, leaving her mind blank. It felt as though the laces of her petticoat had been drawn too taut, constricting her abdomen and rendering her momentarily breathless. Sir. Oh, pardon my impropriety." Dai swiftly retreated half a step, releasing her arms. "Might I be so bold as to learn your name, beauteous auburn-haired lady?" Katerina's cheeks flushed crimson, like ripened apples, her gaze unable to meet his ardent stare. In a state of bewilderment, she stammered, "I am no lady, merely a dancer. My name is Katerina." Dai advanced his right leg, kneeling before Katerina, startling the red-haired maiden. As she recoiled, Dai produced a golden, circular bell adorned with a filigreed clover pattern. The diminutive, crimson firestone within shimmered incessantly. Dai gently seized Katerina's hand, fastening the bell to her waist with utmost care, as though fulfilling a sacred duty. A radiant, triumphant smile illuminated his face. Without uttering a superfluous word, he rose to his feet, executing a flawless knightly salute, and departed. This inaugural encounter filled Katerina with the euphoria of a fairy tale princess. In the days that followed, she was perpetually singing, enraptured by the joy that had descended upon her. Their paths converged once more 3 days later. Dai had indeed presented Katerina with a set of insulated leather garments, providing exceptional warmth. As the young woman became aware of the handsome and youthful warrior apprentice's affection for her, and reciprocated his sentiments, accepting a second gift proved effortless. They even exchanged a kiss on the cheek upon parting. At times, love manifests with such simplicity, when a handsome, affluent, and youthful noble courts the dancers within a troupe. Resistance is seldom encountered. Often, a mere 2 or 3 encounters, imbued with a modicum of romance, suffice. Yet, amidst the silvery realm, what could evoke greater emotion than a youthful nobleman, bearing a gift, patiently awaiting in the midst of a snowstorm, to be cherished in hardship, warmed in solitude, and moved in mundanity? At that moment, Katerina felt as though the entire world revolved solely around her. Were it not for the impropriety of disrobing outdoors, risking frostbite, Katerina might have succumbed to Dai's advances. Alas, the climate of the West Yachis Mountains proved too harsh, with frequent blizzards. As Quig's newly appointed personal attendant, Katerina cherished her position and dared not linger outdoors for extended periods. No matter how alluring Dai's entreaties, he could not persuade her to visit his tent. This standoff persisted for 3 months, causing Dai's temper to fray, his smile to stiffen, and his words to occasionally chill her to the bone. Verily, any of those young, aristocratic wastrels would have reached the brink of exasperation. Their intent was merely to entice the troop's damsels into their beds with trinkets and saccharine phrases, a far more amusing and gratifying endeavor than simply showering them with gold. However, their patience was finite. Should they encounter reluctance, they would resort to gold or coercion, relying on their status and authority. Then, one fateful day, she unearthed a revelation. By sheer coincidence, Quig desired a boiled egg. The female members of the Tianhu clan shared a common affliction, an insatiable appetite. On this particular day, Quig requested a hard-boiled egg, instructing Katerina to retrieve some eggs from the supply wagon. Ordinarily, Katerina would collect provisions from the wagon during the warmest part of the afternoon, a habit she maintained even after acquiring the warming bell. Instead, she had strung the golden bell on a crimson cord, adorning her neck, its melodious chiming mirroring the sweetness within her heart. The caravan advanced throughout the day, with the thunder rhinos leading the procession. Their stout legs plunged into the snow, displacing the accumulated layers. As the 70-odd thunder rhinos marched in a single file, they blazed a trail through the mountainous terrain. The path remained treacherous, causing the caravan's speed to lag behind that of walking or even slower. The supply wagon was positioned at the fore of the troops' caravan, allowing Katerina to retrieve provisions without regard for the caravan's halts. She would simply leap from the wagon, sprint to catch up with the supply wagon, collect her items, and await the arrival of her own wagon, entrusting the goods to someone aboard before rejoining the caravan. Katerina leaped from the wagon and darted forward, her bell and red ponytail swaying in rhythm with her movements, emitting a melodious chime. However, after only a dozen steps, she halted abruptly, recognizing a familiar voice. "Oh, how vexing. I insist that you accompany me this afternoon as well. The young ladies are to learn a new dance from 5th Mistress this afternoon. My quarters are warm, and we can." The voice was soft and alluring, brimming with temptation. It belonged to Mora, a woman with 1/16th elven blood, who reveled in flaunting her pointed ears, attempting to assert her superiority. "And what can we do?" a male voice inquired with a mischievous chuckle. At times, a mere few words can plunge one into the depths of despair. Although Katerina had not yet traversed the abyss, her heart felt as though it had been seized, clutched tightly, yet still throbbing powerfully, unable to escape the grasp. It was excruciating. The male voice belonged to Dai. Katerina lamented her excessive reserve, regretting that she had not afforded them more opportunities. Perhaps, in matters of such exquisite love, chastity held little significance. She mused, had I surrendered myself to him sooner, perhaps he would have cherished me more. Or perhaps he loves both of us, desiring to wed both? A dancer, after all, can hardly expect to be legitimately wed into a noble family. Even as a concubine, it would be preferable to remaining in the troop. How can I put it? Mora cooed sweetly, while Dai hesitated momentarily, letting out a chuckle from his throat. Just wait a little longer. I've been toiling away for 3 months on this sheep-herding job. Who knows, this time might just pan out. I've wagered 50 gold coins, and I certainly don't wish to hand them over to Mingxian and the others for nothing. I'll come find you tonight. By the way, aren't you worried she'll overhear us? Not at all. She wears a fire crystal bell around her neck, which jingles with every step she takes, so you can hear it from quite a distance. When she becomes too reliant on me, I'll make sure she realizes where that thing truly belongs." Dai laughed smugly, his voice brimming with the thrill of having outsmarted someone. "Why are you all so wicked? It's truly infuriating. She's a good girl, and hasn't even been assigned any tasks by the matron yet. It's only because of 7th Sister's influence that she was chosen. Otherwise, would it have even been your turn?" Mora giggled in response. "What are you implying? Do you look down on me?" Dai replied, somewhat displeased. "You may be playing around, but why deceive her feelings? Moore retorted, not backing down. Die, however? Lost his irritation and simply smiled, saying, you just don't understand. What we're after is a certain flair. Just imagine the expression on her face when I pull up my trousers and a bunch of elite folks are trailing behind me. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. I can't stand it any longer. Why not visit you right now? 50 silver coins at a time, and don't vanish like last time. Do you think I would be so petty? Their laughter faded into the distance. Sometimes, those who have lost themselves engage in self-hypnosis, immersing themselves in the best scenarios their minds can conjure, yet it remains a mere facade. The dancers in the troupe live by their craft. But after spending so long in such a hedonistic environment, when someone actually flings gold coins at them, these women, accustomed to a life of debauchery, would catch the coins and tuck them into their bosoms. They dream of one day earning enough to escape to a secluded little town, where no one would know that this enchanting woman, who so often throws around gold, is actually a noble woman. What if they did know? A conversation that was meant to remain unheard was suddenly caught, and the heart that had once ached felt relief instead, replaced by a tremor of survival and gratitude. At that moment, he had unwittingly revealed his darkest secrets to Katerina, who recalled her mother's admonition that a dancer had no right to speak of love. In essence, there was never a choice to be made. What was more desirable, love or bread? If one chooses love, they might end up with nothing. If one chooses bread, they risk becoming a slave to wealth. Or perhaps, one could choose both. But how could one be certain that at the end of suffering there truly lies a soulmate? What if the other side of despair was merely another abyss of sorrow? Indeed, this was the primary reason why Chiga selected Katerina as her personal maid. Katerina, possessing a trace of beastkin heritage, lacked any innate abilities but inherited her mother's striking red eyes. Her mother, a half-beastly slave of hair lineage, came from the distant eastern continent of Icarus, having been brought back by slave traders. Katerina, with a quarter of beastkin blood, though devoid of any special gifts, was exceptionally beautiful, and in addition to her enchanting eyes, her hearing was tenfold that of an ordinary person, even more acute than that of a werewolf. Katerina's bell jingled in the north wind, though Dai was too far away to hear it. At that moment, Katerina thought to herself that at least she still had seventh sister, at least she could follow her and share in the affection of her man. Noble daughters must prepare a suitably grand and befitting dowry when they marry, and Katerina mused that perhaps her fate would not be so dire after all. Her heart, frozen into a lump by the frigid winds of the Yachis Mountains, remained unshattered by the cruel words she had heard. She resembled a wildflower hidden beneath the snow, patiently awaiting the arrival of summer and the melting of the frost. Chiga and I watched the red-haired beauty kneeling on the carpet, tears streaming down her fair cheeks. I was at a loss for words to comfort her, while Chiga, in a flustered state, shot me a glance before rising and storming off to her room. I inwardly lamented, this lady just up and left, leaving this mess for me to deal with. Can I handle such a burden at my age? Regardless of whether I could manage it or not, I had to face it. Katerina, noticing that Chiga had left without saying a word, wiped her tears with the back of her hand, let out a soft sigh, and playfully blinked her beautiful eyes at me, knocking me onto the carpet. With her teeth gently nibbling at my ear, she whispered, Gia, you mustn't tell anyone my secret. What secret about your ear? I feigned ignorance. Haha. I then discovered another secret. Katerina could not bear having her ears pulled. Once someone grasped her ear, her body would go limp, devoid of any strength to resist. Even against a child like me. We frolicked like children in the dance studio, and although I thought my youthful vigor surpassed that of a typical 12 or 13-year-old, capable of leaping into icy lakes or jumping from great heights, I soon realized my folly. Once I released Katerina's ear, she could easily pin me to the carpet and cover my face with her ample bosom, leaving me gasping for air. Playful antics served as a means of venting, allowing us to momentarily forget our sorrows. Exhausted, I collapsed in the corner of the dance studio, pleading, I yield. No more playing. Katerina, clearly caught up in the merriment, laughed like a child and turned her back to me. What are you doing? I asked, puzzled, as she typically only turned away when she needed to undress. Help me untie it. After all that had transpired, Katerina felt more at ease with me, speaking as though I were her younger brother. This is a dance studio. Why undress here? I asked while loosening the knot of her dress. Katerina, tugging at the wrinkled bell-shaped cuffs, pouted and frowned. Look how wrinkled it's become. How can I wear this? It's such a hassle to take care of. And it's the only decent outfit I have. I can't wash it. If I do, the hem won't hold its shape. Do you think if I take it off now and hang it up, the wrinkles might fade? I was momentarily speechless. I suppose it might. It's all right. Perhaps Sister Singh has a solution. She is a seamstress. Katerina's furrowed brow relaxed, comforting herself. Is it still painful? I asked calmly from behind her. What? Your touch is very gentle, not painful at all. Just please don't tug at my ear next time, all right? Katerina replied, lowering her head as she slipped off her court gown, leaving only her silk underskirt. She carefully folded the dress in half and hung it on her arm. I moved to face her, placing my small hand on her abdomen, and said, It's here. That was the spot where Mingxian had kicked her, sending her flying several meters away. That kick was certainly not light. A bit sore. It's not convenient to check now. We'll discuss it later. Sister Singh has some ointment for swelling, Katerina remarked. Gently, we pushed open the door to the dance studio and stealthily made our way back to our dormitory. The hour was quite late, and the dancers within the caravan had long since succumbed to slumber, enveloping the entire carriage in a serene silence. You truly possess remarkable strength, I remarked. I am in excellent health, Katerina replied as she effortlessly lifted me with a single arm. Why do you not attend the War Academy? Given your exceptional physical prowess? I inquired, lightly tapping her arm with my fist, which I found to be remarkably firm and resilient. Katerina responded. Education comes at a steep cost, and I have a younger brother to consider. It is unlikely that my family would allow a girl like me to pursue schooling. Besides, girls are not required to serve in the military. My brother, however, will need to enlist in the future, and he must learn the skills of combat to survive on the battlefield. When I return home, I plan to buy him the most affordable sentry sword, one he has desired for quite some time.